Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Texans GM Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show, if you haven't heard that. So make a note of that. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello.
Hey, what's up? I'm a lot to get to today, including the NBA admitting that they screwed over the Rockets.
Royally.
Yeah, royally.
Three calls in overtime. That didn't even include the one that got reviewed at the end of regulation.
The Amen Thompson tangled ankle scenario.
Hardaway, yeah.
So there's that. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that the Rockets are 0-5 versus good teams.
Teams with a winning percentage above 600.
Yeah, they're 0-5, and like most of those have been close, other than the Spurs game.
Yeah.
So, but there is that feeling, and I don't think this is not a hot take or anything. It's just the reality of the situation is they do some things really, really well, and they beat the snot out of bad teams, and have been very successful against average teams or even winning teams, but not the really, really good teams. But they've also. It's been the final moments of games where a lot of things are very improvable as the season goes on.
Yeah.
When Şengün is kind of falling apart a little bit in the fourth quarter, fouling a bunch, or the team isn't getting their offensive rebounds versus the really good teams, that's kind of what you'd expect to see out of a team that's got a lot of young guys and also has a lot of guys that are just still learning this system or whatever this system's becoming. So I like it. I like that in that. It's a very identifiable issue, and it's something that you would expect them to be better at 2 months from now than they are right now.
The lack of a point guard will remain a narrative as long as they're losing to good teams.
Right,
right. That because those are the teams that you're going to face when it matters in April and May. And in a 7-game series, good teams can attack weaknesses. It's the chess game and everything else. That's against good teams. That's a major void right now. And we're not going to talk any NBA Cup today, even though the show before us made it the entire topic for the first
sounded like that
hour.
was the whole thing. Yeah, I know. We're not going to talk. We're not going to be part of the communist committee that's trying to shove this down your throat.
We have no pamphlets.
This is what you need to care about: is the NBA Cup.
Read this pamphlet about the NBA Cup.
Who'd you say they want to put the banner up?
The Knicks won, I think.
Yeah, and they're going to have, which is, I mean, it goes.
No, I don't know that they're going to. There was talk that the NBA might encourage them to
put a banner up for the NBA Cup.
To remind everybody how important this meaningless tournament is.
At the exact same altitude as all of the championship banners. It needs to have. Needs to be on equal status with the other great things that organization has done in the distant past.
Very distant past. Jawhar Jordan got added to the 53-man roster yesterday.
Yeah, look, D'Amico's been trying to play it close to the vest when asked about Jawhar Jordan. He very much complimented him, but on Monday he said, but let's just appreciate they did a good performance, and we'll see what happens from here.
Yeah.
I think Jawhar Jordan, at this point, especially with the injuries to Woody Marks, multiple injuries to Woody Marks, Nick Chubb's injury that seems to be more serious, and the fact that Jawhar Jordan had that game. And you're going up against the Raiders. Not that you factor in or that D'Amico is saying, well, yeah, we're going to beat these guys easily. But this is a very winnable game, obviously. And you've got an opportunity to get some reps in from Jawhar Jordan to get his feet even more wet in the NFL before the real challenging stretch begins.
This would be so much worse than if they'd lost to the Cardinals last weekend. I know there's only a game that separates the Cardinals and the Raiders in the standings, but the Cardinals team has been competitive for most of the year. They lost 3 bad games to division foes over the last month or so, but when they were 2-5, they were a lot like the Texans. They were 3-5 at one point because they beat the Cowboys. The Texans and Cardinals had identical records, and it wouldn't shock me if their point differential at that time were almost identical. They were a really competitive team. And they they didn't hang around with the Texans on Sunday, but this game against the Raiders, this is a bad football team that's firing coaches, that's reeling right now, that has quarterback issues.
And look, some of every Raiders podcast that I've listened to is more about highlighting just how statistically bad they are.
Yeah.
A little bit of mock draft talk.
Yep.
When is Pete Carroll going to get fired type of discussion.
Yeah.
They're not even bothering with the actual play on the field, other than every now and then saying something nice about Brock Bowers. They are last in rushing.
That's bad.
While also being worst in total number of sacks. So they're last in rushing, and they're first in sacks allowed.
Quarterback gets murdered every week.
Yeah, they're 2 tackles. Of the most sacks allowed in a season, their 2 offensive tackles are both in the top 3. They've both allowed double-digit sacks.
Is this a get-right game for Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson's sack numbers?
I think it very well might be. Other than that, teams will do what the Cardinals did last week is they'll use a lot of 7-man protection. They'll chip a lot. So I don't know. I refuse to learn the names of these offensive tackles. I don't think we'll ever see them again after this season.
You don't want to waste the energy.
Any NFL venue. Yeah, they're that bad. There have been, over this 8-game losing streak that they're on, the Raiders have been losing by an average of 15 points per game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're 2-12. The Cardinals are 3-11. This would be so much worse. This would be way more. If the Texans were to lose this game, this would be way worse than the 1-game difference between those two teams. This is the worst football team in the NFL.
During this 8-game win streak, they've had multiple instances of having 21 minutes time of possession or less.
For the entire game.
Yeah, for the game. Yeah, not through the first 3 quarters or something. Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, they possess the ball a third of the time in a lot of these games.
That is bad.
They're a really bad football team right now, and yet any given Sunday, et cetera.
Remember a few days before the draft a couple years ago where you and I were actually having substantive debates about Tyree Wilson and Will Anderson?
I have no memory of that. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I was part of it.
No. And I was in Tyree Wilson's boat until the week before the draft.
We got off the boat. Yeah.
I pivoted towards Will Anderson.
We jumped off.
Thank God.
We saw the SS Anderson sailing by, and we said, "Rescue us!" We were like that poop cruise where the other cruise ship sailed by, and everybody's waving. The cruise where the power went out.
Yeah.
And then like this party ship goes by, and everybody's like, "Save us! Save us!" Yeah. That was us, but we got saved.
We got out.
Will Anderson jumped in the water, swam over, grabbed the 2 of us, and pulled us over to his ship.
Yeah, as Will Anderson would definitely do.
He would definitely do. I say that because Tyree Wilson had 6 defensive snaps in the Raiders' last game on Sunday.
He's become a situation. They're treating him like almost like a 36-year-old who just signed or something. Hey, we'll use you situationally. And I don't know. Again, the Raiders content right now is a whole lot of just misery. I've seen a lot of clips as I was looking through various Raiders people's sites of Tyree Wilson getting destroyed on a run play. Etc.
Defense snaps. They played the Eagles last week. They got blown out by the Eagles. I haven't even looked at the box score. I would bet that he only played 6 defensive snaps because the Eagles hardly had any third downs in the game. They were just eating, I bet. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't get to third down because they were just in 2nd and 2 and then 1st and 10 again. That's my guess. My box score. I'll do some box score forensics later.
This last week they had 20 minutes time of possession
against the Eagles.
Against Denver, they had 21 minutes time of possession.
It's a bad football team, man.
They did. Versus Cleveland, they possessed the ball, but I see a whole lot of 20s. Oh my gosh, going back to the Kansas City game.
Yeah.
17 minutes time of possession.
This is the worst team. No, this is the worst team in football. If you think about the other teams, because some of it is the Titans are bad, but they've got Cam Ward, and he has a little bit of juice to him, and they beat the Browns a couple of weeks ago.
And the Titans have some really good individual players.
Yes. The Cleveland right now, the fans are watching them because Cleveland fans are because of Shedeur Sanders. They have Geno Smith at quarterback on a bloated contract. Yeah. They traded for him, and he stinks. And, it's like the other teams that are in that level of the standings, I can at least come up with some reason for, like the Jets, for example. They're bad. They got beaten by 4 touchdowns. They're all waiting for the multiple first-round picks that they have in the upcoming draft.
And it's bad enough that honestly, I can't remember a time where I've actually talked about how a team has been doing in time of possession over the course of several games, because it's kind of like quarter passer rating. You don't really talk about it that much anymore unless it's really good or really bad.
Yeah.
But the time to illustrate just how thoroughly they've been dominated, they've barely taken the field in a lot of these games.
It's crazy.
That's how bad they are.
It's crazy.
And yet, any given Sunday,
I
will come up with reasons to fear the Raiders somehow, some way by the end of this week.
If you're wondering how they got here, I'm looking at a tweet from Football Analysis, F-Ball Analysis YT. The Raiders had seven first-round picks between 2019 and 2023. So this is the end of the Gruden era and the beginning of whatever came after that. They used the 7 first-round picks. That's 7 first-round picks in 5 years. So they had overloaded. They traded Khalil Mack. I think they got some extra picks from that. These are the guys they picked, Seth. Cleveland Farrell.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Jacobs, who's good, but he walked in free agency.
Yeah, and the Farrell one was one that it felt very much like an overdraft.
It was a 4th overall pick.
That's the whole thing with the Raiders. Like in any given draft, when you accuse a team of drafting somebody way above where they're slotted, you never know for sure. Right. Because who knows how many teams had a guy certain. But the Raiders have done it so consistently that it's just okay, they can't be better than the groupthink that smarter than the consensus that often.
Yeah.
When you're different from the consensus that often, you're either a genius or you're an idiot.
He wasn't even the best guy at Clemson, where he came from. Cleveland Farrell, Josh Jacobs, good player, but he said, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
He left in free agency. Jonathan Abram, bust. Henry Ruggs, bust to the nth degree. Damon Arnett, Texans legend. Alex Leatherwood, and Tyree Wilson. That is how you get to be 2-12.
Alex Leatherwood is a hell of a name, though. I give him credit for that. It sounds like a Raiders name, doesn't it?
It's a great name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great name. So this is whatever we were saying
those
about.
are two of the manliest things you can do is in your off time. I'm a leather worker, or I'm a woodworker. I build custom furniture in my spare time.
Yes, the greatest name ever was Notre Dame linebacker Michael Stonebreaker.
Yeah, that's a good name.
I mean, if you're Stonebreaker,
Youngblood's always a good name.
Youngblood's
I was always jealous if anybody named Youngblood.
Youngblood is a great name as well. So they got to take care of business this weekend, man. And you know who else needs to take care of business? The Denver Broncos this weekend against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, because all of a sudden
the division is on the line this week.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence, after beating up on the likes of the Titans and
Lamb Killer
and the Jets, all of a sudden is, hey, everything's really clicking and falling into place for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
He beat the Jets real soundly. Good for you.
That's the only thing there's not much drama left in the AFC. I'm looking at the playoff percentages, the playoff picture. The only drama that's really left is, will the Texans win the AFC South or the Jags? Because it looks like both are going to make the playoffs. The Jags are greater than 99% to be in the postseason.
Right.
The Texans are at 97%. So both of those teams, barring a disaster, should be in the playoffs. I guess that's something to watch. If any of these teams has a monumental collapse down the stretch. But the schedules for Jacksonville and the Texans are just so easy. And then I guess the other bit of drama would be who's going to win the AFC North and get the 4 seed.
Right.
The AFC North, if you haven't been following, is basically what the AFC South has been for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Which is, all right, I guess this division has to send somebody to the playoffs.
Or the NFC South at times. Yeah. I think the AFC South, for the most part, is usually at least has one genuinely good team.
Right.
But it's an easy division to win a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Whereas the NFC South is just, there's a lot of years where all right, I guess.
Every year,
Here you go.
Yeah. And this is the rare year for the AFC North where it's like that.
Yeah.
Where the Steelers are 8-6 and they're winning the division right now.
According to the Athletics playoff predictor,
Yeah.
if the Texans win out, they've got a 75% chance of winning the division.
Okay. Yeah, that's because they went out. Then it just goes. Then you're just looking at Jacksonville, going, okay, what are the chances Jacksonville loses a game down the stretch? Because Jacksonville plays Denver, Indy, and Tennessee, and it doesn't matter which of the teams they lose. If the Texans win out and go 12-5, it doesn't matter which team Jacksonville loses to. They will lose the tiebreaker to the Texans at 12-5.
Now this is the interesting thing. According to the Athletic playoff predictor, if the Texans win. Is this? Tell me if this sounds right. You do this math stuff in your head much better than me.
Yeah.
The playoff math.
Yep.
If the Texans win out and the Broncos beat the Jaguars, the Texans have a 99% chance of winning the wild card.
Yeah. Or of the 99%
or, I
chance
mean, winning
of
the winning
the
division.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right, because the Texans would have 99%, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that that's given the Chargers enough credit that they, that the Chargers could beat the Texans.
Well, because that makes sense, because then if the Texans...
if the Texans win out.
Yeah, if the Texans win out, then they've got an equal record.
The Texans win out. No, I messed up.
As long as the Jaguars lose to the Broncos, then they have tiebreak. It's guaranteed.
Yeah,
so it's greater than 99%.
Yeah, that would be if the Texans win out and that's all that has to happen.
That's all they have to do.
That's all they have to do. 99% is short.
Greater.
It's actually 100%.
It says greater than 99%.
It's actually 100%.
Okay, so that's all the Texans have to do is win out, and the Broncos have to take care of business. You got to simplify these things for me. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would simplify it even more. The Jags just have to lose a game. But I think the Broncos are the best
and the
chance.
Texans have to win out.
They have to win out. Yeah. But on the Jags,
I know, but I want to cinch it. I want to cinch at least the path this week.
Yeah.
If the Broncos win this week,
control your own destiny.
And the Texans win, then all you have to do is win 2 more games, and you win the division.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct. It's gonna be fun, man. These are not conversations we were having 4 weeks ago.
The Broncos and the Jaguars play. That's going to be a late afternoon.
3:05.
So we'll be playing simultaneously.
Yeah,
those two
they start 20 minutes before the Texans and the Raiders start.
No scoreboard watching. If there's one thing I know about D'Amico, he will not be asking for updates about the Jaguars score.
He'll have to not pay. Well, they'll be giving updates on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, he's not looking at that.
Better put earplugs in or something.
Sean, I've been watching games in that building for over 20 years, and I still don't know where to look for the other stuff other than the actual play clock and stuff like that. I don't have a clue where to look in the stadium for that stuff.
Oh, man, 97%, the Texans. So we'll bring that. I'm sure Nick Caserio is sitting at his desk right now playing with the Athletic playoff simulator.
Yeah, I told him to get a subscription to the Athletic and just start looking at that stuff.
I'll tell you the one thing, like turning a GM on to some sort of app that could distract them or whatever. John Harris and I went to lunch with Daryl Morey at the early part of our radio careers. Mm-hmm. And we got him hooked on Sporkle. You ever play Sporkle?
Yeah,
that
the trivia game. Yeah.
Yeah, we got him hooked on that. He was not too happy with us. It was very distracting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I love Sporkle, man. It's good stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday here. All right, I'm going to make a declarative statement. I have a reason why D'Amico Ryans is the best head coach in the history of the Texans, even though he's short of 3 full seasons of tenure right now. So we'll hit that. We've got headlines a little bit later. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. But right now, let's get you into a new luxury vehicle. Let's get you into a Lincoln Corsair or a Lincoln Aviator, or how about a Lincoln Nautilus? That's what my wife drives. The all-new
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was always told in life to have a plan B, and that's what Seth and I were doing during the break.
We're trying to figure out which...
at least the radio thing doesn't work out.
If you got into some kind of vice business, what's the one with the lowest entry cost but that is legal? I think the entry cost is actually pretty expensive for most vice things, unless you're doing something illegal.
Right.
Like smuggling or something.
Yeah, bootlegging. something like that. So it might have to be illegal. That's just,
I ain't running a boat in international waters anytime soon.
No, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes either. I watch Breaking Bad. I know how that can go.
Yeah, so legal vice. Sean and I.
Text in.
Payne and Pendergast something or other is coming up soon.
I'm sure we have the organizational skills to make the whole thing work out.
Yeah, not piss off any of the. That's the other thing. You want to do it legally, but sometimes you're running up against people who are doing it illegally. Into their territory or whatever.
I'd be a little nervous partnered with you. You'd tell somebody to go die.
I would.
I would say, no, you go die. And
Listen, Fat Tony, you can go die.
That's right.
Oh, no.
We got to get out of here. DeMeco Ryans, this is the history the Texans are trying to make over the next handful of weeks. They've never had 3 consecutive 10-plus win seasons. That happened Sunday if they beat the woeful Las Vegas Raiders. That'd be the first time ever in franchise history. It'd be the first time ever making the playoffs in 3 consecutive seasons if they're able to clinch a playoff berth here at some point over the next few weeks. And this is not the week they can clinch because they're still the 7th seed. The Bills and the Chargers are still ahead of them. They still play the Chargers in Week 17.
Yeah.
So the Texans are not on the clinching list, but they will be soon if they win this game. 3 consecutive AFC South championships, that's still very much in play. That's never happened before. And I would add to the 3 consecutive year thing there, all 3 of those, it's not just that DeMeco is on the verge of double-digit wins, potentially a division, making the playoffs. Every other time the Texans have made the playoffs in their history, it's been in pairs of division titles. And the next season has been not just bad, it's been one of the worst seasons in franchise history for various reasons.
Yeah.
The Deshaun Watson injury, Bill O'Brien couldn't help that, but the season went into the toilet. The COVID season, Bill O'Brien he couldn't have helped COVID. He couldn't have prevented the pandemic, but he could have prevented trading DeAndre Hopkins and not doing anything on defense. And then obviously we know back in 2013, everything just fell apart after 2 Kubiak division titles. I say all that to say, I think we can make, if Miko completes this trifecta, hell, even if he doesn't, no other head coach has done this well 3 seasons in a row. He is the best head coach in the history of the Houston Texans, and we're not even 3 seasons in yet.
There are 4 coaches of the Texans who have had 3 years of tenure or more.
Yep.
Capers, Kubiak, Bill O'Brien, and DeMeco Ryans. The Capers had 16 wins in his first 3 seasons.
Yep.
Kubiak had 22 wins in his first 3 seasons.
Yep.
Big Bill O'Brien had 27 wins in his first 3 seasons. 9 wins in each of those.
9 and 7 each year.
Yeah.
Very consistent.
And then DeMeco's he's already better than those guys with 29-plus wins. He's got more playoff games in those first 3 seasons. He's got 4 playoff games and more playoff victories than Bill O'Brien did.
Yep.
I think he's already surpassed any of those previous 3 guys in terms of what they
Kubiak was around for longer,
Yeah, so when it gets to total number of games or whatever, he's already advanced to the level that those guys all advanced to. He's won a wild card game. He's had, other than the 12-win season, he's pretty much surpassed all of those major milestones in the first 3 seasons compared to those guys.
And I think sometimes you look
other
at
than the 12 wins that Kubiak had.
Right. And he can tie that.
Oh, wait, no, Kubiak that was in 2012.
Yes.
So that wasn't even in the first 3 seasons. So, in the first 3 seasons, 100%.
Kubiak, 6 wins, 8 wins, I believe, his first 3 seasons.
Capers, I got a little bit nostalgic and sad when we went over the first 3 seasons of the franchise.
Yeah,
because we were on the right path in the first 3 seasons with Capers.
You guys were 7-9 in 2004,
well,
weren't
when
you?
Your franchise team, we won 4 games, and then the next year we won 5 games, and then the next year we won 7 games. So if you just chart that on a graph, it looks like you're on track for 9 or 10 wins in the next year. And we took a little. There's a little bit of a
backtracking in 2005.
We won 2 games.
In 2005.
That was really the big obstacle that season was the lack of wins.
Right.
We got down to like week 13, and I'm like, I don't think we're going to have a winning season. I don't think it's mathematically possible. We didn't have an athletic playoff predictor back then to help us out, but I could read the writing on the wall.
Right. You could tell.
We're really going to have to pull off a miracle run here.
I was optimistic in weeks 10, 11, and 12, but 13 rolled around like, you know what? The math isn't mathing for us anymore, guys. Yeah.
I think the worst thing about that one, I think we won the first 2 games in the first half of the season or something. It was rough. It was not fun.
No.
Not fun at all.
Dude, it sounds miserable. So I think, DeMeco, best coach in the history of the franchise. That's my hot take right now. And I don't think I'm going to get any pushback on it either. Which maybe doesn't make it that hot of a take. I guess the best accomplishment of the predecessors would be O'Brien, the O'Brien 0-3 start to come back and make the playoffs. No other head coach has done that yet. D'Amico's on the verge of doing it, but that's pretty good. And then the best team to me, I said this the other day. I talked myself into this as I was writing an article for the Houston Press. If I could pick this Texans team, because I think this Texans team has the best chance of any iteration of Texans playoff team. And I know they haven't made the playoffs yet, but they're going to.
Yeah.
This I feel is the best chance to make a playoff, to make a run, to at least get to the AFC title game, to win 2 playoff games.
And a huge part of that is that this feels and seems like the most well-rounded defense and the deepest defense in terms of just there aren't any glaring weaknesses that you can look at where you say, well, they've been doing really well, but this or but that. Some of the really good defenses is from the from the 2011 era or so. They were really fueled by a lot of takeaways, and it made the offense look better than it was. And this team takes the ball away a lot, but it never feels like that's like they need to have those takeaways or, there's a good chance that you're going to let up a boatload of points or something.
Or sacks. They haven't had that many sacks.
Yeah, they're just playing really a really complete and complementary style of defense.
Yeah.
They don't rely heavily on the blitz.
Yeah.
Sometimes when teams rely on blitz real heavily or a boatload of man coverage, you just kind of wait until that one matchup where guys you're going to get torn apart by some really elite passing defenses, and it's a very complete defense.
I'd love to computer simulate this year's Texans team against the 2011 Texans team, but with a healthy Matt Schaub.
Yeah.
That was the second best chance to go. Now, if Matt Schaub had stayed healthy, that historically, I'm going to put this season aside because we're not there yet to the playoffs. Up until this season, the best team in Texans history to me was 2011 with healthy Matt Schaub.
Yeah.
That defense was elite, and that offense was pretty damn elite, too.
And I think that's a little bit of the cautionary tale, though, is that was an extreme case of an injury that you sustained. But the injuries do matter. And I saw this going on a little bit on social media yesterday, and I did not participate, but because I need to speak about it on the radio. But the defensive tackle situation right now, you could look at it from, 2 ways. One is like, okay, you're not going to have a defensive tackle rotation that's as deep as you've been used to the entire season, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal because you still have 2 solid guys in there, and maybe it hurts you a little bit. Yes, I see that. The problem is this. It's that you're the number 1 defense in the NFL. That's what's driven the success of this team so far this season. And it does, if you don't have that deep defensive tackle rotation, it does hurt your defense.
Yeah.
It's not going to make them a bad defense all of a sudden.
No.
But is it one of these little things that keeps you from being the very best defense in the league?
Definitely.
And yes, it very much could do that.
Yep.
It's a physiological thing that happens when you got 4 pretty good defensive tackles, but not awesome or anything like that are rotating in and keeping their legs fresh the whole time. You get a much better version of each one of those guys.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden you got to ask a couple guys to be the guy for 45 or 50 snaps in a game, it's a lot tougher to sustain that same level of play. And no, it doesn't turn you into a bad defense, but are you the best defense in the NFL?
That's right.
That's a big deal for this team
when
this
it's
year.
your catalyst, when it's what you're hanging your hat on, it's a huge deal. No, you're absolutely right about that. I don't think we're going to find out this weekend if this hurts them greatly, because it seems like from your time of possession stats that the Raiders only play about 15 snaps a game on offense.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of 3 and outs.
Yeah.
And they're the worst rushing team in football, which is frustrating when Ashton Jonty seems like a guy that could be doing a lot better than that.
Yeah.
For them, it's frustrating for them.
It's got to be frustrating for him. God, these guys that get drafted to a team, he
knows Josh Jacobs' history.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
and at least Josh Jacobs had some great college performances.
Jacobs had good years for the Raiders. I don't know when Genty's going to have a year for the Raiders. Jacobs, if I'm not mistaken, he led the league in rushing one year for the Raiders. This Raiders team is so bad.
But he was also on just miserable teams.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Sometimes, okay, even if it's not working out for you as a pro, you got at least the team success to lean into.
No, you got but I'm thinking in terms of the second contract. Jacobs at least put some film out there where Green Bay's we'll give him $14 million a year or whatever. Genty's got to be man, I'm getting my head handed to me every game. So CJ Stroud, while we got a couple minutes here, don't look now, But C.J. Stroud, this graph, and I know this is radio, so I'm not going to sit here and spend the next 2 minutes explaining a chart, but a chart wound up on my timeline yesterday, Seth, and I know you saw it as well.
And the first thing you see when you see a chart is, hey, is my team or my player in the upper right quadrant?
They out where Pluto would be if we were charting the solar system. And CJ is. Quarterback efficiency. They've got the two stats along the vertical axis stat is EPA per play.
Yeah.
Expected points added per play. The horizontal axis is completion percentage above expected. So those are two advanced stats that measure just how well a quarterback's playing. CJ's way out on the upper right-hand side with names like Matthew Stafford. He's further out than Josh Allen right now.
Yeah.
His planet is further out the solar system than Josh Allen's. Drake May is out there. Julian Love. Jordan Love of the Packers is out there as well. Sam Darnold, who's having a good year.
Marcus Mariota is in the same category.
I'm going to go small sample size.
The person who tweeted this out, I a little bit, like it's a really nice graph and it looks good for C.J. Stroud, but he said that C.J.'s ranked number 1 on this graph.
He's half
and
right.
It's not, that's not the way graphs work. He's number 1, and really,
he's cherry picking.
EPA per play is more of an total offensive stat, more so than the quarterback, but he's at the top of the EPA per play.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to completion percentage above expected, et cetera, guys like Marcus Mariota and Jacoby Brissett, Drake May, and Jordan Love are above him.
It says for over the last 8 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, it's over the last 8 weeks.
Yeah, because the title of the
I mean, Marcus Mariota, by that guy saying that C.J. Stroud was number 1 on this graph, by the same token, he could say Marcus Mariota is number 1 as well, just using the x-axis instead of the y.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a...
or he's on the same... He's not number 1, but he's on the same level as C.J. Stroud.
On the horizontal, yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Nick Caserio joins us in about an hour. 7:30, the Texans GM will join us on the show. Up next, headlines. The NBA admitted something. They admitted they screwed the Rockets. Does it help to get these reports after the games if you're a Rocket fan? Is this any sort of salve on the wound? Gives us a chance to play Ime Udoka's audio again. I like that. We'll do that in headlines coming up next.
Hey, the NBA is in full swing as
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start real quick with Texans news before we get to the Rockets and the NBA here. Nick Caserio is joining us in about 45 minutes on the show. So Texans GM just before week 15 here against week 16 here against the Raiders. I keep forgetting we got 18 weeks in this thing right now.
You get a ding, but where I have the little dinger muted.
You're holding your thumb underneath it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's
so you don't.
It's a semi-ding.
You eventually got it right,
Okay.
but you didn't get.
Gotcha.
Did that come? Could you hear that, Ben, or no?
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right.
Nice.
There's a limpid ding.
Yeah, yes, a flaccid ding. Yeah. Back at practice today, getting ready for the Raiders. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud this afternoon. The Texans did sign Jawhar Jordan to the 53-man roster. So anybody worried about that, oh, my God, he's on the practice squad, someone's going to try to nab him. Nope. He is on the 53-man roster. The Rockets, meanwhile, got this bit of news from the NBA yesterday that the NBA admitted to not one, not two, but 3 errors in overtime of a loss to the Denver Nuggets earlier this week. Didn't include the foul that was called on Amen Thompson that allowed the Nuggets to tie the game in regulation. Which was,
that was one that was just kind of by review. You couldn't say definitively one way or the other, but come on.
Yeah.
That was but come on.
Ime did challenge it, and he lost the challenge.
You're going to lose the challenge with the fact that it was called at all, and then because of the video, yeah. They got hosed is what they did.
Just to refresh, this is how bad the officiating was. This was Ime Udoka after the game a couple of nights ago.
Just in general, I think it's poorly officiated game I've seen in a long time. 2 have no business being out there, and the crew chief is acting starstruck, so you're seeing all kind of inconsistent calls, and I'm sure you should have got a few more texts.
Yeah.
What do you say to your team when a game is being called the way that it was tonight?
Keep being who we are. We're not going to adjust to poor officials. So we're going to do what we do, and hopefully they can adjust and call it the right way.
I wonder if this is an egregious report. To have 3 errors in overtime, you're really, in a way, making yourself, if you're the refs, you're making yourself part of the storyline of this game. Ime Udoka is going to get fined. I wonder if the number of errors that this crew actually is found to have made affect the amount of the fine.
Yeah.
That he was right.
It is one thing to remember when sometimes people argue that NFL officials need to be made full-time. That's not like some cure-all that's going to all of a sudden wash away all issues.
To me, that's
look. You can look at this 2 ways. One is that, all right, the Rockets had a very good chance of winning that game. Probably should have won it if not for the officiating. But if the Rockets did a better job of playing clean basketball all the way through 4 quarters against the better basketball teams, you wouldn't have to be hoping that the officials didn't screw you out of finally beating a team that's got a greater than 60% winning percentage.
Yeah.
Because right now that's where the Texans are. They're 10-2 against teams that are under
Rockets,
500.
yeah.
They're what did I say?
Texans,
Rockets.
Yeah.
6-0 versus teams that are between 500 and 600, and then they're 0-5 against teams that have a better than a 60% winning percentage.
Yeah.
And the And again, it comes down to, all right, if you played better basketball at the ends of a lot of those games, you can withstand some bad officiating.
Correct.
But Şengün has 4 sloppy fouls in the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah.
Some of these games versus the better teams, they've lost the offensive rebounding battle late in the game. There's things that they've still got a glass ceiling of just, all right, you guys are doing some really good things. There's potential here. But between the younger players playing cleaner basketball, between playing against teams that maybe operate better versus a team that doesn't have a point guard, there's just still something there that's got to click. You've got a few months to figure it out.
Yeah, this season's gone kind of how we've said it. We thought it would, which is they're going to struggle against the good teams because of a few issues. And I say struggle. I mean, they've been in these games. The loss of the Thunder and the Nuggets in overtime. There's no crime in that. But against the lesser teams, teams under 500, teams under 600, really winning percentage. They're 16-2 right now. And a lot of those have been blowouts.
Right.
They can out-talent a lot of the teams.
Like, let's say, okay, hey, the Rockets should have won that game Monday night. All right, then they're 1-4 against those better teams.
Yeah.
But hey, if they win in overtime versus the Thunder at the beginning of the season, all of a sudden, they're 2-3.
Yeah.
So they're very, very close.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of just tightening things up late in the game.
Miami might be benching Tua Tagovailoa. He was awful on Monday night. He's been largely terrible this year. Here was Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Dolphins, when he was asked about the possibility of benching starting quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
Are you considering a quarterback change this week?
Well, I think the quarterback play last night was not good enough, and so for me, everything's on the table.
And who would you consider going to if you make a change?
Well, I think that we're in the process of game planning for the Cincinnati Bengals. So in that process, we're trying to determine who will give us the best chance to win, and I'll probably give you more clarity on that tomorrow, as we are, I think, 14 hours removed from the game.
Okay, he's getting benched.
Do you expect whoever you go with to be the decision now, or have it, practice off or whatever?
I would expect it to be tomorrow.
So he's going to make an announcement tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't make an announcement unless, I don't know, they're going to keep going with him or not. Every time I hear Mike McDaniel speak when they're struggling, it feels like if you had a good night out with Wooderson, Matthew McConaughey's character in Dazed and Confused, you're like, this is a guy I want to hang out with a lot. But then after a while, maybe you open up a small business together or something. Wooderson's act really grows stale, by about and the sales are struggling, and meanwhile he's ushering in some high school senior into the back room or something. You're like, whoa, this guy is not the guy at all.
Yeah.
That's who he's Wooderson.
McDaniel is Wooderson, and yet it seems like he I don't know, he might have saved his job with the little run that they had up to this Steeler game by getting to 6-8 or whatever they are. I don't know. He's got nothing to lose by benching Tua Tagovailoa now. The only problem is Tua is a monster cap drain to move off of after this season.
He got
worse than Russell Wilson.
So until his extreme garbage time production in this last game, since week 9, he hadn't had more than 173 yards passing.
That's
in a
putrid.
game.
That's awful. Yeah, there's no.
Since week 9, yeah.
Since week 9. Now, they had been winning games, and maybe there is a correlation there.
The defense got Anthony Weaver, might have saved his prospects as a potential future head coach, et cetera, because they got the defense turned around.
Yep. Do you want to see Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers if you're a Dolphins fan right now? Those are your choices.
Oh, as a Dolphins fan.
As a Dolphins fan, who would you rather see?
They probably are. Most fan bases these days have started to turn towards, I don't want to win these games anyway. I want draft position.
Well, and Ewers, there may be something to Ewers. You never know.
That's true. Yeah, I want to see Ewers. Yeah. Because even if you do win the game, okay, it's a core. Yeah, I want to see Ewers.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I don't think because the bloom is off of Mike McDaniel's rose in terms of hey, maybe he'll pull a Sam Darnold on Zach Wilson or something. I don't think people are looking at him that way.
No. So I think Ewers would be the guy. Last note: Jeremiah Love going pro. He is leaving Notre Dame, Heisman finalist, and he is expected to be picked somewhere where the Texans will likely no longer be picking. Looked like a possibility when they were 0-3 and 2-4, and mock drafts started coming out with his name attached to the Texans. They've just been winning too much.
That was the time of the round of the year when people were still saying, Joe Mixon will be fine. You guys are overreacting.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys are overreacting about Joe Mixon not being around. Yeah.
All right. Nick Caserio joins us at the bottom of the hour, 7:30. Texans GM joins us on the show. Up next, people are bullish on the Texans offense. Is the improvement real with the quarterback, the O-line, and the OC? We will discuss coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. If you are trying to be a new
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Nick Caserio joins us at the bottom of the hour. Good to catch up with the Texans GM as the Texans are in the midst of their third longest winning streak in franchise history. They will tie the second longest with a win over the Raiders on Sunday.
A game in which they are favored by how many points?
At least 2
John?
touchdowns. Been, I've seen 14. I've seen 14 and a half.
It's one of the bigger one of the bigger spreads you'll see in an NFL game.
14 and a half. 14. This is how you know. This is how you know you're playing a bad team. The spread is 14 and a half. The over/under is 38. So the total on the game is under 40. So they expect it set to be a low-scoring overall game in which the winning team wins by more than 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So this is a bad football team coming to town. And the Texans have improved offensively. In fact, Dan Orlovsky did some little film work yesterday on the McAfee show and on his show, NFL Live, and talked about how C.J. Stroud and the offensive line have improved.
I think Houston, from an offensive perspective, is the most improved unit in football. If you go to what they were to the start of the season, offensive line was still a huge concern. The adjustments they've made on their offensive line has totally revamped this offense. The interior of their offensive line playing so much better. And now CJ, I think CJ's one of his superpowers, D-Bud, is like throwing the ball in the middle of the field. He's got great understanding of windows, the touch in between windows or over the top of windows.
It's funny because I still don't feel like they run the ball great.
Right.
I know Jawhar Jordan had 101 yards this week. He had 50 of it on one carry. The rest of it was a lot of
3 yards per carry. For
no negative carries.
Right. No. And that's the biggest thing is that to set up the play action, you don't actually have to be an awesome running team. You just have to show that you're committed to the run. And they would do that last year, but as they were showing their commitment to the run, they would get tackled for a loss. And all of a sudden, it's 2nd and 13. And if you can it's hard to convert once you're 2nd and 13 or 2nd and 14, or if you do run the ball, it's one of those annoying, oh, great, now it's 3rd and 9 because we got 3. Yeah, it's a bigger deal than it feels, and it's not exciting to talk about or anything. But they've just done a better job this year of that when they do run the ball, even if it's not a great run, at the very least they're getting 2 or 3 yards. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't seem like it should be much, but it sets up the play action, and it gives CJ a more manageable 2nd and 3rd down situation. So that's where they're better. They're steadier and more consistent offensively, and it's not the kind of offense that's going to drive you to a playoff run, but it's one that you can win with as long as your defense is as good as they are.
What's the biggest thing that CJ has improved at in your mind that's correlated with the offense?
I think it's a lot of the old cliches of don't go broke taking a profit. First don't hurt yourself. First do no harm. So his willingness to throw the ball away, even though that one throwaway early in the game last week was a little too close
in the end zone. I know the one you're
talking
talking about. Yeah,
I'd like to give him credit.
Throw it away.
He was in no danger because he was out of the pocket at that point, so there was no danger of him getting called for grounding. Yeah, just throw it away.
Just throw it in the stands.
Try to make a fan's day, or injure somebody.
Yeah, whatever.
So he's gotten better at that, and then I think he's gotten better at not making a sack worse. Some of the sacks he took in that game, one of them was closer to the line of scrimmage because he was moving up in the pocket.
Yeah.
And then really, and this is kind of the Tom Brady element, when he said in the offseason that he was watching a lot of Tom Brady film, I went back and I watched a good amount, not as much film of Tom Brady as DJ probably was. But the one thing that really jumped out at me was how Tom Brady was so good at weaponizing the running backs, and that the check down doesn't have to be a dirty word as long as you hit it quick. And CJ this year has done a better job of saying, hey, all right, we're hoping to get this big chunk play downfield, but it ain't right on this down. The coverage isn't right for it. Boom, go to the running back.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, you got Jawhar Jordan hitting a 15-yard reception.
Yep.
You got a Gumbawale with a nice chunk play. He's doing it on time and in rhythm, and it just looks as the season's gone along, he started to look at death by 1,000 cuts as less of a dirty term and more so like, okay, I get it.
He's slightly smiling while he's saying it, as opposed to looking like he's being held at gunpoint.
And then not by far the biggest thing holding him back this year is just that they've been pretty good at getting down into the red zone, or they've been okay at getting into the red zone. They're just awful once they're in the red zone at actually punching it in.
Here's one more from Orlovsky. He is citing big improvement from Nick Caley as well.
Nick Caley, as an offensive coordinator, I think he's the most improved offensive coordinator in football this year. We called their Monday night game on the road in Seattle 2 months ago, maybe 10 weeks ago, and it was like, whew, it feels like the same stuff of last year. And the way that they've brought 6 offensive linemen into the game, the way that they've gone back to underneath the center, the way that their young players have stepped up in Higgins, Kirk is healthy, Nico Collins is dominant, Woody Marks running the football. They're not trying to get overly creative with their run game. You know, he comes from the Rams, and I think you're starting to see a lot of the stuff that Houston's doing has a lot of the elements that the Rams have done in the past. The keeper game, I continue to go to that. Matthew Stafford is running the keeper bootleg game more than anybody in the NFL. CJ Stroud is in the top 5 when it comes to the usage of booting your quarterback out 5 or 6 times a game. And so we rave about Houston's defense, rightfully so. I've only seen this offense just get better and better and better. And then Houston is much more a complete team today than they were, certainly in the middle of October. And it's not just about their defense. It's a great unit, but their offense is very, very good right now.
The bootleg game, that feels, when they run that, you run all different types of plays, and you can tell within the first 2 or 3 seconds whether it's working or not.
Yeah.
CJ going to have to put a cape on this play. Those bootleg plays, it feels like every time they run it, something is opening up for them there.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that could hopefully be another thing that kind of sets up the inside run more.
Yeah.
I was talking with Raiders podcast yesterday, and they asked about just how much of an impact could Max Crosby have in this game. And I said, well, for one, it's everything that Max Crosby normally does, but the Texans have really started leaning into their boot. And if a defense decides to take away the bootleg, they can do it. We used to see this all the time in the Gary Kubiak days. But it should open up opportunities inside. It should create other opportunities for you. And that's where I think Caley's gotten a better feel for how to use plays to complement each other. And it's also learning, what is this offense actually good at? What can we pull off? What can't we? So you've seen growth throughout the season there, which is good. It doesn't all of a sudden mean that I feel like, oh, yeah, Caley's the one and he knows and he's got it. But it's the growth that you'd want to see. Especially in figuring out, okay, what do we have to do with the resources we have? The 6 offensive line package I'm really torn on right now, because I do think it provides them some stability. You're still stuck in positions where sometimes, like, all right, we've got 6 offensive linemen, so we can help out with Chris Jones, but it leaves Blake Fisher one-on-one with a really good defensive end.
Yeah.
So there's a give and a take to it. It's not like I feel awesome about it when there's 6 offensive linemen in there, but I do think it stabilizes things somewhat, and it does set up. It helps set up those bootlegs, and it helps set up some of the other things.
All right, national media who love the Texans, that we do this. It feels like this is an exercise every day because people are getting on the bandwagon right now. So we'll have that for you coming up next. The clock a little different today because we're talking to Nick Caserio at 7:30 on the show, and we'll have a nice long segment with the Texans GM. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Bex Prime. Let's get you guys fed this holiday season, right?
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here's Payne and Pendergast. Here is Stephen A. Smith. You know, we did the power rankings of the power rankings yesterday. I'm going to add two more here with the possibility that it might annoy my co-host. But we need to acknowledge that the Texans are getting this kind of love on the streets. Let's do the one where Stephen A. revealed his A-listers yesterday. Stephen A. revealing his top 5 teams in the NFL.
We gonna get to the A-list, all right? The top 5 teams in the National Football League following Week 15. Keep in mind, the list is fluid. The list is fluid, okay? Let's go to number 5 on the list, please. Give it to me right now. Bam! There you have it. The Houston Texans, winners of 6 straight. Do y'all know in 7 of the last 8 games, the Houston Texans defense hasn't allowed 20 points? In 7 of the last 8 weeks, they ain't allowed 20 points. This defense is something special. Make no mistake about it. And then when you take into account my man, C.J. Stroud is back. He got Nico Collins to work with. The way they're rolling right now, they just seem to be ascending and elevating to another level. I can't ignore that at all. I can't ignore it at all.
I would say in the one game where they allowed 29 to the Jags. Good job, Stephen A. Smith. They allowed 20 to the Cardinals. So he said less than 20, but whatever. You know, it's good job, Stephen A.
Yeah, good. That's higher than most of the power rankings we had yesterday, right?
Yeah, the highest was 4 USA Today.
I think by and large the biggest thing holding back the Texans, obviously, and ESPN, ironically enough, had them at 13th. Yeah, they actually fell.
DJ Bieneme, call your office.
Yeah. What the hell's going on up there?
What is? Yeah. It's a mess.
I want to see DJ Bieneme at a payphone calling like, Marge, give me Bristol.
Yeah. Give me Bristol. Give me Jenkins on the phone right now.
Yeah. So look, I think just how well can the offense do versus really good defenses? That's the thing that we just we're waiting to find out.
I was jotting down during the break, and we'll get to the person who had the Texans ranked higher than any other human being on the planet in a second. I was just jotting down because, you know, we know that a lot of these AFC teams have their quarterback. Like Lamar Jackson's going to be the quarterback in Baltimore for a long time. You know, Joe Burrow, we don't know what the Joe Burrow situation is in Cincinnati. The Texans, for purposes of this season, the rest of this season and into the playoffs, have about as solidified a quarterback situation right now as any team in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen is an MVP-level quarterback. Drake May has been playing at an MVP level all year. CJ, over the last several weeks, has been playing very, very well, and we know that's the guy. You look at some of these other teams, like Miami is looking at benching Tua Tagovailoa, who they paid $50 million to. I think Trevor Lawrence has solidified himself, but that's a fairly small sample size the last few weeks against bad teams. Feel good about where the Texans are at quarterback.
It really is. Look, you can take care of business against the Raiders, and it's not going to prove anything necessarily other than that, okay, they're professional enough not to let down versus a bad opponent.
Mm-hmm.
But that Chargers game, it gives you really the best test for the offense because that Chargers defense is a really good defense.
Yep.
And some of the things where the offense, you can see, all right, they're just not there yet, especially on the road in noise. And it's not going to be as loud in L.A. as it was in Kansas City, but you're facing a good defense on the road. They could really cement themselves as a genuine contender with a very good offensive performance versus the Chargers. Doesn't have to be 40 points, obviously, but just A, continue to not turn the ball over, and B, just can you sustain the drives and can you score in the red zone versus a team like the Chargers?
Yeah. And unlike some of the other road environments you've been in lately, that should be pretty benign, I would say, out there in L.A.
Yeah.
You played at
I would prefer for it to be really, really loud, but it's
just
not
as a
be.
test. Yeah, I'm just saying in terms of winning the football game. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, though. Like, if the Texans win 13-10, it's not going to convince anybody that, oh, wait, no, the Texans are even better than I thought they were.
Yeah, that's
true. It just
true.
cements that, oh, their defense is really good.
Yep.
But we've got questions about the offense.
Yep. Okay, I haven't seen anybody rank the Texans higher than this guy. Do we need to welcome this guy into the fraternity now of Tech fans?
Number 3.
I think the Texans defense is the best unit in pro football. They're 8-0 if they can just score 20 points. Number 1 scoring defense. I mean, they faced that Rams offense early in the season, held them to 14 points. And I've always liked C.J. Stroud. I don't get the criticisms. If you give him 2.5 seconds, he's outstanding. I really like Houston. I think they're going to make the AFC Championship. I'm not sure who they're going to face. Probably Denver, but I think the Texans right now are a buy.
He's always liked C.J. Stroud. No, C.J. Stroud wasn't going to make it because he went to Ohio State. That was his big take. That kid,
remember, one of those
it was
guys?
like the rich kids. Yeah, remember, it's like if you're a quarterback at Ohio State. Oh, he had a huge thing about it.
Did he?
There's a reason that Ohio State quarterbacks don't succeed, and it's because everything's too easy for them. Yeah. That was his whole big thing.
I'm going to do a YouTube search.
I've always liked C.J. Stroud.
I'm going to do a YouTube search sometime after the show today to find some.
I've got it on my hard drive. I'll send it to you.
Send it to me. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Send it to me. Cowherd, for what it's worth, he has them 3. He's got pretty much everybody has the Rams number 1 right. Pretty much everybody has Rams 1, Denver 2 in some order. One of those are the top 2 teams, and then after that, it is kind of a free for all. Texans 3, Chicago is 4. New England is 5. New England lost a lot of points with people with giving up that lead to the Buffalo Bills this weekend because that was one opportunity for the Patriots to prove that they can beat good teams.
A real football team.
Beat a real football team. New England 5, Seattle 6, San Francisco is 7. How about 3 teams in the NFC West in the top 7, according to Cowherd? Yeah. Buffalo 8, Jacksonville 9, Philly 10. I do like that Cowherd recognizes the possibility that Jacksonville might be a tad phony. Right?
Chicago is interesting because it is the modern NFL after all, and the thing holding them back really from greatness is that their quarterback isn't all that great at passing the football.
Right.
Like we've talked about, it's ironically enough one of the teams that's ridden turnovers to the Super Bowl, having a defense that creates a whole lot of turnovers, has been the Chicago Bears in the past, and they didn't win. But they were good enough to get to a Super Bowl just fueled by taking the ball away multiple times in a game.
Yeah, I don't know that everybody's got Chicago up as high as Cowherd does. Cowherd does feel like somebody who would be whose Caleb Williams' big playability would entice him.
He also seems like the kind of guy that would not like at all the painted fingernails because he doesn't like backward hats.
Oh, that's true.
So I'm guessing there's a Cowherd take out there about not liking him painting his fingernails.
Probably so. Yeah, that's ironic. So it's so you got Chicago 4. So that's where some of the national experts have the Houston Texans, which I'm sure Nick Caserio cares deeply about.
Yes,
We'll
that
talk
my
about
athletic
it. How do
playoff
you feel about
predictor.
Cowherd ranking you guys third right now in the power rankings? All right, we're going to talk to Nick Caserio. Not about that so much, but we will talk about the football team. 9-5 Houston Texans on a 6-game winning streak. We'll do a deep dive with the Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio coming up next. But first, let's get you guys squared away. We're a week and 1 day out from Christmas. Mark Klein.
you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you know what that music means. If it's 7:30 on any given day throughout the football calendar, it means as we welcome you back into Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. It is a pleasure now to talk to Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, welcome in. Merry Christmas. I am curious, did you approve of the ending of John Cena's final match where he lost, and have you texted your close personal friend Triple H to either complain or applaud him for that ending?
Morning, fellas. Happy holidays.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, Gunther, like, that's what we're going with to finish off John's career?
Yeah.
I mean, but, you know, I guess there was certain theme associated with it. So I'll take it up with my close personal friend in the offseason and see if there's an alternative for the next wrestler that goes through his retirement.
Probably be your guy CM
Congrats
Punk.
to John.
Yeah.
CM Punk, AJ Styles, one of those two guys. They've been going at it here for a long time.
Yeah.
But, I'm sure John will show up now
They
and then.
never retire, Nick. They always come back.
What happened? How did he lose?
He got choked out by Gunther, who's like this big German wrestler. Yeah, so he tapped.
Is
so
Gunther
Cena,
a big star?
He's a big star. I not my style, and it doesn't sound like he's Nick's style either. It doesn't sound like you're a big Gunther guy, Nick. But
star is I would say, subjective term on this one.
Okay, well, there you go. Not really a Caserio
I hope I don't
guy.
run into him like down the street. This
Yeah,
week,
he'll
so.
choke you out. Yeah, so Cena tapped out, and the Cena fans out there were very upset about that he didn't go out on a winning note. But it's tradition in wrestling that if you're leaving, you put somebody over to leave the place better than you found it.
Oh, okay. But nobody ever goes out on top.
That's the time-honored tradition kind of thing. But the Cena fans did not like that at all.
Well, the Cena fans got to freaking sack up and quit being wimps about it. Like,
John can make a movie about it. Maybe he can make a movie about it or do a documentary about it.
Yes.
I'm going to call out Cena fans right now because I know that they're a pretty soft bunch.
They're a lot like the Swifties. Be careful. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Just I'm not worried about running into them on the street.
No, you'll be able to take them, I think. All right, Nick. Hey, these are good times for you guys. 6 wins in a row. 9-5. I want to start with CJ because CJ's played really, really well lately. He was playing well before he went out those 3 games. In your mind, from what you've seen, what's been the biggest sign of growth from CJ Stroud this season so far?
Yeah, the big thing I'd say over the last, call it, few months has probably been the decision making. He's played really clean football. I think as a team, one of the things that's helped us immensely is the turnover margin. We've gone from near the bottom of the league to now we're second in the league in terms of turnover margin. We're taking it away on defense, and offensively, knock on wood, we haven't turned the ball over. And the quarterback's certainly a big part of it. I think the decision-making, making the smart decision, making the right play. Sometimes the right play or the smart play is to, with the defense, present something. Let's say you have a play designed to create potential chunk opportunity, and if they drop into coverage and they get the ball on a check down and that completion turns into a 4-yard throw, completion turns into a 12 to 15-yard gain. I think there was multiple examples in the Arizona game the other day. I think we had one where we had a concept called. He checked the ball down to Dalton because they played the coverage a certain way, and then Dalton transitioned vertically into the defense, and it was a 12 to 13-yard play. So that's good quarterback play. It's good football, and that's how you want to play offensively. And I think that's probably one of the areas where he's probably improved and grown the most. Early in the season, I'd say we were just very sporadic and choppy as an overall team. But over the last few months, we've played, I'd say, better football, cleaner football. It certainly hasn't been perfect. There's always things that we can improve on a week-to-week basis. But overall, those are some of the areas that CJ specifically has certainly grown and improved.
Yeah, it's interesting with quarterbacks because it's never an issue about actual intelligence or anything. It's, for me at least, when I watch it, it's young quarterbacks realizing that, all right, I can sacrifice a couple of downs here for the greater good. And is it with CJ? Have you seen it? Maybe he can see that the proof is in the pudding. Like you look at this last game, he threw the ball away a couple times, or he's checking the ball down. He ends up with 75% completion percentage. Is it? And it always felt to me like CJ knew it intellectually or academically, but as a quarterback, you got to actually see the success before you really believe it.
Yeah, I'd say quarterbacks in general, regardless of whether it's CJ or anybody else, that position's the hardest position to play in sports, and there's a lot of intricacies that are involved. And sometimes, again, just generally speaking, the simple play is the right play, is a great play. And to understand that, sometimes it just takes a little bit of, I would say, time on task. And to your point, kind of seeing the fruits of the labor. So overall, the quarterback, the ball's in his hands 99% of the time. So he's got the fate. Any offensive player that touches the ball, you have the fate of the team in your hands on every play. And each play, whoever touches the ball in a quarterback, he has his hands on the ball in every play. So let's just make sure we make the good decision. And there's going to be times where you might, want to try to force the ball into a situation because you have enough confidence either in your receiver or player to make a play. Or one of the things that CJ does is probably well as any quarterback in the league. When it gets a little muddy, he can make a play outside of the pocket, and he can either run and make a play with his legs, or he can move and run to throw, which I would say there's multiple quarterbacks throughout the league where you see that. So Josh Allen's that way. Lamar has probably grown into that a little bit. So like anything, the more you do something and the more understanding you have, the better off you're going to be. So it doesn't really happen overnight. Sometimes you got to learn by adversity. You have to learn by plays that, quite frankly, turn out to be a negative play for the team. But the most important thing is to mitigate the risk, and the decision-making is of the utmost importance, especially at the quarterback position.
Well, and CJ, I think it was CJ, Nick, who talked after the game about the touchdown to Nico on the second play of the game, that was something that the two of them had seen. Something about the Cardinal defense that they had seen where they might be able to exploit that. The two of them have such tremendous chemistry together. Can you take us behind the scenes a little bit about how that's built between a quarterback and a star wide receiver like that they build that connection that those two seem to have?
It's like anything else. So the more you work at something, the more that you communicate, and the more time that you put into it, then the better the results that you you have a good outcome. So in their particular case, so Nico's been in our program for multiple years. Nico was here before CJ was here. And then in 23, when we drafted CJ, then I would say that was the start of, okay, as an overall offense. And then when a quarterback is, in the end, a quarterback skill, position, relationship is going to be important, and the more communication and more time they have, whether it's in practice, whether it's body language, or whether it's, hey, on this route, this is what I'm thinking, how are you going to run this? Well, when I do this. So you're trying to make sure that you're seeing things through the same lens, and that takes time. I think that applies to Nico. I'd say it certainly applies to Dalton Schultz, and the more time that players are around one another and are together, it just helps the overall operation. So they're two great kids. I mean, CJ and Nico, they work really hard. They care about being good at football, and they want to win, and they want to help the team. And the more communication that you have, it's just like anything else. The more you talk about it, the better off you're all going to be. And you're just trying to look for clarity. You're trying to get clarity in every situation and just trying to take the gray and the ambiguity out.
Nick, as you know, D'Amico on Monday said that the defense's performance versus the Cardinals wasn't up to their standard. Then you said something on your show with John and Mark that I really liked, and my ears perked up, is when you said, yeah, the guys felt like that wasn't up to their standard. Is that how exactly did you know or feel that the guys themselves didn't feel it was to their standard?
Well, after any game, everybody, in the end, it's about the players. So this is a players' league, and they're the ones that, when they're on the field, they're relying on one another, and they know if you do it right or do it wrong, or if there's a gap, and how to get it fixed. So I would say there was probably a number of loose plays in that particular game, and in the end, when the players take accountability, that's what you want. And the reality is the expectations and the standards are high in this building on a day-to-day basis. And if we feel like we haven't met that standard, sometimes, D'Amico and our standards for the players are probably higher than the standards for the players themselves. But I would say in our situation, we have a number of players where they hold themselves to a high standard as well, and they hold each other accountable. So in the end, you're looking for accountability, and you're just trying to fix problems. So 65, 70 plays in the game, they're not all going to be perfect. There's going to be things that come up during the course of the game, but can you course correct either within the game or after the game, go back and look at it and say, you know what, probably could have handled that better, or the film doesn't lie. So, I mean, everybody's watching the same thing. So, in the end, it's getting in a meeting room, it's talking through it. Hey, in this situation, this is probably how we should have handled it, but you can't fix what happened. That's all you can do is adjust moving forward. But I think the players are accountable to themselves, and that's the mark of, hopefully a good team. Because in the end, it's about the players and what they do on the field, because they're relying on one another to perform well, and the outcome is going to be a direct result of their performance on the field.
I was actually kind of excited about Trey McBride's performance because of this. I've told Sean this before, that there might be no more miserable person on earth than a head coach of a winning team in the middle of a winning streak, because with each successive win, you start to worry about, like, all right, well, how do we keep our edge? How do we keep these guys motivated? And I felt like, okay, Trey McBride had the best game of his season in a lot of regards. And as you said, like, the players hold themselves up to a different standard. But you still win the game. And now you face this week a team whose best weapon is Brock Bowers, their tight end. And I'm imagining that there's going to be a lot of focus on limiting Brock Bowers to not have the best game of his season this week.
Yeah, in the end, it's about your techniques and your fundamentals. So a lot of times bad plays are usually a result of bad fundamentals or bad techniques or poor communication. I would say in Trey's case, Trey's one of the best tight ends in the league. I mean, we talked about it. I talked about it leading up to the game on the show with John and Mark. I mean, the guy's had 100 reception the last 3 seasons. So you're talking about, historical performance. And Dallas Clark, Travis Kelce, and Trey McBride. So McBride's a really good player. We knew that going in. And I would say Bowers is probably one of the best young players in the league, not only at tight end, but the offensive skill position. So the big thing is just having an understanding and awareness of the personnel, how that team uses that personnel, and what are some of the things that we can do to hopefully limit them. You're not going to totally erase it. I mean, it's the same thing. It's on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, Crosby's one of the best players in the league. He's on the field for every snap. Nobody plays harder than Max Crosby. Are you going to totally take Max Crosby out of the game? Probably not, but you just have to make sure you have an awareness of understanding of where he is. So this goes back to understand the team, understand the opponent, understand the personnel. What are some of the things that we can do to potentially mitigate that player from performing at an optimum level, and just make sure that player doesn't completely wreck the game, if you will. So each week is its own entity, but I mean, it's a personnel-driven league, and certain teams have certain players that could potentially impact the game, and it's our responsibility to understand that. And this goes back to, as players and as a staff, is just having accountability and just making sure we're doing the right thing on a play-to-play basis to limit the performance of those players.
Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, as far as on the injury front, you're banged up now on the interior of the defensive line. Tim Settle, Mario Edwards Jr. have both gone out for the season over the last couple weeks. Can you just for the audience and for us, just kind of do a reset of what that position now looks like? Because we're going to be digging into some probably unfamiliar names here, and what you're maybe keeping an eye on as far as out there around the league. I know there's trade deadlines come and gone, but there's bodies that wind up out there that you can kick tires on. Give us a kind of a thumbnail sketch of where we're at on the interior of the D-line right now.
Yeah, for sure, Sean. I mean, we're always looking at what the inventory of players available, whether it's players on the street, whether it's players on other practice squads that potentially you can add to your team because those players are free agents. So to your point, man, Mario and Tim have really done a really good job for our team over the last few years. So, we have volume, I would say, on the defensive front. I'd say Tommy's been a consistent performer over the course of the year. We added Naquan Jones last week just for depth purposes more than anything else. Autry's kind of played inside and outside. We have some players on the practice squad that have played at different points. So the reality is every team's kind of going through this right now. So we got to make it work with what we have. I mean, Rankins has been, probably one of our more consistent players on the front from beginning to end. So we'll make it work with what we have. If there's an opportunity to add a player that we feel either A, fits the front, or B, that we have some level of experience with, great. If not, so be it. We understand what it is. We'll go play the game with the players that are available, which is why, we've talked about on this show, we try to build as much depth as possible on the overall team from active roster to practice squad. Because typically you're going to pull from your practice squad first, and then if there's something externally outside of the building. But this time of the year, I'd say the cupboard's pretty bare. But there's an opportunity. We've made a couple waiver claims over the last few weeks of players that have come in and helped us at different points, whether it's Damone Clark in the kicking game. So, we'll always be proactive and look for opportunities that make sense. And if not, we know what we have, the players that have been here from training camp until now. So they're probably going to be hopefully as prepared as anyone. I would say, Jawhar, I'm sure we'll get asked a question about him, but there's another example of a player who was on the practice squad for multiple seasons, was with us during training camp, has been on the practice squad, and we had a situation where because of injuries to Nick and whomever else, so there was an opportunity for Jawhar. So, that's kind of how we approach it. So whoever's available, we'll go play with whoever is here and whoever we feel gives us the best chance to win that week.
Yeah, with Jawhar Jordan, as you mentioned, he's been, you guys have kept him on the practice squad for a couple of years now. What was his growth curve, I guess? Why wasn't he playing earlier? And at what point did you start to think, okay, wait, this kid's got something?
Yeah, well, he played a bunch in the preseason, a fairly productive preseason. And the reality is, if you're not kind of a starter on offense or defense, then are you playing on fourth down and what's your role there? So I'd say when you look at that running back room, we kind of have a couple different types of players. Dare, I would say, is a utility player who has value offensively in the kicking game. We felt good about Nick, and then Woody is kind of giving us a certain level of performance. Then it's a matter of how many backs are you going to take to the game? How many, each week's going to be a little bit different. British kind of has his role where he's kind of a fullback, kind of hybrid back. He's a kicking game player. So you kind of have to look at the entire picture and then just figure out, what makes the most sense. I would say more than anything last week, we probably knew Nick wasn't going to play. So then it's what are our options? We have Woody. We have Darway, and then we're probably going to need another back at the game. So I would say we went through the course of the week. Jawhar had a good week of practice. Jawhar's been one of our better practice players during the course of the year on the practice squad. He's been recognized multiple times for the practice as a practice squad player of the week. So he's improved individually, I would say. He's helped our team at different points, and he showed the ability to get yards and carry the ball when he had his opportunities in the preseason. So the reality is you're never really going to know when an opportunity is going to come, and a lot of this is we're just trying to manage the roster and manage our depth, and then just look at it. We know we're taking 47, 48 to the game each week. What does that look like? So you have a group playing offensively, a group playing defensively, group playing on fourth down. I would say your best chance to get to the game, honestly, early is on fourth down, and then you kind of work backwards. So, again, kind of go week to week with it, but I would say that's probably an overview of just the overall process.
Oh, okay. I'm intrigued now by this practice squad player of the week. I'm not going to ask you who the current player is.
You weren't the practice squad player of the week ever?
The practice squad was
or
one and a half
player
players.
Of the week, or scout team player of the week.
Yeah, the scout team player. The most I ever played on scout team was when Gary Kubiak came in here and they had the psychotic Richard Smith defensive coordinator that was trying to run me out of the league.
Year 10.
All of a sudden, I'm year 10 playing practice.
You're still
squad.
salty about it.
Yeah. Oh, no.
You listen, Nick. You know.
Oh, no. I told Gary exactly what I felt about Richard Smith. There's no secrets there. No, I don't want to get up on a tangent. So I'm not going to ask.
No, go back to the scout team player of the week. I would say it's
who's won the most. Who's won it the most? And it can be a player that's now on the active roster. I know you don't want to show your hand if there's some guy that you're trying to keep quiet around the league about.
Yeah, it's been Jackson Woodard, who I think we're actually going to lose here. I think he's going to sign Miami's going to sign him to their roster.
Especially when they find out that he's the reigning champ and player of the week.
But I think the reason that we recognize that is because a lot of times those players on the respective sides of the ball and a kicking game, they're preparing the players to play the upcoming opponent. So you're trying to give them the best look possible, whether it's the technique, whether it's the effort or whether it's a certain look. And they're preparing the team, but they're also improving individually. And that tells the staff that this player is professional, he's diligent, he's working his ass off, that he's prepared so that if he gets his opportunity, that we have enough faith and confidence that he's going to go on the field and be able to perform. So that's why, the standard for the practice squad players is no different than the standard for Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. Because the reality is that's the mindset that we want all those players to have. So practice is important. We only get basically 2 opportunities each week to practice and prepare. So let's make sure we're doing everything possible. And the players going back to what we talked about a little bit earlier, the players have a responsibility to each other to make sure that they're doing the right thing to prepare that player. I would say Solomon Bird's another player where he probably gave our tackles as many problems as in practice as we did in the game, but he was preparing Tay and Titus and Trent Brown. And, so now Solomon's on the roster. So, there's a correlation sometimes between what a guy does in practice and what he does on the field. I would say going back to Nico Collins. He the way he plays is the way he practices. So a lot of times the way you practice is the way that you play. So we're looking at consistency each day, each week. So going back to the scout team players of the week, D'Amico gets in front of the team, he recognizes those players, say, hey, you know what? We really appreciate what you're doing, and we want the other players and your other teammates to see this is the behavior and the expectation we have for everybody on a day-to-day basis.
That's really cool. I like that. Nick, is there a chain for the scout team player of the week?
There's no chain. No, there's no chain.
Would you like to borrow my WWE?
No, we
Texans
have the only chain
championship?
that we have is if we have a national player of the week, right? And then Omar's got to take that dumbass chain out and give it to the players.
I was just gonna say,
they got to take a picture with it.
I was just gonna sarcastically say, I know you love that chain.
This team's all about trinkets.
Big fan of the chain. Yeah. Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Nick. During the draft process back in 2024, when was the moment you sat down with Kamari Lassiter and said, oh, yeah, he's one of us?
It didn't take very long. Honestly, I would say a lot of our information that we had from Georgia. And I would say as we worked through the process, everything coming out of Georgia was positive. So I would say just from a process standpoint, and we're actually going through this now. We just had our first round of draft meetings last week. If a player, we don't really have a lot of questions about a player, and our philosophy, let's not spend too much time if it's not going to change. If we feel convicted and confident and this is what it is, just move on to the next player that we need a little bit more clarity, that maybe it's a little more gray. So I would say in Kamari's case, multiple scouts that went through there, and when you look at the practice notes, one of the best practice players, right? So that was consistent for the 3-4 people that went in there. And then the overall background and the character was what it was, which was sterling. And then when I'd say Kirby kind of rubber stamps it and basically says, this guy is the ultimate embodiment of our program, and he's our top player from a mindset, work ethic, toughness standpoint. Really, what else do you need? There's a lot of great college programs out there. We've talked about it on this show. We have a lot of respect for Coach Smart and the way he runs his program. So once you have that information, and then and then he didn't have to play in the bowl game. That, quite frankly, didn't really matter. But he showed up and plays because that's his mentality and mindset. So again, it really didn't take us that long to say, all right, here's the information. If we trust it, all right, we know what it is. And, he was a player that we loved throughout the process. So it was no mystery when we had the opportunity to pick him. We felt like he was going to be a good football player. Everybody kind of got caught up in his speed and how quote unquote fast he was or wasn't. But we're drafting football players. We're not drafting paper champions. We're not drafting guys that have great test numbers. If they have great test numbers and their mentality is such that they're an elite worker, they're an elite performer, they have the right mindset and mentality, great. If they don't, but they come up a little bit short because of quote unquote what his time says, look, that's not how we're going to operate. So in the end, that's where Kamari fit. And Kamari's been the same person when we drafted him that he is now. He hadn't changed. Pound for pound, he's the toughest player on the team. And I would argue he's as tough as any player in the league. He's second on the team in tackles. Tell me another corner who's second on a team in tackles for their particular team. And it's not like he's just dragging guys down in a secondary, right, after a completion. This guy triggers and run force as if he was a linebacker, but that speaks to the mindset and the mentality on the, I would say, the defensive side of the ball, where everybody's held to a high standard. And look, the first tackle for loss in the game the other day was Sting, right? So he comes up there, crack replaces, and then we make a 2-yard loss on a play. So if you want to play corner in his defense, if you don't tackle, you're probably going to be playing somewhere else. So I think that was a lot of the things that we liked about Kamari.
Do you get excited sometimes when there's a prospect that you like and at the combine he runs a horrible 40 time? You kind of think because I know everybody claims oh, we don't care about 40, whatever.
I'm not going to lie, Seth. Yeah, I love it when that happens. Honest to God. So because again, if you're making a decision based on one data point, look, speed is speed. Okay, you can run, you're fast, you're not fast. Do you play fast? Like, what's your game speed? And can you get faster? Yeah, if you work in that's what you have an off-season program for. Like, you can get bigger, you can get faster, you can get stronger. So if you're just basing it off that data point, again, the combine's the combine. All right, we get more of the combine from a personal and just start to spend some time with the players. Honestly, what they do on the field is what they do on the field. Like, I know the NFL Network's got to, have 6 days of coverage and everyone's got to talk about it. But in the end, it doesn't really make any iota of a difference. So
but the
time's the time.
Yeah.
We get the information. If the guy runs slow, he runs slow. Like, maybe there was some mitigating circumstance why he ran slow. So, again, we're not trying to have, like, a slow team. Like, we're trying to build a team with good football players.
Right.
So, I mean, you got to balance everything off. But, I mean, if the guy runs slow, it's like, all right,
But
great.
there's a
Maybe
part-
he gets discounted a little bit.
Right, yeah. That's
Discount,
right. Yeah. There's teams out
distressed
there-
asset. Yes, yeah.
That's what
You
I
want
would
to talk
do.
about the stock market?
So
Yeah, that's what I know. I know that's
financial discussion.
I know that's. I'm speaking your language now, Nick. The distressed asset. Is
Well,
what that
yeah,
is.
okay. So when you talked about how you guys like having the face-to-face contact and everything at the combine, you know all the studies that show that most people overestimate their ability to figure out a person's personality in an in-person interview.
You can't do it in 15 minutes.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you, like, yeah, you're basically just getting an initial introduction.
Right.
And starting to get to know the player a little bit, understanding you're probably going to end up doing a deeper dive.
But I guess where I was going with that is that I do think there's exceptions to that. And I feel like with D'Amico, he's one of the people that I feel, D'Amico is basically, you guys together have basically drafted a bunch of D'Amico Ryans. When you drafted Will Anderson, I know there was an anonymous scout that said D'Amico Ryans just drafted himself out of Alabama. In terms of just that type personality. Does D'Amico seem to have kind of a vibe for just seeing like, oh, this is my kind of guy?
We understand what it takes to be successful in this program. So we're looking for that in players. Look, D'Amico is one of the best coaches in the league. I mean, I've talked about it countless times on this show. He has a great sense and a great feel for people. And look, if we draft a team of D'Amico Ryans, like, the guy's one of the best players in the history of the franchise, and he's held in the highest regard. So, yeah, we're going to try to find players with that mindset and with that mentality, understanding that everybody has their own personality. So that's a big part of it. So the person is the person. No two people are created equally. We're looking for certain traits and characteristics that we think are going to be successful. Because in the end, in order to win when it matters, those are the things that are going to be important. So the more players that like that we have in the building, we at least give ourselves an opportunity. Now, ultimately, it's going to come down to our play and our execution on the field. But the mentality, the mindset, the work ethic, the competitiveness, the drive, I would say D'Amico's probably as tough a player as probably been through this building as well. So you're talking about a guy that's smart as hell, that's a phenomenal human being, that has physical and mental toughness. Like, yeah, that's what you want on your team. That's what you want in this building. And that's why, like, philosophically, like, we believe in a lot of the same things. Like, I would say we're probably wired very similarly, even though we're different, which is why when we're looking at players, we try to prioritize the things that we feel are important.
Civilized savages. That's what I'm thinking of these guys. That's what they are. They're
that sounds like a T-shirt in the making.
Civilized savages. I'm going to make it. You get the first one, Nick. You get the merch. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, and we're talking to Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, back over to the offensive side of the ball. You guys are 6-0 since Trent Brown was inserted into the offensive line at right tackle. How correlated is that with Trent being the vet that has kind of, I know Titus was playing some good right tackle for you guys, and injuries and shuffling and things like that. We've arrived at this 5 that you guys have been able to roll with for a few weeks. So how important has Trent been, and how important has the continuity been the last few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, overall, there was kind of fits and starts there, with that group. We had some guys kind of in and out of the lineup, injury-related, and then we made some other decisions to move on from some players, and ultimately we kind of settled on a group that we're playing with now, understanding that, we've had some other guys that have, chipped in and, made some contributions. But I would say in Trent's case, it was a player, I would say, the idea was when we signed him, he had a vast amount of games started and had a lot of experience. He was coming off of a pretty significant, severe injury. We knew it was going to take a little bit of time, but we felt at some point there was probably going to be a situation where, he was on the field. And going back to kind of what we talked about a bit earlier, really where it started with Trent was in practice because he missed basically all the offseason. He missed all of training camp, so he really didn't have a training camp. So he needed a certain ramp-up period before he was actually ready to go out there. But his work was against Daniil, was against Will Anderson, Derek Barnett, Darrell Taylor. So by doing that, you're working on your techniques, your fundamentals, your conditioning, and some of those things. And then at some point, now we were in a situation where Ed was going to be out there for a little bit. So we kind of looked at it and said, what do we think makes the most sense? And the constitution at the time was, all right, let's put Trent over there. Or we put Titus at, at right guard. He subsequently moved over to left guard with Ed coming back. So, we have call it 7 or 8 guys that, if we have to roll in there and play, Blake kind of has his role. But if something happens at tackle, you have Titus, you have Blake that you can put out there. Patterson went in there and giving us some snaps at guards, giving us some snaps at center. The same thing with Juice. So, we feel like we have 7 or 8 guys that could go in there and, at least be competitive and give ourselves an opportunity. But, Trent's worked hard to get himself back to this point. Trent started a number of games over 100 games. So, overall, that group has done a pretty good job. And, hopefully we can just continue to grow and improve here for the duration of the season.
Along those lines, the run game has improved. Woody's played a bigger role than he did earlier in the season. Played a really big role, and we know he's been a little banged up lately. How do you manage the Woody Marks workload over the rest of the season, and how much of it comes down to stuff like behind the scenes, the sports science of it all, and a guy who's probably not taken this much punishment in his career before?
Yeah, it's funny. We actually talked to the players. D'Amico talked to the team about that. The reality is, we've played 17 games, which for a lot of guys, that's 2 seasons. And most younger players, rookies and second-year players, you basically play 11, 12 games in college or, if you're playing in the playoffs, 13, 14 games. So you're going through a little bit of an adjustment from an overall, I would say, physical standpoint. So are you doing the things necessary on a day-to-day basis? At this point of the year, on the heels of a game, it's all about the recovery. So, we were in December. Nobody's healthy. Everybody's dealing with something. But are you being proactive on a daily basis? Are you coming in? Are you getting stretched? Are you getting your rehab? Are you getting your lift? Is your nutrition right? Are you sleeping right? Are you getting an amount of rest and recovery? If you use some other device, red light therapy, hyperbaric chamber, cold tubs, all those resources and tools are available, and it's your responsibility to make sure that you use those. We can direct the player and help them with their routine a little bit, but ultimately the onus is on the player, especially this time of the year. And with younger players, you want to make sure you're doing everything possible so that you're ramping up. So by the end of the week on Sunday, you feel as fresh and ready to go as possible. So I'd say that's specific to not just Woody, but the team overall, and especially younger players.
2 players, I was just curious if there's any updates or anything notable to know about either Joe Mixon or Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, no real change there. We're getting pretty close to the end here. So, probably hard for them to play this season. But, you never know what's going to happen. So, again, we've been consistent from the beginning. Not going to really put any timetables on it, kind of take it one day at a time. But by the same token, I would say we're kind of getting closer to the end here. So, if anything changes, I'm sure we'll have an update, but nothing substantive at this point.
Do you bother putting in any calls to J.J. Watt just to, see if – I always wanted J.J. to bulk up to 340 just for one season to see what it would look like as a true defensive tackle. Do you even bother with it?
I don't think J.J. wants to beat 340.
Yeah, but you don't know until you ask him for the 19th or 20th time. Yeah.
I'll leave that phone call up to D'Amico if he wants to make it. So JJ's doing too good of a job in the TV as an analyst, so he probably doesn't want to leave that luxury.
We've talked about this a good chunk this week because of the defensive tackle health situation, and you talked earlier about the guys that you might have available. One of the things that's worked really well is you got a bunch of guys who play hard, but also you've been able to rotate them in. Is that? Do you, if Danico Autry's coming down inside at times, obviously he's a different body type. How do you account for that, all right, these guys aren't going to be able to rotate as much likely? Do we have to change stylistically at all?
Yeah, we'll have to look at it. I mean, I don't think we're going to change probably the integrity of kind of how we're playing defensively. So, I mean, they keep coaches, Rod and Frank keep track of the snap count, what's going on during the course of the game. We're trying to keep them, as fresh as possible. So, I'm sure we'll play 8 or 9 guys each week. So try to do the best we can and just try to make sure the players are as fresh and recovered on a snap-to-snap, series-to-series basis.
Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 6. And Nick, let's look ahead to Sunday here. I know the record with the Raiders doesn't matter to you guys at all. They're just the next opponent. So as you're looking at this team, if the Raiders are going to come in here and pull off the upset, what are the things that would concern you about this team?
Yeah, they have explosive players really in all 3 phases. I mean, offensively, we talked about Bowers a little bit. I mean, Genty, he was drafted 6th overall for a reason, so very talented player. And then Trey Tucker, I would say, has given him a lot of production. He's got almost 50 catches. He's their leading receiver. With the trade of Jacoby, I would say he's kind of taken on a little bit bigger role. But, I mean, he has the ability to get behind a defense. And then defensively, I mean, Crosby is as good of a player that there is in the league. So they got a really good front. I mean, honestly, they've played pretty good defensively in some games. Excuse me. And there's been, they went basically down to a 2-point conversion with Jacksonville. And then the 2 Denver games were basically 1-score games. 10-7 on the road up there in Denver, and then 24-17 or whatever it was, a few weeks ago. So the reality is every team has good players, and if you don't do the things that are necessary in order to put yourself in a position to win, then you're not going to win. So, we have a lot of respect for the Raiders and what they're doing. They got too many good players. So the best thing that we can do is have a good week of practice, good week of preparation, understand the personnel, understand what the expectation is for the game plan, and in the end, it's going to come down to our execution on Sundays. But, the Raiders have shown that they can play with these multiple playoff teams. They have. Now, there's been some games where the score has kind of gotten a little bit out of whack, but it speaks to the week-to-week nature of our league. But, again, Jacksonville's leading our division, and it basically came down to a 2-point conversion that they batted down there at the end of the game. So, you could say what you want to say about the team. So our job is to understand the opponent, understand the players, and then have a good week and make sure that we go out there and prepared physically and mentally ready to go on Sunday.
What have you been able to see out of a guy like Ashton Genty, where, obviously they're having a hard time running the ball, but he's done some good things. How has he looked as a rookie?
Yeah, he's a 3-down back, Seth. He's much of a factor in the passing game. I think he's got, 45, almost 50 receptions. So, they try to find ways to get the ball in his hands. He's got really good playing strength. He's got good balance. He gets a lot of yards after contact. And when he gets into space, he's got good speed. So tackling is going to be, I would say, at a premium against him and Bowers. Bowers is a very good run-after-catch player. I would say similar to McBride in some respects. They're kind of a little bit different. But Brock is a huge factor. The guy had 100 receptions last year or whatever it was. So, but specific to Genty, he's a 3-down back. He's got good balance. He's got good playing strength. He's got good change of direction. He's hard to tackle, so we're going to have to get multiple hats to the ball. So it looks like he's going to be a good player in this league for a long time.
Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, this would probably be a better question to ask if you guys are playing the Colts this weekend, but we probably won't talk to you before that game. But I'm just curious your thoughts on Phillip Rivers coming back at the age of 44 and putting them in position to win the game in Seattle this past weekend.
Yeah, look, the guy's a Hall of Fame player for a reason. And this time of year, we're kind of I'm watching multiple teams and kind of getting ready for the next few opponents. So I'm kind of working through the Colts. But, he did a good job. He went in there and made good decisions. He put the team in a position to potentially win the game. Seattle had to drive it down there at the end of the game and kick a 50-yard field goal. But, Phillip is probably tough a player at that position that there's been in the history of the league. When I was in New England, he played an AFC Championship game with a torn ACL. So it kind of speaks to his toughness. Again, the Colts felt like that was the right thing to do for their team and the organization. He has a relationship with Shane, so that goes back a little bit to their time with the Chargers. So, you can't have nothing but respect and appreciation for what Phillip did and, what he almost helped the Colts do on Sunday against a really good Seattle team. So a lot of respect for Phillip, and there's a reason that he's basically going to be in the Hall of Fame one day.
Hey, Nick, before we let you go, I was watching D'Amico's interview with Mark and John last night, the coaches show. I didn't realize, I knew D'Amico was a big baseball guy. I knew that growing up, that he liked baseball, I think he said, even more than football. I didn't realize that he would not make Monday Night Football his first priority. He had to watch Monday Night Raw, and then he would shift over to football. Have you guys discussed this at all, the two of you?
We have not. This is very useful information that I'm going to have to take up with him. So
I'll send you the cut. It's you know how Mark and John like to do that sort of kind of fun question with you guys at the end.
This goes back to my point. Yeah. Everybody watches wrestling.
Yes. Thank you,
everybody.
Nick.
And everybody enjoys it, which they should.
Stop trying to make us outcasts.
Who doesn't like our close friend Triple H?
That's right.
How can you not like Triple H?
That's right, man.
So.
Yeah, I'll send you.
That's great.
The
That's
executive
awesome.
used to be a wrestler.
Yeah. He's Nick's close personal friend. Yeah,
I knew he was a businessman of some sort.
Yeah. That's Seth throwing shade at us right now. Man. That's what that is right there. Yeah, I'll send you the clip because D'Amico was like, D'Amico said, I was actually like a big baseball guy. You know, football wasn't his first love, and then Monday Night Football, once I got done watching WWE, I would flip it over to Monday Night Football. I'm like,
this reinforces my point. I think secretly, like, we're related in a lot of respects. Because actually, baseball was probably my best sport.
I thought the same thing. I know you've told me that before. Yeah.
That's why we get along so well, because we like wrestling. So there you go.
It's the ultimate connector.
I'm sure that is reassuring to all the Texans fans.
And to the McNairs, I'm sure, too.
Okay, speaking of big personalities, have you had a chance to interact with Fernando Mendoza at all?
I have not.
Yeah.
I have not. I mean, other than just from afar. So
I don't know. Can you remember? I don't remember a quarterback with quite that type of personality, but I love it. It's awesome, but it's just, he's unique.
He's very genuine. He's very authentic, and he wears his emotions on his sleeve. And, I mean, look, what Indiana's done, what Coach Cignetti has done for the last few years, I mean, it's incredible. So, I mean, Fernando's a good kid. I mean, he seems like it on the surface. I'm sure he'll be in the draft here. I don't think we'll be talking too much about Fernando, but, I mean, somebody's going to get a pretty good player. Yeah. It's got a great kid, and it's nice to, again, what people, all they want to see is authenticity. So when a person is just real and they are who they are, I mean, that resonates with a lot of people. So, I think you can't help but have an appreciation and respect for that.
Sean and I will start sending you the mock drafts here a couple times a day.
I can't wait.
Feel for who you guys are going to draft.
I think I know what Sean's going to look like.
Well, I was just going to remind you that Jeremiah Love declared his eligibility yesterday, Nick. Were you aware of that?
Who?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Big surprise. CBS has you taking a guy from Georgia. So, yeah, they might have nailed it on that one. A cornerback from Georgia? No way.
Hey, get out of
Allen?
here. Get out of here. Yeah, no. Nick already knows who the prospect is I'm going to be pestering about over the next few months, as you can tell.
Heinish's brother?
Him too. Donovan. Yes. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President, GM. Hey, Nick, we really appreciate the time. Merry Christmas to you and your family, and go get them on Sunday against the Raiders.
Have a good holiday. Appreciate you guys.
All right, thanks. That's Nick Caserio joining us on the show. He knows. He's already been getting those texts throughout the season. Jeremiah Love, yeah, man. Yeah, he declared yesterday.
Well, look, Sean,
good thing I got to remind him. I'm sure he didn't see that.
Everybody during training camp was telling me that I was overreacting about Joe Mixon being out, and I don't know. You're just assuming Joe Mixon's not going to be here next year? What a jerk!
I'm assuming the two can coexist in a backfield together.
I don't want to start talking about next year already, but the future of Joe Mixon's going to be.
Big story.
Interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
You certainly can't go into next year just assuming that he's going to be your guy.
I'm more tipped, and Nick wouldn't have given us anything if we had asked further questions about Joe Mixon. I'm more inclined to think that if I had to bet on one side or the other, I would bet that Joe Mixon's played his last snap as a Texan, and I say that with zero information. I'm just going off of Tank Dell has been with the team every single day. Mm-hmm. He's been out there, he's been in the building and whatnot. And obviously, they're very different stages of their career arcs and whatnot. Mixon's an older player. Tank's going to play again.
Well, go back to Verlander. Verlander wasn't around the team. Remember, people were actually angry at Verlander for a while that he wasn't around the team at all.
Yeah.
And
he came back.
He's at a different stage. He was doing his rehab elsewhere. I could see that.
Well, and we knew there was no mystery to his injury either. It was Tommy John surgery, and you know what the ramp up time is from Tommy John. We have no idea really, other than it's some sort of lower leg injury. We have no idea what exactly it is. It's kept Joe Mixon off the field all season long. So that's why I'd say, with all the unknown, whenever it's an unknown like that, I'll bet on the,
especially with a running back.
Yeah. So that was good stuff from Nick, man. I enjoyed, I like the C.J. Stroud stuff at the very beginning there and talking about the things C.J. has improved at. The Jawhar Jordan, okay, That was a good point for people wondering, because you asked the question about Jawhar Jordan, like what
kept him from getting up here is, what took him so long to get here?
Yep. And I thought,
what took you guys so long?
Yeah, and I thought he brought up fourth down. He brought up special teams.
Yeah, special teams is a big one, especially for your running backs.
Dare runs down there on and the big one was Dameon Pierce. Like, why is Dameon Pierce on this team after last Sunday? Why had Dameon Pierce been on this team so long and Jawhar Jordan had been he'd been on the practice squad, playing very well, obviously, on scout team. Dameon was your kick return guy, for part of the time. So Dare runs down there and hits people. Nick Chubb and Woody Marks are both guys that are at a level where you just know they're going to get carries. So special teams isn't as important to them. Jawhar Jordan is a player who kind of hovers in the middle right there. Now, I would be curious if maybe like Jawhar Jordan, they signed him to the 53-man roster. We don't know what Nick Chubb's injury situation is. We'll learn more today. If Nick Chubb practices today, then it becomes very interesting with how they parse out the running back carries. Jawhar Jordan did return kicks at various points in the preseason.
Because he's a smaller guy, so there's limited things he can do on special teams other than be a returner.
That's right.
And that's, I don't know, what's been holding him back in that regard.
Yeah. So, and it might be Jalen Noel now.
Well, and Jalen, they were taking forever to figure out that it was Jalen, but I think they've settled in.
Just put him back.
Barrios has been injured, but hopefully they don't overthink this.
I love the breakdown of Kamari Lassiter that Nick did.
Yeah.
When we asked him about it and talked about the tackling and how being second leading tackler on the team.
But he said quality tackles.
Distinguishing that's what I wrote. I wrote real tackles down on my piece of paper. They weren't phony tackles where you're tackling the guy who you allowed the catch to, or you're tackling a running back that had broken into the clear.
Well, lo and behold, who's on the Cardinals roster is Devin White.
Oh, the linebacker.
The linebacker. And he's a classic guy of he makes a lot of tackles and everything, but he's also out of position a whole lot.
He's on the Cardinals or the Raiders?
Excuse me, the Raiders.
Okay.
The Raiders. That's why he wasn't showing up when I pulled up. I pulled up the Cardinals instead of the Raiders.
Where the hell is he?
I kept wanting to say Devin Bush, and I'm like, no, it's Devin White, correct?
Yeah.
I was arguing with myself in my head.
He was on the team last year.
That's or go back to Kamu Grugier-Hill. Yeah. There's all these guys and honestly, I'll say Jalen Petrie in his rookie year. People get so excited about somebody who's racking up tackles, but it's a certain quality of tackle that actually matters, especially when you're on a bad defense, because there's a lot of tackles to go around on a bad defense. But Nick made that distinction. These aren't just tackles 15 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
These are tackles up image, and when you have a cornerback who's leading your team in tackles, it's not always a good thing. It's a good thing when they're quality tackles like he makes.
I love that he said Kamari Lassiter is pound for pound the toughest player on the team, because this is a team full of. I know pound for pound is he's correlating size to the level of toughness.
You should play that for whoever wins the player of the game this week. If it's not, if when you guys interview the player of the game, you're like, hey, what do you think about Nick saying that this guy's tougher than you?
Yes, make it about that guy. Yeah, good idea. I like that.
If it's disease.
Yeah.
So, Nick said that,
right.
He said Kamari Lassiter,
especially if somebody is hovering in that same size range.
Jalen Petrie or something.
Mm-hmm. See what he thinks.
Headline.
Yeah.
Put it on the web.
This locker room.
Caserio throws shade at other tough guys.
They're a little too together right now in this locker room and in the building. We need to do some divisive things, like comments from the GM.
The Texans defense has the appropriate size chip on their shoulder, and we know if it gets a little too big, then they run the danger of running too high on the swarmometer. The
swarm needs to be at 7,
making mental errors and everything. Yeah,
that's the optimal temperature.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll leave that alone.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was a fun conversation with Nick. We got people who dipped in a little late, wanting to hear what exactly he said about CJ. Ben can find that. We won't do it next segment or anything, Ben. I know you're probably in there cutting the whole thing up. So we'll recap a few of the things Nick did have to say coming up next. Nick Caserio just joined us. You can get that on the free Odyssey app on the Rewind feature, or download the Payne and Pendergast. Subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast. You can get the whole interview there. So we'll recap some of what we had to discuss with Nick. We'll do that coming up next as we roll on here on a Wednesday.
Hawthorne.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We talked to Nick Caserio for about 40 minutes or so a little bit earlier. You can get that on the Odyssey app, the Rewind feature. Subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast, like hundreds of thousands of others have. Thereabouts, somewhere around there.
I don't know how many. I don't know what the numbers
Hundreds
are.
hundreds and thousands.
I know that by our company's standards, we've been held up in front of the nation.
Yeah.
As the way to do it.
Podcasting
the way to
example.
podcast right without even thinking about podcasting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it when they show the bar charts, and our podcast numbers are like the Eiffel Tower.
I like it when
the Empire State Building.
I like it when some youngster tries to make some comment about blah blah. You guys, radio and this and that. And I'm like, oh yeah. It's hard to podcast. We do the same damn thing.
Yeah, man.
We podcast.
We're on multiple
We
platforms.
stream.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah.
You guys are out there like watching YouTube videos on how to podcast and everything. We've been doing it for over a decade.
Not
you
the
clowns.
not the technical part so
you guys
much,
are
me and
late
Seth.
to the party.
We're just the voices that provide the content, but it's getting out there.
By sheer luck, we were able to. We're in the one area of media that actually seems to benefit from everything becoming digital.
Yeah.
Whereas everybody else is just by dumb luck. Oh, you mean people don't want to read 5,000-word articles anymore?
Yep.
I got to develop a personality? Oh, I don't have that.
Yeah.
That's specifically why I studied English.
That's right.
I want to be with books,
The
not
course
people.
on personality was all full. So we just finished up with Nick. We'll have some of what he had to say later in the show, and I'm sure the guys on In the Loop and The Drive and Area 45 will have cuts from Nick Caserio throughout the day. He was really good on a lot of things. The C.J. Stroud stuff early on, a lot of people are wanting to reset that. We will a little later in the show. Definitely feels like C.J. Seth has made improvements in decision-making.
Yeah.
He didn't say it this way, but you did earlier in the show that C.J. seems to embrace the death thousand per cuts a little bit more.
At least the philosophy of understanding that, the whole don't go broke taking a profit, that you're going to have your opportunities for shot plays, but if you start trying to force it, then all of a sudden you're killing an entire series where if the shot play's not open, hit the check down. Oh, there's bad pass protection, throw the ball away, and then you live to fight the next down, and you have a chance there. And it's one of those things that has nothing to do with football IQ or anything like that. It's just a matter of just maturity of younger quarterbacks because they all go through it. Any of the ones it feels like any quarterback that's actually worth a damn goes through those first couple years where they have to learn some of those hard lessons of, okay, I can't be a hero all the time. And it's just a matter of just going through and taking the lumps and bruises. And ultimately, year 2 might have been the best thing to ever happen to CJ because he had to learn a lot of hard lessons.
That's the weird thing about it is that CJ had an historic rookie year and then started going through it.
Right.
Like you don't.
But we see that all the time now. It's just seems to be the norm and rather than the exception that you come in, teams don't know exactly what to expect of you. You surpass expectations, but defenses don't have a book on exactly how to play you and what your team is because it's not. Yeah. And then in the case of CJ, remember, it's not just that they get the book on CJ, they get the book on Nick Caley. And
Bobby Slowick last year.
Bobby Slowick. So in Bobby Slowick's the first year, remember, I said all offseason going into his second season that they have to establish some kind of a run game because this is glaring and teams know and understand what the Texans are trying to do. And if they don't respect your run game at all, the style of offense you're running is not going to work. And that's exactly what happened. So it's not just the quarterback, it's the quarterback and the offensive coordinator combined. And through the course of it all, CJ learned exactly, if anything, quarterbacks learn to respect the defensive coordinators.
Yeah.
And that, man, whatever flaws I have in my offense or in my game, they're going to figure it out. And I got to figure out a way to counteract that.
Yep. Here was D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show earlier this week talking about CJ's performance against the Arizona Cardinals.
What I love about CJ is the decision making. That's the thing. It's just off the charts. Like to see him grow and not try to run out of the back of the pocket and trying to make the big play every time. But now he's taking what's there, no matter who the receiver is, whatever the play calls for with his progression, whoever is open, that's where he's delivering the football. And just the decision-making from that standpoint, and also when he does escape the pocket, being able to keep your eyes downfield, right? Ward off defenders, keep your eyes downfield, keeping 2 hands on the football. ball and some strikes. The one he throws to Dalton over in the middle of the field, third down, like just multiple plays, the touchdown to Dalton. Thought he's going to run it in. I was like, oh, go, CJ. And I'm like, oh, that's a better decision right there. Okay. Yeah. Dalton way to uncover, and CJ, great job of finding him. But I'm so encouraged by what he's doing from the quarterback position, because when your quarterback is playing well, especially now in December football, quarterback is playing well, making great decisions, protecting the football, it just allows you to be in a position to win football games.
Encouraged. I thought encouraged was the perfect word for how I'm feeling about CJ also. Like, I'm not ready to put him in the top 5. I know that we've seen ups and downs with CJ over the last couple of years, so I'm not ready to say, oh, this is the version that he's going to be, and it's going to be this way the rest of the year. Look, they're going to probably have to go in some tough environments in the playoffs. Encouraged is the perfect word for that. I am encouraged by the fact that he went into Kansas City and played the game that he did to beat the Chiefs. It wasn't a killer statistical game, but I thought he managed the game, managed a very tough environment really, really well, and made some huge throws in that game. I'm encouraged by the decision-making.
I mean, the biggest thing that you saw versus the Chiefs is that in that environment against a defense like that disguises their blitz really well, and they're not nearly as good at blitzing defensively with the Chiefs this year as they were last year, but at home they've been better, and it kind of exposed some of the flaws or some of the things the Texans offense still needs to work through in the identifying things pre-snap. That's one thing CJ's allowed to do in this offense that he wasn't allowed to do last year is, in that style of system that Kubiak's running, the play call by and large, and sometimes it's just not going to match up or what have you, but you don't necessarily do a whole lot pre-snap. This year, they want him to be able to identify, I think that safety's coming, let me adjust the protection. And that's hard to do because a lot of the pre-snap stuff that the Texans struggle with, you'd love to be using a hard count. You'd love to be able to just get that blitzing linebacker safety to show their hand or one of the defensive backs to rotate. And they're just not a smooth enough operating offense right now to do that consistently. They've gotten better at it, but they've got to be much better than they were versus Kansas City by the time they get to the playoffs, where they're likely going to have to play on the road.
Yep. Someone said on the text page, so Nick pretty much said CJ's getting a $60 million a year bag in the offseason, LOL. It's funny. I did write down, I wrote Stroud, as Nick was talking about him, I wrote Stroud contract. Because I was listening to Nick, and I'm trying to decipher, like, is he talking about CJ in a manner that he's talking about this is the guy who's going to be here for a long, long time. That's what I was hearing.
I think
part of it was maybe me wanting to hear that.
Okay, this is the big thing. I've always felt what you hope to see out of your quarterback by his third year is he going to be the kind of guy that can do more with less? Is he the kind of guy that can turn a running back into the best version of what that running back can be? What Tom Brady did with James White or Rex Burkhead or Danny Woodhead, various guys along the line. Get the best version of a Dalton Schultz, perhaps. Things like that. And I think CJ's starting to really show that he can be that kind of a quarterback. The opposite would be, hey, look, boy, Tua really is incredible when Tyreek Hill is there and everything is just perfect. And that's what you worry about is, okay, can this guy make everybody else around him better? And I think CJ's showing a lot of evidence that he can be that guy.
Well, I would point to the San Francisco game where he didn't have Nico Collins in that game, and it might have been CJ's best game of his career.
And it might have been really good for CJ to not have Nico Collins in that game.
As long as you win.
Well, that is when Jaden Higgins got, at that point, I think it was the most targets he'd gotten all year, maybe the second highest number of targets that he'd gotten all year. And that's been the good thing about CJ, both right before his concussion and then afterwards, is he's spread the ball around a lot more evenly.
Yeah.
And that includes the running backs. And that's it sounds simple and easy to do. Just, hey, spread the ball around. It's a lot of decisions made very, very quickly, often under pressure. And it looks like it's just becoming more automatic for him.
Yeah, for sure.
I think there was something that Nick had mentioned about, I think we'll go back and find the clip at some point, where you can't make a value judgment as a quarterback and be thinking like, well, hey, these are the guys who can really make plays and I want to get the ball to them. It's got to be like you're just seeing nameless faces out there.
Yeah.
and that's where the open receiver is.
Yep.
There's no emotional attachment to them one way or the other. It's just like, no, this is the offense, and that's where the ball is going. And one thing that does require is that your receivers also have to be in the right places. I think early in the season, there were just too many times where you've got young wide receivers, and they're just not as precise with everything as they need to be. That's changed a lot with Jaden Higgins, at least.
Yep, no question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Up next, how concerned are we in the division right now about the quarterback situation around the AFC? We will discuss that coming up next. But first, Shoppa's John Deere. Google Shoppa's and John Deere.
SportsRadio.com. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
God, Louis Riddick is always mean-mugging on TV, man. He always looks so angry when he's telling me about the upcoming college football games.
Those guys in general, I think they encourage them to look either really serious or really animated. Orlovsky always has that little pursed, puckered lip look about him.
Well, especially when Stephen A. is talking.
Yeah, but he was looking like it's intense focus or something.
Yeah. Louis Riddick always looks so joyless to me.
You know what? Through the magic of AI, I'm about to test some of the advice my father gave me once in life.
Mm-hmm.
He had told me once that a wooden baseball bat is better than an aluminum baseball bat. Back then, it was all aluminum, you see.
Yeah.
For self-defense.
Right.
Because...
for self-defense.
Yeah,
not
because
for
of
baseball.
the weight and the actual impact on a skull is different than the impact on
so the wood is better for defending
That's
yourself.
what my dad said.
Is that why you're carrying it around the office? I don't think there's anybody in the building who's a threat to you right now.
Just in case, you never know.
That's true.
It's the threats you don't see that are most dangerous.
Oh, that's true. Good point.
No, I'm gonna start. Like TV sports people always for whatever reason, like the sports guy will be tossing a football around in the promo or something.
Oh yeah.
They don't do that with any of the other news people or anything.
No.
You don't have the meteorologist with a snowball in his hand
prop.
or something. Yeah. You don't have the news person with a dagger talking about the stabbing downtown. But the sports guys are like, hey, why don't you call back? Will you deliver this news?
Here you go. Here's an apparatus. You need one.
Let's see. Yeah. So you might choose aluminum for speed and maneuverability.
Yeah.
Maneuverability, indoor use, and reliability because you don't have to worry about it snapping in half.
Yeah.
It says if you hit a hard surface like a door frame or a heavy object. Or a skull, I would add. You might choose wood because of momentum.
Okay.
It's got a lot of weight behind it. Once
Yeah.
it's moving, it's very difficult to stop.
Yep.
No sting. So aluminum bats are notorious for a hard sting, a heavy vibration that travels down the handle upon impact. Wood absorbs the shock much better, allowing you to maintain your grip more easily after a hit. So when you're going in for the second hit on the perpetrator, don't be nervous. I know how to. I'm checking my swing. I'm not going to hit you with it, Sean.
Sure you won't.
And, modification, easier to customize. It says adding a grip or texture, but I'm thinking about nails.
Yeah, you need some
through
heavy.
the middle of it.
Yeah, or if you're looking to change the shape of it or whatnot, you just need a good, probably table saw or something like that.
Yeah, my strength is my power more so than my, quickness or anything or deftness with it. I'm going with wood.
The thing about the hand thing, the reverberation on the hands is big. I know every time I've splattered somebody's skull with an aluminum bat, it has hurt my hands.
Yeah,
Whereas with a wooden bat, I end up looking at it like I just hit, hit a 300-yard drive off the tee. I'm admiring it.
I don't want to be hitting some bro and being like, ow, ow, this is hurting me just as much as it's hurting you.
Does it say on that article which one is easier to clean the DNA and blood off of?
I'm guessing the aluminum.
Probably so, right? Yeah, the wood might soak in there.
Vital self-defense tips for bats. Oh, I've heard of this. The sock trick. Slide a long tube sock over the end of the bat, and if intruder tries to grab the bat during a struggle, they'll pull off the sock instead of the weapon. Giving you a chance to pull back and swing again.
It's like a tearaway jersey almost.
And then grip tape also.
The tube sock is the tearaway jersey of assault with a bat.
Yeah. They should outlaw it the way they did in football.
Right. No putting a sock on the end of your bat.
So I'm going to get a wooden bat and put a sock over it.
I got to say, I'm like 25% nervous with you sitting there with that bat right now. Not super nervous. I'm slightly nervous.
You know, this is signed by somebody.
Yeah,
Aaron Boone, is it?
I saw that. No, it looks a little like
Alex
it.
Bregman?
Might be Alex Bregman, yeah. Okay.
I'm going to claim it's Alex Bregman,
right.
and I'm going to take this back because it's been in the studio for a while.
It has been, yeah. No, once it's here for like 2 weeks, it's yours.
That's what it did. When you can impress the intruder by telling him that this is an Alex Bregman signed baseball
I realize
bat.
you're a vegetable, but it was an Alex Bregman signed baseball bat that did it to you. You can brag about that to your friends. Are we concerned that Trevor Lawrence has turned a corner? Are we in the AFC South concerned that Trevor Lawrence has turned a corner? Seems to be getting a lot of love lately.
I'm concerned that Liam Cohen might get the best version of Trevor Lawrence. I'm not concerned that he's turned a corner because I think there's a certain element to his play that is I don't ever see him delivering on the promise of what people thought he was going to be.
People should remind people, generational talent.
Yeah, his long, lopey delivery, his seeming inability to really actually understand what defenses are doing, all of those things. We've seen this with Trevor Lawrence before with Doug Peterson. The first year, hey, this is a different version of Trevor Lawrence, and we can do some fun things with him that defenses don't quite figure out. But then as it's almost like he's a rookie quarterback all anew, and we'll see how it goes next year. But these last 3 games versus the Jets is his big one.
Yeah.
He had six touchdowns.
5 passing, 1 running.
Well, where's that the stat that you had about the? Okay, this is what it was. So Mike Sando said 9.
Is this the one that you lead into on the rundown with F this whole blurb from Sando?
Yes, this is part of his blurb from Mike Sando in The Athletic. 9 touchdown passes and no turnover over the past 3 weeks. Lawrence is riding the best 3-game streak of his career. His first with triple-digit passer rating. All right, well, it's a 3-game stretch.
Yeah.
And it's heavily fueled by his game against the Jets.
Do you know the Jets have two turnovers caused on the season?
Right.
And their defense does not have 1 interception this year.
Yeah. We brought that up in the game last week. They didn't change it at all, apparently, in this game versus the Jaguars. Or we brought that up last week.
Yeah.
So he had 4 touchdowns in the first 2 games versus the Titans and the dying Colts. And then he had a really, really good game against the already dead Jets. And I'm not looking at that as...
This would be the question. If the Texans had to go play the Jags in Jacksonville in a 3-6 playoff game next week, would your concern level over Trevor Lawrence be the same as it was in weeks 3 and 10 of this season? Because my concern level with Trevor Lawrence in each of those games was very low.
Yeah.
He had not yet experienced this sustained level of success that he'd had this year. I think my concern level would be slightly higher, but not higher to the tune of what normally a 9-touchdown, no-turnover run would mean for the average quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, he's played better. There's no question about that. He has played better. I would be slightly more concerned, but not to the degree where I feel like he's not to the degree I would feel like if it was like last year's Joe Burrow you're going against.
I mean,
or somebody like
so he
that.
had this 3-game stretch that people are saying, oh, this is a different version of him or anything. But in the 5-6 games before that, actually every game in the entire season, he never had a passer rating over 100. So like Sando's saying, hey, this is the first time he's been over 100 for 3 straight games. Cool. But I can't ignore the bulk of the season in which he was not over 100 once.
Yeah.
Like, he was great. He did it for 3 straight games, but it's still kind of an outlier versus bad teams, or at least 2 of those teams are definitively bad.
Yep.
The Colts are just, they're not as potent as they looked at the beginning of the season.
So your concern level over Lawrence sounds like it'd be the same as it was coming into the season, maybe? You know, like
he's
not
still,
very high.
No, he's capable of making some beautiful throws, and every now and then he strings together a few of those beautiful throws, consecutively.
Yep.
Every now and then.
Yeah. How about Mahomes? It looks like might not be available for Week 1 next year.
Yeah, because he tore his LCL as well as his ACL.
Yeah.
David Chow had said that there's almost 0 chance he's back there for Week 1.
That Kansas City becomes one of the most interesting teams this offseason with that news. They were interesting. I mean, they're interesting every offseason because they've been a contender every year. But if Mahomes is not ready for the beginning of next season, they don't really have a roster that you go, all right, well, we're just going to reset this year. And they got a lot of older, expensive players on that team.
You know, who were we talking to from Kansas City when we talked about how it seems odd that, when the offense is going well, it's all because Andy Reid is such a genius. But when the offense isn't going well, this is clearly Matt Nagy, the offensive coordinator's fault. Yeah, it was Carrington Harrison out of Kansas City.
Yeah.
So I think at the very least they're going to change offensive coordinators.
I do
and
too.
A lot of, I mean, you get, you look at that offense and people have pointed out over and over again over the last couple of years. It's not like this is a new development that they're not as potent as they used to be.
Yeah.
But they don't seem to be helping out Pat Mahomes as much as they could. And that, and who knows how much of that is just also Pat Mahomes not going along with some things that could help him, running more of a structured offense, et cetera.
I'm just trying to think of who's the quarterback in Week 1 in Kansas City next year. I'm looking up Minshew's deal as a one-year deal.
We'll get to see him this week.
Gardner Minshew?
Yeah. I mean, we'll get to see him play this week.
Yeah. No, but I'm talking next year.
Right.
Yeah. What do they do at quarterback?
That's what I wonder. If they think that Mahomes is going to be ready midway through the season, they might roll with Minshew.
Yeah.
So if Minshew does, if he looks good in this offense for the next 3 weeks, that's who it might be. Now,
he's a free agent. He doesn't have to go back there.
Right. If Brett Veach, but it's not like he's going to have just offers that are going to blow them out of the park.
Just point
Maybe
that
they
out.
retain him.
Yeah.
Right. So would they draft a quarterback high? I don't think so. I think they'll pull a New England Patriots style and draft a Garoppolo or something.
Yeah.
Which would be interesting, though.
Yeah.
Because Mahomes hasn't looked like himself. And I don't know. We'll see.
It's probably time they begin drafting backup quarterbacks, in Kansas City. I would say. I mean, once you get your quarterback to the age of 30, I think you've got to have a plan B on the roster just in case.
It's funny that the game versus the Texans is the one that really flipped the tide in a lot of ways for a lot of people about just what the Chiefs are right now, because it was also a game in which they didn't have 3 starting offensive linemen out there versus one of the best defenses in the league and two of the best defensive ends in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And yet somehow that was evidence that, the Chiefs don't know what they're doing. All right, well, I don't like that. It doesn't make sense that that's the tipping point necessarily.
Yeah.
But if that's what it took for maybe people in Kansas City to realize, all right, we're just not on the right track right here. I hope they just steady as she goes. Keep on doing what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Give Matt Nagy another chance.
Give him an extension.
He's earned it.
Give him an extension. Yeah. All right. Coming up next, we have a Baldy's breakdown of maybe one of the most significant things from Texans win over the Cardinals this past week. And I've got 2 entities that it may not be a Merry Christmas for next week.
Oh, no.
We got that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth. Make it a very
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Man, we were sweet on the clock right there. 9 o'clock and 15 seconds, right, Ben? That was pretty good.
Very nice.
Yeah,
reliability and dependability. That's what you get from Payne and Pendergast.
That and John Deere equipment from Shop as John Deere. Dependability. Give it to us. Thank you. Full ding. No flaccid ding.
Testosterone, too.
Yep. No flaccid ding there. Brian Baldinger. We love Baldy. Baldy's breakdowns. They're fun.
This was
Texans are a favorite of his, too.
Brian Baldinger did one of his fun, low-budget breakdowns. They're awesome on Twitter. But just so you know, so you can visualize this, he's describing 2 plays here. I think just 2 plays. He's talking about the Texans' fast start. So if you can envision that first Nico Collins touchdown pass from last week, and then the caused fumble on the ensuing kickoff return.
Visualize that, too. Here we go.
The Cardinals don't give themselves a chance to be competitive. I mean, this second play of the game, Nico Collins runs the over route right there, and he goes 57 yards, untouched. Like the cheerleaders, they look ready. They're getting major vertical, like cheering Nico Collins on right there. They were ready to go. Then they kick off. All right, they kick off to Brooks right here. All right, he's taking it up, and then here comes Jamal Hill right here. He comes and bam, pops it loose. There's Ogunbowale taking it. He right into his weight and hands. A couple plays later, they kick a field goal. The game's 2 minutes old. It's 10-0. Like, that team is ready to play. Whoever they play against, 6 straight wins, and everybody is excited and vibrating at a different frequency. They just are ready to go light you up like the Christmas season that it is.
That's boy, you could turn that into an X-rated real quick. Like, tell you who's getting vertical here. Everybody's vibrating at the right frequency up in here.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to face this guy. Dirty Baldy. We'll have to start doing a Dirty Baldy segment. Yeah, playing it. We'll slow it down, Ben, like you and I like to do, is mess with the
audio. Oh, yeah.
Ben's already started working on it.
Nice.
Also, I give him credit for kind of mispronouncing Ogunbowale, but he actually nailed it. He just changed the accents, which is more impressive than saying Ogunbowale properly.
It's definitely more impressive than saying Emeka Abigbu, which is what Gronkowski did. I mean, Gronk has set the standard for butchering somebody's name.
How did he say it?
He said Emeka Abigbu. I don't know.
That almost sounds.
That might need to be a hotkey.
Boy, and then Chris Myers, Brandy texted me during the game last week, and she said, "Who's the play-by-play announcer? Is he old?" And I didn't know what she was talking about, other than I'm guessing Chris Myers had messed up a name or a pronunciation or something. I didn't.
What did he mess up?
I don't know. She didn't answer to me. She was with her friend Steve apparently. But
she hasn't texted me in 3 days.
Honestly, one of the most frustrating things in the world is when you have a football team that's good but gets off to slow starts. I feel like even though the offense has been much better in the fourth quarter this year than in the previous 3 quarters, that we also we've been looking at the offense as a work in progress.
Yeah.
I haven't worried at all about the Texans defense getting off the slow starts. Like they're the same from start to finish.
Yes.
Early in the season, there were some of the letdowns in the fourth quarter that were kind of curious. But yeah, the fast start dynamic, I think the Texans, it's rare that you come out of a game feeling like, they kind of just sleepwalked their way into this game.
That was a weird one, though. The 17-0 lead they had against Arizona, because I remember how I felt sitting there. They had a 17-0 lead, and I felt like they hadn't, play-to-play on offense, played really well.
Right.
They had essentially what is a 2-play drive, but really just a 1-play drive to Nico Collins. It's a tremendous play. Great throw by CJ, great catch and run by Nico, horribly played by the Arizona Cardinals. Then they get that turnover from Scoob. Jamal Hill forces that fumble. Dare recovers it. And then they settle for a field goal.
Yeah.
And then they get the ball back. They get the ball back after a 3-and-out. They drive into the red zone, and the only reason they score a touchdown is because Woody Marks heads up, picked the ball up off the ground, and jumped into the end zone.
No, they started off.
It was the worst 17-0 lead I've ever seen.
It was, well, the problem was that the red zone issues were showing up again. It's that's the most frustrating thing about this football team right now is the Texans offense in the red zone.
Yes.
And the fact that have they ascended past third worst in the league, or are they still?
I don't know. You usually keep track of that
Yeah,
stuff.
I didn't check after. There's some. They were second worst in the league for a long time.
Okay.
They are. Yep, still third worst. But they're worse than the Jets in the red zone.
That's inexcusable.
They're worse than the Giants in the red zone.
Is that the site where it tells you how they're doing, like in their last 3 or 4 games, also, or no?
No.
Just the season.
I'll tell you what, though. Oh wait, yeah, it is. Sorry, Sean.
That's okay.
In the last, they've been even. Let's see, they've been slightly better than their average over the last 3 games.
Feels like they've been slightly better.
They're at 46 over the last 3 games. They're at 46.67%.
You know where I'm at on this. I'm not here to bargain with the football gods and get greedy. I have told the football gods, give me 50% touchdown conversion rate in the red zone, and I'll roll with that.
Sean, that puts them right on equal with the 27th best team in the league with the LA Chargers.
Okay.
That's one nice matchup about the Chargers versus the Texans is that Texans' red zone defense isn't nearly as good as every other aspect of their defense, but the Chargers are also bad at red zone offense.
Are you looking past the Raiders right now? Is that what I just heard you
100%
say?
I am. It's my right as a fan.
That's true.
Though I will be the first to tell you that I take every game. I treat every opponent as a threat. Yeah. I get very frustrated when I'll talk at times this week about the threats that the Raiders pose, and people say, "Oh, why don't you have confidence in these guys?" No, I have an understanding of the way not just the NFL works, but the way NFL coaches work.
Yeah,
there's not. You think D'Amico's getting up in meetings this week and be like, "Guys, really, I want you to buckle down and start preparing for the Chargers because this one's pretty much in the bag already." Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome if he did that.
Nick at least admitted earlier when we had him on that there's people in the building, and there always are, scouts and whatnot, working on the next few opponents.
Well, yeah, but that's what they do anyway.
That's their job.
Yeah, that's their job to look to. You know what? D'Amico, I think, is a little bit unique in that, at least with position coaches, I don't know about head coaches. I was always kind of amazed on Saturday when my position coach might be doing some work for the next week's opponent.
Yeah.
Because there's no, like after practice on Friday, there's only so much you're going to do. The game plan's in order and everything. But I always felt like as a matter of focus, I wouldn't want to do that. And D'Amico, it sounds like from things he said in the past that he genuinely sometimes doesn't know who the next opponent is.
Yeah.
Like he's just, if he sat and thought about it, he probably would, but he's trying to be hyper-focused on this week.
He's hyper-focused. He didn't even know they had a 5-game winning streak going into that Cardinal
which I
game.
Apparently am the only one out of 6 million people in Houston that believes him on
You're
that
the only one
I
met
believe in.
who believes it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. He had no idea on that.
No, but you think about that. When you start preparing for next week's opponent on a Saturday, I just worry that there's too much potential for like a subconscious seepage. Of almost like, okay, your brain's thinking about what
that
a
happens
threat
with
next
you and I
week
sometimes.
is. Yeah.
Like we're focusing on something and it conflates with something else.
We're doing something of very little consequence.
Very little.
Our lives are on the line with an NFL football game.
Got that right. Livelihoods, at least.
Let's see. The home and away. Is there any difference in red zone efficiency, home and away? No, the Texans have been remarkably consistent. They're 44% at home, 45% away. Yeah.
They are bad. They have the same level of bad everywhere they play in the red zone.
And most notably, they're worse than last year in red zone efficiency.
How do they get better? How do you get? Is it just? Is this a next year thing?
The one good thing they've done in the red zone this year is demonstrate that they are psychotically committed to running the ball up the middle, no matter what, even though no matter how little sense it makes, and that does set up the play action pass. We saw
or some boots down
or some
there.
stuff,
like
stuff to the perimeter, which we saw. We saw the end around that worked a few weeks ago
with Nico. Yeah,
and we saw Davis Mills with some good play actions, especially down in the red zone.
Yeah.
So even though there is awful, just god awful running in the red zone, it does at least set up. It's kind of like fighting a crazy guy. You don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
These Texans are stupid enough to run it a 4th straight time up the middle despite having gotten stuffed.
Don't make us run it up the middle a 4th straight time.
We'll commit to the run this play.
Because I don't want to be those people that just sit and complain about something and don't propose a solution to it.
Yeah.
Then you're just a whiner. So that's what I'm wondering.
One thing that the Cardinals did a really good job of was leak taking the tight end out late in a down. They did it with Trey McBride. Trey McBride a
Make
few
it look
times.
like he's blocking.
They're doing 7-man protection, and then all of a sudden he seeps out, and the Cardinals had run a bunch of deep routes, so there's a lot of green grass for him to run. That's something to watch for. Obviously the Raiders, if they're still watching film at this point in the season, that they'll probably try with Brock Bowers.
Bowers is probably watching film. You know why?
Yeah.
He went to Georgia. Nick pointed that out earlier. Georgia kids come out.
Well, we pointed out in the mock draft that they took that cornerback out of Georgia.
Is that who they
in the CBS mock draft?
Yeah. That's so it was a corner. Yeah, out of Georgia.
CJ, I can't think of his last name right now. But anyway, yeah. No, the red zone can't improve that much between now and the end of the season. I think that they keep taking these baby steps in the run game, and I think that touchdown that Woody Marks scored, it's hard to give the offensive line full credit for it at that point, because who knows if the defensive line was a little bit just out of sorts because they could tell that there was some kind of a fumble.
Yep.
But they did get really good push. Some of the tush-push type things, or the play that Blake Fisher was lined up in the neutral zone, they've had good push on those plays, but they get negated. So all of those are down in the red zone, but just to run the ball with physicality down in the red zone, it's really hard to run the ball unless you're physically dominating people.
Yeah.
And I think the offensive line still is just not capable of physically dominating good defensive linemen.
The thing I like they did on the Stover shove that got called back because of Fisher lining up off sides is that instead of Stover taking the snap and then just burying his head in the middle and everybody shoving him, he took a step to the right and kind of went in that gap there between the center and the right guard.
Like Tom Brady-like.
Yeah, a little Tom Brady-like. Or a little CJ does that too.
Yeah.
Like, see, they used CJ on the QB sneak one time in the game, and they have him take step left or step right.
It's a vast improvement over the first few weeks of the season when they refused to do the QB sneak.
At all.
Yeah.
And then Landry shamed him into it.
Landry asked Nick Haley about it. It got a little contentious, and then lo and behold.
Sneak questions in a row.
I wonder if after that, Nick Haley was like, oh, yeah, the QB sneak. I forgot that was it. Yeah, we did that in the preseason long ago, didn't we?
Yeah. And he opened up his playbook, and he had to blow all the dust off the QB sneak page because it had
a revolutionary play.
Yes. You know who's going to have a bad Christmas? Netflix and Amazon. Now, Amazon will probably be okay. Last I checked, there's several people shopping on there and whatnot for Christmas.
Yeah.
But the reason I bring up Netflix, and Netflix isn't doing too bad either. They just keep raising the prices, and I just keep subscribing because I can't do without Netflix. True story. The Netflix is televising the first two Christmas Day games, and Amazon, because it's a Thursday, Amazon has the late game on Thursday night. These matchups, through injury or underperformance or whatever, these matchups have devolved into very, very unattractive matchups on Christmas Day. Before the season, Seth, when they scheduled Dallas at Washington on Netflix in the early game, people were like, okay, all right. I mean, Dallas is always a draw, and Washington was the NFC title game last year. The second Netflix game, Detroit at Minnesota, okay, all right. I mean, those were the two best teams in the NFC North last year. Detroit won 15 games. Minnesota won 14 games last year. And then the nightcap on Amazon, Denver at KC. I mean, that's one of the biggest rivalries in the sport.
Should have been, man, right up until...
These are all...
Even as the Chiefs were out of the playoffs, you still would be intrigued by that if Pat Mahomes was
Mahomes
playing.
were playing, yeah. But...
And there's a lot of people that are hate-watching Bo Nix at this point.
Maybe, yeah.
I am.
Well, yes.
I want him to... He's been annoyingly much better than I really wanted to admit that he was.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But think about these three matchups when they drew it up on the chalkboard. Like, oh, these are all division-deciding games. These are going to be amazing. These were marquee teams last year, or in the case of the Cowboys, are always some degree of marquee. And now Dallas at Washington, you're going to get Marcus Mariota starting at quarterback for the Commanders. Detroit at Minnesota, you're going to have to watch 9. He's not J.J. McCarthy.
He's 9.
He's flipping the switch, and he's going to become 9. And I know
he's a meme hero.
And I know he had a good game last week. It was against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And then the nightcap, who didn't want to see Gardner Minshew in the late game on Christmas Day? So these
opposed to last year where it was a scheduling coup. Well, it should have been, except the Texans didn't put up much of a fight versus the Ravens.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in the late game there. Yeah. So Netflix and Amazon both paid hundreds of millions of dollars for these Christmas Day games.
It'll still get those Thanksgiving games still get really good ratings, even when both teams, years where it's the Lions and the Cowboys, but they both are awful. Yeah.
The Denver at Kansas City one on Amazon is the one that interests me the most because Chiefs fans are the ones that I have seen most often on social media telling the NFL that basically your business model is without the lure of Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift.
Mm-hmm.
That the whole thing, the castle's coming down. This is the first non-Mahomes start that we're going to get for the Chiefs in forever.
Yeah, but I don't know what is a victory over those inbred idiots. If the ratings are good, then I guess it still proves that the Chiefs are relevant. Though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious to see if there's an effect.
Yeah.
And what it is. I'm not ready to know what the victory lap is. Oh, so I see what you're saying. If the ratings are as good, then they were wrong.
But they get to say that we're still relevant.
Yeah.
So people
They'll
still care about the Chiefs. Yeah.
They'll spin it.
I feel like you're setting yourself up for revenge is best served cold type of deal.
It is crazy. Last year, Jaden Daniels was basically what C.J. Stroud was in 2023.
Yeah.
Like he was the second overall pick. Who, there was a guy picked before him that was supposed to be better than him. And, for CJ, it was Bryce Young. For Jaden, it was Caleb Williams. And both Bryce Young and Caleb Williams struggled mightily alongside those guys in their rookie years. And now, like that class, there were 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. And I think if you did a redraft after last season, Jaden Daniels would have been the runaway number 1. And now... And the fact that it's injuries, too, because that slight build that he has, he's been getting hurt.
No, and that's the scary part about him.
Where would he be now? If you had to take one of these, if you had to pick one quarterback from the class of 2024, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Bo Nix, Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy are obviously out. Of the other 4 guys, if you had to pick one as your franchise quarterback, Seth, knowing what we know now, Daniels, May, Nix, Caleb Williams.
Daniels, May, Nix, Caleb Williams. Yeah. Boy, I think it's between Drake May and Bo Nix, and I think Drake May has the most NFL quarterback attributes, more so than Bo Nix.
Well, he's the only one that's been mentioned in an MVP conversation.
But he also he's faced very few genuinely good defenses.
I know.
Like, alarmingly few.
Well, like
we always said yesterday, it was the Browns, and I think that was it.
Well,
good
defenses.
Defenses that are in the top half of the league even.
Yep. Yeah, it's wild because this conversation could be completely flipped around midway through next year. If Jaden Daniels comes back healthy, or if Caleb Williams learns how to complete, 62% of his passes.
Yeah.
Or if, Bo Nix is more than just a fourth quarter hero or something like that. That class has turned out really good though.
The slight frame of Jaden Daniels, I would rather have a 5'10" stocky dude than somebody who's as skinny as Jaden Daniels.
Somewhere Diego Pavia is nodding his head saying, yes, Seth, I'm better than Jaden Daniels.
Even the guys like Alex ultimately snapped his leg in
Alex Smith.
Thank you, Alex Smith. Alex Smith he started off as a smaller, skinnier dude, but still had a more a stockier frame than Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And he was skinny.
Yes.
Like Jaden Daniels is just so long and I would worry about him if he was a wide receiver.
Jaden Daniels looks frail.
Yeah.
He looks really skinny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We had Nick Caserio on a little bit earlier. We actually talked quarterbacks with him. Where has C.J. Stroud improved? And Caserio on the chemistry between Stroud and Nico Collins. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more coming up next. But let's get you guys plugged in on Prize Picks here. I bet they've got some of the tech. I haven't put...
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone's asking on the text page, what are the chances the mistake play for the Woody Marks touchdown makes it to the playbook now? LOL. I can't remember which college team it was. Boy, if John Harris was listening right now, he would tell me exactly who it was. There was a college team down near the goal line that was in a wildcat formation. They ran a tight end or somebody in from the perimeter, lined him up under center, and then sort of had him stand on his tiptoes. And the center did snap it through that guy's legs to the running back. So everybody on the defensive side thinks all of a sudden it's a tush push. And they direct snapped it to the running back, but through the guy under center's
They've
legs.
demonstrated they're willing to do janky, weird
Crazy
misdirection
stuff.
plays, including a Daria Gumbawale wildcat
crazy.
In which it was an option play where he had no actual options.
Right.
He just kind of stood back there and assessed the scene.
Yeah, I'd like to be a little cleaner than that.
Thought about, life decisions that he's made in his past, everything else.
There goes Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Does it make it into the playbook? I don't know if that Jake Andrews isn't quite at the level of center yet.
No, I don't think it does. I don't think
in
it does. I'm just pointing out. I saw a college team. That's why I thought at first. I'm like, oh, they stole it from that college team.
Yeah.
Because then from the press box, it looked intentional.
Yeah.
Until you watch it on the replay, and it was most definitely not intentional. Here's Nick Caserio. He was on with us earlier. If you missed it, he was on at 7:30. If you want to hit the rewind feature, or if you want to listen to it on our podcast. We asked him about where have you seen the most improvement from C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, the big thing I'd say over the last few is probably in the decision making. He's played really clean football. I think as a team, one of the things that's helped us immensely is the turnover margin. We've gone from near the bottom of the league to now we're second in the league in terms of turnover margin. We're taking it away on defense, and offensively, knock on wood, we haven't turned the ball over. And the quarterback's certainly a big part of it. I think the decision-making, making the smart decision, making the right play. Sometimes the right play or the smart play is to, with the defense, present something. Let's say you have a play designed to create potential chunk opportunity, and if they drop into coverage and they get the ball on a check down and that completion turns into a 4-yard throw, completion turns into a 12 to 15-yard gain. I think there was multiple examples in the Arizona game the other day. I think we had one where we had a concept called. He checked the ball down to Dalton because they played the coverage a certain way, and then Dalton transitioned vertically into the defense, and it was a 12 to 13-yard play. So that's good quarterback play. It's good football, and that's how you want to play offensively. And I think that's probably one of the areas where he's probably improved and grown the most. Early in the season, I'd say we were just very sporadic and choppy as an overall team, but over the last few months, we've played, I'd say, better football, cleaner football. It certainly hasn't been perfect. There's always things that we can improve on a week-to-week basis. But overall, those are some of the areas that CJ specifically has certainly grown and improved.
I think that big part of just CJ not hanging around to see if it'll work out eventually, that was probably the biggest and hardest obstacle for him having come out of Ohio State. Because if you watch a lot of CJ's highlights in college, it was, hey, Marvin Harrison isn't open now, but I know he eventually will be. And he's behind one of the best offensive lines in football.
Yeah.
He had time to do it. And I think they're just, now this year, there's so many more instances where CJ looks downfield, sees that the coverage isn't what they were hoping for or wanted, and he checks it immediately.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting. Right. And this is when it was frustrating because there's people that want to defend CJ Stroud and say, well, of course he should hang on and wait there and see, if he just waited another quarter second, he could have thrown it, but he got sacked. Right. But that's not what you do if you want to keep from getting sacked.
You got to deal in reality.
So a lot of the numbers that look better this year, I think some people get a little – there's some people out there that are trying to say that the offensive line is better than it actually is, and they'll point to pressure rate, sack rules, or things like that. And it's hard because I don't want to rain on their parade, but the offensive line has improved. But some of the improvements they've made have also just been that CJ's getting rid of the ball faster. They're operating more efficiently in a lot of ways, and the level of difficulty isn't as hard for the offensive line. So it's a combination of the O-line has improved, and they're playing better fundamentally sound football, but CJ and the passing game is also helping them out some. CJ is he's getting rid of the ball is one of the fastest clips in the league. And that makes it easier to play O-line. It also makes it easier to just, even when guys do get beat, CJ's not getting sacked because the ball's coming out.
Yep.
And then CJ's making better decisions on what to do when he is under duress.
Yeah, it's coming together for sure.
The other one, too, by the way, as far as since somebody had asked about whether they could intentionally make that a play, I'm actually, I got to talk to somebody who knows what they're talking about this. They outlawed the fumble Ruski. That was a play where you put the ball down
on the ground.
Intentionally fumbling is illegal, and then also when the quarterback is under center, there is a rule that it's supposed to hit his hands first. Yeah.
Oh, is there really?
But because it did hit CJ's hand on that one, right?
It did.
So I think that's the difference there is that it did hit his hands. So they're excused from that.
Okay.
So you can't just you can't do the play you were describing.
Okay.
Where
if
the quarterback's under center, but you snap it to somebody else.
Okay, gotcha.
I believe.
Okay.
Somebody will correct me on that very quickly.
Well, and the text page is always right, too, so I'm sure,
It's supposed to be, if the center snaps it to the ground or just misses the QB's hands, it's a false start or an illegal snap.
Oh, no kidding.
So I'm guessing because it hit his hands, then that was ruled.
Yeah, who knows?
Acceptable.
Or the officiating crew didn't know what they saw. Yeah, maybe. All right, here's another one from Nick Caserio elaborating further on the quarterback position.
Yeah, I'd say quarterbacks in general, regardless of whether it's CJ or anybody else, that position's the hardest position to play in sports. And there's a lot of intricacies that are involved. And sometimes, again, just generally speaking, the simple play is the right play, is a great play. And to understand that, sometimes it just takes a little bit of, I would say, time on task. And to your point, kind of seeing the fruits of the labor. So overall, the quarterback, the ball's in his hands 99% of the time. So he's got the fate. Any offensive player that touches the ball, you have the fate of the team in your hands on every play. And each play, whoever touches the ball, and a quarterback, he has his hands on the ball on every play. So let's just make sure we make the good decision. And there's going to be times where you might, want to try to force the ball into a situation because you have enough confidence either in your receiver or player to make a play, or one of the things that CJ does is probably well as any quarterback in the league. When it gets a little muddy, he can make a play outside of the pocket, and he can either run and make a play with his legs, or he can move and run to throw, which I would say there's multiple quarterbacks throughout the league where you see that. So Josh Allen's that way. Lamar is probably grown into that a little bit. So like anything, the more you do something and the more understanding you have, the better off you're going to be. So it doesn't really happen overnight. Sometimes you got to learn by adversity. You have to learn by plays that, quite frankly, turn out to be a negative play for the team. But the most important thing is to mitigate the risk, and the decision-making is of the utmost importance, especially at the quarterback position.
I feel like lately we're getting back to during CJ's rookie year, Seth, where he would break from the pocket, he'd roll to his right. And I felt like during his rookie year, it felt like there was a 90% chance something good was going to happen for the Texans.
Yeah.
Whether it was a scramble drill with Nico or him finding Dalton Schultz, it feels like we've gotten back to that a little bit with CJ.
Yeah,
lately.
and I'll say, too, I think in him making some of the off-schedule plays, he's done a good job this year he's hit some throws that in real time from the sideline or from sitting up in the press box, it looks like a really risky throw. But like that one that he made where he was running to his right and threw the ball back to Dalton Schultz, from where we were sitting, that looked like an incredibly risky throw. But then you watch him in the end zone copy, and he knew he had a passing lane there, and he threw it, and it wasn't as tight window as he thought it was going to be. But it's also still a really hard throw to make.
Yeah.
So his ability to throw back across his body when running to the right has been really impressive this year, especially given that he's overcome what Kendrick Perkins said about him. That he can't throw to his left.
Throwing to his left. Yeah, that's true. The Nico touchdown was definitely either down the middle or a little to the left.
A little to his left.
Oh, Perk, take that.
Remember, I'm still mad at him for the good 20 minutes that I spent trying to find evidence of what the hell he was talking about. Like anywhere to find anybody, not just of CJ, but any quarterback in general where the knock on him is he can't throw to a certain side of the field.
Did you yourself feel stupid that you spent that much time looking for something to back up Kendrick Perkins
No,
stupid
because
thought.
I thought that maybe because he's at ESPN and maybe there was some advanced stat or something that showed in certain
like
situations.
a heat chart, yeah,
that somebody had fed that Kendrick Perkins.
Okay.
So I didn't think that Kendrick Perkins had picked up something about CJ Stroud
sure.
that I hadn't.
Right.
I thought maybe somebody had some advanced stat that
Fed it
showed
to
it,
him. Yeah.
and I found zero evidence of it. Being used against CJ or anybody else is not something you say about quarterbacks.
No, can't go to his
Generally,
left.
by the time they make it to the NFL, they might have a lot of issues in their game, but it's usually not that they can't throw to one whole side of the field.
That's your sport, Perk.
Yeah.
All right, that's your. Stop dipping your peanut butter in the chocolate or whatever. All right.
I think he mixed up James Harden or something. They would try to force James Harden to his right. I don't know. I think he got some kind of sports dyslexia between James Harden and CJ Stroud.
All right, we'll hear from CJ on the chemistry, or from Nick Caserio, I should say, on the chemistry between Nico and CJ in the final segment. Also, we've got quarterback news in the NFL that we will get to in the final segment. Big quarterback news on somebody who's been on Take-A-Mania multiple times. We'll get to that in the final segment. But first, West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza and the team at West Point.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, just to take the curtain off the mystery that we were discussing earlier, this is an all-important topic right here.
My self-defense baseball bat that was signed by somebody, and we couldn't tell who it was.
When you and I were having a nuanced conversation about what would be a better weapon to bash people's heads in with, a wooden bat or an aluminum bat.
Yeah.
It's an important talk, kids. There's an autograph on the genesis of it was the wooden bat that Seth is holding in his hands on the YouTube and Twitch channels right now. And there's an autograph on there that we suspected could be Alex Bregman because it looked like
an A and a B.
It looked like the right length of name, too.
I actually thought it was more Aaron Boone, but yeah. Apparently it's Jose Canseco.
According to Sean Bijani, co-host of Area 45, Jose Canseco. Who might use a bat to bash somebody's brains in?
Somebody's got to know the story about why we have a Jose Canseco bat.
I don't know. Yeah, Sean Bijani he texted us the story. Why the hell is there Jose Canseco, former Ranger?
Yeah,
never an Astro. Why would we have a Jose Canseco bat up here?
But a guy who's been on these airwaves a lot, just in soundbite form, because he's had some good ones through the years.
He has. And also comments to Ben Gary's mom, Mrs. Gary, for the Christmas cookies.
I just had a gingerbread that was one of the best. A gingerbread man that was one of the best I've ever had.
Chewy gingerbread man
with M&M eyeballs.
Oh my God!
I ate both of them.
And there's an assortment of them in here.
Yep.
What are the ones that look like a pie, but it has a Reese's cup in the middle of it?
Peanut butter cups with peanut butter cookies with peanut butter cups.
That's what they're called? Okay. Yeah,
I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, we need a name for those because they're delicious. Yeah, so thank you. Our compliments to the baker of those cookies, and thank you, Ben. We appreciate that. The news from the NFL that we'll get to real quick, and then we'll get back to Nick Caserio. The Dolphins have benched Tua Tagovailoa.
No!
Can we play the McDaniel, Ben, from a little bit earlier? Mike McDaniel got asked about it yesterday. And I think our reaction after we played this audio that we're about to play was, oh, yeah, he's definitely getting benched. This was Mike McDaniel, Tua, who was awful on Monday Night Football. I mean, terrible. This was Mike McDaniel yesterday being asked about what's going to happen at the quarterback position.
Are you considering a quarterback change this week?
Well, I think the quarterback play last night was not good enough. And so for me, everything's on the table.
And who would you consider going to if you make a change?
Well, I think that, we're in the process of game planning for the Cincinnati Bengals. So in that process, we're trying to determine who will give us the best chance to win. And I'll probably give you more clarity on that tomorrow as we are, I think, 14 hours removed from the game.
Would you expect whoever you go with to be the decision now, or have it, practice off or whatever?
I would expect it to be tomorrow.
Okay. Is this yet another cut where we've got somebody tippity-tapping on their keyboard?
I don't understand. It sounds like it's coming out of the direct feed from the team, but they've got somebody that's trying to make it sound like we're old-school journalists with typewriters up in here.
Sounds like McDaniel is texting on a BlackBerry while he's answering these questions or something.
Who do you think? I'm torn on this. If I were in the Dolphins organization or a Dolphins fan, do I want Quinn Ewers or Zach Wilson? Earlier I had said Quinn Ewers. Just say, see what you have in the young guy. But look, you're going to have Quinn Ewers for a few years.
They named a starter. Do you want to guess who it is?
Zach Wilson.
Quinn Ewers.
Is it really?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. This is Adam Schefter. A major move in Miami. The Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa and turning to Quinn Ewers as their new starting quarterback, per sources. I am guessing this is 100%. We're out of the playoff race. We've got this kid who probably a seventh-round pick who came in with a pedigree of something much better than a seventh-round pick. There were mock drafts at times, Seth, over the last couple of years that had Quinn Ewers going in the first round.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, this is, there at times the NFL and NFL experts have viewed Quinn Ewers as there's something there with him.
Yeah.
The arm talent, at least, whatever it is. And for whatever reason, he drops to the seventh round. They got 3 games left. They're out of the playoff hunt. Let's give this guy a 3-game audition and see what we have.
And I guess they don't have Zach Wilson under contract, so the thought of hey, can we pull a Sam Darnold with Zach Wilson it'd be more enticing or intriguing if they had him under contract going into next year.
If he has 3 good games, someone else might pay him.
Yeah, with Quinn Ewers, they can actually make a decision on whether or not they want to retain Zach Wilson if they see, all right, maybe we've got something here.
That's
maybe
true.
we've got something at the very least we feel like can play.
Backup.
He can play a more winnable version of football than Tua. I mean, the problem with Tua is we saw when the Texans played the Dolphins last year, teams know that Tua is really only comfortable making really quick decisions and getting rid of the ball fast and leaning into the RPOs and all of that. And once you understand that, you can really game it and take away everything he loves or just come up and make plays on the ball when you know the ball's coming out quickly. And maybe Ewers can just play a more complete version of quarterback.
Yeah, I think of 2 things when I see Tua getting benched. The first one is, remember Mike McDaniel sitting on the private plane getting ready to flying to Miami to do his introductory press conference, and he was FaceTiming with Tua Tagovailoa. And keep in mind, Tua was like an abused dog at that point. Like Brian Flores had ruined Tua Tagovailoa. And Mike McDaniel was giving him the pep talk. He's like, man, we're going to do great things together. We're going to do great things. And everybody thought, boy, this Mike McDaniel really has a vibe on how to get this quarterback feeling good. He's a guru. He's going to get the best out of Tua. He did get the best out of Tua. The problem is Tua's best just is not good enough.
Yeah.
The second thing I think of is just all the silly things that Tua said throughout this season about like stupid things like bragging about how he can rattle off these long play calls.
Oh yeah.
Openly talking about issues behind the scenes with his teammates, throwing his teammates under the bus. And there's probably a lot of people both in the building and that root for that team that are like, what took so long with this?
There's a feeling of just like, oh, this guy just does not seem to have the constitution or personality or anything else of it.
Or the intelligence. He says really dumb things.
I saw a lot of Dolphins fans this year over and over again saying, please just stop talking.
Yes.
Please just stop talking.
Yes.
Stop talking. Will you shut up?
Right.
You're not helping anybody here.
Right. So we get a little Quinn Ewers sighting here at the end of the year with the Dolphins.
It'll be interesting because I mean a lot of things I just said about Tua, you could also maybe say about Quinn Ewers. Like, man, he wants to get rid of the ball real quickly, doesn't move off his first read, all of those types of things. But you don't know how he's developed and progressed as he's been in an NFL system with that kind of structure and everything. And then off to the races.
I'm checking on one thing. Do we need the Dolphins in any way to do a service for the Texans this week? Or all of a sudden some team getting fed Quinn Ewers in his first start?
Oh, it helps them out or something.
Or it helps some, they're playing somebody we need to lose.
Yeah.
They play the Bengals this weekend. That's a meaningless game for the Texans. They play the Buccaneers. What a random game. Buccaneers,
meaningless for
Dolphins.
us.
Meaningless for us. Although I would say if it gets to strength of schedule for the tiebreaker, it'd be good for the Buccaneers to win that game. So
we want them
that's
to
good
lose.
for us.
Okay.
And then they play at the Patriots. And I'm guessing the only reason that game could be meaningful is if the Patriots lose the next couple, and now all of a sudden you're talking about seeding in the AFC. So, but we'll cross that Week 18 bridge and come to it. I think we're safe. We don't need him to beat the Jaguars or anything like that, or beat the Bills, to help the Texans move from a 7 seed to a 5 seed or something.
If the Dolphins lose this game to the Bengals, I'm just doing the playoff predictor. It doesn't do a thing.
Okay, good
for us.
Good. All right, that's good to know. All right, here's one more from Nick Caserio. We had him on earlier today talking about the chemistry between C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
It's like anything else. So the more you work at something, the more that you communicate, and the more time that you put into it, then the better the results that you you have a good outcome. So in their particular case, so Nico's been in our program for multiple years. Nico was here before CJ was here, and then in 23 when we drafted CJ, then I would say that was the start of, okay, as an overall offense. And then when a quarterback is, in the end, a quarterback skill, position, relationship is going to be important. And the more communication and more time they have, whether it's in practice, whether it's body language, or whether it's, hey, on this route, this is what I'm thinking. How are you going to run this? Well, when I do this. So you're trying to make sure that you're seeing things through the same lens. And that takes time. I think that applies to Nico. I'd say it certainly applies to Dalton Schultz. And the more time that players are around one another and together, it just helps the overall operation. So they're two great kids. I mean, CJ and Nico, they work really hard. They care about being good at football, and they want to win, and they want to help the team. And the more communication that you have, it's just like anything else. The more you talk about it, the better off you're all going to be. And you're just trying to look for clarity. You're trying to get clarity in every situation and just trying to take the gray and the ambiguity out.
This is probably something where it's just something as basic as these guys all like being around each other.
Yeah.
You spend that time and you're going to hash some things out.
The one thing that we really love seeing is Nico on, overs and just anything over the middle in breaking routes. And the Seahawks, the Raiders, one of the criticisms has been that, Pete Carroll's running the same defense that he ran with the Seahawks, whole lot of cover 3 and everything. And there's some opportunities over the middle of the field in cover 3. And especially if you put those guys in conflict a little bit, and the Texans have gotten steadily more and more productive and consistent with that with CJ and Nico over the middle. Those are some areas of opportunity versus the Raiders.
Yeah.
I cannot picture Pete Carroll's face and say Raiders.
Oh, okay.
It's impossible for me. I'm thinking of Pete Carroll's defense.
Yeah.
And the other there's some, Nico's defense has some of Pete Carroll's DNA in it, just in that Robert Saleh came, from the Seahawks to the 49ers, and DeMeco obviously spent time with Robert Saleh.
Yep.
And there's some, I think, philosophically, DeMeco understands what Pete Carroll's trying to do, and he hasn't changed it up all that much over what he's traditionally done.
Yep.
So I think that in the game planning where the Texans aren't a great offense, but I think they're a steadily improving offense, and they have some serious weapons, they're going to find some opportunities versus this defense.
Oh, man, I hope so. I'd love a big offensive day. I'd love a day where Davis Mills is in the fourth quarter and Jawhar Jordan is in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And guys, especially Woody Marks, doesn't have to touch the ball 20 times or whatever the case may be. Like this needs to be one of those, a little like last week, but last week got a little dicey at the beginning of the fourth quarter when it got to 33-20. I got a little nervous then. So hopefully none of that. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the house.
Howdy.
What's up, fellas?
Nothing. It's hump day, baby.
Yeah. Just sitting here eating some cookies.
What are you eating?
Mrs. Gary. Ben Gary's mom gave us these cookies. I just wanted to keep playing audio
Good job,
during that
Mrs.
segment so
Gary.
we could just keep eating cookies the whole time.
Yeah,
They were
good job.
they were really good. You have a favorite Christmas cookie?
Well, we had some yesterday. That gingerbread maranito, the little pig.
Oh, yeah, those were good.
The little pig.
Who brought them in?
Our listener Charles.
What's it called?
It's a little pig, maranito.
Okay. Maranito.
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 Did he leave any?
Cerdo?
What's that?
Isn't pig cerdo?
Yeah, but they call it
Cerdo.
maranitos. It's the little.
I don't know. I think I rolled that a little too
And
much.
Were they in the loop cookies only, or did you guys?
Well, we made them in the loop
pigs,
cookies.
we made them in the loop
That's right. I think I ate probably about 5 cookies.
And you've had buñuelos before.
Buñuelos.
Yeah, buñuelos.
What's a buñuelo?
It's kind of a fried sweet tortilla, just kind of dumbing it down. I guess in this, those are holiday treats too. So yeah, love those.
My mom
I
used
could
to
learn Spanish real good if I did it in food form.
Yeah,
good.
It's not a bad way to learn it,
You
man.
learn Spanish real good. I'm like, you're struggling with English right now.
Empanada.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Miss Gary for bringing Ben for bringing those cookies in, even though you've been taking swipes at my boy. I've been keeping
Who,
track.
Ben? No, I checked with Ben yesterday. When you said I took a swipe at him, I walked
You
in.
did, Ben. I'm
I said-
defending your honor over here, Ben.
Well, you're defending him from nothing. I didn't take a swipe at him. I walked in the control room. Reggie texted me. It was one of the segments where Ben got involved yesterday. And I get a text from Reggie afterwards, like, nice swipe at Ben.
Yeah.
And I said, I would never take a swipe.
I take swipes
intentionally
at Ben.
At Ben.
Occasionally.
I would never.
But it's
And
all in fun. Ben knows that I do that. So.
I would never. And so I went in there during the break, and I was a little sensitive about it. I'm like, hey, Ben, did I do anything to take a swipe? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, all right. Reggie's the sensitive.
I don't know what you're talking about, you dirty
What did I
bastard.
say? What was the swipe?
I don't remember.
Good job.
Yeah, it must have been brutal.
That reminds me, I gotta talk to Show later because Ronald Hughley because we were both on a conference call together, a Zoom call with a bunch of other people for a new sponsor of ours, and so Ron had asked a question, and the guy running it said, "Well, what does your station specialize in?" And I chimed in and said, bad sports takes. Yeah! And I didn't want Ron to think that I was talking about him specifically, more so than...
Have you hashed that out with him yet?
No.
He needs to. Yeah, he needs to.
I had said enough. That's the most I'm going to say in any. I'm good for one joke in a meeting. And
That's sports takes, and I'm talking about that guy in that square right there on the Zoom call.
Top right, third from the left.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, fellas. What is the question du jour? What is the question of the day today?
All right. So
adios.
Sports or non-sports? We had the NBA Cup last night.
Yeah.
You sound excited. I think you enjoyed it.
I'm not a hater on it. I'm just
That's where
I don't like people telling me how much I should.
You know why you
the
don't?
NBA Cup.
You know why you don't? Because it's contrived.
Yeah, it's contrived.
Most contrived sporting event.
It's also
otherwise.
an Adam Silver thing, and I'm not a big Adam Silver guy.
I have two. One is non-sports that I actually feel stronger about than my sports one. But any sports like celebrity boxing match.
See, I kind of like those.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a WWE fan, so
But to me, that's not even the same
world
category.
Of contrived things.
Yeah, but the other one, the non-sports one for me, is gender reveals. Enough already.
Oh, you don't like those? Huh?
They try too hard. They're contrived.
Okay.
How are we going to up what I saw on the internet?
Yeah.
I would throw engagement party into that mix. Too.
That's a good one.
Oh, great. You got to give you a present before I give you a present. All right.
Just go all the way and say wedding showers. Let's just anything involving some sort of pre-celebration.
What a nice surprise that you've been together for 7 years. And you're getting married. Let's celebrate this procrastination.
I would take yours to a different angle, and that would be couple showers.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah. I don't want to take.
That's contrived.
Wedding showers
the guys
for
don't
the
want to be
ladies.
there.
Let them do their thing.
None of the guys want to be there.
No.
None of them.
No. Especially if they're during football season.
Yes.
Well, I think the fact that you named two of them that could both be done in tandem would piss me off, right?
Yeah.
The idea that, all right, so we've got the engagement party, and then we've got the bridal shower, and then we've got the rehearsal dinner. And I'm like, how many parties do we need for this one party?
Yep.
If only there were one event we would actually be going to celebrate all of these things where everybody was all there at the same time. Yeah.
So I have mine, and I'm Googling right now to get the examples of what some of them are. The college football rivalries that have some sort of random noun attached to it.
Yeah.
Like there's a shillelagh that gets traded back and forth between Notre Dame and USC. Hasn't been traded too much lately because one team's been holding on to it.
So, but you approve of that or no?
No, I don't. I think it's
not random.
Well,
it's
no,
a shillelagh.
Like the axe.
You know what I mean? Like just
like the axe, isn't that Purdue and
but
Indiana?
Notre Dame has one with Stanford, and I can't remember what it was, but after they beat Stanford a couple weeks ago at midnight on the ACC network. I got the Notre Dame players. I wish I could remember what they're holding. Notre Dame Stanford football trophy.
So you're telling me you don't like the civil conflict trophy between UConn and UCF?
I don't. No.
That is long held.
No, I hated
historic.
that one.
Well, let's just be honest.
I hated that one.
The silver boot.
Really?
Silver boot is one of those.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of the contrived trophy for a rivalry. Notre Dame and Stanford play for the Legends Trophy. Those are two schools that would definitely play for the Legends Trophy. A unique trophy featuring an Irish crystal bowl on a California redwood base, symbolizing both universities. They've been trading this thing back and forth since 1989, since I was a student there.
Dang.
Yeah. I don't need it, man. I don't need a Legends Trophy to tell me that we're better than Stanford.
I just love the trophies that are like, this trophy, it's just a dumb, like, here's a bucket that we're passing back and forth.
It's like,
and it signifies that I hate you, right? Like, this is,
yes,
the hate is there, and I want you to know it because I'm holding this bucket that otherwise I would not care about, but I care because you don't have it.
That's what I'm talking about. It's the trophies where they're like, boy, we need something for this rivalry, and they open up a kitchen cabinet and they just grab the first thing they see.
That's right.
And they're like, we are fighting for the golden spatula.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you don't get to hold the spatula.
Right.
I don't like pretty much, I would say 98% of the things that are in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about the largest assemblage of people dressed as penguins ever. Oh, how'd they pull it off? Yeah. Or even, especially, I hate things like largest apple pie or something. Because that's not even the pie to crust ratio is so far out of whack.
Right.
As soon as you get into anything bathtub size or greater, that you can't really call it a pie.
Yeah, what's the largest good pie?
That you're mad at gargantuan food.
My Guinness Book of World Records has to be something that people are already doing, like as part of a normal competition or something in life or something.
Yes.
Not just completely, only 3 other people have ever attempted this before. Of course you've got a world record. Idiots.
Oh, this is
You got all riled up.
Oh, my God. By the way, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And you're listening to Crosstalk. That's right.
That's what it is.
Brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
So I think we need a Crosstalk trophy.
To
hand off during these moments.
Okay.
Who wins? Who wins?
I feel like we're not, Seth and I would not be big winners in the eyes of you guys because we rarely, if ever, move from these seats when we transition shows.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I was up here the other day at 2 o'clock, and I felt bad because you guys were sitting over there with empty seats on this side. I'm like, boy, you guys are good teammates.
No, Sean, this is what happened, though, is that I, unlike some people, like to put some thought into these things. And at first, I was hustling to try to get browning points to switch seats. And then I realized, that puts stress on the producers. Because then they got to alter all the cameras up and everything.
This is true.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Again, I can't relate to that either.
Once again.
By the way, we can give the half-full coffee cup is the
good
trophy right here. Somebody left a half-full coffee
not
cup.
me.
You're not going to name who it is, though.
Yeah.
Do you know who it is?
I have a guess. But
write it down and show it to
Wait,
me.
the coffee cup up there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's mine. Most likely, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
really?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, because we're not supposed to keep them on the desk.
That's
here,
now the trophy.
That's
now the trophy.
We'll pass this back and forth.
You get the half-full coffee cup.
Did you guys, I know, Reggie, you did, Caserio on today? I'm sure you were.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes, we will get to that.
Yeah.
I thought there were some very interesting things within there.
Yeah, was there anything that irked you or inspired you one way or the other?
Oh yeah, I think there was a little bit of both. Interestingly enough, I loved how you asked about how they'll handle Woody, and maybe I just heard it wrong, but it felt very much like we're gonna use him and abuse him, baby.
Yeah. Ride her till she bucks you. Yeah. All right. Well, good. Well, we're looking forward to the show today, fellas.
Thanks, man.
Contrived things at 10:40
That's right.
today.
Yeah.
Contrived things all the way through the show, honestly.
Well, the show is.
That's right.
They are sports takes, after all. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you, and I will forever stand against the fact that most pencils in a beard is an actual world record.
Yeah. We need to find ones that would be fun to break and see if we can break.
Actually, most pencils in a beard, I can see how that would something that would start at a bar or something. So that makes sense. I approve of that world record.
That's 9.
like Kevin at the office trying to set the most M&Ms eaten record. All right. We are done. We are out of time.
Feels like a Chris. Go ahead.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
If you didn't know it's a Wednesday, now you know. Happy Wednesday to you in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I am Reginald Atatula. Of course, we got the illustrious Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, as he always is. And you rolling with us, getting involved with the program in the numerous ways that are available to you. There's always the text line, 713-572-4610, where I resent this text, to be completely honest, from the 832. Sean and Reggie disrespecting the Bayou Bucket tradition. No.
No, that's a good one.
I was very earnest. I like that. I like it when it's just like, this is a symbol of my hate. This inanimate object is something that you cannot have because I hate you and I won. I think Sean just doesn't like it, so that you point that over there. Also get involved with the program in another way, which we always have to thank the McCarran Injury Lawyers for, which is the live stream.
We keep it 100
on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat 610 Houston. How's your Wednesday started?
It's going great, man. Busy morning and getting better by the second.
Yep. Definitely getting better. I feel like sitting and listening to Payne and Pendergast, as I always do to start my mornings. Hearing Nick Caserio, he sounded like his Wednesday is going pretty damn good. Like I don't know if the boys have put up a better conversation with them. But that's right. Yeah. You win 6 in a row, and I feel like that makes things peachy. You know?
Mm-hmm. No, why would it not?
And so with that, the Texans doing great. It's a good place to be. You have a question about the Texans that I'm interested in because if we can answer this question in the affirmative, I think that there should be a lot of confidence in this team, as I think there already is. But what's the question, John Lopez?
And by the way, the question, not contrived. It actually hit me like a ton of bricks.
I know there's someone in the car that's like, I'm sick of hearing the word contrived. I ain't heard the word contrived in 2 years, and I heard it 32 times in the last 12 minutes.
Think about it. Have the Texans become a clutch team? Have they become a clutch team? Remember back not too long ago when D'Amico was up there, man, it was one-score game, another one-score game, and we're like completely eye-rolling the whole idea of
That's right. We were
because,
close.
Because we watched the game.
Close.
Yeah, we're close. We're close. It's a one-score game. and we're like, it didn't feel like a one-score game. Didn't feel like you guys were about to break through at any moment. Well, since then, specifically since I guess the Seattle game, and after that, you have a real tough game against the Niners.
That's right.
Then you have Josh Allen, and Josh Allen, by the way.
Well, you have a few games in between then.
No, I'm saying like just clutch moments.
Sure.
Yeah, but there were some others.
I mean, you skipped over a big one, which is the Jaguars game, in which you go down and you look like you are going to lose that game for 3 quarters. And then here comes the fourth quarter where you're able to pull a little something out of your keister.
No, that's the best one probably, and I skipped right over that.
Yeah.
But the one I was thinking of, Josh Allen is doing Josh Allen things, pulling it out of, as you like to say,
that's right.
With spectacular plays and hook and ladders and everything else. And then what happened? And then you make a play.
That's right.
And then you win the game. You go to Indian.
That's a play in the red zone, is it not? Defensively?
Wasn't it Lassiter?
Yeah.
Then you go to Indianapolis. And albeit, Daniel Jones had a little bit of a knee thing going on and all that, but you go in there.
It's football, man. We're not making too many excuses.
And then you go into Kansas City with the most clutch quarterback maybe in the history outside of Tom Brady of football, and you win there. Are they clutch all of a sudden?
Seeing this question on our doc, I was like, I bristled at it because it feels like historically when you think of the word clutch, at least when it comes to football or really in any sport, you think of more of an offensive-minded portion of this, right?
You said that.
You think of going and getting out the mud. You mentioned Patrick Mahomes. That is maybe the epitome recently of clutch in the National Football League is being in what I like to call the Phillip Rivers situation, which, oh, God, he's back in the NFL again. That just hit me anew in that moment. But back in the last time that he was in the NFL, when he was back playing for the San Diego, not Los Angeles Chargers, when you get the football and you're down a score and you got 25 seconds and you got to go the length of the field with no timeouts, right? That's what you start thinking of. At least that's what is conjured in my mind when I think of clutch. I don't know if the Texans do that, right? Like, even in this game against the Cardinals, admittedly, a team that is not on your level, but a team that at least was trying and they're scrapping or whatever.
Right.
You had a moment at the end of the half where you go and you get a field goal, right? Like, you can go and do that, but I don't know how confident I am in them doing that. When you talk about this team being a clutch team, it feels like they are finding that defensively. And I don't know how I then answer the question if I'm split, where it's like, in certain circumstances, yes.
Well, I think there's my answer is yes. I mean, just
frankly,
yes, because there's clutch quarterback play, and then there's clutch. You can be clutch defensively. You can be clutch making a play in the red zone against one of the the greatest quarterbacks in the game today, in Josh Allen. You can be clutch by going into Kansas City and being unshaken and pretty much controlling the game, even though there were some very, very dicey moments in the third quarter. But clutch is not just a quarterback stat. You like to say that wins is not a quarterback stat by itself.
Correct.
Clutch is not a quarterback stat by itself.
Strong agree.
And so that's why, I started thinking about this as if we're just looking at since the Seattle game, they've been clutch a lot more than they haven't been. I get Denver. I get that the Denver game slipped away.
And if you want to make an excuse there is one to be made in that you had to make a quarterback change in the midst of that game. In fact, early on into that game, you bring in I think you bring up in anybody cold, but particularly your backup quarterback who does not have the benefit of reps, not even really. I mean, scout team reps maybe, but that's not within the system and what you're doing. That is always a tough circumstance in the National Football League. We know that as a given.
Absolutely, and here's the other part about it that I want to ask you and Figgy. Well, first of all, Figgy, do you think the Texans have become a clutch team after all that nonsense earlier in the year?
I don't want to say clutch, but I feel like they are not messing up the game like they did in the past. Like, as far as giving the game up.
It's almost like people don't want to say it.
Yeah,
no, I'll admit it. I don't feel comfortable saying it, even though
you kind of described clutch.
I mean, to me, I feel like they're not the team that will be up 24-0 and lose the game now. In the past, I would have thought that.
There are so many things about this team that we're just afraid to say, because the history of the
organization.
History,
both recent and long term.
Yeah.
I think I understand that. And I think that this is where maybe the clutch conversation comes back to the larger conversation that we've had at times about where the league is or where at least the conference is. And I look at who are the teams that make you pay in those moments. And, okay, you start looking at it and I go, Drake May and the Patriots have been a team where they have actually benefited from a fairly light schedule in the moment where they could have proven that they have some level of, aptitude in clutch. It felt like they lost that circumstance against the Bills. Maybe the Bills is the team that you would hold up as probably one of the best teams to be able to do the clutch things. You seem to have a good record and a good handle on playing them, at least historically. We'll see if that continues to be the case if you match up with them again.
Yeah.
The Broncos are one of those teams that I pop up with. You handle them pretty well, but again, you have this one circumstance that you're talking about where you lose your quarterback that I think skews the data a little bit, but that'd be a question, especially because the defense is incredible. And offensively, Bo Nix, that's kind of been his calling card to this point in his early and young NFL careers. Get him in the fourth quarter, let him do things. Plus, of late, you look at it and Bo Nix has actually been playing better football over the last weeks. I was reading a piece, I believe, in The Ringer. I think it was Steven Ruiz. That sounds about right. Where now you look at him passing the ball 10 yards plus down the field in those circumstances where he had not done that as well. He's actually becoming a better quarterback, and I have to give him some credit for that. So that's one of the teams that I look at clutch-wise. But I guess the point ultimately being, I look at a lot of these teams. I don't know exactly where I am with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I guess, well, it looks like you're going to probably have the Steelers in the AFC North as opposed to the Ravens. And with that being the case, I feel like I look over there and I go, I'm not that scared of clutch-wise. A long way of saying it, I don't know that there are teams that I think can make you pay. Yeah. And in that way, I think that raises whatever clutch factor wherever I am. And I'm like, I don't know exactly if they're hitting the bar. I think also the bar around the league has lowered for teams that'll make you pay in clutch circumstances.
But see, you and Figgy both said, and I'm not picking on you guys. I think we're
go ahead, pick on me
because I fall in the same boat. I'm afraid to say things sometimes, and I was kind of hesitant to say that I think they become a clutch team because you described a team that is better than the other teams they're facing, overall. They can do things a lot better. Figgy described, a team that I'm not going to say they're clutch, but they won't screw up a 24-0 lead. That is also being clutch. Like there are things about this.
Is it clutch or a little bit dominant? Because I feel like their wins lately has been, especially on the defense, been super dominant. To me, when I look at clutch, I feel like I always go to maybe the 2-minute offense.
Comeback.
Like where they're down 3, and it's like, okay, they about to go win this game.
And I think I know
they had some.
Yeah. I think that's a factor.
I know they had some, but I feel like their wins been super dominant, man.
That's fair, but maybe I just look at it differently. Like if I know this team is better than the other one, I don't worry in the tense moments, whether it's protecting a 24-0 lead or a 24-23 lead. I know that they have it in them to put that game away, and that's how I would define clutch.
Do you feel like, let's say the Houston Texans were down 3 points, and there's maybe 2 minutes left in the game? Do you feel like everybody in the league is like, man,
it ain't over?
Yeah. Do you feel like you got that type of feeling when it comes to this team?
Yes, and we saw it against Buffalo. They were up. But it was last 2 minutes, driving down the field, Josh Allen with the ball in his hand.
But see, they were up, but Josh Allen was awful, man.
Why?
To me, it just they were dominant.
Yeah.
I don't look at that as clutch.
Yeah.
I look at that as just dominant.
Maybe, but I feel
even
like,
with Patrick Mahomes, man, that was just dominant, man. He had the worst game of his career. Josh Allen had the worst game of his career. As well. I just look at that as dominant.
I think, and that's what we're talking about with this defense. When you get to a certain point, I think that the expectation is one of those things that's interesting. I will give this defense the moniker of a clutch defense because they're coming up with turnovers as well. They're coming up with stops, even though I think teams have been a little bit more reluctant to try them on fourth down in some of those circumstances. They're coming up with stops in those moments. The question I have, and I don't know that there's a good answer for it, is if you have the offense in that circumstance, can they respond? I will say I feel better about that than I have at any point in the season now, in particular because of what they've done, what CJ's done to find an equilibrium on offense. And then also one of the things that we talked about yesterday, it also feels like they're doing better things to help him make those plays off schedule. I mean, one, obviously on schedule, but also off schedule if it goes that way. And I think that those will lend themselves to it. So, yeah, I feel like
they're more clutch than I want to give them credit for. I'm just not willing to flatly put the label that in any circumstance they are going to get it done in that moment.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Denver Broncos are more clutch?
I don't even know that I could. Well, they
had a lot of close quarterbacks. They had a lot of close wins too.
Yeah, they point to the quarterback there, and I think that's where it kind of gets skewed. People tend to think of it as a quarterback stat, and I don't think it is. You know, I think because Bo Nix has made some plays, including against the Texans.
Yeah, but see, when you talk about clutch, you always go to the quarterback or the offense. Like a comeback, that's when you think of clutch. Unless you mention clutch defense, that would just kind of put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like they do have a clutch defense, but you know, that's going to be something that hopefully, the defense has shown that they're capable of doing it offensively. Hopefully, you don't have to find out how clutch they are offensively, and the recipe that they've had continues to work. I think that's been the scare, that's been the fear that we've been guarding ourselves against with this offense is what happens if you find yourself in that circumstance.
Right.
Maybe the best answer is hopefully we don't have to find out at any point. They can continue to ride this recipe, because if they do, it feels like that is working really well for them. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 here on a Wednesday. Coming up next, did this answer from Nick Caserio, who joined Payne and Pendergast earlier, did it make you feel better about the evaluation process that this team has? Because there's a new man on the 53-man roster. Let's talk about that next.
The blazing hot Texans are back.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you, hump day if you so choose. Apparently, the Texans are moving to add more depth. If you heard Nick Caserio on at 7:30, I think he talked for about 45 minutes with the fellas at Payne and Pendergast this morning. One of the things they asked about was the interior of that defensive line, right? Mm-hmm. With Tim Settle and Mario Edwards going down in back-to-back weeks. You know, is this going to be an internal thing? Or are you going to look for somebody? And both on the GM show with Texans and with Payne and Pendergast, Caserio was like, I feel like we have pieces, and we'll go with what we have. We'll obviously look and see if there's anybody. And before too long, not more than a couple hours later, the Texans have signed defensive tackle Marcus Harris to the practice squad. He has played with the Tennessee Titans this year. I haven't gotten a chance to look at what his game has looked like, but I mean, obviously not a major player by any means for that team, but they add another body into the fold.
You need other bodies. That's the only place on the defense where, and we've talked about it, where you kind of think, all right, well, one of the deepest places on the squad has become thin all of a sudden. I don't mind it. I mean, this is a squad that we clearly know now is trying to find every conceivable piece that can help them get where they want to go.
Yeah, that's right. Somebody talked about the intro. I always forget the intro still has you taking a whiff of the smelling salts. Did you see Jalen Petrie in this game?
Yeah, he handled it better than I did.
Yeah, he didn't move at all, which I was like, at that point, has the smelling salts, have they worn off there? Have we done too much?
Yes, I was like, this dude needs to check his nasal cavity.
Nah, you might have a serious problem.
Right.
I mean, he went and like nothing. I was like, oh, boy.
You sure that's smelling salt?
In fact, it looked like he took a second whiff as if to see if it was working, and I was like, hey, man, do we need to have a conversation about what's happening here, Jalen?
I got knocked out of my chair.
So we mentioned, obviously, Michael Harris being signed to the practice squad for the Texans, but a more important transaction came across the wire yesterday. I was sitting minding my good business yesterday, and I saw the email that came through.
Yep.
Texans roster transaction. I was like, transaction? What transaction would they be making at this point? And all of a sudden, I saw number 26 of your program, number 1 of your heart, Jawhar Jordan signed to the 53-man roster.
Sometimes you're just happy for a dude, right? And Jawhar Jordan is not one that we've interviewed, talked to a lot. I don't know the young
I'm pretty
man.
sure he didn't talk a lot.
Yeah, and he doesn't, according to others. So it's not like I know this guy, and I'm just happy for the production and the opportunity, making the most of it, getting the production, and getting rewarded.
Without question. No, without question. The question that does pop up, though, or the thing that has been the case, having a player who comes in and in his debut puts up 101 yards, when you've looked at this running back room and been like, various noises to that sound, you go, what took so long?
Mm-hmm.
That was a question that thankfully Seth asked of Caserio when he was talking with the fellas earlier today. This was Nick Caserio's answer on when it came to what took so long to get Jawhar Jordan in the mix.
Yeah, well, I mean, he played a bunch in the preseason, a fairly productive preseason, and the reality is, if you're not kind of a starter on offense or defense, then are you playing on fourth down, and what's your role there? So I'd say when you look at that running back room, like we kind of have a couple different types of players. I mean, Dare, I would say he's a utility player who has value offensively in the kicking game. We felt good about Nick, and then Woody has kind of given us a certain level of performance. Then it's a matter of, all right, how many backs are you going to take to the game? How many, each week's going to be a little bit different. British kind of has his role where he's kind of a fullback, kind of hybrid back. He's a kicking game player. So you kind of have to look at the entire picture and then just figure out, what makes the most sense. I would say more than anything last week, we probably knew Nick wasn't going to play. So then it's what are our options? We have Woody. We have Dare, And then we're probably going to need another back at the game. So I would say we went through the course of the week. Jawhar had a good week of practice. Jawhar's been one of our better practice players during the course of the year on the practice squad. He's been recognized multiple times for the practice as the practice squad player of the week. So he's improved individually, I would say. He's helped our team at different points, and he showed the ability to get yards and carry the ball when he had his opportunities in the preseason. So reality is you're never really going to know when an opportunity is going to come, and a lot of this is we're just trying to manage the roster and manage our depth, and then just look at it. We know we're taking 47, 48 to the game each week. What does that look like? So you have a group playing offensively, a group playing defensively, group playing on fourth down. I would say your best chance to get to the game, honestly, early is on fourth down, and then you kind of work backwards. So, again, kind of go week to week with it, but I would say that's probably like an overview of just the overall process.
Oh, okay. See, I think that's largely, part of the reason, because, we all know how important special teams is. Dare is not going to, as much as he might be a liability now coming out of the backfield, he is valuable in special teams. So I think it's largely true. But one thing was conveniently sort of talked around there, and that is, the politics involved. He didn't mention Dameon Pierce's name one time. Dameon Pierce, they were trying to find a place for him to be able to be on the 53. He's a draft pick, kind of his last opportunity. So Jawhar Jordan, kind of because of the politics of it all and not being able to be a fourth down type back, was kind of not an afterthought, but was kind of left behind.
Well, I for some reason I took the fourth down comment about as special teams, whether it's like punt or what have you.
Right.
And if you talk about the role, I'm glad you mentioned Dameon Pierce. You talk about the role Dameon Pierce had. It feels like Jawhar could fit that pretty well because he's not the fastest guy, so I also don't want to get wild about this. But if you talk about a return guy, it feels like that is something that he probably could fit to some degree.
But he wasn't a fourth-round pick. That was on Nick Caserio's watch. See, and I'm not trying to bash on Nick because I think that's just the way it is around the NFL in general.
Yeah, and he did mention they're trying to manage their roster, and I imagine that's a part, as the texter makes mention of, why he makes the 53-man roster. He just displayed his wares to the tune of 101 yards. You don't think somebody gonna come and sniff around your practice squad and see if they come get him?
Yeah.
But it does make me think, like, again, you have a guy with some juice, and if you talk about doing special teams things and having some juice running the football, I hate to do this thing because it feels like, I have had a thing against him, especially going back to training camp. Hey, Nick Chubb. Like, Nick Chubb as a player, I know that they've had a lot of deference to him and his experience, but what are we talking about right now? It is a what have you done for me lately league. And I know that you might think, all right, well, having the thunder and lightning. But Woody Marks runs pretty consistently across like what you want him to do. And then you mentioned British Brooks. It didn't feel like they have given a thought to handing him the football. And if you need like the power running circumstance, it's like you substitute what Nick Chubb does for what British Brooks does.
In some situations, right? But because his body has changed. He's gotten bigger because he's more of a blocker and such, and less of a ball carrier. But in some of the, the between the tackles, mash it in there kind of plays, yes, I would agree.
But my larger point being, if we've going to the offensive line, which is not the same thing. The conversation was get your best 5 guys on the field, basically like get the best guys in here. And I know fit matters when we talk about things. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But your running back room is not so strong that you don't just try and make sure you have the best guys available to do these things. Even if you're talking about we need guys to do these different roles, I still have questions as to the way that it came together fit-wise in this running back room.
But somehow, some way, much like the offensive line, they did get here. Whether it was finally making a decision on Dameon Pierce, the injuries, et cetera, and for him to be on the 53, you're right. I mean, it could have been as much protecting him as using him because we still don't know what Nick Chubb's status is going to be.
No, because, I mean, ribs, whenever I hear something about ribs, I'm like, that's got to be one of the most uncomfortable things to walk around with. Like, laughing, breathing makes you hurt. So I don't know how rapidly that gets fixed, although we know sometimes it's a needle away from playing football,
Maybe.
But
you can have that needle.
I am so intrigued now that they've gotten to this place, but there is a little thing in the back of my mind that goes, all right, that's another one where you go, took them a while to get here.
It sure did.
Took them a while to get here.
There's a lot of reasons for that.
But they're here. Yeah. They are here. And everything, right? Like everything is healed and fixed by the fact that you are 9-5. You are firmly planted in the playoffs as of right now with with ideas on moving up and winning your division if the Denver Broncos can comply. That's all fine and good, and I think that the good vibes will carry this. But I don't want to ignore that portion which continued to, like, that was the thing. As I'm seeing this Jawhar Jordan breakout, I'm like, man, it felt like we had some of these feelings early on, and we just now got to this place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I think that there's things that very much hit me in a more positive way from Nick Caserio when he sat with Payne and Pendergast. We'll get to some of those as well as we continue on this Wednesday show. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. One of the sporting events that was happening yesterday was the Emirates NBA Cup. We have a champion. It is the New York Knicks. They won something for the first time, and they were having fun with it. But it feels like it was contrived, right? Like, we can do this. It was contrived. So question of the day, what are the biggest contrivances in sports or outside of sports? 713-572-4610. Let's have that conversation next.
The Drive is
$5 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day time here in the Loop on this Wednesday. What are the biggest contrivances in and outside of sports? Because it felt like one of the ones that I bristled at this being called a contrivance. However, I cannot lie and say that it is not. NBA Cup final was yesterday. The NBA world at least stopped for this. And dare I say it, it was a fantastic basketball game between the Spurs and the Knicks, with the Knicks showing, you talk about clutch, the bravado and the clutch late in the game to, one, come back from being down like a handful of points versus the Spurs.
They were down 11 late in the third.
Was it? Yeah, but I was talking about late in the fourth, like within the last 5-6 minutes. They were down something like 5. They come back, they have a nice little lead, and they walk it out. And the Knicks won something for the first time in however long. But the NBA Cup itself, it is a contrivance. I would argue it's a good contrivance. We can have discussion or not if you would like. But question of the day, what are some of the biggest contrivances?
Yeah, what are some contrived sporting events, some contrived events in life? I'll say this about the NBA Cup, because you and I differ. Well, we agree that it's just they're kind of forcing it a little bit here.
Sure.
And I think there's a place for it. Eventually it might gain footing, but it's not there right now. I mean, you watched most of the game. I actually ended up watching most of the game, mostly because there wasn't anything else on that I hadn't already caught up on or whatever.
So you're telling me you didn't watch Jacksonville State play football?
I did not, and I probably should have checked in on that, but I didn't.
It was a good game with them.
And so there wasn't a lot there. But contrived things in sports, it is that. It's an Adam Silver, hey, let's do this and make it seem really, really cool and big. You know?
Yeah, and I will say, Charles Barkley got a lot of heat because he said, I think the headline showed that he called the NBA Cup embarrassing. I think the actual quote that he gave or something to the effect of, it's embarrassing that we have to pay players who are already well compensated to play hard. Maybe so, but they are playing hard. Like, you can't say of any of the NBA Cup games, whether it's group stage, the knockout round, or the final, they played hard as hell, which is the objective of this, like what they were trying to get this time of year when people tune out for reasonable reasons, right? You got football going, both pro and college, which is a different level of pro. And you got all sorts of other things. It's the fall, so I'm sure that you got other things going. People are not tapping into basketball with an additional reason being, well, ain't nobody trying. You can't say that right now, at least when it comes to NBA Cup games, because they are playing hard. I think the point, how the point disparity changes the possibility, makes so that teams are playing all the way through the end, hard basketball. I think those show up. And I have to say, as much as you're saying it does not matter in the larger scale, I kind of think that this was the perfect outcome for it to kind of matter. Like, the Knicks were the perfect team to try and win this, because I've been saying, like in soccer, because that's what they're modeling this after. You can win your league, but then you can get these other tournaments that are happening, and those are perfect for the teams that go, I don't know if we're going to win that big thing, but we can win something.
Yeah.
And the Knicks are a team, they ain't won nothing in such a long time, and they were so hungry to win it. They was out there looking like they won a championship, and I think that's the point, right? Is to give more teams an opportunity to win something and have more goals to push towards than just this one thing. I think that the Knicks being that team might have accelerated the getting to a place where this means something. like 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah. All right. So contrived things. I'm interested in y'all's answers. The ones that popped up in mind for me were celebrity. Pretty much. I said boxing matches earlier. Pretty much celebrity anything. Like celebrity.
Oh, like Celebrity
boxing,
Survivor or anything like that.
Survivor, celebrity. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm like, they are just trying to make up something and make it look like a competition.
I feel like that with the celebrity basketball games, the All-Star game.
There you go.
Well, I'm just like, I don't want to see this, man.
I don't care.
I want to see Quavo sitting here balling out or Drewski in the paint and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't care that.
Yes.
Well, one, there used to be a time where, like, I think this is also the death of celebrity to some degree, because half the times when we talk about quote-unquote celebrities,
influencers.
Who the hell is this person?
Yeah, they all influencers pretty much.
Non-sports, another one just popped into my mind right before we started this segment. I said earlier, gender reveals to me are just becoming way too contrived. People are trying. I saw somebody drop like a giant balloon on this field, and it covered everybody, and I think it was pink. And I'm like, what are we doing here?
Doing it for the gram, baby. Doing it for the gram.
And that was my other one. This one to me is always contrived. And I get it, you're kind of showing off and happy to be at this restaurant or whatever. But Insta food pics, like, this flaming crab tower or something. I think all the restaurants, to their credit, try to create something that would look good on the gram on their menu, because they know people are going to tweet it out, take pictures, all that.
I kind of push back on that one. I think those are the new ways of advertising, man.
Well, from the restaurant perspective, I'm not like everybody's posting a picture of their food. Okay, I guess, but it seems just a little bit contrived.
And there are some that are absolutely forcing it that way. I when it comes to like cuisine and like culinary arts, I guess if I want to really lean into it, I think that plating and that presentation is part of it. So it's part of the experience. I think people are taking it. Maybe some people are taking up a notch. And then, of course, a lot of people are more putting things online.
A little goes a long way for me because I get it. You're right. What about you guys? Like things that are just too forced. Too controlled.
Well, you know what one of my answers will be, and I will try not to stick on it because it's one of those things where I go off and I get on my soapbox. College football playoff rankings that are all the way up to the final one. It is here for us to argue. They don't serve a purpose. Actively, we've seen this year how it actually makes it harms the last one. We need to stop doing it, but we won't because the money is all there. The money is there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of one, man, because y'all. I'm trying to think.
A texter came in with. Go ahead.
No. The first thing I thought about was that celebrity basketball game or celebrity. I ain't going. Like, if you're in person, like, I know a lot of people do the charity softball games. I'm not really mad at that because it's for a good cause. But let's air this on TV and watch the celebrity basketball and then try to take it serious. It's just like, man, we don't even need no commentators for this, man.
And maybe I'm just, it's becoming too much. I say love. I mean, I'll watch it. I think it's kind of cool. Like the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
But now you're getting most whatever, hummus ever eaten,
but those have been happening.
Yeah, they have.
Those have been happening.
They're all out there now.
Yeah, man. Someone mentioned NBA All-Star Weekend. I would like to focus specifically on the NBA dunk contest, right? I think that this has become a contrivance. There was a point where it mattered. I think that it is a contrivance because we keep trying to make this a thing when it doesn't have to be a thing. Like we are arguing. We're all frustrated by it. We all know there's not a good answer. We could just kill it. Like we could just not do this. We don't have to do this. Now, of course, for the TV of it all,
it's kind of like the Astrodome. Nobody wants to pull the trigger.
We just don't have. We don't have to keep doing this.
Do it, but nobody wants to be the one that killed.
And y'all just come back and we hate watching and we're mad and we're like, we just don't have to. We don't have to. Do this.
And if y'all complain about it, why don't y'all or when I say complain, I'm talking about NBA players that's complaining that why they get rid of. Why don't you go out there and do it?
Yeah, go save it then.
Yeah.
Don't do it. LeBron better not say anything about them getting rid of the dunk contest.
That's a great
You
point.
go out there and do it then.
Yeah, because back in the day, you had, Dominique and Jordan.
And,
and
LeBron been stringing along everybody for years about maybe I should do it and never did it.
Somebody said the most contrived things is the Texans running up the middle. Baby birthday parties is one because they won't remember them. Guinness Book of World Records.
I disagree on the baby birthday party thing. Like, there are some of them, certainly. I think that they serve as an opportunity, like, to celebrate for the adults at times. Now, yes, you'll say that it's supposed to be about the baby, but sometimes we have the party about the baby ostensibly, but we have fun ourselves. Why not? Like, I think that has value. But, yes, I hear you.
What about, I was looking up, what about, look, I know I'm going to get some pushback for this because I don't really play fantasy football. But when ESPN block off a whole 2 hours at the beginning of the season,
for the fantasy football
where it's just like a round table and look, NFL draft style.
That probably gets higher ratings than the dunk contest.
It probably do, but I feel like I feel like at a point they kind of forcing it to me, man. It's just like, man, like maybe it's just me. Yeah. Maybe a lot of people do, check into that and try to see. But I feel like people that play fantasy football, they kind of have an idea what they're going to do. I don't think you need 2 hours of ESPN to kind of figure it out.
Yeah. Another good one from the 281, Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks.
Yeah, because
I agree. It's forced.
We have enough pseudo access at this point because even access, if you say that, there's arguments to be made about like who has editorial control and so on and so forth. But yeah, we have enough to where these things don't feel like they're insightful. They don't feel like they're useful. They're edited to a place where it's just like
they're orchestrated.
Yeah, it's like what? Why are we still doing this? These don't feel, and the stories are now kind of falling flat because we've seen the story enough times where it's trite. So yeah, while someone mentioned baby parties, how about these people that feel like they feel the need to dress their babies up like some level of wish fulfillment of themselves?
Like Smokey from Friday.
That baby does not want to be wearing Jordans right now. They don't.
I'm going to push back on
that baby doesn't need a pea coat.
I just think it's cool, man. They look cute.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that buy like expensive design stuff. Like I remember a little boy, he had to be about 2 years old. He had a Gucci jacket. And I'm like, man, and this wasn't a rich person, by the way.
Well, that's the problem.
And it's just like, come on, man. He going to outgrow that jacket in 3 weeks.
Wear it once.
From the 832, can I say that the question of the day is contrived? You can. You can. But
the whole idea.
That's right.
The whole Fast and the Furious franchise movie thing, I feel like that's a little bit forced.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on the movie franchises that are forced, because we'll be here all day, and we don't have time for any of that. But there you go. Question of the day. Salute to the New York Knicks for the NBA Cup. If nobody else appreciates it, I do. Because I think that, one, I appreciate the fact that you got hard basketball being played, and two, I like where this is going. I think this can be successful, and it felt like it last night, at least for those that were tapped in. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Back to something that maybe you call contrived, maybe you don't. Let's get some around the NFL where there is a quarterback that it seems like is ending his run as a starter in the league. Let's talk about that and more next.
Ready? The blazing hot. 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and there's I guess a developing story, if not breaking, because yesterday Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel was asked about the possibility of benching Tua Tagovailoa after a game where it was abundantly clear on was that Sunday? Was that Monday? Days running together.
Yeah,
it was Monday night. That Tua Tagovailoa was indeed the mitigating factor with this offense. They asked him, is it possible he could be benched? The quote that he gave was, "Everything is on the table." Mm-hmm. Apparently, he wasn't lying because earlier this morning, Ian Rappaport made gave the report that Quinn Ewers, former Texas quarterback, Longhorn quarterback, will indeed be the starter this week for the Dolphins versus the Cincinnati Bengals.
$54 million they're paying him guaranteed next year. $54 million.
Yeah.
What a bleep show that wound up being.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the story is. And it goes back to, if you're going to pay a quarter, and it'll never change because the agents are so good and quarterbacks who are good enough, but maybe not great.
That's the thing right there. He was good enough where you be like, okay, we could keep him around.
Yeah.
But you got to pay him that money. That's kind of like the Trevor Lawrence thing.
Yeah. Although Trevor's playing better.
He's playing better, but
it took a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm still not sure that contract is great. We'll see. But good enough quarterbacks should not be paid like this, but they will continue to be paid.
Well, I'm actually not sure. I feel like there's two things that have converged. Obviously, you have the likes of Tua Tagovailoa, where that second contract is it looks atrocious. Not just bad, atrocious.
Yeah.
And then you also pair this with the likes of Geno Smith, who you're seeing this weekend, I believe, according to Pete Carroll. It seems like Geno will be the starter, but more so Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. You're seeing these quarterbacks that we had previously who would have looked at as at most a stopgap quarterback for a year or two look more viable as options versus these guys that you feel like, oh man, is he right about the old, what I used to call the Andy Dalton line of just a guy that you got to keep no matter what, just because he's good enough, you're not going to find another option. I think that those two trends in the National Football League converge to a point where you go, maybe I don't have to force myself to give Tua Tagovailoa an extension. Maybe I go and I find one of these guys and see if I can make this work for another 2-3 seasons.
But that's very tricky, though, man, because you could end up like the Browns, because people saying that about Baker Mayfield in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And you got rid of him and got worse.
Their general managers and owners are afraid to be embarrassed. You've said it, one way to get to billionaire is embarrass him.
That's the only way, in fact.
Yeah, that's the only way to get him.
Because you're not getting him with the money.
and so for that reason, I feel like viable quarterbacks, as you talked about, are going to continue to be paid like great quarterbacks. Just because they don't want to be embarrassed. Agents are really good. Hey, the market says this and blah, blah, blah. And it's just, man, it's so tough.
The thing with Tua, he's probably, we named a lot of quarterbacks. He's probably one of the worst out of all of the quarterbacks, because we used to always talk about Kirk Cousins, how, he played good enough and then playoff time and then he's AWOL.
Yeah.
But, man, Tua, it don't even look like he could be a starting quarterback at all.
And then add in the head injuries, the history.
The injuries.
Yes, yeah.
The fact
unplayable.
The fact that he was out here. Have you thought back to the season that Miami has had off the field?
Yeah.
All of the weird comments that he's made, the meeting that they had that was like a players-only meeting, but also they were litigating in the media, who was invited and whether or not people were showing up and all that. And then he just is so goofy where I think it was highlighted, that interception that he threw, and who was it? Was it Jalen Ramsey that got him? Where he went up to him after I'm trying to remember who it was that got him on the interception. He goes up to him and tries to dap him up after the game. It's all of the uncomfortable things on top of the
he was laughing with Jalen Ramsey after the game. Kind of rubbed people the wrong way.
Yeah, and that's been the thing that he's done. So like the inability to read the room, in addition to being this bad, it's been really problematic for the Dolphins. The thing that I constantly look at is, I know people are like, this was an awful selection, and definitely even more so an awful extension. I can't really say much on the extension. When it came to the selection, I still remember, like, we don't have to lie about the history. That dude was a monster at Alabama. I think that hip injury that he sustained, what was it, Ole Miss? That robbed him of so much. That's going to go down in my book as one of those injuries that robbed us of a lot of talent to be able to watch in sport.
It was a whole campaign of tank for Tua.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
And now they're just boxed into a corner. That's a lot of money to make up for.
Yeah, but they can get out from under it after this next season. I think that he will remain on the roster as a backup. Do you agree with this texter that says that Mike McDaniel fired himself by doing this? Because I think I very much disagree. Quite the opposite.
I think he might be saving himself.
It's a lot of tape out there to show that, hey, this ain't quarterback right here. I'm doing everything I can, and the quarterback is holding us back.
And you mentioned it yesterday. They have they're officially out of the playoffs too.
They are. Both of these teams, them and the Bengals that they'll be playing.
It's crazy they were still in it.
That's my point. They began, after a horrible start, they began to kind of show some things offensively, scheme-wise, some of the things they were doing. You were talking about the running game yesterday. I think he's going to be around. And now it's just a matter of writing this out.
Yeah, no, at 100%. And one thing I will also remind you, in most circumstances, the head coach doesn't get to flat out bench a dude with this much money without having some insight from either general manager, which I don't think that they have run right now, or ownership. I have a feeling that this one was run up the chain to see how this would go.
Better check in on that one before you make a decision.
I have been actually on this train for quite a few weeks. I think Mike McDaniel stays, and I think he has an opportunity to do something pretty good. The question then becomes, because this will be actually the first time that he gets to, I imagine, he gets some say in who his quarterback is, because he comes in and inherits Tua Tagovailoa, and we know there's only so many jobs. Sometimes you just got to say that you like what the position entails.
Yeah, you remember the big phone call in the airplane? Hey, when he got hired.
Yeah.
And then they were, all right, Tua, let's go. We're going to get to work. We're going to be, you're going to be great, et cetera. He inherited him, and for a while he did the best he could with him.
I am so intrigued as to what a very clear, really good play caller in the National Football League, as he's been able to innovate with this team that we've looked at that has not actually been that good, what he does when he has an opportunity to maybe more or less have some input as who the signal caller is for him on offense. That is the thing that I'm most interested in moving forward with the Dolphins next season, is who is their starting quarterback, because I think with this move, it's abundantly clear that it will not be Tua Tagovailoa. All right, so that's some of the things around the NFL as we continue. Well, actually, before I go there, Quinn Ewers versus the Bengals. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's going to go well?
Well, I mean, Quinn Ewers, clearly we weren't sure it was even going to be him that would be elevated.
No.
But I think a good opportunity for him. It's actually a great opportunity for him. They're out of the playoffs, have a chance to see what they can do with this offense. Quinn Ewers has been, more than expected, at least from their perspective, from what I've been reading. So, yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for him.
From one very disappointing quarterback to another who had a disappointing season. I won't call him a disappointing quarterback, but his name is Jaden Daniels of the Commanders. Earlier this week, it was made clear that he's going to be shut down for the remainder of the season. I think it was yesterday he was making comments. Super frustrated are the words that he talked about this entire season with the Commanders. He said that the injuries were freak ones that he couldn't avoid, which, obviously I think you would agree with. But they're in this circumstance where incredible rookie year, awful sophomore campaign, not necessarily because of the play itself, but because of the injuries and the circumstances. How do you foresee year three? And I hesitate to make the clear connection to C.J. Stroud, because I think that the circumstances are very different.
Injuries.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do you foresee year three? Because I don't know how comfortable I am with the idea that he's just going to bounce back to everything being well for him, and not necessarily because of him.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because of the injuries, and let's not forget what we saw. And I know we can say that about C.J. Stroud and what he looked like in the second season, but his was not injuries. His was offense and play calling and coordinator and personnel up front. Now, clearly they have some of those issues in Washington, but I'm not going to be out on Jaden Daniels by any stretch.
I'm not out on Jaden Daniels as a player. I'm kind of out on the Commanders, because remember that rookie year, a couple years ago, we were or last year rather.
Yeah.
Silly me. They did a lot of making themselves a contender eventually by older veteran free agents And I mean, you're talking about Bobby Wagner playing middle linebacker for him. A number of other players that you could rattle off where they used free agency and elders in the free agent pool to try and accelerate the growth. I don't know that they've done enough on the backside of that to add undergird talent. Like, if we're going to continue to use the comparison to the Texans, you go and you add talent to, by veterans, the likes of Daniil Hunter, Jimmy Ward, so on and so forth. They've added a lot of young talent that are now very much carrying what this Texans team is in a number of places, and I don't have to mention them. I think a lot of the players we're talking about. You don't have that same feeling there in Washington. And I've been thinking a lot about this because I was one of the ones pounding the table for why the hell would you not pay Terry, Scary Terry over there, the wide receiver, for him. That's looking like that's not necessarily a great move. You're sitting in a circumstance where Laramie Tunsil is already considering, what that next contract looks like. And I go,
He's making it clear again.
Right. I don't know how they are to continue to compete and contend around him with the right talent for where he is as a quarterback.
No, I do agree with that, but to me that's separate from, is Jay Daniels still going to be a special talent and gifted at that position?
Right.
I think he will be. The team may not be quite as good and get to the NFC Championship or whatever and all that, but I think he's still going to be a really, really good talent.
But as much as I think we've largely grown on quarterback and somewhat disentangling their play from their team's play, we haven't entirely. And I think that will – a lot of the shine that Jayden Daniels got in his rookie year was because that Commanders team came out of nowhere and really upended our expectations coming in. I think that I have a hard time seeing them doing anything of the sort again in the immediate future with him. So, kind of sad to see a talent like Jayden Daniels in that circumstance, but we'll see what it looks like. He's frustrated, and I imagine there's a lot of fans of sport that are also somewhat frustrated there as well. We mentioned this earlier. The Texans have added to their practice squad some defensive tackle depth. It'll be Michael Harris, I believe it was the name, added to the practice squad for this team at a defensive tackle position. Played in Tennessee for a majority of the season. Hasn't done a lot. A handful of tackles and stuff with 13 games played. I believe he started for. I don't view this as like a big time answer. This feels like more of a move. I imagine at the defensive tackle spot, you're going with obviously Rankins and Togiai. I think Naquan Jones has the opportunity to filter in. But the question I have then is, do you think any of these other guys, like a Haggai and Ndubisi, gets the chance to factor in at defensive tackle for your team?
Right, look, I don't mean to sound like Nick Caserio, but at this point, this is going to come down to I'm not going to write him off as necessarily someone who's not going to see the field, simply because they need those bodies in the middle. It could be someone on the practice squad, as you mentioned, could be him. They are all in on rotating the interior defensive line. Somebody's going to fill that role because they just need the bodies.
Yeah. I know that a lot of people on social media, particularly Texans Twitter, saw the Raiders cutting a veteran defense tackle and went, ooh, there's a connection there. Leku Fotu, he's a vet in the National Football League. He was released from the Raiders. He played under Matt Burke in Arizona, which is what the connection that got people interested. I went and I watched some of his play there with the Raiders, and he looks like a vet. He looks like he can do some solid things. He didn't jump out quite in the same way as when I was looking at Naquan Jones's video film. Of course, I didn't go through the entirety of the season and watch every play, so I don't want to pretend like I made a robust look at him. But I do like the player if that's something that they consider in this time period as they're turning over stone.
Well, let's see what the Raiders do with him too. There's also a report that he might end up back with them at some level. I'm with you because of what I just said. You need more bodies in there. You're going to look at everybody. The whole had a good week of practice thing might come into play again.
Yeah. So that's what's happening there. Defensive tackle. I know that Caserio on with Payne and Pendergast spoke about that. Maybe we get some of that audio. And a little bit more as we finish out around the NFL here. We have a headliner for Netflix's Christmas Day. Apparently, the halftime show last year, unfortunately, considering the game itself. But you had the halftime show. You had Beyonce, and that was really fun, at least it was a small bit of fun when it came to what was happening at NRG Stadium that day.
It was the whole game.
For some people, it was. I saw them stands.
That too, yeah.
So for some people, they were like, "I'm not sticking around for the rest of this."
The Beyonce Bowl.
This year, it'll be the Snoop Dogg Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
How do you like this? Snoop Dogg performing at the halftime game of Vikings Lions on Christmas Day at US Bank Stadium.
I keep waiting for Snoop to be overextend or for it to run its course, and I'm not there yet. It's like anytime, like a lot of these athletes, are like, all right, that's enough. We've seen too much of them. Haven't seen too much of Snoop. I'm in. Why? Sure, why not?
I think Snoop is one of those dudes that transcend. I'm still fascinated, and of course, this is less about the music itself and more about the persona that he's built in media and stuff. Do you realize that we went from Martha Stewart is America's sweetheart to being like, actually, no, we will put Martha away because she went to jail for Snoop Doggy Dogg. Do you remember where Snoop was? Like, you will vividly remember where he was early on in his career, in his rap career. He was
fighting a murder case.
Yes. Yes. We got him on anything and everything. He is hosting the Olympics.
He got no felonies, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of my point. That there's no Snoop fatigue for some reason. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I guess he's just that good.
I am willing to go out on a limb and say, of like any rapper that you could get to do this, I think Snoop might be the most beloved that you could get.
Oh, for crossover.
To bridge gaps of sorts.
Yeah, it's 80-year-old people that know who Snoop Dogg is.
Yes, for crossover, he's perfect.
Yes. Yeah. So this feels like a win for the NFL. Or maybe it doesn't. 713-572-4610. Let me know. Do you have any interest in the Snoop Dogg halftime show of Christmas Day, which again, days away. Like, it's so weird to remember that being the case. Christmas literally next week. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. And coming up next, I've been sitting a lot because this game mattered a lot, and we got a last 2-minute report. So first and foremost, do you feel vindicated in the circumstances that came down at the end of Rockets Nuggets? But also, I think there's a couple of thoughts that I've been ruminating on, and I want to run them past you here, John, and dear listener. 713-572-4610. Let's return to the Nuggets Rockets game next.
All right.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Fig giving you the Christmas vibes, holiday vibes here. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. It is Wednesday, so we will be giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop and the chance to be entered to win a Traeger grill. So that'll happen in the 12 o'clock hour. I almost had forgotten. Ain't that wild?
Hey, don't forget about the Cougs tickets too.
That's right. We're still giving away Cougs
all
tickets,
week,
4-pack
all week long.
Man, what a time, man! It's the holiday season, right? You got to get those vibes.
Cougs basketball tickets, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what other tickets would they be in that moment?
I mean, in the afternoon show yesterday was giving away those the Texas Bowl.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Texans. I'm super excited for that football game.
It's always good. It's a great event here.
But it feels like this might be the best pairing that you could possibly get for the in arena in stadium experience to be popping.
On a good day as well.
Yeah. Saturday.
It's kind of cool seeing like a lot of LSU fans and all that stuff. Just that purple and yellow, or purple and gold.
Yeah.
I will say, like when it comes to LSU fans, you talk about traveling. They travel.
Yes, they do.
Like they've been,
and a lot live here.
Yeah, absolutely. With the proximity. But you see the College World Series when they go to Omaha. LSU is like the reigning champion by a mile to the the little, what is it, the Roccos, the little watering hole where they do the Jello shot counter. They killed this. So I imagine Houston will be rocking in an additional way with LSU fans. Obviously being here, but then also descending upon this. I wanted to return to the Rockets game yesterday because this has been, even with the NBA Cup happening yesterday, still been a talk of some things because the NBA gave us a thing that is shortened to 3 letters, or actually 3 characters, the L2M, the last 2-minute report, and I think that this counts as vindication for a lot of folks out here who are looking at the end of that game.
In ways that you may not have thought.
Why do you say that?
Because the fateful call was not on that list.
Yeah, that is fair.
So
there were 3, I believe, calls on the last 2-minute report that the NFL, or the NBA rather. So what happens with the last 2-minute report, as I probably should explain this, is the NBA goes and they reviews the last 2 minutes of every game. Well, they review all of the game when they grade these officials, which does happen. You just don't know what any accountability is on the other side of it. They don't tell us. But what they do show us is in the last 2 minutes of the game, if any mistakes were made or if any controversial calls happened, whether they agree or disagree with those. And with this game, suffice it to say, you might be surprised to find out that no, there were some things that they said went wrong with this. In the last 2 minutes, there was some things that they called incorrect. The big whistle. With 2.3 seconds in regulation when a man was called for a foul. That one, the video replay showed that there was contact, so they're saying that was a correct call.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Rockets fans will still be mad with that because it felt like marginal contact. And marginal contact is a word that is used, or a phrase that's used frequently in the National Basketball Association to say, we let that go because it's a contact sport. You're going up and down things. Those things happen. Apparently not in their lexicon there. But there was a foul, or rather a circumstance where KD rotated over to help against Nikola Jokic. He was called for a foul. The league says that block was clean. And I agree. Kevin Durant was fantastic.
So did Ime Udoka.
Yes, he was like, it should have been 8 blocks, not 5 blocks. So that's one of those. Yeah. There was a no call where Alperen Sengun under the basket, and he gets shoved in the back by Jokic. That's one of them as well. And then the final incorrect call that they had was Amen Thompson when he knocked the ball out of bounds. Off of Jamal Murray's hands, they called that incorrectly. But again, vindication when it comes to, hey, this game felt like it was very poorly officiated down the stretch, and there you go, 2-minute report agreeing.
And when I saw this, I went, like a lot of people, thanks? I mean, what does it mean? It means nothing. It doesn't do anything. There's no accountability.
That's why I really don't like it, man.
Yeah,
because
it's like a mini confession.
It will piss you off even more.
A mini confession here. I almost don't even want to see it. Like, what does it do?
I've been saying that from the beginning, man.
Yeah.
When it's a bad call that's missed, and it's just like, oh, yeah, here's the report. Yep, we missed the call.
It's a
that
thanks
was
for nothing.
Bad.
We can do mini confession and a thanks for nothing from Figgy's mixtape.
Like, all right, we know. Appreciate you admitting it.
Thanks.
Well, but I think that's the thing is you need them admitting it because previously when they didn't admit it, we were mad like, hey, just at least tell us that you know it's wrong. I think that it's not satisfactory because there's nothing that's going to be satisfactory besides going back and actually changing the outcome, which we know
not going to happen.
Like space and time will not allow us to go back and change those in history. Now, they do need to be better about what the accountability is on the back end. I know that, and I think that that's where, in the NFL side, where they talk about wanting to change their CBA or negotiate differently with their CBA to have more reaction to an ability to change things off of accountability. I think that that's something that we need to see more of in the league. I just don't know exactly how we get
Never,
there.
ever, ever will there be any changes made. Ever. Number one reason, because the gambling has already been paid out. The bets have already been paid out.
Oh yeah, that's also a great point. Like you can't alter the game afterwards because they've
already made the payment.
Yeah, that goes really wild. But yeah, if you're mad about the officiating, the league, you have league paperwork with a letterhead telling you that you're right.
Cool.
I was also returning to this game though, and not just because of this game, but because of what time it is. Now, what is the date of today, John Lopez?
It is December 17th. Hey, wait a minute.
We said the 15th is when trades could be done based essentially it was like a de facto trade opening because a lot of the deals that were done in the offseason now are tradable contracts again. And so this is the time where we can return a sense to the concept of you need a point guard.
Yeah.
Do you trade for one? I think with this Denver game, one of the things I was looking at and thinking about is I don't know that there's a trade out there that is doable to make for this Rockets team that's actually helpful.
Well, that last part, doable, but also would make a difference. Make a tangible difference.
And I mean, that was the thing is hopefully we get to this point and we see something, or at least from my perspective, it was like hopefully I get to this point and maybe things would have shaken out to where we have some ideas as to what could be a answer for these circumstances. Because right now, I think it's fair to say having Alperen Sengun as the hub is a partial answer, not a complete answer. Kevin Durant with the ball in his hands is something that I think is just generally going to happen and is good. But we're seeing how the turnovers can happen with that. And funny enough, I actually went and did this. I sent you guys a text about this, funny enough. There is Basketball Reference keeps track of bad passes that lead to turnovers. I didn't realize this was a stat that they kept explicitly like that. If I try and do that per game, he's actually turning the ball over with bad passes less than he has dating back all the way to when he was playing in OKC. So, like, he's had moments where he's had the ball in his hands a lot more and he's had more turnovers, bad passes Kevin Durant has. It feels like they're happening in prominent moments. So I would still like to have somebody to handle the basketball. And looking at Bleacher Report, Bleacher Report put out a trade possibility for every team, and the one that they came up with for the Rockets is Jayshawn Tate, Tari Eason, a pick for Peyton Pritchard.
What does that do for you?
I like it. Peyton Pritchard, fantastic shooter. He can play the point a little bit. Little guy, movement.
More specifically, what does that do at point guard?
And my thought was, don't you got Peyton Pritchard at home?
That's what I'm saying.
And that's where the realization is.
Man, you can't have two white point guards.
That's right. You got
one
can't be that.
enough.
And there's that too.
Unless you play in Boston, you can't. Boston or Utah.
Yeah, Boston gonna be pissed if they trade him, man. That brother is a god there, man.
Yeah.
But my larger point, outside of the very true fact the figure just stated, is I think I have come around, which I'm sure that you'll appreciate knowing the stances that I've had on Reed Sheppard, to the idea of I feel like the answer as of right now is just Reed needs to be doing more of the ball handling.
Well, not only that, I think you would stunt Reed Sheppard's growth if you bring someone like that in. And I said it from the beginning of the season. I just felt like you needed a true point guard that could do the things that point guards do, not necessarily just handling. And we understand he's got deficiencies defensively, but because he can also shoot the ball on a team like this that runs through the post or through KD a lot. And you can get some open looks. Where are those minutes going to go if you make that kind of trade? That's where I would be. I'm with you. I think Reed Sheppard, and he's earned it. And he's not only has he earned it, we're seeing game to game that he's getting the minutes that maybe some people didn't expect.
And maybe more importantly, right? Because again, I'm using this game versus Denver on Monday as a touch point for the entirety of the 20-some games that we've had to start the season. I think it's shown that when he gets minutes, when he gets actually just any of these games where he gets minutes, they're not losing those minutes as you would think that they might with the defensive liability he is. Even in this game versus the Nuggets, Down the stretch, they attacked him. They definitely hunted him, but they didn't exclusively hunt him.
No.
And I do wonder if maybe that changes in a playoff game where they go, all right, now I'm just going to keep hitting this weakness.
Right.
Maybe so. But for the regular season, they didn't exclusively hunt him, and they still won those minutes when he was in there, and they were hunting him on defense because of what he adds on offense. So in addition to the fact that Amin Thompson clearly is not a lead guard in the way that you want him to be, he's still fantastic in what he does for this team, and being a guy as, obviously a defender clearly, but then also being a guy who plays in the dunker spot and gets to the rim and dunks at the rim and finishes things up. I think all those things are still there, but he's not a lead guard. We talked about the Şengün. I love that, but it can't be the entirety of it. KD, I think that all those things point to you need to now just put it in Reed's hands and let him try and be something like a Peyton Pritchard in some regards, but also maybe more foundational, fundamental to running the offense.
No, and they gave it a good shot, a good run with a man, and you're still going to get that. But I think they're realizing, and like I said, we're seeing it in the minutes played. They're realizing that there is more benefit. You mentioned the Nuggets game. I mean, he had a big shot down the stretch, a huge shot.
Literally, think about because I loved how Ron came in yesterday, and he was like, "Man, all of the moments in that game, you're going back and forth with Jokic hitting big shots, big shot hitter, MVP. Murray hitting big shots, big shot hitter, like inherently. Kevin Durant hitting big shots, maybe the greatest scorer in the history of the basketball in the NBA. Şengün getting big buckets. He's come to be that guy. He's on a long list for MVP."
Yeah.
And then Reed Shepherd is along with those guys hitting big shots. I think that is a microcosm of what you can get from him, what you were hoping to get from him. And it's like, especially now that you've hit this point where I go, I don't know that you have a better option in the trade market. I don't think that you have a better option with what you've experimented thus far. I think it's probably the time, even me having my qualms about defense and all these other things, I think I'm also in the boat where it's like, it's time to give Reed Shepherd the ball, man.
I agree.
So there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm also, though, interested how the rematch comes, obviously, this weekend, Saturday. I think Tari Easton, hopefully, cross our fingers, should be available for that. I'm hoping that maybe Tari, especially with them being hopeful for Monday, Tari should hopefully play in New Orleans tomorrow, and that'd be great if you could have him in the rematch. But then also, soon, hopefully very soon, hopefully by the turn of the calendar, Dorian Finney-Smith is back, and you get to see them find their rotation fill out again. But yeah, put the ball in Reed's hands. Per me. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to what's popping, where a legend in a sport is retiring, and also, do you hang the banner for the NBA Cup or not? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? The blazing. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Wednesday. Fellas will get back at practice as they gear up for Week 16 versus the Raiders. We'll see if we get a little bit of information once that starts coming down. One of the things that is coming down, Marcus Harris, I called him Michael Harris, apologies to him earlier, 2024 draft pick by the Texans. He is on the practice squad. 2026 draft pick on the Texans practice squad. There we go.
Yes.
A defensive tackle. He's been playing with the Tennessee Titans earlier this season. I believe 13 games, 4 started if memory serves. I don't know personally if he's going to be the answer defensive tackle-wise, but another body to add in there with the likes of Ndubisi and Junior Tafuna of bodies that are in there that could possibly be elevated or be utilized to add into the role that has been vacated with Tim Settle and Mario Edwards going down for the season in back-to-back weeks.
They're kind of doing what they did earlier in the year at cornerback. They're just spitballing. Remember, there was a little stretch there where they brought in like 2 or 3 or more cornerbacks, just like, let's see what we got. And then they kind of funnel it down to a rotation. I think that's what they're doing. They need defensive tackles. They know it. We know it. And they're just going to find, see if anything works.
Yeah, so there's that. But then also at the same time, a little bit of news per Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 saying that Darrell Taylor, now this is a defensive end, who's been on IR ankle injury, making progress. And I guess according to him, he's expected to be medically cleared in the next couple of weeks. Does that do anything for you as well?
You asked me that during the break, and I said not really. And I didn't mean to be harsh with that because he had a really good preseason. We were talking about him, really being maybe having some, impact in terms of a rotation and such. But then it just didn't shake out, even before the injury. So I'm just wondering where he stands, and he just might be an afterthought at a very deep position.
Right, defensive end. That's the thing is, I don't feel bad because I actually would have had the same answer.
Yeah.
Like, not really.
Not really.
Like there was early on in the season it felt like he was adding. I don't know that it kind of fell by the wayside, and and also you got some guys back. Remember from injury on the edge. I feel a lot better having obviously your studs on the edges, but then I like what Barnett gives you. I like what you get from Horton and such. I like what this edge rushing team is right now.
He's
and I don't know that I need. I liked the idea coming in to see, but I'm very much more settled in what they have right now. Some other things that are poppy yesterday. It felt like out of nowhere. I'm going to be entirely honest. We get the notice that a great, all-time great, if you ask me, is retiring. This from the sport of boxing. Terrence Bud Crawford, who just recently won another belt, getting a win over Canelo Alvarez earlier this year, announced that he is retiring from boxing. He is the 6th male 5-division champion. The names that are along with that, you want to talk about Thomas Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather, Pacquiao, and
that's a Hall of Fame.
Right. I mean, in his career, anything from lightweight, welterweight, light middle, and then he went up 2 divisions to super middleweight to fight Canelo. Got belts in all of those. I think he's a clear-cut all-time great. Like, as it happened, it felt weird to me because I thought, damn, it feels like there's so much more to achieve for
I didn't know
him.
he was that old. He's 38.
He is 38, and I was like, stopped and thought about it. I was like, I don't know if there is more to achieve for him.
I mean, there's always going to be the lure of, another fight and another big purse. That happens all the time in boxing. But it might be real this time, and I have so much respect for these guys that can go, and I just looked up the weight for super middle. It's a minimum of 160 pounds. So he's fought and won championships from 135 to 160 plus.
Yeah.
That's doing something.
Yes.
Right there. That's doing something.
Like
right
the dudes that can manage to change all those different weights, and that inherently means you have to change styles, are tough. Oscar De La Hoya, Golden Boy, he seemed to come out in a little bit derision saying that Bud Crawford only fought 2 dudes, like 2 real good fighters in his career. Mind you, it's a 42-0 career, I believe is the number for him. I think if you are trying to disparage his record, maybe you say he hasn't fought a lot of good dudes, quote unquote, I think it's also worth contextualizing that there are dudes that have run from Bud Crawford.
There have been.
Whether because they're afraid of his talent or what sucks about the boxing game is that it's moved further and further away from like the actual pugilism, the science of it, the beauty of it to the sell of it, which to be fair, you want to make sure this is lucrative. And people have said for a while that you don't build a big fight like he doesn't draw.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's necessarily true, but I understand where that thought has come from. He's put some great boxing match together, and I think that he retires in a way that is befitting of a dude of his stature.
The titles speak for themselves. Whether they were dodging him or he made it more about the purse or whatever, it's just hard to ignore. Now, I don't think there's any question that if you mentioned those other guys, Hitman and Sugar Ray Leonard and De La Hoya, who probably just talks too much, by the way.
That's right.
And Mayweather and Pacquiao. He doesn't necessarily resonate like that, but the titles speak for themselves.
Yeah. So salute to Bud Crawford, Nebraska's own, a fantastic fighter, and goes out on top, man.
Yeah.
Goes out on top with a grip of belts still in his way, which makes sense. Like, do you remember where the sanctioning body was like, in order to hold the belt, you got to like pay the, I don't remember exactly what the wording is, but pay the fees that are associated with. He's like, you could have a belt. And it's like, oh, that makes sense as to why he was not planning on holding on to them for too long. He was like, I'm going.
You can have it.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So shout out to Bud Crawford. Shout out also to the New York Knicks beating the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Cup final. I got to be honest, like, we don't have to break this down. I don't know how much love you're going to get here locally from a Knicks-Spurs game. However, this was fantastic basketball, and I will not hear anything of to the contrary.
No, I think it was good, and I think also there is a place for the NBA Cup. But you heard the question of the day. It's still a little bit contrived and pushed too much. But it was fun, and it was standalone, like literal standalone in the entire league, so it was good in Vegas. Did you see that Adam Silver's thinking about moving the game to, quote, storied college basketball venues?
Now, you talk about contrived. That's contrived.
That is very contrived.
So they're going to play this at Duke Indoor and think they're going to get that experience?
That's exactly where I would. Cameron Indoor, what does it seat, 7,000, 6,000, something like that? You're going to play it in there?
I mean, it's not crazy far off from some of the seeds.
That's on the list. I mean, that's one of the most storied.
I mean, that's got to be one. Maybe Fog Allen in Lawrence, Kansas.
Yeah, some of those. But that's it. That's a bit much.
Yeah. Or I guess you could also go with Kentucky. I probably should not leave that out.
Rupp Arena.
Right. Rupp is definitely one. I don't know, because what makes those environments are, I hate to say the kids, because it's also a lot of people locally that surround that team.
It's the college environment.
I don't know that you're getting that just because you play that there. I think that would be a misstep. I do not think the NBA Cup is a misstep. I know that people are annoyed by it, but I think also it is your job to be annoyed by it. This is not inherently for you. I think it's more for the younger ones that are going to grow up in this generation and have have another thing to look at as an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Which I think the Knicks are the perfect team to win this. A team that hadn't won since, the 70s? An NBA championship?
1973.
And they still haven't won an NBA championship, but they've won something in an NBA Cup, and they were celebrating like it. I mean, I don't know how many Knicks fans you know. The Knicks fans I know, and the Knicks fans that I have an opportunity to be privy to, they were celebrating like this was something. I like using this word. I probably shouldn't, but I do. Spike Lee looked post-coital after this game.
On the other hand, the Knicks themselves said they're not going to put up a banner. The other previous winners did. And I actually am good with that. You win the NBA Cup, no matter what it becomes, doesn't become, it is a tournament that they participated in, that the NBA, gave an award. It's standalone. I wouldn't mind putting up a banner. The other two teams did. I don't understand why the Knicks don't.
Well, the Knicks are doing this thing where they're like, our arena is so storied, and how could you raise a banner like that? I'm like, how could you raise a banner at all? How about that?
Yeah.
When was the last time you rose a banner?
And it's a shot between the eyes, so to speak, at Adam Silver. Like, screw your little tournament.
Yeah, but
it's not worthy of our Mecca.
The funny thing about that is that's not the way they acted about it, right? Like, you look at the fan base and even the team themselves, man. I know a lot of them, I'm sure, were excited about. Here's the money, the $500,000 that we get to pad our paychecks with. Which again, I hear Barkley to that extent of it's sad that that's what's necessary at these hard-fought games. But even someone like was a Tyler Kolek, a dude who I don't know if you know, and I honestly did not know a lot about going into this game. He had a fantastic game. He was sitting with that trophy and he was ogling it. He was like, "Look at this thing that I won." Hey man, these dudes are still competitors, and winning things mean something. So I thought that was really cool. I would hang the damn banner, man.
Yes, I would too, and I'm not like the biggest fan.
The Lakers hung their banner.
The Lakers did, yes. Yes.
I'd hang the banner.
What was the other one?
But
Indiana?
the Knicks is too historic.
Yeah, Indiana, I believe, also.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, hey, man, hang the banner. Especially with y'all.
Banner.
I bet y'all would hang an Eastern Conference championship banner.
Yeah.
I bet y'all would hang a division championship banner.
Those I don't like.
So why not? Why not hang a banner to a thing that is a legitimate thing to win?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
And then one more thing before we go and what's popping. Notre Dame Heisman finalist running back Jeremiah Love has indeed declared for the draft. Aren't you happy that I did not call him Julian Love?
I am, because I probably would have either. I love that kid, no pun intended. I think he's going to go really, really high in the draft, which leads to the question I have for you guys. Jeremiah Love, the over-under on his draft spot has been set at 11.5.
Over.
Or
no, like
over as in higher?
Over as in higher. So I guess under is the way that
let's just call it over. He'll be above 11.
Yeah, the sports book will get my money just because I'm too stupid to realize what what it means.
1 through 11. Let's put it that way. Is he going to get drafted 1 through 11 or after that?
Yeah, 1 through 11 is my.
I'm gonna say 1 through 11.
I am too. I thought it would be a more difficult question.
No, I think that he's the type of the caliber of player where we talk about him in the likes of the Genty and the Bijan and the dating back the Ezekiel Elliott. I think those are the types of guys that you go, they can change a program with what they're doing at the running back position, even understanding that the draft gives you the opportunity of finding, like, hell, a Woody Marks in the 4th round, like finding guys that can impact games and be solid runners for you later in it. But when you get those guys that can impact the game in a particular way, like Jeremiah Love, who ran for 1,300 yards this season, 18 touchdowns, and 6.89 yards per carry.
Yeah, he's a stud, man.
Like, I think that those are now the circumstance though that then shows up is there a team like the Raiders who will draft him but is not prepared to utilize him? That'd be the last thing I
I was gonna say it might be some people out there or some teams that's saying we need to build the line first and all that stuff. But it been some teams. I mean, I don't know who's picking where yet, but if the Chiefs are there and he's on the board, the Chiefs are running up to the podium.
Will take him.
Yeah, or if that's what I want.
Don't piss me off.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the scary thing. Like, we celebrating the Chiefs, being out of the playoffs.
Oh, they're at 12 right now.
Yeah, see,
if they lose some games, because aren't they gonna have Minshew out here playing quarterback? They could lose some games here.
Mm-hmm. So how do the Texans get into the top 11?
They got to package up whatever high pick they have, and then the high pick next year.
Oh, Lord, the Titans are 3 right now. The Titans with young quarterback and Jeremiah Love.
Actually,
I don't think they're going to go. I don't think they're going to grab him if they was at 3.
All right, so draft order currently, if the season were to end today, Giants 1, Raiders 2. Raiders not going to. Giants, Raiders both recently drafted running backs. You mentioned the Titans. That feels like a plausibility. The Cleveland Browns just took a running back recently. The Jets, they still have Breece Hall, but they're looking to move him. Maybe that's an option that they go for, even though I don't know how much they need it. The Cardinals, I don't even know where they're starting with fixing their stuff. New Orleans, Washington could be interesting. We talk about surrounding the talent over there, but they have some things to handle. Cincinnati, I feel like they've got more fish to fry. Hey, man, we're starting to get to the place where we're talking Rams 10, where I don't know if they'd go there. Miami, Kansas City.
You said who at 10?
The Rams. The Rams are taking Atlanta's pick because remember Atlanta traded
that's right.
a future first-round pick to get that team, man.
I totally forgot about that.
Why are the Atlanta Falcons like this?
That was the dumbest thing a team did in a long time.
They make me so mad sometimes. I don't even like them. They make me mad without me investing any emotion in them.
You're supposed to play keep away against these type of teams, man.
God, the Atlanta Falcons, man. Anyways,
there's gonna be some movement.
I'm like, wait a minute, the Rams.
Yes,
top 10
because of the stupid Atlanta Falcons. I don't even know why I let them do this. They're not my team. I don't have emotional. It's just they're so dumb.
Just like Figgy said, you're just like, why are you doing that?
They're so dumb.
Yeah, you got to play keep away with the Chiefs, the Rams, and probably some other teams too. A couple other teams.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little Would You Rather Texans edition. And these ones are a little different. Let's tap in with the Texans headed into Week 16. Would you rather? 713-572-4610. Let's play it next.
The Drive.
vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, that's so smooth. Happy Wednesday to you. You are In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you. 713-572-4610 is the number to get involved. Remember, we got a couple of giveaways happening in this 12 o'clock hour. $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill Shops will be on offer, as well as at another point in the hour, a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougar basketball team face off against Middle Tennessee. Both of those will be
we coming down to the couple weeks for that $50 gift card giveaway.
Yeah, it's
true.
about that time.
Yeah,
because you win the gift card, that'll be cool, but you also get entered for the chance to win a Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill, and I imagine that's the thing that people are most interested in right now.
And then Lopez going to deliver it to you and set it up.
He's going to set it up.
I'll
He's
do
going to give
half
you some
of that.
recipes, some OG sauce.
He's going to bring it in on his truck. He's going to come in and help you set it up.
And he's going to give you his number so that if you need any advice or anything, you can get that too.
I will meet the truck there.
Look, you ain't got to do nothing. He's going to come and set everything up.
In fact, he'll cook the first grill. He'll grill the first meal on it if you want.
You talk me into that.
I was like, what other things can I promise for Lopez to
brisket
do? And
come with the winner.
He'll pay for the first brisket too. No, I'm just playing. That's all jokes. Legal, please don't come see me. All right, let's do a little would you rather here with the Texans. Coming off of a victory versus the Cardinals, headed towards a game versus the Raiders. I almost slipped and said a victory versus the Raiders. We have to see that on the field.
By the way, biggest point spread in the entire NFL this week.
Is it? What is
14 and a half.
Sheesh.
I think the next one is like 10.
Yeah, they offense stink, man.
It's the worst offense in the league against the best defense.
Yes.
Like statistics.
No offensive line. Yeah. Quarterback's been injured at best. The running back can't do much behind the offensive line. Yeah, it's been
There was a time I wasn't sure the Texans could score 14 and a half points.
Yeah.
And now they're favored by 14.
Honestly, this could be a 14-zip type of game, man. It wouldn't even surprise me.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't cover. All right, let's do a little would you rather, Lopez.
Yeah, a little bit different now. Normally, whenever the mood strikes and we want to do some would you rather, it has to do with that game or that particular week of stuff. This is more big picture things because we're now,
excellent.
We're now in big picture mode.
Without question.
With this squad. So first one, you guys tell me, would you rather face the Patriots in the first round or the Broncos? Clearly, one of those teams at this point is going to be one of the wild card, and one's going to have the best record in the AFC.
Well,
and if you get in at number 7, you'll face the number 2 seed. That could be the Patriots or the Broncos. Who would you rather face?
I think it would be the Patriots. Which is funny.
Patriots?
One, I think poetically it'd be fun to have another exorcism of sorts after you went into Kansas City, to have that as again versus the Patriots. But two, I just don't trust them all that much. There has been the statistic and the conversation all season long about them having a lighter schedule, which is objectively true, even though I think that they've done some really good things.
Yeah.
I do think they had the better quarterback play. However, they have also only really they haven't been tested all that much, and they definitely haven't seen a defense like this. I think that the playoffs are a different beast. I think that this defense is a different beast, and I'd be very interested to see a team where the only thing that I feel confident about is Drake May, and I don't even know about that in the playoffs and versus his defense. I'd be interested to see that versus a defense that I know is very good in the Broncos, and a Bo Nix that seems like he's getting better and also has a penchant for kind of showing up late.
Yeah, I agree with Reggie. I would rather face the Patriots, and I'd probably take the other side of this. I don't want to face the Denver Broncos defense this early like that, man. I know we talk about our defense a lot, number 1 in the league, but they got a wild defense too, man. Like to the point I don't know if Greg Williams out there coaching them up like he was doing in New Orleans or whatever. They kind of, that's where CJ got his concussion, man. Yeah. And I know it wasn't like a dirty play or nothing, but I don't want to face that defense. Not yet.
I kind of want to rather face the Broncos.
Okay.
I get that Bo Nix, and I was before the Broncos game that you and I were arguing about just how good is Bo Nix, and I was the guy that was saying, he's actually pretty good, even though some of the numbers don't go that. And since then he's played a lot better. I go back to the concussion. I felt the Texans were in control of that, or could have gotten easy control of that game until Stroud hurt himself, and I feel two things. Number one, I don't know how I feel about the Texans going in to face New England in New England, which has been kind of a house of horrors in the postseason. But they have exercised a lot of demons this year. I think I'd rather go Broncos. Broncos in Denver. I guess it's as simple as they don't quite scare me as much as the Patriots, despite their great defense.
I don't think that's unfair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I started thinking about, okay, I have not considered how much what does the coaching dynamics matter to you. Sean Payton obviously is usually a very good coach at finding a matchup advantage at times. Josh McDaniel has been very good at calling offense this year as well. But both of them going up against this Texans defense is the thing that I'm like not that worried about. It probably does come back to also that defensive acumen there. I still think I probably want to stay away from the Broncos, but I will say I don't say that for fear of either of those teams.
Okay. Would you rather have Nick Chubb fully healthy the rest of the season or Woody Marks?
Woody Marks. Without question, Woody Marks.
Without question.
Without question. He's a dude that it feels like they are comfortable riding as the lead back in this. Now, is that going to be maximum efficient? No. I mean, I don't think any of the run circumstances that you have are going to be ones that get to the place where this run game looks great. But it's clear Woody Marks over Nick Chubb, and I don't know what I could tell you if you think that that's somewhere else. Now, I get where you're probably going at is having the balance of two backs.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, hey, could you do the thing where you go Woody Marks and Jawhar Jordan?
Woody Marks fully healthy or Nick Chubb fully healthy the rest of the way? Both obviously.
Yeah, but I'd rather probably Woody Marks, to be honest, because we're seeing a healthy Nick Chubb, and it wasn't what I think a lot of people were kind of expecting from
I'm with you.
Nick Chubb.
I think you hit the exact point. We know what we're getting out of Nick Chubb. I think Woody Marks is still ascending. Fully healthy might be the way to go. I'm with you. Would you rather have the Texans on the defense in a tied game late or the offense?
Tied game is what makes it tough.
Tied game.
Because I was going to say, with a very small lead or a small lead with the defense or, needing
to get... No, question.
No, but I'm trying to say, in my head, I go, if you go 3 points either way with that side on the ball, I think I might I probably would go defense still.
Tied game.
But tied game, I think I go offense.
Isn't that wild?
But it's also the factors that are at play, which is it's probably not a crazy long field for you to get to field goal range. And I feel better about the possibility of maybe having some big plays and possibly some explosives. But, I mean, I feel very comfortable with the defense on. It's just if the defense is on, now we have to get the ball just to get the ball back to the offense. So might as well just cut that out and give it to the offense and see if they can get that done.
Defense can score, too.
Yeah, I wish I had more on this scenario outside of it, because if it's like a Buffalo Bills type of game, then hell, put the defense back out there, sack Josh Allen some more.
Yeah.
But I'm with Reggie. I'm gonna go with the offense, man. It seems like it's just so easy to get in field goal range now.
And Kaimi Fairbairn's been playing well.
And you could just line up for a 60-yarder now. And if you're playing defense, all they need to do is get to midfield, and then that's field goal range at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you, both of you. This is an interesting one to me that I kept going back and forth. Would you rather this defense play in the playoffs, this is a playoff game, in bad weather or perfect conditions?
I hadn't considered that at all. Because obviously
you could go to New England, you could go to Buffalo, you could, obviously Denver. But would you rather this defense play in perfect conditions or bad weather?
Perfect conditions. Perfect conditions. And I don't know if this will actually affect those moments, but I don't want to slow down what this defense does. D'Amico Ryans frequently talks about the way they play, and apologies to Matt Burke because I'm going to say the thing that made you guffaw. It's not the most difficult thing that they're asking guys to do. There is nuances within it that very much are advanced. I'm not trying to say that it's simple per se, but they make it pretty easy for these guys to be able to demonstrate their abilities to play fast and play with physicality. And I think you can be as fast as possible without snow or anything else impacting it. Let them go. Let them hit. Let them be clear on a normal field. I understand that probably helps the offense be the best version of themselves. But any offense that they go up against, I still feel good about.
Yeah, perfect condition, man. To me, I just think it's tough overall playing in bad weather. But talking about going up to New England or Buffalo or spots like that, Denver could get a little wild too.
Yeah.
Nah, I'd rather take the perfect condition.
I'm going to take the other side on this one. Give me the bad weather.
Give me your thoughts.
You got Drake May in bad weather. You've got Bo Nix in bad weather. You got a defense that creates a lot of turnovers and interceptions. And I'm really kind of in my mind visioning, snow and ice.
Sure.
Because, that's what it is in terms of bad weather. Or even just sleet and rain. But cold, this defense creates a lot of turnovers. Now, I get Josh Allen has been very good in bad weather. He would be the kind of the wild card here. But you own Josh Allen.
But you own him in the confines of NRG Stadium.
Exactly. I think I want to see what this defense and plus offense is harder in bad weather. No matter who you are, it can be. For a lot of teams, give me things that work against the offense and this defense. Give me bad weather. All right.
Press pause.
Yeah.
How do you think the bad weather affects this Texans offense?
Well, again, you can win 13-3, or 3-0.
And see, that's why I picked the perfect condition. I wasn't even thinking about that part you just named, Lopez. I was thinking more about getting this offense together.
The offense going.
But does this offense, are they able to continue to get the better protection that we've gotten in snowy circumstances? Are they able to plant and get push? And sometimes we're like, not getting as much push as we want. Are they able to get the push that they want in those snowy conditions, right?
Yeah.
These are questions that are worth asking, I think.
This one to me is interesting as well. Would you rather face the Broncos again or the Bills again?
Bills again.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Actually,
that's nuts.
It is nuts. It is nuts. But I feel like, no, that's...
I'd rather face the Bills again, man.
You too?
Yeah. To me, I don't know how y'all feel, but I think I got a lot of respect for what Denver is doing. And I'm not that high on Bo Nix, but it seemed like they got something going, especially with the defense, man.
We're picking Bo Nix over Josh Allen?
I mean, when you say it like that, yes.
No, and that's the thing. I was like Josh Allen, but then also don't forget you still have James Cook there running the football.
This too,
and he still put up a pretty solid game too.
Texans,
yeah, he did.
So I'm like, am I tempting fate by going, oh no, they've just figured this out? Because I typically don't subscribe to that kind of like, oh well, they just have something on him. But for some reason with the Josh Allen, it's like it just keeps happening.
Yeah.
However, I feel like. Yeah, I might be respecting the defense, and Bo Nix is a progression maybe too much here. But I know that the defense for the Bills is not where it needs to be, especially without like an Ed Oliver, somebody that creates pressure on the front line. That's the thing. But I'm like, am I undervaluing the progress and the results that the Bills have gotten versus or the lack of results rather they've gotten?
Denver's defense been playing good.
Yeah,
man.
They have been playing great, and yet. I don't want, as you said, Reggie, I don't want to tempt fate too much here with Josh Allen.
That's a really good would you rather, man. 713-572-4610. Please give me your answers here because I'm intrigued what the crowdsourcing of this looks like. People seem to be leaning towards Broncos early.
All right, one more for you. Playoff game again. Would you rather C.J. Stroud throw for 300 yards or the running game surpass 150 yards?
I mean, for the fun of it,
both.
For the fun of it, the passing game. But I actually think it might be the running game. I think it fits in with the recipe that they've established. I think you're probably are lessening possessions as well.
That's the point.
You're running the football to the tune of 150 yards, and we know that the defense will hold their own. You're salting away a football game with them running the football like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably say the running game too, man, because clearly they won games without CJ passing for over 300 yards. But I think once you get that running game going, I think it's gonna be A-OK.
Yeah, Reggie took exactly where I was going with it, or he went exactly where I was going with it. 150 yards rushing means you're getting about 80 of that in the second half because you're just trying to salt away the game, and I'm with you. I think I'd rather have, which is crazy because you need C.J. Stroud to be big, in the postseason. But
you don't need him to be 300 yards.
Yeah, you don't need
and that's what I was gonna say is I bet you could get 230, 240 passing if you're running the football like that because they really like booting off of that play action. I think that would only serve to make C.J. More effective, just not to the tune of like, oh, he put up a 330-yard game. I think it would just be one of those, the running game is killing you, and CJ did enough in those moments where he had the football in his hands to throw it as well.
Especially when you got a defense like that. You don't have to put up 350 or anything like that.
Right.
People are 8-2. Look back at the Broncos schedule. Rather easy compared to the Patriots. And, yeah, this time period where I've talked about Bo Nix getting better, it has been a little bit more fortuitous for him. So, maybe,
I'm just thinking about the defense, man. That's all I'm thinking about. And I'm not that sold on Bo Nix, but he doing just enough because of the defense.
Yeah.
And then maybe that's the same thing I've been talking about with Drake May. Bo Nix in the playoffs. Like, this isn't something where we have it solidified as he knows what to do specifically. Josh Allen, however, he's had moments.
He's had his moments.
He's had moments. So, good calls.
Did Bo Nix have a good game here when he played the Texans?
Well, he finished well.
Yeah, because like I said, he did just enough to get in field goal range type deal.
That was a lot of Bo Nix.
Yeah.
That was a lot of Bo Nix early on in the season.
That's what I'm saying. Wasn't flashy or anything, but he did just enough to get them in field goal range to win.
Yeah. So I think that's the right way to go probably. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A little edition of Would You Rather. I like that, John Lopez. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
The blazing hot Texans are all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, confessions here. I saw a very interesting quote from one Christopher Walken, legendary actor. I don't know if you guys came across this. It's been making the rounds lately.
From Christopher Walken, yes, I have come across him in his acting.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So he was interviewed, and my confession is, I believed most of this, but there was one part of it. See if you can guess that I said no. I think I think that's BS.
All right.
All right. Here's the quote. He's 82 now, by the way. I don't have technology. I only have a satellite dish on my house. Which, by the way, you don't even need that anymore. But anyway.
He doesn't have technology, damn it.
I don't have a cell phone. I've never had a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
I've never emailed.
Okay.
Or what do you call it? Twittered.
Okay.
I've never had a watch either. But if I need the time, I just ask someone. Likewise, once in a while when I need to use a phone, I just ask if I can borrow one.
Yeah, the watch one is just, that's a bridge. That's a little far.
He's never had a watch?
Yeah.
Why didn't he take it out of his backside, from the old, I had a watch up my,
Yep.
for 7 years,
Mm-hmm.
5 years, whatever it was. I'm just kidding there. No, that's not the one that gets me.
It's not.
Mm-mm. That's not the one I'm calling BS on.
Email?
Email. The dude's an actor.
So he's got an agent.
But you got to get, you got to sign contracts. how does he?
I mean, do they still have paper contracts?
For him, maybe, but I gotta call BS on email.
I could see him being the dude that's like, all right, I'll come into the office and sign the contract. You print it and do all that. Like, I could see him being the dude because he's
what
been
about pitches and scripts and all this stuff? Never. See, that's the key thing. He said he's never had email, never had a cell phone, never had a watch. Again, except for the one in the movie.
Sure,
but he's email. I can't buy that one. I don't buy that.
Okay.
Everybody at one point.
I think you make a good case there.
Mm-hmm.
I think you make a good case there. I could see the way he gets there, but also I'm leaning into the fantastic of it, the fantastical rather of it. So no, I could see that being the case.
You buying it?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't understand how you function in life in 2025 without having any of those things.
Or
man.
in 2000.
Because even people that don't really rock with technology like that have to somehow just let me get an email now because that's how things are going in 2025.
Yeah.
But to go around like that for years without any of that stuff, without a watch.
Or even in the 90s.
Without a phone.
Without an email.
But he was wealthy enough to not engage in what he doesn't want to engage.
So
I think that's the thing.
My
the
thing
beauty
is
of
how you do it though.
Yeah.
Like tell me how you live life without an email and
call his home phone?
You're a big time actor. And you just like how do you do your business?
Yes.
You
how do you
again,
pay I just don't get, man.
I imagine that he's got an accountant or something to the effect that handles the money, a money manager. His agent handles all them other things.
How you check to see how much money he got?
Yes.
He don't. He got
goes
plenty.
to the bank.
So you trust people that much? You mean to tell me he trusts people that much where
Probably.
you don't have to see the paperwork or the billings and all that stuff?
Also, I love the idea of him just rolling up to the bank and being like, yes, can I get
You're filling out the paper.
Can I get a readout of my account?
Yeah, this is my account number.
Yeah.
Can I get it, please?
Oh, I can't go to the bank because it's closed. So I don't know how much money I have in my
He
account.
doesn't bank
Check on
after
Tuesday.
4 o'clock. He doesn't bank after 4 o'clock. Sorry, got to do it tomorrow. I'm with him on all that, and I respect it, actually, except for the email. No way.
I just think he's talking cash, you know what.
And that's the beauty of being 82 you said?
Yeah.
Being an old man. It's one of the things that I've said often and I will never recant. I can't wait to be old for you could say whatever the hell you want.
You can say
He
anything.
just talking cash, you know what.
People got to rock with it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I was thinking a little bit, before we even get there, I was looking at the Broncos thing and the actually, you know what? That's not worth it. Neither here nor there. I'll save that for later. But I was thinking even more about this Denver game that the Rockets played on Monday. Also thinking ahead to what happens here on Saturday. But the idea that they haven't won against these teams that have had a 600 record or better or whatever.
0-6?
0-6, I believe, is what it was.
Yeah.
I feel like we're starting to get to a point where maybe they need to widen the margins for themselves in one particular way.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they've been really efficient. I know that their offensive rating is high.
Oh, I know where you're going.
I think we can afford to try and take more three-pointers as a Rockets team.
I don't know.
And I'm not saying take a crazy amount more.
Yeah.
But you could try. There's little ways that I think they can open up the diet of three-pointers
You
to
just
help.
want to see Jawhar shoot more threes.
Well, yes. Have you not enjoyed watching him shoot threes?
Yes.
Like watching him shoot threes, watching Reed shoot threes, watching Aaron Holiday shoot threes. That's been fun.
Yeah.
I think if they could just add a little bit more to their diet, not you, Amen, and of shooting three-pointers, I think that might open up some of this and maybe give them a little bit more of an edge in some of these games.
I guess give me small doses, and I'd be with you. I think that their formula, such as it is going to be, fewer threes. And actually, the NBA is shooting fewer threes.
Yeah, but they're shooting the most fewer to say something that does not make sense grammatically. But to say, I mean, they're consistently 29th or 30th in three-point makes, and it's not like they don't shoot free throws or three-pointers rather well. The percentage of makes is pretty solid.
Yeah.
I think just add a couple more a game. Wouldn't hurt, especially like the instances where Reed takes a pull-up jumper from 22 feet. Like, hey, just let's take that extra step back. It's the old Kevin Garnett where he would take the long two, and you're like, hey, man, just take that step back. You get it 50% more, man.
Yeah.
I think that those extra points here and there might add up for him.
By the way, before we get to yours, Vicky, great text. Lopez, don't you remember when you had to call your bank and you had to press the buttons to get your balance and your and all this?
I remember doing that when I had my first job at KFC. I had to call the number in the back of the card, and then you have $29.73.
Oh, dang.
Or the worst is when it's negative.
Yes.
You have negative 23, and you're like, oh my God.
Oh, no.
My heart just dropped.
Yes.
These are my confessions.
So, I seen this tweet from I forgot what account it was, but they pretty much said Instagram will now be added to TVs. So you can
scroll Instagram on TV, Just watch reels.
So the Instagram app will now be on TVs, and so you can watch Instagram reels on your television. And my first thought was, man, I was an old man with it, like, man, what you need to be watching Instagram on the TV for? But then the more I started thinking about it, I was like, damn, we really going here now.
This is
like, I wonder, is it that bad of an idea to have Instagram on your TV? Because it'd be a lot of stuff on Instagram, like Instagram Live and stuff like that. And I realized, and this is when I realized it, watching the Versus. Remember they had the Versus between different artists?
Yeah, musical competitions of sorts.
Yeah, and the only way you could watch it was on Instagram Live. And I'm like, dang, I wish I could just watch this on the TV. Eventually they had it where you could watch it on TV. But I was like, dang, are we really here? Maybe that's not that bad of an idea to have Instagram on the TV,
I think
man.
It's a horrible idea. It's relationships will end. You know what happens on your Instagram? Things that you
speak for yourself, Lopez. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Don't you lie. Now
I don't know what you're talking about right now,
BS
Lopez.
on you. If you go to my Instagram and you see my trends, you know how they pop up immediately? It's dogs, fishing, and women in bikinis.
I'm actually quite proud of my
it's not trends. It's called something else.
Yeah, your For You page.
Yeah, just your algorithm.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm confident enough to show Lopez my For You page or whatever of Instagram. What are you seeing there?
Why are you bragging about this?
What are you seeing?
It's a lot of geeks.
All right, just because people wear glasses don't make them geeks. I feel like
women in glasses.
You're 1970s.
He has a type. We just found it. He has a type.
That is a comedian.
Yeah.
That's a podcast. I don't feel great about. But that's Florence Pugh. That makes sense. Actress.
Yeah. Like if you open up mine right now.
That's a sports podcast.
I guarantee you. My wife would be real good about, hey, look, puppies, carrying a stick. Hey, look, fishing. And then all of a sudden you get into,
cheeks. Yeah. We not just talking about smiling.
Just imagine being on the couch watching Instagram, just going through reels.
That was the thought that I had.
Yeah.
How do you scroll?
Yeah.
You gotta use your remote.
You might be able to use a remote, especially if it's on the TV where you could download it on the TV. You could probably use a remote, kind of like YouTube.
Yeah.
But just imagine sitting there with your lady and you like, that's a funny reel right there.
All of a sudden, the next thing that pops
booty
up.
woman.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at mine right now. I forgot barbecue. Yeah, it's puppies, it's women in bikinis, barbecue, and fishing.
That's how you make John Lopez.
Yeah, mine is prank jokes. I've been on a prank joke binge for a little bit. How they just be going to Walmart messing with folks. Golden doodles on mine. And then
That's very specific.
Yeah, now, I watched one video and now all my timeline's full of golden doodles.
I do wonder though if I can try and sell this as if Meta needs my help at all. The one thing I could say maybe this helps is one, posture. Like the posture that people have on the phones can't be good for like your back and neck.
Yeah.
But then two, I do wonder if this might break some of the cycle of like endless scrolling where you might actually find yourself stopping a little bit sooner. Yeah. Probably not because this is engineered for it. But at the very least, your neck won't hurt as much.
Yeah. I don't know. Like my first thought was, man, this is silly. But I'm thinking like, man, maybe this might be the new norm. I remember back in the day when they first put the camera on the phone.
Yeah.
And I remember my friend's dad was like, man, what the hell they need a camera on the phone for?
That's right.
And now that's like the perfect thing, man.
Yes.
Like you can't have a phone without a camera.
Yes.
But at the time, he was just like, what the hell they doing? What you need a camera on the phone for?
I feel like Confessions has become Figgy shows his age.
Hey, I'm 37 years old, man.
You sure you got those numbers in the right order?
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I said we was going to give away some tickets. Let's give away some tickets. How about a 4-pack to see the University of Houston basketball team face off against Middle Tennessee on December 29th? Caller number 9 will get that opportunity right now. 713-574-610. Cougs basketball, obviously in town facing off against Middle Tennessee, the Blue Raiders, Monday, December 29th, 7 p.m. at the Fertitta Center. You can buy these tickets if you want to, mind you. uhcougars.com/tickets or just call, use a phone. You remember how they did that? 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. But you can just be calling number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. Get that 4-pack of tickets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, time for a little Judge John Lopez. And there's a specific Texans flavor to it. We do that next.
Yeah, there is. Let's get to Low T Center right now. Low T Center.
2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, sir. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The court of the honorable me is now in session yet again, as we do every Thursday. All right.
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Wednesday, man.
I wasn't even going to say it.
Get me excited.
Right.
Yeah, we're not downhill yet. No, every Wednesday. All right, so a couple of cases for you guys today. We have our usual representation in front of me here, and that is the first case is going to be, and I was just talking with you during the last break, looking at the playoff bracket, and I'm like, wow, that is an interesting bracket when you look at the teams that are up there in the NFL playoff picture. So the first case presenting today is, are the Texans the second best team in the AFC? The second best team in the AFC. Counsel Figgy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which side are you taking, and state your case?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm actually going to take side and say they are the second best team in the NFL. And I know that's a little crazy to say, especially if you're a Texans fan.
In the AFC, yeah.
In the AFC. And I know that's a little bit crazy to say if you're a Texans fan and you're thinking like, oh, no, the offense, and you got all these different PTSD situations going on with this team. But when you look at some of the top teams in this, or in the AFC, you kind of thinking, hey, I think they are the best or the second best, if not the best in the AFC. And some of the teams that you had trouble with over the years, either not in the playoffs, got eliminated already, or probably will be eliminated by the time you get the playoff contention. And I'm talking about the Chiefs, the Colts, or not the Colts, or maybe the Colts. They could be eliminated too, but the Ravens.
Yeah.
So if you look at some of these teams like the New England Patriots, who have a young quarterback, will probably be his first time in the playoffs. You got Pittsburgh that really don't. I feel comfortable saying the Texans can beat Pittsburgh. The Jags, you had that comeback against the Jags, and you always had the Jags number. And the Denver Broncos, who we were talking about a little earlier, how we not really that sold on them. I know a lot of people on our text line or in the juror, not really sold on them due to their schedule and the quarterback. And I feel like they are the second best team in the AFC when you look at all of that, if not the best team, or at least the scariest team in the AFC. So, I'm going to side with that.
Strong. Very strong. Counsel Reggie.
Yeah, I was going to see if I should make my case based off of they're actually the best team. I think that you're like, no, they're actually better.
No, they're not the second best, they're the best.
I think the thing that I have to come to here is I do not believe them to be the second best team based off of the strength that I don't know that I could say for certain that they are indeed the second best team. They might be in that general cloud there, but I also think there are some of the things that you were basing this feeling of confidence on is an offensive line that has found some improvement, although I do have some questions as to how strong that improvement is when we get to latter portions of the season, and especially once you get into the postseason. And then on top of that, I think also there's questions on what's the run game actually going to be in a consistent way, because I think that, again, some of the buoyed hopes on this is after seeing a game in which you ran the football very well, but admittedly in a circumstance where you did it versus a defense that wasn't that great, and you're talking about injuries in that running back room. I think that this is clearly a very good team in the AFC, and if I'm going to make the case, I think you can even just look at Broncos, Patriots, even understanding the circumstances that they have around them. I don't think you're afraid of them, but you can very clearly point to things that they do incredibly well, like the Broncos defense and the Patriots offense, and you have to have some respect for what they've been able to do thus far through the season. And then there's the danger of the Bills, even if you say that you have had a good aspect against them. Can you say that you have that same advantage on the road and in a vacuum? I think that those things add enough question to saying it definitively to where I have to say that no, they are not absolutely the second best team in the AFC, even though it does feel like they have a solid case.
They do have a solid case, and then that's what we're trying to judge here. And ultimately, I think we have to kind of look at this in terms of like right now. We're litigating this today.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Right now, are they the second best team in the AFC? You brought up a good point, Reggie. Broncos have been playing well. Patriots have been playing well. But right now, whether or not they're facing the Cardinals or soon the Las Vegas Raiders, I think it's a tough call for me personally. I really don't have a strong feeling. I mean, I can see both sides. But in terms of just stating the case, I think I'd have to give this one to Figgy just because of where they are right now.
Okay, so it feels like we go with two. Would you be so bold as to make the case for the Texans being the best team in the AFC still alive for the postseason right now?
Well, I actually think it's almost the same argument.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I'm looking at the standings right now, and what I mentioned to you earlier is like that doesn't look like a very strong field in the AFC. It just doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's not, because the big dogs that have been running the AFC for the last few years looking kind of iffy and not even in the playoffs.
I think the only team, if I were arguing this, I think the team that has the strongest case to be the best in the AFC right now might be the Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's what I was about to ask. Yeah,
it might be the Jaguar. Forget the Patriots and the Broncos.
Better defense, and it feels like they're finding some level of answer for who Trevor Lawrence is within their system.
Yeah.
And I was about to come back to you, Fig, because you made the case, I think, pretty well without even bringing up C.J. Stroud finding a better version of himself than he has at any point previously this season.
I meant to bring that up, too, because I think the big thing about mentioning the Broncos and the Jags and teams like that, even the Patriots, people are still kind of questioning the quarterback situation. I know not the Patriots.
Yeah.
That one just lack of being in the playoffs before. But people still question Bo Nix. People still question Trevor Lawrence a little bit. And I feel like people are more comfortable with C.J. Stroud being in that situation over all those other quarterbacks. And I think people will pick C.J. Stroud over those quarterbacks.
Yeah. All right, another interesting one here for you guys to think about and here on In the Loop litigate, so to speak. So I don't know how many people saw this. It is very interesting. So Major League Baseball wants to level the playing field at all levels, and specifically in minor league baseball. And it was in The Athletic. Apparently, deep-pocketed, richer organizations have been using and taking advantage of technology a lot more and to gain an advantage at the minor league level and using that, like we're talking about cutting-edge tools like high-speed cameras, motion capture technology, in-game data, etc. Well, Major League Baseball is going to regulate in-game technology to level the field so every minor league team basically has access to the same kind of technology and information. Is that a good thing? Is it a good thing for minor league baseball? Some teams spending more and using the technology to its fullest, some not being able to. Is it a good thing to level the playing field in terms of technology?
Your Honor, I must say yes, I think that's a good thing. And I know baseball, with the history of baseball, it's kind of not like that when it comes to, I guess, salary cap and all that stuff. The bigger markets, the owners with more money would spend more and all that stuff rather than the smaller markets. But I think this kind of makes sense, man, because overall, when it comes to the MLB, you kind of, I feel like you kind of want to be on the same page. And I always thought it was confusing that some teams have more technology than other teams and all that stuff. It kind of feel real high schoolish, where you got some public high schools that don't have as much things as the bigger high school as far as like gym and all that stuff, training, and they had different type stuff. And I feel like it should be a level, like a playing field. I feel like minor league should have all the same access as other minor league teams. It shouldn't be a thing where, this one just don't have the money.
So so the other one's got to come down.
Yeah. So, I feel like that's not really great for the game.
Okay. Reggie?
I think what we're talking about when we're talking about the minors, I know that we want to think of it within the context of this is a part of a team's organization, and it is, right? So this is competitive balance in a way, and I guess you could look at it that way. I very much more look at it from talent development, because there's no other league in which the top league also has hands in the development of the entry into that league. And so what I hear when I hear that Major League Baseball is going to limit what some teams who have deeper pockets can utilize to help develop talent is that a league is willingly saying we want to not allow our talent to be as good as possible before they reach the highest levels of this. And that sounds asinine.
Yeah.
That sounds very dumb. And I get it. Some owners don't want to spend all the money. That feels more like an ownership problem than it does with a competitive problem. And it's also worth noting that all these players that as they develop with this talent doesn't mean that they will eventually make their debut, play for a long time, or play at all with the team that the organization that they start with. I think that it serves you to give your players at every level, and it serves you as a league to have them be as good as possible with all the tools at your disposal. So I get the idea of, oh man, we want it to be competitively balanced, but I think also think about Yordan Alvarez, one of the best players on this roster. Where did he come up through?
Yeah.
He came up through the Dodger system, right? Like, and that happens way more often than I think we give it credit for at times. I think that this hurts everybody in the name of trying to be fair and balanced in a way that is not thoughtful enough.
Yeah, this is one of the easier ones we've ever done here. I'm with you, Reggie. You had me at player development. It's like drafting a pitcher and saying, we want you to get to the major leagues, but until you get there, I don't want you throwing a changeup. In other words, like you can throw every other pitch, just don't throw a changeup. And then when you get to the major leagues, you can start using the changeup. Because contrary to what they want you to believe, it's not about competition in the minor leagues. Yes, they give out awards and players get excited and championships and all that. It's about player development. And if all this data and technology is going to be available at the major league level across the board, then you should not penalize teams that have the wherewithal and the means to use that development. So to me, this was easy. You've got it. Develop your players the best way you can. Easy as that.
Yeah. And it's sad that the league continues to be beholden to the owners that are unwilling to spend on these teams. I understand that sports at the professional level has become it's a lot of an investment, but I thought that was the idea, right? For it to be an investment, for this to show fruits on the field, and that feels like that's antithetical to that mission. A little Judge John Lopez here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Also, something that John Lopez loves a lot, grilling. How about we get you a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop?
Just look at my Instagram.
Yeah, that is true. But look very carefully because you might have to look around some other photos. That's neither here nor there.
Right.
You want to get on that phone line, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 8, and you can win that $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. Also, you will be entered for a chance to win a Traeger grill by the end of the football season, which, honestly, fast approaching. So make sure that you're quick on the draw. Caller number 8, 713-572-4610 will win that $50 gift card. All right, appreciate you hanging out with us here on this Wednesday. Coming up next, I want to return to something that Nick Caserio was talking about. Actually, let's dive into some of the things because he sat down with Payne and Pendergast, had a conversation, and I found some of these things to be really interesting as it pertained to D'Amico Ryans and the knack that he has for finding personalities. We'll talk about that and more next.
The blazing hot Texans are back at it. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Okay, I was like, I didn't catch which song specifically it was, but you know it's Christmas time. It's the holiday season.
Johnny Mathis.
Around these parts. Look at that.
Legendary.
Absolutely, absolutely. Practice going on at NRG Stadium, or really at the, at the Methodist Training Center there across Kirby from the building itself. Darrell Taylor, defensive end, has returned to practice and been designated for return, which I think we mentioned that earlier. What is definitely to be seen out there. Red helmets, Battle Red this week.
Yeah, going to be Battle Red.
Battle Red this week should be fun as well. Some notable names that were not seen by the Semel media out there at the practice field. No Woody Marks out there. No Aziz Al-Shaair. No Derek Stingley. No Kamari Lassiter.
Any of those move the needle for you?
I feel like we're talking about vet days.
Yeah,
with,
week 16, man.
With the final three. Woody Marks even as well, but I think that's
the Stingley kind of.
Well, Stingley had the oblique. Stingley had the oblique.
I ain't going to say it bothered me, but it kind of like, is he cool?
Dude, I keep forgetting that he left with an oblique in that game. Like, I knew that he left, but I keep forgetting that the oblique was what was doing it. And seeing as that's a thing that's been nagging since, what is that, week 2 of the season? Or maybe not nagging specifically, but I guess maybe has been
there,
re-aggravated maybe since that time period in the season. It does raise an antenna slightly where you go, okay. Is that going to be something that slows him down a little bit? Now, I'm not all too worried this week. And
it hasn't.
I I'm surprised that I'm saying this. I think I feel okay with Tremont Smith stepping in and playing on the opposite side of Kamari Lassiter.
This would be the week to do
You
it.
need to. Right, exactly.
Not trying to play down any competition, but this would be the week.
But that is the reason. I mean, the competition is the reason. I mean, is it 2-11?
2-12.
2-12?
Yeah.
I mean, they're bad.
No, they real bad.
They're bad.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. They've got some talented players over there. Nick Caserio was talking about that.
Man,
with
don't give them no damn credit, man. They are bad.
I'm not lying.
Did you see that that stat of I think it was a chart of the healthiest teams?
Yes, actually I did. I think
they were like the third healthiest team. So y'all just out here being ass for the love of the game.
Too.
Yeah, with all the pieces that you anticipated, just cheeks.
Just for the love of the game.
Yep.
Not even injured.
I believe that they have only missed 4 players, put 4 players on the injured reserve. The Texans, one of the higher teams, I believe 15 is the number. One of those guys being Darrell Taylor making his way back. I know someone was talking earlier about like you could put together a pseudo NASCAR package, like a fast package with him on the outside, moving Will on the inside, and allowing him to rush up the middle like we enjoyed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Not this past weekend, but the weekend prior versus Kansas City. I mean, I like the idea of moving Will around. I think I'm less enthused by the possibility of, look at the speed on the outside. Like what Darrell Taylor has in speed, I think you get enough speed from the guys that you typically use.
Absolutely do.
And I think you lose power at times. Yes. And I think that showed up early on in the season. And I am more concerned with the power and, more importantly, the contain that this defense, that these edges have to give in games than the speed that Darrell Taylor brings, even though he does have.
No, you are 100% right on the speed and the contain. That's what they're talking about once more than anything. So why change it up right now?
Yeah. All right. So we're expecting to hear from D'Amico later on today as well. But, and worth noting, dudes who are at practice, Nick Chubb, seems like he's returning to practice. And then, as I mentioned, Darrell Taylor. All right. I mentioned Nick Caserio also joined Payne and Pendergast this morning, 7:30. You can go back on the Odyssey app or a podcast page for Payne and Pendergast to check that out if you want to in full. I thought this was an interesting conversation because they were talking about the knack. Well, first and foremost, Kamari Lassiter, right? And the how he is so very much the energy, the persona, the personality that you wanted in D'Amico Ryan's defense. And, I mean, I thought it was really cool that just not too long ago, earlier today, Jonathan Alexander was digging up and looked at the fact that Kamari Lassiter leads the league in run stuffs by a cornerback, which not surprising one bit. He has that tenacity and that physicality to go and meet running backs in the hole. And then they got to just the knack that D'Amico seems to have for finding personalities. So, Nick Caserio, what can you say about D'Amico having that particular for finding the right guys?
We understand what it takes to be successful in this program. So we're looking for that in players. Look, D'Amico is one of the best coaches in the league. I mean, I've talked about it countless times on this show. He has a great sense and a great feel for people. And look, if we draft a team of D'Amico Ryans, like the guy's one of the best players in the history of the franchise, and he's held in the highest regard. So, we're going to try to find players with that mindset and with that mentality, understanding that everybody has their own personality. So that's a big part of it. So the person is the person. No two people are created equally. We're looking for certain traits and characteristics that we think are going to be successful. Because in the end, in order to win when it matters, those are the things that are going to be important. So the more players that like that we have in the building, we at least give ourselves an opportunity. Now, ultimately, it's going to come down to our play and our execution on the field. But the mentality, the mindset, the work ethic, the competitiveness, the drive, I would say D'Amico's probably as tough a player as probably been through this building as well. So you're talking about a guy that's smart as hell, that's a phenomenal human being, that has physical and mental toughness. That's what you want on your team. That's what we want on this building. And that's why, philosophically, we believe in a lot of the same things. I would say we're probably wired very similarly, even though we're different, which is why when we're looking at players, we try to prioritize the things that we feel are important.
You can just hear the passion, and you don't hear it very often in Nick Caserio's voice. I mean, this is something that he and D'Amico feel very, very strongly about. Nick Caserio just tends to answer the questions and goes through it and all that. You could just hear it right there that this is one of the tenets, of the entire organization. And then you talk about players like Kamari Lassiter. who represents that.
Yeah.
Not only
To a T.
Yeah. Not only one of those guys that can, has the talent and the personality and fits the profile, but seeks out. You talk about the tackles and the hit rate and all that other stuff. He seeks it out. That's what D'Amico did, and that's why you talk about ultimately you have to do it on the field, but it translates from what the personality and the profile you are onto the field.
Yeah, and as he's talking about Kamari, but then more so the type of personalities that it's clear that they want and they look at. I just keep thinking about, it feels like he's talking about the defense. I know that he's talking about the entirety of the organization. Does that show up equally for the offense for you?
I think he's largely talking about the defense because he's talking about D'Amico, and D'Amico's baby is the defense. I think they try to profile the same way on offense, but it doesn't always work out. Offense is influenced by other people. It's influenced by Nick Caserio, of course, but it's also influenced a lot by Nick Caley and Cole Popovich and some of these other things. So I think it's slightly different, but they still try to profile similarly if they can.
Who would you say is, and it sounds insane when I think about it, like the Kamari Lassiter of the defense, but in so much as exemplary of this mentality on the offensive side of the football?
It's got to be Titus Howard. Real good dude, willing to do anything and has done anything. He might not be, an all-pro or, whatever, offensive lineman, but, absolutely fits what the Texans want, that swarm mentality. I'm guessing it would probably be Titus Howard. Yeah.
Titus, are there any other names that come to mind? For a second, when I was thinking like toughness,
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton has demonstrated some of that.
Yeah.
I think a number of people who have complained about Dalton Schultz will be like, but in the effort of blocking, at times it can look.
But he was willing to do it, and that was one of those things that he was just miscast last year. As a tight end that could take on an end. I mean, that's just not what he could do.
So you probably Titus, Dalton.
I'm trying to think of anybody else.
I feel like Nico is
maybe. Yeah.
It just doesn't necessarily come off as much because he plays a position that is kind of viewed diva-like, but he seeks contact. He uses physicality, but he feels like he also is kind of that guy who's just like head down, go to work. And I'm trying to make sure. Like, am I missing anybody here?
Yeah, I'm looking too.
And hell, let's talk about Woody Marks. Woody Marks is, like, especially at a running back position, being small, like the feeling of I'm putting my nose in here and running physically between the tackles, even though stereotypically he's not that running back necessarily. Yeah. He does it, pretty well, all things considered, and he does a good job falling forward, which sounds simple but isn't in that running back circumstance. Right?
I think that's fair. I think that's more than fair. Certainly the right type of guy, and as you mentioned, willing to do whatever it takes, even if it doesn't necessarily look like someone like that should be running in between the tackles on a regular basis.
Let me know if you guys see it and where it shows up on the offensive side, because I see a couple of people mentioned Nico, which is obviously one of the places that I went. Somebody said most physical receiver we've had since Dre, which I think that does show up on the field. Speaking of Woody Marks, again, one of the dudes not at practice today, dealing with that ankle thing. He's left every single game that he's played in.
He sure has.
Or at least gone to the sideline, gone to the 10. He's, been in there, but that's shown up in every game. This ankle thing, obviously Jawhar making the 53-man, looking as good as he did last week. I imagine that eases some qualms if you have those. Nick Chubb back at practice. But I thought Sean asked a very good question, and this is a cut 10 here, Fig. How do you plan on managing Woody's workload as you go through the remainder of the season?
Yeah, it's funny. We actually talked to the players. D'Amico talked to the team about that. I mean, the reality is we've played 17 games, which for a lot of guys, that's 2 seasons. And most younger players, rookies and second-year players, I mean, you basically play 11, 12 games in college or, if you're playing in the playoffs, 13, 14 games. So you're going through a little bit of an adjustment from an overall, I would say, physical standpoint. So are you doing the things necessary on a day-to-day basis? At this point of the year, on the heels of a game, it's all about the recovery. So, we were in December. Nobody's healthy. Everybody's dealing with something. But are you being proactive on a daily basis? Are you getting stretched? Are you getting your rehab? Are you getting your lift? Is your nutrition right? Are you sleeping right? Are you getting an amount of rest and recovery? If you use some other device, red light therapy, hyperbaric chamber, cold tubs, all those resources and tools are available, And it's your responsibility to make sure that you use those. We can direct the player and help them with their routine a little bit, but ultimately the onus is on the player, especially this time of the year. And with younger players, you want to make sure you're doing everything possible so that you're ramping up. So by the end of the week on Sunday, you feel as fresh and ready to go as possible. So I'd say that's specific to not just Woody, but the team overall, and especially younger players.
I was just Googling red light therapy. I wasn't quite familiar. I'd heard of it, but
is that what the ladies be doing with that mask that they put on?
Red light therapy, Figgy. Explain it to me.
Well, I know. I kind of know what it is.
You do? Because I had to look it up.
I just laughed at the fact that Lopez was like, clearly Figgy has to know what this is.
Yeah, because I know they had the red light saunas where it's literally just like a certain type of light.
Well, what it says here is uses low-level red and near-infrared light to penetrate the skin and stimulate cellular repair, boosting energy production.
I actually did that. I actually did that one time. I remember I was having issues with my knee.
Oh, yeah, you
didn't know what was wrong.
Did it work?
I tried it, and it worked so good to the point I didn't even realize my knee wasn't hurting anymore.
Really?
So I'm like, dang, it actually worked.
Did you know it? I've heard the term.
I've kind of heard of it, but I guess like in my brain, it just kind of got slotted as hokum, but it's clearly not. This is one of the places where I am stupid. Can I bring you back, though, to what he said there, where he was asked, how do you manage Woody?
I got off on a tangent.
Look, I was right there with you on the tangent. I was really talking myself when I said bring us back.
Yeah.
He was asked about Woody's workload, and he basically talked about players handling their own responsibilities when it comes to managing their health. Did that shock you at all? Because I heard that, and I was like, that was not what I was expecting from the head coach or from the general manager.
You know what I think that was when I heard it? That's got to keep the Players Association happy. We can't tell them do this when you're not in the facility. I think that it's partially both. The guys are going to be out on their own. You can recommend what you want. You can do what you can certainly have your sessions of weight training and everything, as we all know they do. But anything above and beyond, on the player.
Yeah, but I mean that feels like that's more of the recovery. He was asked about the workload.
Yeah.
And and maybe you say that's a game plan type thing and you don't want to say whether you'll give him 20 carries or 10 carries or whatever. But that is clearly, that's the way that my brain took the question. And he went to like, well, handle your business during the week to make sure which to me sounds like we're going to use you how we use you at that running back position, especially for Woody Marks. And so, this will obviously we'll make sure that you're not, injured. But if you're hurt, deal with that the best you can. Ice up and get out here on this field.
For sure, 100%. And that's not the Texans either exclusively.
No, it's not exclusively, but also they have demonstrated themselves. I think it's fair to say that they often operate as we are going above and beyond to make sure to ensure the safety of our players, and that felt a little bit outside of that bound.
And there's running backs. Running backs are just interchangeable parts, man. Interchangeable. It's a cold truth in the NFL, and especially when you're thin at running back. Well, you're getting Chubb back, it seems like, but either way, yeah.
Sorry. All right, I'm a child. But no, did you take that in the same way I did, which, again, extrapolating this too far probably, but I was like, don't expect to see Woody Marks on a second contract here.
Probably not.
That one very much felt like we are going to we're getting the yards out of this one.
Till the wheels fall off.
Yeah. 832 workload. Make sure you're ready. That's your workload. Yeah, that's exactly how I heard that.
Yeah.
That is 100% how I heard that. So I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to sound too worried because I often do that and I know that goes far. But that makes me go, all right, they're going to, over the next 3 games, they're going to have him tote that rock, man. If he is up, he is going.
They absolutely should.
Yeah, but right?
They should.
You don't know exactly what you have in Jawhar yet. Hopefully you'll have an opportunity to see that. And I thought that would have been the easy answer here. Is like, maybe we work in some Jawhar to see if we can get you to the playoffs with the healthy Woody Marks. Yeah, but you got him now for the remaining 3 games, which are important. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. What's also important is making sure that you have whatever semblance of a run game that you have for the postseason, because that's what's been necessary to put your offense in a place to score. Yeah. So I found it interesting that he gave that answer. Not entirely like wrong, I don't think. I think it's natural in the NFL. It was just like, didn't expect that one from Nick Caserio there. But it's still a fantastic sit-down with the fellas of Payne and Pendergast, 7:30 this morning if you want to hit the Radio Rewind feature on the Odyssey app or go to the podcast page. There was even more in there, an update, as much as updates go for Joe Mixon and Jimmy Ward, and I can summarize it for you. Well, getting late. Getting late. That's how it sounded like to me. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, I'm going to keep the Christmas thing going a little bit. Top 10 worst Christmas movies of all time, according to Rotten Tomato. Send them in, too. What's your worst Christmas movie of all time?
Worst Christmas movie. Ooh, okay. I got to do some thinking. We'll do that next.
The Drive.
right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
The Kinder's Texas Bowl teams are set, and it's one heck of a battle here in H-Town. The LSU Tigers will look to defend their 2024 Texas Bowl title against the hometown favorite Houston Cougars, Saturday, December 27th. There's no better way to close out your Christmas week than with two of college football's best at NRG Stadium. Up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. I've been trying to do it. I don't want to hit everybody over the head with Christmas. But we 8 days away.
Yeah.
Also, happy Hanukkah to those who are. I think we're day 2 of Hanukkah, or is it day 1? Did I mess something up there?
Yeah, it might be 2 or 3. But so I tried to throw a little Christmas something in the mixtape a little bit. So let me get my Christmas music right there.
All right. We just go right back to the.
I'm gonna just keep going. I ain't gonna switch it up, man. This is the perfect instrumental, man, for Christmas. But top 10 worst Christmas movies according to Rotten Tomatoes. You can send them in 713-572-4610. I'm gonna start from 10. I want y'all to react to it. Let me know what should be on the list, what shouldn't be on the list. And Rotten Tomatoes, for number 10, they got a movie called Unaccompanied Minors. Now, I had to look this movie up.
I might have to look a lot of these.
It feels like it feels like Unaccompanied Minors. It sounds like they took the premise of Home Alone. We're just like, well, let's steal that and do it kind of different.
This movie came out in 2006.
Oh, yeah. I know what's happening.
Yeah, I looked it up, and some of the actors I see in this is Quinn Shepard, Dylan Christopher, Tyler James Williams, who...
Oh, I know Tyler James Williams.
Yeah, it's a couple people in here. This looked like one of those, I don't know, kind of real... I can't explain it. I'm just kind of looking on the outside. I never heard of this
movie.
movie.
Has the kid from Bad Santa. That's the kid. He's a little older.
Okay, all right.
It looks bad.
Yeah. So that's coming in at number 10. Number 9. Now this one, I don't know if this is revisionist history, but this movie keep popping up a lot now. People keep saying, "Oh, it was never that bad," but Home Alone 3.
Never saw it. I saw the first 2.
Home Alone 3. And I remember as a kid when this came out, because I told you I'm a big Home Alone fan. And I was super excited when this movie came out. I think this came out in 97. So me being young, I'm thinking like, oh, it got to be Macaulay Culkin in there.
Yeah.
Not realizing he probably a grown-ass man at that point and probably don't care about that franchise like that. And I remember watching this movie. I was so disappointed, man. I thought it was so corny.
From the 8 through 2, Home Alone 3 and 4? Brother, they made a
I think it's like 5 or 6 of them, to be honest.
What? Today I have learned, because I would have never. What?
One day I was scrolling. I went past ABC Family, and you know how they always have the cheesy movies and stuff.
Yeah.
It was like a Home Alone 5. I'm like, what?
Yes.
At some point, we got to stop.
This has got to be straight to DVD or straight to streaming at this point.
As you're saying these, I'm on Rotten Tomatoes, and I keep looking them up. 36%. Home Alone 3.
Wow, they got a third of the people to say that this was good enough to watch, huh?
A lot of people.
Oh, that's awful.
But see, a lot of people lately been talking about, oh, it wasn't that bad of a movie.
Yeah, well.
Yes, it was compared to 1 and 2.
Yes.
Like, and this movie came out in theaters, too.
Yeah.
So, I wasn't really rocking with this one. Number 7, The Nutcracker in 3D.
Wow.
In 3D?
Yeah.
Man, what a time in life that we lived when they were like, everything needs to be in 3D. I don't need.
Did you wear those little glasses with the red and blue?
Well, I didn't see this film with it did, but I've done that a couple of times in my life.
Oh my gosh. 28%.
Audience meter.
On the audience.
You look at the tomato meter.
Tomato meter is 0%.
If I I can give you one of my confessions is it irks me to no end that people do not understand what the Rotten Tomatoes meter means.
Yeah.
It does not mean that this is not a judgment call where it's like this is 0% bad. 0% like it's either fresh or rotten based off of does it get a positive review or a negative review, and the percentage of positive reviews is that percentage meter.
And this one
so
is
zero means you couldn't get any like not any of the big time critics, no small time critics, internet critics. Nobody was like this kind of it's good enough. Everybody was like nah, stay away.
Yeah. All right, number 6, Surviving Christmas. That came out in 2004.
I may have seen this one. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I think I have seen this one. Oh, wrong one. But yeah, not good. Not good.
That Surviving Christmas sounds like a movie I wouldn't even go watch.
Yeah. Number 5, Deck the Halls.
I know I've seen this one.
Yeah, I heard of this one. I really ain't hear anybody saying this was one of the worst Christmas movies.
Are there who?
Oh, that's Danny DeVito. That's
Danny DeVito, Matthew Broderick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, and coming in number 4, Christmas with the Cranks.
That one has actually become kind of a cult. I don't like it. Kind of a cult favorite, or maybe one of those traditional type things.
You know what I've realized? Every time the season rolls around and I forget it immediately after, I really don't be watching that many Christmas-specific movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We watch them all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the same ones every year.
Yeah, I think it gets to that point.
Mm-hmm.
What about this one coming in number 3, Jingle All the Way 2?
Oh, there was a second one?
You got me on that one.
Man,
you gonna have to watch it now.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You gotta watch it.
Yeah.
This is kind of like in the same category of the movie Belly. When they had Belly 2.
They have a Belly 2?
Yeah.
Who decided to watch that?
Yeah, with Game, the rapper Game is in it.
Yeah.
Number 2, Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Ain't no way.
That was in 1964.
You know what?
That was in 1964, yeah.
That sounds bad enough to where it's actually good. Like that feels like one where you just put it on and let's all talk about how bad this is.
That sounds innovative.
Yes.
1964?
Right.
I want to see this. And coming in number 1, Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas. And that came out in 2014.
Wow. Saving Christmas 2014. I got one on the bat phone that I never heard before. It was called Fat Man. And it has Mel Gibson as Santa Claus, and on the the poster he's holding like a gun, like he's got the gun pointing.
Oh,
at
they made
it
it like an
action movie. Yeah.
Someone said Die Hard because it's not a Christmas movie. Hey, take that argument.
Yeah,
I don't got it for you.
Yeah,
I do not got it for you.
That's the evergreen argument around this time of the year.
Now the person I do have smoke for from the 832 Jingle All the Way. Hey, no, you are not going to come from Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jingle All the Way. That's a good movie. I'll fight behind that.
Yeah, keep sending them in, 713-572-4610. As I continue the mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So a Christmas parade happened in Louisiana. And I want to put y'all to the test. We're going to do a multiple choice.
Okay.
Multiple choice test right here. What kind of Christmas theme do you think they had in Louisiana? What do you think was the theme?
New Orleans?
The theme, yeah.
Christmas theme.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you multiple choice.
Okay.
Is it A, Mardi Gras theme?
Okay, Mardi Gras, yes.
B, Cajun theme?
Okay.
Or C, redneck theme?
Well, the redneck just seems to be calling me.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
I just want it to be. I'm going to choose what I want it to be. And I want it to be Cajun Christmas because that just sounds delicious.
That sounds fun.
That sounds delicious as hell, man.
Cajun Christmas. That's what I'm going with.
Atlanta is Watsonville. We were doing a redneck Christmas parade. People behind me are throwing ramen noodles and toilet paper and some plungers, I think.
Plungers through the years have been the most favorite thing for people to receive.
They're throwing plungers?
They throwing plungers. They got like a porta potty with a Santa Claus in it.
I didn't realize ramen noodles was a redneck thing.
Yeah.
Have we been culturally appropriating all these years?
I guess I'm a redneck. I grew up a redneck.
Did not realize that.
Yeah, so
Santa Claus is on an old couch in the front yard.
Was it Jeff Foxworthy? Yeah. You might be a redneck if you eat ramen noodles. Yeah, okay, all right. Redneck Christmas, huh?
I kind of want to see some clips now.
Yeah, I'll send you the clip. I'll send you a clip to kind of show you exactly what they had going on. There we go. As I continue the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Remember in Confessions, I was talking about Instagram being installed on TVs and stuff like that. I think this is kind of when I say we kind of heading there now, I think we are pretty much there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but they are officially having the TikTok Awards. The TikTok Awards is tomorrow.
Like of TikToks, like of posts?
Sure.
Yeah, it's an award show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have an award show. I think Sierra is performing there. They're going to have presenters presenting awards.
Yeah.
So I got the list of awards they have.
Okay.
And this is, I think, and by the way, it's streaming on TikTok and Tubi.
Okay.
So you could pull up TikTok on the TV or Tubi on the TV and watch the TikTok Awards. But some of the different awards they have is the Video of the Year.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, they got the Breakthrough Artist of the Year. Which is cool.
Okay, very good.
They got the OK Slay Award.
Okay.
So
sure, is that like for TikTok baddies? Is that what we're doing
no,
here?
this is for like beauty, like
Yep.
creating the beauty trends and all that type of stuff. They got the I Was Today Years Old Award.
Oh God.
For the thing that you learned on the TikTok?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yep. They got the Immediately Added to the Cart Award.
Okay, it's for the purchase
Most popular, I guess,
TikTok, because
item.
they do have the TikTok shop.
They have a shop there. You can actually purchase stuff on
Why
there.
do I know so much about
You
this?
know a lot about
You got the TikTok?
I do not. I put my foot down very quickly when that started, and I was like, that is a time sink, and I don't want to do that. And Instagram was like, don't worry, I got it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they got the CapCut Creator of the Year. I think I should
That's
fall in
actually
that
pretty
one.
good, yeah.
Yeah, I should fall in that one. And that recognized the create excellence using CapCut editing tools.
It's weird because my theory on award shows, you heard me when we were talking about the ESPYs around that time of year. I just feel like award shows exist for creative mediums where you kind of need that, you need that judging, that larger judging pool to determine value. It doesn't make sense for sports. I think in theory it makes sense for TikToks. I just don't understand. Like it.
I'm kind of curious
It feels like
how
we're
it's
taking.
gonna go.
I don't like the theory of making TikTok into more of, hey, this is a show. Like we're gonna continue to make this into a show because it feels like it's better as a social medium, as it's still feeling peer to peer. And it feels like this award pushes it even further towards like, nah, man, you got the people who are making and the people who are watching.
But it's about growth too, and I think that's what they're looking at. Going to growing the platform, growing the platforms that they can use it on.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I say all that while also not caring one lick about this one way or the other. So,
yeah. And then, by the way, the last one they got on here is the Live Creator of the Year. So people who thrived on being on TikTok Live.
And the other thing about this that's funny is most people are not going to know any of these people at all. They're not going to know them. They would maybe see the TikTok or see the thing, but they're like, oh, that guy.
Yeah, that's the funny. That's also a thing that I hadn't thought about until you just mentioned it. TikTok and Instagram Reels and all these things, like they thrive on an algorithm that gives you directly, specifically what you want. Award shows are seemingly about like something closer to monoculture, like
star
things
power.
that we all know.
Yeah.
It's such a antithetical thing to what TikTok is I give you specifically what you want to see and things that you like. And this award show is it's so weird taking this thing that is so new age and trying to fit it in an old school box. It's dumb.
Yeah.
It's dumb in my brain.
Yeah, and kind of not really related to this, but kind of a farewell. I don't know if you guys saw this. I think this just kind of came down from the AP. The Oscars will move to YouTube in 2029, leaving the longtime home of ABC.
Makes sense. Probably a good move too, to be honest.
Yeah,
I
mean, it's kind to me. It's kind of with me repeating how we are here, pretty much.
Yeah,
like everything going to some type of streaming service or anything like that. And YouTube, I mean, say what you want, YouTube is up there with the big dogs, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It just makes sense.
They streaming games and stuff like that. So I think it kind of makes sense. It's kind of shocking that they're leaving ABC too. Because I feel like you will probably do both.
Yeah.
And maybe they will do both before 2029. But I'm like, dang, you just cutting out the regular TV.
Yeah, but this used to be one of those big things that ABC builds around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, sports dominates everything, and now it's becoming even more so that sports is the only thing that moors, like even television in general, to it. But when the big broadcasters are giving up what used to be tent poles in the seasons, that feels like a big moment in the way that all of this. It feels like we're knocking everything over, basically.
Yeah, because like the one thing I thought about was Super Bowl, because Super Bowl is always on regular TV.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's going to ever get to a point where.
Oh, don't wonder. It will. It will.
I think the question is when.
Yeah. Because the Oscars, and it says it, I just looked it up while you were talking, streaming free worldwide, that's going to be probably a bigger audience on YouTube than it would be on ABC.
Yeah.
It's crazy times,
Isn't that
man.
nuts?
Okay.
That's crazy. That's the Oscars too, man.
Well, and people are going to be saying that's the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah.
The day is coming.
Nothing is too big to not be moved to the streaming. And the thing that I keep thinking about is I'm going to be so mad when I'm watching the Super Bowl and it start buffering. I was starting to get mad watching the Rockets game on Monday, and Peacock started buffering down the stretch.
Amazon is the worst.
Amazon does it too.
Yeah.
We gotta get that together, friends. We gotta get that together. All right, that's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we get there, it's some people from a city that hosts an AFC team. And they're talking pretty big. Are they wildin'? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The blazing hot Texans are back at it on
1284. Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourself to this point. Get ready for more fun to come as the drive is headed your way here in a little bit. We'll cross talk with them in a moment. But before we get there, a couple things I wanted to bring to your attention, in a section that I would like to entitle, Are They Wildin'?
Are they wildin'?
Are they wildin'?
I like the sound of this.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you are playing along because I came across this piece of audio, and I told you it was from a team that houses an AFC team, or rather a city that houses an AFC team, and a team that is going to be in the playoffs. And they have some things to say about the playoffs. This is from the Brent and Austin show. This is from Jacksonville.
Okay.
I believe this is Action News Jacksonville, and they do this show. And the question that was asked was, who would you rather the Jacksonville Jaguars play?
Oh, okay.
Would you rather the Jags be a 6-seed playing at Houston or a 7-seed playing at New England?
Great question. Me personally, I would rather play the Texans again. Defense is scary. Don't want to disrespect it, but you've proven that you can beat it. And for 7 quarters out of 8 this year, you were beating them. And
that is true.
Just a tad, and it really cost you. You had the worst loss of the season, and by far. But you know exactly what you need to do to win the game, and you can go if you go execute and finish the game, you'll win.
I don't mind it. If
really,
no, from their perspective, because of what he just said, he laid it out perfectly. You've beaten them. You had them down. Obviously, I don't think he was being disrespectful or insulting or anything like that. From their perspective, you'd rather go to New England. Also, you have conditions that are going to be more favorable, etc. I get it. I'll put it that way. I get it.
And by the way, that's Jason Hamby who said that. I will say the gentleman Brent, who is on the program, he did come back. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know about all that." Like he had a level of respect for the Texans, and I guess you could say that he is not being inherently disrespectful, but he says that you've proven that you can beat. They've proven that they can beat the Texans. Do you feel that way, or do you think the Texans fans will feel that is what has been proven by the 2 games, the 8 quarters of football, if you put it that way?
No, I don't feel that way. In fact, I think the Texans could eat them up, defensively. All I'm saying is I get their perspective. I mean, it's not wrong. I mean, it's just not wrong.
Yeah, but and I guess you have to then. It's all about a matter of perspective, because from the perspective of Houston, which of course is where we are, week 3 when the Jags do win that game, you're dealing with the defense that's because remember, it's after week 3 that you jettison C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So this isn't the defense at its full power.
No.
And then the offense is,
and the offensive line is a mess.
It's in a nascent form. The offensive line, as you mentioned, was in a mess. Then you go to week 10 where the defense is playing better and gets out, but the Jaguars actually do get out to quite a lead.
Yeah.
But you have Davis Mills at quarterback, and you're not dealing with exactly the same offense. So I can understand where they come to that understanding, but then you also have Davis Mills walk you down with this offense as well. Like I feel like you can't get too high and mighty on that, or maybe they'll just say they gave the game up themselves. I just felt like that was all wild to then, within the context of not just are you gonna play the Texans, but would you rather them over the New England Patriots?
Right. You asked the question, are they wilding? I think a little bit, but I get it. That's
get where they come from.
I get where they're coming
They're like, we would rather face off against probably the best unit in all of football right now.
I'd also say this. I'd rather face the Jaguars than the Patriots also.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe that's just the way that a division rival is going to go, right? You're going to look at your division rival and go, nah, I think I got you.
Yeah.
I have a level of familiarity. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Also, there is no respect for C.J. Stroud there, huh? Like, I understand Drake May has been MVP caliber in this season.
Yeah. Little bit of respect for, probably more respect for Drake May, just in terms of what they're playing and going to New England and the logo and all that stuff.
Speaking about respect for Drake May, as I continue, give you the second part of the Are They Wildin' here. Mike Garafolo, NFL media, obviously does a pretty damn good job with their properties and stuff. He put out an AFC playoff QB tier.
Okay.
There are 3 tiers here. In the top tier, Josh Allen, Bo Nix, Drake May.
I could see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second tier.
Bo Nix might be a stretch, but I can see it.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. And, currently, right now, since Bo Nix has found a little bit better, has some, fourth quarter comeback magic that he's been doing all season long. Looks like he can run this offense, so on and so forth. Tier 2, Justin Herbert, Aaron Rodgers.
That's it?
Tier 3.
Oh, wow.
Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud.
Yeah, that's – it's not so much that – give me tier 2 again.
Tier 2 is Justin Herbert and Aaron Rodgers. And admittedly, I think I have not been fair enough to Aaron Rodgers in what he's at least even been able to do recently within that offense. Like, obviously, I don't want to make too much of it the Monday night game because they were playing against they're playing against the Dolphins, but the Dolphins defense was swarming. They were all over the field. Not to give them the credit of being like the Texans, right? But they were all over the field. They were physical. They were making tackles behind in the backfield, and they were able to do some things offensively in that game.
Yeah,
but yeah, man.
I suppose if you look at the entirety of the season, that's probably fair too. Yeah, because we know what we've been seeing lately, but the numbers are still not there. He's still not throwing a lot of touchdown passes, all that stuff.
But since I believe. Over the last 8 weeks, which of course 3 of those weeks CJ wasn't playing.
Yeah.
But the 5 weeks surrounding that, CJ has been actually incredibly efficient in the way that he goes about things. He's been very good. Like if you're just looking at the numbers, which I'm going to bring up. And so I think that there is something to be said for maybe him being underrated and maybe this team being underrated because they're not taking into account quite how good CJ Stroud is. But yes, I think also the word playoff here, because, of course, these are the teams that are geared to be in the playoffs. You look over at Justin Herbert and you're like, hey, man.
Yeah.
The way that this thing has gone for him, a whole rung ahead of C.J. Stroud, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I'm saying. But if you look, that might be the one that made me pause the most. But I get it. Maybe legacy, reputation, et cetera. But if you look at the whole season for C.J. Stroud, I see it. I think he's a lot better than that right now.
So you're like neither wilding on neither counts here.
I kind of get it.
I think he kind of wilding with the Bo Nix in tier 1.
Yeah.
And that's not like a Bo Nix hate type of deal. But I feel like he's been playing good enough to be in tier 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably my only issue.
Well, I mean, and 832 says how in the hell does Justin Herbert keep getting all this love? Oh, he's a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong. And one of the things of late that to keep taking into account, the offensive line has been very bad for him, and he's dealing with a broken hand that I think has mitigated some of it. But yes, it does feel like it's either like it's love, but it's maybe topping out a little too high. Maybe I take this to the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. We always love getting a chance to crosstalk with them. I posited this, or I posed this rather, as are these folks wildin'? Mike Garafolo of NFL Network put together a quarterback tier list of the AFC playoff teams as they stand right now. Josh Allen, Bo Nix, Drake May in the top tier. Justin Herbert, Aaron Rodgers in the second tier. CJ Stroud along with Trevor Lawrence in the third tier. Is he wildin'?
It felt weird, but I could see it. I could see.
I would say Bo Nix is out of pocket. The first thing that stands out on that list to me is Bo Nix is higher than he should be. Not CJ's lower than he should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, if we're just being honest this year, the biggest moment from the quarterback position this season for the Texans wasn't even C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I think that's probably there's a conversation can be had. I think he may be up one. So I would personally say not wilding right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ron, the show, Hughley?
No, I don't think CJ's wrong. The Knicks thing is interesting.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
Like, how much do you factor in clutch?
Well,
and how much that means, because nobody, even Josh, nobody has been better when the game on the line this year than Bo Nix. Maybe he's in the second tier. I'll be honest with you, Aaron feels high.
Yeah.
To me.
The interesting thing to me is they're crediting Bo Nix for recent games and performances, it seems, but not C.J. Stroud. Because recently C.J. Stroud's been better, as we know. But he's not getting the credit there. But I guess Bo Nix with the record and where they are, et cetera, probably.
Bo that's the other thing with Bo. Like Bo has, I think it's more of a you don't trust Bo than Bo's actually not been that good. Like
You don't know Bo.
You don't know
yeah,
Bo.
I think I don't know, man. Bo all season, you start putting together what he's done all season with the record and everything. Like, yeah, I can see it. So I don't know. It maybe him dropping in the second tier. I feel like Josh should be in a tier by himself. But
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where it starts getting. I wonder because this was just put out as a graphic. Here you go, boom. This is the drop. Deal with it. Which of course is probably the best to get the people going and talking. But I would love to hear the logic in the ways that he gets to some of these because it seems like it could be a little consistent as you highlighted one of them, which it feels like. And you're right. Bo Nix has had a pretty good season all the way around, but I feel like he's been better over this last stretch. But C.J. Stroud does not get the benefit of being better in this last stretch also. Or maybe there's a level of respect all the way around because some people are looking at Trevor Lawrence of late and being like, "Ooh, you're starting to see what you were expecting to see from him."
And still, like even if you want to use the back end of it, like still, right? I know Denver's defense is big, but they gave up 30 to Marcus Mariota. Like here of late, it has been Bo. It felt like it's been Bo Nix, and the offense and not the defense. Still, I think even though CJ has played better, this has still felt like
defense,
like it is like when you watch the Chiefs game, you feel the defense, right? And when you watch the Colts game, you feel the defense that shut them down as opposed to Bo Nix he just outplayed
making plays.
Like his last couple, he's outplayed Love and the Packers, so maybe that's the feel lately.
Is it fair that in Jacksonville at least one person, I'm assuming not speaking solely for himself, maybe there's some people out there would rather see the Houston Texans in the playoffs than seeing the New England Patriots? Does that feel fair to you fellas?
I could see where they came from. They beat them once. They were leading the other game, even though there was Davis Mills factor in there, but still. I would want, if I were the Texans, I would want to play the Jacksonville Jaguars over the Patriots. But I could see where they would want to play the Texans because they've had that experience and had them beat once.
No, there ain't no way in hell.
That's what they're saying.
Jacksonville ain't no way in hell.
Yeah.
No, I could easily see that.
What, they'd rather play the Texans
than the Patriots?
Yeah.
No chance.
Absolutely.
Nobody in football right now, especially with the young quarterback, wants to see the Texans defense.
Look, I'm with you.
Yeah, nobody wants to see their defense, but I will every time take my chances against the team that's going to score under 20 points potentially over other teams like Drake May and those guys who can run away from me.
Yeah.
The Texans, when they're not playing the Cardinals and the Raiders coming up, the Texans play tight games, and their offense goes through woes.
No, I could see
yes,
that.
the Texans' defense is scary as hell. Yeah, nobody wants to play them, but you're also playing a game where you make 4 or 5 plays,
20-16, and
you got a chance, right?
Yeah,
like you put yourself in. So I can see why teams would rather play games against teams that ain't gonna score a ton of points.
All right. I appreciate you guys playing along with me.
But the Texans definitely would love to play
4-point difference, boys.
What's that?
4 points difference in them two offenses this year on average.
On average?
Ooh.
The Patriots offense and the Texans offense?
I mean, you can say all that you want to. You know good and damn well offense better than the Texans offense. You can say we can go to points and all that.
They're clearly better. They're clearly better, but over a 13-game span, over a 13-game span, with a lesser schedule, there's a 4-point difference. I mean, it's just it is what it is.
No, I said earlier, if I were the Texans, I think if that were the case, I think the Texans would dismantle Jacksonville. But I could absolutely see where they would say, like as Sho said, I'd rather take my chances with those guys. Yeah.
No,
okay. I mean, we look at this.
They're warm.
We can play that fun game if you want to. And one of them's got one of the MVPs of the season, one of the best quarterbacks. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But no, listen. I'm not saying the Texans are a fun ride to play. They will definitely rather play. Would love to play Trevor, but but I mean,
all right. They're warmed up, gentlemen. We got to get out the way and let them go. I feel like this is going to be a fun one here on a Wednesday.
They threw up a 10 spot if it wasn't for Andy Reid 2 weeks ago. Right? Like, I mean, they threw up 36 points in the second half. let's calm it down just a bit.
All right, fellas.
All right. Welcome into the drive. Did I take that from you?
KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station right now. Drive is live.
That's right. Welcome into the drive. The drive is live. And, hey, remember, all week in the 5 o'clock hour, you have your opportunity to win a 4-pack. Is it still a 4-pack? Yeah, it is. A 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Cougars versus the LSU Tigers at the Kinder's Texas Bowl. 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. So we're hooking you up. Remember, that is all week long. All week long, you got a chance to win some tickets to see the hometown Houston Cougars and the LSU Tigers coming up. All right, Clint, we got a busy day. We'll hear from D'Amico coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud coming up. We will also hear from our guy B. Scott every single Wednesday, 4:40. Brandon Scott will jump in and join us. We'll get his Texans report coming from him a little bit later on. I do want to get out, and this may be a conversation with him a little bit later on. We'll hear from D'Amico, the injuries situation in terms of practice. A lot of guys sitting out. Again, this has started to become a process here late in the season. Derek Stingley, although that's one to watch with the oblique, he did not practice today. Sheldon Rankins did not practice today. Alshire did not practice today. Trent Brown didn't practice today. Alshire, Trent Brown, this has been normal for them. Woody Marks, Danico Autry, this has been normal. Although Woody Marks is one to kind of look at. He did not return into the game Sunday. That's one to watch. And then Kamari Lassiter has been doing this for the last 3 weeks with that foot. Although my man did hit that backflip. My man did hit that backflip on that bad foot and kept it rolling after he got that pick last week. But he did not practice. Returning to practice, Nick Chubb, he finally got on the horn out there and said, "To hell with this, man. Hey, we signing people from practice squad up here. Let me get my ass back on the field." But any of those stick out to you?
The combination of Sheldon Rankins and Danico Autry, obviously, with that how thin they are at the D tackle positions. That's 2 of the 3 that you can really lean into right there. And with no designation, I'm assuming for Sheldon Rankins, probably just a rest day late in the season. Yeah, I get it, but those 2 even being mentioned on this list, I think gives a little cause for pause there. And look, I think the Woody Marks ankle thing is I mean, he's clearly playing through something. With Nick Chubb coming back, does that mean it could be a Chubb and a Jordan day? And maybe give Woody Marks a little bit of a break there with that ankle. And I know we're not in a time of season to be giving people breaks, but if you've got a guy that can go for 100 that has a similar skill set to Woody Marks, and you've got a healthy Nick Chubb, that might be in the cards for the Texans. So I would keep an eye on that Woody Marks, and then obviously the 2 D tackles that are mentioned there. Not because I'm worried about them, but simply because that position is just razor thin right now as we come down the stretch here in the season.
Yep. So that's the latest of what the practice field looked like. We'll get the official injury report coming up here a little bit later on. We'll let you know what's going on with the Raiders, although it doesn't really matter. They're going to get destroyed. But we'll let you know what their injury report looks like. I did want to come clean, fellas. I'm not real proud of myself what I did last night. Nobody else knows this. But
all of Houston's about to.
not even anybody in my house.
I like your style with
it. No, maybe select people at HEB know. I had a taste last night.
A taste?
Yeah, I had a taste.
The key here is of what?
2 things. 2 things I had to taste. And Courtney bailed me out, gave me an excuse to be able to go to the store to go ahead and get what I needed to get. She said, "Oh man, I want you to get some buttermilk for this chicken. I want you to brine it." I said, "Bet." The whole time I told you, Clint, I've been having the taste for that French onion dip with Daisy dip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. I slid in there and I got some Daisy dip and some Ruffles.
With Ridges. Had to.
Okay, so you have cravings hit you like that on a weekday night and you go out and settle it?
Last hour of the show, I kept it to myself. But then, and I'm not going to lie to you, I did not get Ruffles. I got the HEB brand. I believe it just says Ridges.
Right.
But that wasn't it. I really had a taste for the circus animal cookies.
Oh, those are good.
I
can't hate on it.
The pink and the white icing.
Yeah. With the icing and the sprinkles.
The sprinkles on it.
Keep those steady in my pantry, man. Delicious.
Now
how big a bag did you get?
Now the problem is,
you didn't go with the sample size.
On first glance down the aisle 10 where I was, I just could not find them. And I walked up and down the entire cookie aisle, and I just couldn't find it. The only thing I could find, they were in some sort of value pack with 3 other different bag cookies, and I couldn't find it. And so I stayed there for about 5 minutes, and I left and went, got the buttermilk, and I thought, let me circle around there one time.
One more Luxies.
I circled around 2 more times as I still couldn't find it, and I had tried to settle for those strawberry wafer cracker cookies, and I had them in the bag, and I finally found them. They were tucked back behind some other cookies. It was the final bag. And I got into.
Got to front that product.
I got it. I got down there. I said, I just can't believe they're not down there. I know I've walked this aisle 3 times. I got on my phone to check which aisle it would be in. It said aisle 10. And finally, I went and got in that position that Tiger is unable to get into now. Got in a catcher's stance. And I stared down. Each is sad. All the way down. The bottom and the middle.
It's the best view to get.
I'm in the catcher's position. And I mean, this is ridiculous to get these cookies. And I found the 1 bag left.
I respect the effort.
I found the 1 bag left.
Man was on a mission.
Took it. And then I was embarrassed to go get that. And I've gone home and I've hid them in the pantry.
I do that.
I have hid them behind.
Well, don't say it out loud. Your kids may be listening.
They may hear. I mean, I just said, nobody knows that those were in there or that those were bought.
So you hid them from the family. So you worked way too hard to find them, and then you hid them from your family.
When
are you going to eat them?
Well, I've already.
You cracked the box.
Oh, yeah. He didn't go to HEB on a Tuesday night to not open them.
I cracked it open in the car. And I'll be honest, I had some trouble getting that open. I couldn't get the
freaking childproof bags.
I had to bite it. And then late last night when I was in there watching TV, I went in there into the hidden spot. Yeah, got you. I got it behind 2 or 3 different things in the pantry. Got it behind. Went in there and got me a little handful.
You do the handful or you put some in a cup?
I got a napkin.
Napkin?
Put it in
Them pink and white animal cookies.
Yeah, I'm not.
Man.
Listen, I'm not proud of it. I'm really not.
Delish.
I was in there 20 minutes looking for them. 3 different.
But you accomplished the goal. That's all that matters.
From the whole family.
I mean, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You got it done.
Courtney will let me know if she's listening. Hopefully, she's not. 2 o'clock. Generally, she isn't. But yeah, I'm not real proud of myself. So I'm starting myself off just coming off a real fat moment.
You do good day.
I kept telling myself it's Christmas.
You do good day to day, man. You treat yourself every now and then.
I got to get them individual little bags of them pink and white animal cookies because I'll shovel them in, man.
Text line says, so did you eat the Ruffles and the French onion dip and the cookies? I have not cracked open the French onion dip yet.
Dipping them cookies in French onion.
But I was sitting there watching TV last night, boy, like I had peanuts. Eating them damn
Animal crackers.
Animal crackers.
I'm going to be honest with you. I got some yearnings every now and then late night, but it ain't animal crackers.
I don't know what hit me, man. I don't know what you're saying.
The right ice cream.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
True fruit get me every now and then, but they're only because they're in the house. I'm trying to think what ice cream would, and I'm not even a huge ice cream guy, but when I get that Jones and when I get the Jones and
that can. So I stopped myself because I almost made a combination. I was thinking about making breaking them bad boys up and putting them in some ice cream.
Oh, animal cracker ice cream.
Well, Dairy Queen had a little blizzard like that for a while that I also snuck off and went to the bank and grabbed some cash and paid for that in cash, so that didn't come across.
It's the only time Courtney knows when Ron hits the ATM, he's sneaking around on it.
What's that random $20 out for?
Did you go to Treasures? Nah, Dairy Queen.
Because you can see, well, he had to go out of his way to get to Dairy Queen.
Did you meet Tyler in the Heights? Nah.
Yes, I sure did.
Just needed a Frosty.
Yeah, just needed a Frosty with some animal crackers on top.
Oh, man, when they had that, I got so mad when they cut that. Oh,
I never got to try it.
Oh, man.
Damn it.
10 to 15 of them. Oh, I probably had 10 to 15 of them.
Oh, I thought over
the period of the promotion.
No judgment, but dang.
I'm not going to tell you how many cookies I had last night. All right.
I have a hard time stopping too, my friend.
It's more than 10 to.
It don't matter if
Oh,
it's
more
wheat
than 10 to
thins or
15.
cookies or true fruits. Or it doesn't matter.
I wish it was wheat thins. All right. There's something, I know you've been watching the tape. There's something that you're looking at with the Texans and their offense that you think they really need to get going and add before these real important games come up.
Look, I just think it's blatantly obvious that they're just not going to move Nico and use Nico the way that I think most fans that watch that closely would like for them to. I just don't think that this is an offense that's going to do it. And so I think the alternative, if you're a Texans fan, is one thing, and that is they've got to get another one of these pass catchers rolling. And look, Dalton Schultz is great and Nico Collins is great, but when you get into the playoffs and when you bump up against some of these better defenses, I don't know. I still don't believe this. Didn't believe it when it's happened a couple of times throughout the year versus lesser defenses. I just don't think this offense is good enough to bank on spreading the football around, quote unquote, spreading the football around to an extreme. And that's the formula to win football games. I think it makes sense within the offense of, hey, we're going to get multiple players involved and yada, yada, yada. But I think there's times in games, and particularly in bigger games versus better opponents, where, man, you're going to need more than a stagnant Nico Collins. You're going to need more than a Dalton Schultz, sitting in the zone and being a quarterback friendly and being seeing the game through the quarterback lens and being savvy and sitting in them soft spots. You're going to need more than that. And so I just think the Texans, I think this is just a reality check. They've got to have another pass catcher step up and get rolling ASAP. And look, we've seen flashes from Higgins.
Yes.
Right? The last 2 games, he's had 4 catches for 38 yards. In fact, if you didn't pay close attention last week, you probably don't remember him touching the ball. The previous week, you probably don't remember him touching the ball much. And so, he had some strong flashes throughout the middle of the season, but they got to get him rolling. They got to get Higgins rolling. He's got to be an answer opposite Nico Collins. If it's not Higgins, it's got to be Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk played 16 snaps last week, boys, against Arizona, his old team. 24% of the snaps on Sunday is what Christian Kirk. That's not going to cut it. A guy that you paid, a guy you brought in, a guy you paid to be a difference maker on this offense. Talked about how explosive he was, and he wasn't just a slot. And he's a guy that can go make plays over the top and can create explosives. He's got to play more than 16 snaps. He's got to affect the game somehow.
You want to see him out there more than 16?
No, I don't necessarily want to see him out there more. I'm just putting the names out there of what's possible. Higgins, Christian Kirk, and then the one name that I think everybody wants to see more of is Jalen Noel, right? The numbers are they're to be honest with you, they're a little bit frustrating, obviously. But Jalen Noel could be an option. I just think that the Texans absolutely have to get a pass catcher rolling over this next handful of weeks. I know you got a favorable schedule. Now we'll see how favorable it is with the Chargers defense and the Colts defense in week 17 and 18. But this week right here is a week where I feel like you've got to get some other guys rolling, because I don't believe that you're ever going to get a heavy dose emphasis on Nico Collins being the guy. It's going to be a leave him over there, know you're going to get a safety over the top, and work away from him. And I'm just afraid that right now what we have is not going to be enough to win in a playoff.
Yeah. You may disagree. People may disagree with this. I don't know if right now they have somebody that you could look at and say, this person is going to consistently step in, right? Right? Like we've seen Higgins have a moment. We've seen Noel have a moment, right? Xavier Hutchinson have a moment. Is there a way, because it's hard to maybe look and just say, all right, man, we can depend on a second guy, because I think that person is probably Dalton Schultz. Could they go committee or matchup in certain games, right? Like maybe it's not a consistent, but if it's anybody, like, hey, maybe in this playoff game or against the Chargers next week, it's Higgins, or maybe the next week it's Noel, or do you think there has to be a certain person that has to emerge to be dependent?
Well, I think it's more likely that it's Higgins. But I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. The overall point is, I think moving forward for me is that I don't believe that Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz are, in a really stagnant offense are going to be enough for C.J. Stroud to make plays. Now, he may be able to go out there and win a game, doing the Kansas City approach and having, 5 or 6 off script, off schedule type throws, and the defense holds the opponent to 10 points and win one. But I just don't think that you're making a run in the playoffs with the way it is right now. The stagnant offense and the others not emerging. One of the other have to emerge because I don't think they're going to use guys in a different way.
Yeah, my thing is, I don't know if there's going to be somebody that will consistently take the step in.
Yeah.
But can there just be a third person? Like whoever it is.
I would say
like can there just be one? Like maybe this game it's Higgins. Maybe this game it's Hudson. Maybe this game it's Woody. Like can there just be a third person in the passing game that alleviates? All right, but they're going to try to take Nico away, and this person's going to be able to do something. Can they just have that person? All right, coming up as we continue here, Tyler, we haven't talked about this that much this week, but the Aggies, they got a playoff game. They're playing the Hurricanes coming up.
2 days and 20 hours.
And I feel good about this game for you. There is a small concern that I have. Small concern about the Aggies and their playoff quest. We'll discuss that coming up next.
If you ain't in my jersey, if you ain't in my jersey.
This week, we're bringing Thirsty Thursday back inside the loop. Tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6, join Clint and Ron at Buffalo Wild Wings on Washington Avenue with our friends from Bud Light. Stop by for some great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports. action starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, Ron. You got down low? With your lone crack hanging out, LOL, I'd get down and do the same thing. I made sure it wasn't out. Had to pull him, had to hike him way up before I got down into the squatted position.
You're considerate.
Yeah, you can feel the wind. It's easy. Feel the wind when it rolls across.
It's HEB's gusty.
Tyler, I was looking at ESPN, man. The front cover was the history of the Aggies coaches. Mike Elko to Jimbo to Sumlin to Sherman to Friccione. Was it Jackie? Was Jackie Sherrill? Was he at Mississippi State? No, he was both.
He was there.
Yep. Yeah, he was there.
So was Paul Bear Bryant.
Yeah. Really? Well, they didn't have Paul. They didn't go that far back, but no. Hey, it's getting ready. We hadn't talked about it a lot. Playoffs starting up this weekend. Starting up Friday. Alabama. I like A&M in this game. I'm looking at them, Clinton Tyler, and I do wonder for this run, are they tested enough? Are they battle tested enough? Because generally you look at it, you're like, all right, SEC schedule, you come out of there 11-1, you play in the SEC, right? Like you're playing against really good football teams.
I think that's fair thinking.
But when you go to really look at their schedule, I mean, they've got some impressive wins, especially felt impressive at the time. But they haven't outside, and I don't even think, sorry, Larry, and some of you others, I don't know that I think Texas is a great team. But outside of Texas, I mean, they have not played a lot of really good teams, right? Now, I think fortunate for them in this first round, Miami's in a similar boat. Both of them played Notre Dame, right? Like, both of them beat Notre Dame, and it was week 1 for them and week 2 for A&M. So it's been a minute. So
was Miami on the road at Notre Dame?
No, they were at home.
Okay,
they played them at home. Yeah, but for the potential run, the way it sets up, I believe Clint, they'll have Miami, and if they get past that, they'd go to Ohio State. I just wonder, have they played, you look at Alabama. Alabama's played Georgia twice and Oklahoma down the stretch, right?
Yeah.
Like Indiana has played Oregon and Ohio State, right? They're playing other teams that are in this, right? Like, what's that, like, outside of Texas, it was probably
for sure Notre Dame, as you mentioned.
Notre Dame, the last one. LSU looks a lot different now than maybe we thought then. So that's just my only thing is they haven't played a lot of great teams this year, and really haven't played a lot of great teams lately outside of the game against Texas, depending on how you view them.
Yeah, look, I think once you look at how the season has unfolded in hindsight, and you look at how the opponents that were on their schedule, how they played this year, I think it's very fair to say that the schedule leaves a lot to be desired. Now, I would argue that the way they started the season against Notre Dame, making the long run of never having a let up, and I would say that their film is not quite as convincing as maybe anybody out there, but it's one of the more convincing, I think, resumes if you get down to that layer of a resume for Texas A&M. So because you can bump it up against Miami's schedule, and you go, boy, which one's more impressive? I mean, they both beat that Notre Dame team. I would take A&M's resume over this ACC schedule that the Miami Hurricanes played. So
that's what I say. Miami's in a similar boat to them, because they haven't really played a great team since Notre Dame either. But that's why I said just the run. Like, I think A&M, when you look at their team, I think they have a chance to have a special run. My one thing is, it's like, man, it's at the end, it's Texas, but then it's Samford, South Carolina, the way they turned out. Missouri, remember, that's the first game they played without their quarterback in that game, right? LSU started the tailspin, and then, Arkansas and Florida before that. They just never had to run into, Georgia or Alabama or Oklahoma or Ole Miss. They're able to avoid all of that. That's the only thing. As you said, though, at the very least, though, these other programs like LSU and Florida at least have talent that you would think is maybe comparable.
I would throw in Missouri's defense too.
Yeah, their defense. I'll just say talent. It's not like they're playing James Madison's schedule.
Yeah,
these guys do have some talent, but they're about to kick up against better teams, and they haven't really played a lot of them. Like even any of these teams, Miami and Ohio State, have been more consistent than Texas has been this year.
Yeah.
And I
think that's a fair thing to be eyeing for sure.
Yeah.
Between the Notre Dame game, the Notre Dame game is easily on the road. That first game, that's the Aggies' best win. I don't think their schedule, like some of these burnt orange fans jumping in the chat here, trying to act like the Aggies just played nobody. I don't feel that way, but I think that's very fair to keep an eye on.
Well, look, I think you look at all of these teams that are playing in the first round, with maybe the exception of Texas Tech, and I know they've got a loss in there that you would obviously star as well. I think everybody playing in the first round, you look down that list, everybody playing in that first round has some kind of warts that go, let's, how did this stack up to everybody else? I think A&M's obviously a strength of schedule and the way you ended the season, no doubt about it. So it's going to be fun to watch this one roll, man. Look, with the exception of the two teams, the Tulane and obviously JMU in the first round, which that fascinates me. I'm here for one of the quote unquote lesser thans, smaller schools. I'm here for one of those to get a shot. I don't necessarily need two of them in the bracket, but those games fascinate me. I'm not hard pressed to say, well, boy, it wasn't the 12 best teams. So beyond that, I think they did a good job of getting the best that the college football had to offer.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of a feel for James Madison in this puppy, but Tulane, we'll see. Tulane now they played them earlier in the year and got clobbered with Lane there, but we'll see. All right, coming up, let's head to NRG and hear from the head coach as he will speak to the media ahead of this game against the Vegas Raiders. D'Amico coming up next.
All right, before we do that, we're going to tell you about D'Amico Ryans. How about I'll tell you about Dr. Matoran. How about Dr. Matoran?
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive, and it is a Wednesday. Let's head to the podium at NRG and hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans.
The Raiders and Tremendous thanks, Crosby and Jalen Block. What are some of the special challenges in a rusher like that?
Yeah, when it comes to the Raiders defense, Max Crosby definitely sticks out amongst that defense. He's a very disruptive player, run game and pass game. He does a really good job playing with good effort, finishing. So he's a guy we're definitely have to have awareness for of where he is. He'll line at both sides at any given time. So we have to know where he is, and we have to make sure, we're outworking him. We got to get hands on him. We got to finish him. He's a good player. We got good players. We just got to outwork him.
I know you say basically every time I ask that your defense still has room for improvement, but I wondered, aside from that, what do you think has allowed them to be so consistent for so many weeks this far into the season?
The defense is consistent when everybody's locked in on the same page. Everybody's doing their job. Everybody's being exactly where they're supposed to be. No one trying to do too much. Everybody's just doing their small part to make the puzzle fit, to make it all work together. When we do that, we're a good defense. When we lose sight of that and someone kind of does something out of the norm, that's where we have holes and we have plays that we give up. So it's just a consistent messaging for our guys to make sure everybody is doing their job just to the best of their ability. When you do that, the defense works in a really nice way.
After your first season in 2023, you all made a decision to change positions for Jalen. The way he's playing out, is it what you envisioned at that time, or has it exceeded your expectations, or what do you think about that?
I love Jalen Petrie and what he provides to our defense. He really unlocks, as I always say, he unlocks everything that we can do. Like, he's a true X factor for us. Like, being able to be as versatile as possible, to not be predictable. He's a guy that offenses, they have to game plan for, where he's going to be aligned, how he fits the run aggressively when he's at the nickel spot. He's a dynamic player, and he's shown that throughout this year, not only fitting the run, playing physical, but when it comes to taking the football away, always our number one goal. He's done a great job of that this year, so excited to see him to continue to go make those impact plays for us.
Especially over the middle, was one of the more successful plays in football. Is that something you think is important to win in January, especially if you guys can be playing in the cold outdoors?
For us, we execute our offense. Really doesn't matter where the guys are on the field, just execute.
Miko, when he looks behind the scenes of what the quarterbacks are doing, how much has Jawhar Johnson been instrumental to the way the quarterbacks have played over the past 6 weeks?
Yeah, Jawhar has done a great job this year. I definitely seen growth in him as a coach, and how he's done a better job of working with the quarterbacks. He's give those guys a lot of pointers, a lot of tips, especially from him being a guy who played the position, and he's coached the position, helped a lot of young guys throughout his career. So I'm just very pleased with Jawhar and excited to see his growth as a coach over this past year. I think he's doing a great job.
With the defensive tackles, Tommy and Sheldon, they seem like they're kind of in a rhythm. When you're lacking in depth, like you are right now with the injuries, do you want to kind of keep them at the same snap count and try to find someone that can keep them fresh, or do you ask them to do more?
With our defensive line, we've always rotated our guys. We take 8-9 guys to the game, so we'll continue to rotate our guys how we rotate them. We're not asking guys to do more or less. We're just asking guys to continue to do what they've been doing.
You talk about consistently. You talk about messaging and about when guys do the things that they should do, then it all works. It could sound to some like, well, that's really easy. Just do what you're supposed to. Anybody can do it. What's the challenge in doing that same thing all the time?
Yeah, the biggest challenge when you in playing football, there are a lot of mistakes that happen because it is a physical game. Guys you get tired. You kind of lose the discipline, like when you get tired. So it's always a hyper-focused mentality to be locked in, just one snap at a time. Sometimes you may be thinking about another snap or a certain look you got in practice, and you may be trying to anticipate a play. You may be trying to anticipate, right, what the defense is doing based on their structure that they're presenting. Like, are they going to stun? Are they going to move? And you just maybe lose sight of some small things. You forget to communicate in the moment. You have long drives where guys get tired, they get winded. And when you get tired, the first thing that goes is sometimes your mind goes, and it's just you have to really reel it back in. You have to find a way to truly take some deep breaths, focus in, one snap at a time mentality. And that's what happens all across football. It happens not just with our team. You see it just in all areas of football. When guys slip up and happen to make that mistake, that's where, a team tries to capitalize on when that happens. So it's always, for me, to be a hyper focus on do your job every single rep that you get. Forget the last rep, forget the next rep, just lock in and focus on the one that you have right now.
You get a guy in the middle of the season, what are kind of the phases to get that guy ready to where he's ready? Should he be called upon, but you try not to put too much on his plate as he first kind of gets here? How do you kind of manage that when you add a guy midseason?
Whenever we add someone midseason, we're throwing everything we have at them, seeing what they can handle first and foremost, and seeing, how can they go out and help us? How can it benefit? We have to change some things, technique-wise, or what a person has, from what we're doing. Like, we've been working techniques and things like that since OTA, so we know when we get guys who come in mid-season, it's not going to be perfect technique, but can we find a way as coaches to get guys in a position that it's good enough, it's serviceable, that we can go play winning football.
A lot of times when we talk about Kamar Lassiter, it's always about his physicality and the energy that he brings. What ways have you seen his technique grow, the skill set, just as far as
with Kamari, I think he's grown a lot. He's always had that physical presence, but I think he's grown when it comes to just playing the football. When he's gotten a lot of opportunities of guys, running go routes on him, and he's done a great job of not slowing down when he gets the go route, but still speeding up and finding a way to look back and look up for the football and going and attacking the football at his high point. That's corners have to be able to do that, and he's doing it at a high level. And with the opportunities that he's gotten when it comes to attacking the football, he's done a fantastic job with that. And, the physicality will always be there, but I'm very excited and encouraged by his growth of going up and taking the football away.
What do you say from the Raiders offense, and what are some of the challenges that they present to you?
Yeah, with this Raiders offense, I think, they have really some good players. The first player that jumps out to my mind is Bowers, the tight end. He's a truly dynamic tight end. You don't see many tight ends like him who he aligns all over the field. He's not just aligned at the tight end position. He lines at the wide receiver position, and he runs wide receiver routes. So he presents a tough challenge for us matchup-wise, kind of like on the flip side with Crosby. You got to know where Bowers is at all time, and he does a really great job of catching the football. He can run every route on the route tree, so he's not just a one-trick pony. He can do it all. So I really respect his game. I really loved his game when he was at Georgia as well. I think he's one of the best tight ends in the league right now. And then when I go to the backfield and you see the back Genty, and what he's capable of doing, I know they haven't ran for a ton of yards, but when you watch the film and you watch this young man run the football, he's probably one of the best when it comes to contact balance. He finds a way to jump through tackles and continue to make guys miss tackle. He plays tough, plays behind his pads. Really tough runner that I respect a lot. Think he has a really bright future, in our league. So those two players are the guys that stick out to me the most, and they can definitely make some big plays on you. So you have to be aware of those guys at all times.
What do y'all as a staff like about that jumbo package that you run? It seems like y'all really started running it back when your tight ends weren't healthy. Since y'all gotten them back, y'all still running a decent amount. What do y'all really like about that extra lineman?
We've run jumbo probably the most in the NFL. We run the jumbo package a lot, and what I like about it is we know we're going to run the ball, Let's line up and let's get a bigger guy at the end of the line of scrimmage to make sure we're blocking, some of the best players in the league. When you come to the edge players, outside linebackers, defensive ends, you want to put a big body. You want to match up the right way so you can try to have success in the run game and not put our tight ends in those positions every single time. So it's more of a matchup thing that we want to make sure we're matching up the right way to give ourselves the best chance to have a successful play.
How are some of the guys like Derek, Maury, and Woody doing it in terms of managing them throughout the week when it's going to be approached?
Yeah, all of our guys they're on their individual plan of how we'll manage them throughout the week. And as I always say, we'll see how the week goes with those guys and see where we end up.
Jawhar's success and Nick coming back, does that give you like additional confidence, I guess, in the case that if Woody isn't able to play, that those two guys could shoulder the load?
Whoever's at the running back position is all going to be first and foremost about our offensive line, our tight ends, and how we're blocking the line of scrimmage, right? Our backs be our backs. We know we got anybody who touches the football, they can be dynamic, they can make plays for us, but it's going to be about how we handle the front. And the Raiders have a really good defensive front. They do a great job of attacking, right, causing disruption in the run game. So it's going to be a challenge to run the ball versus this Raiders defense.
What do you think about Pete Carroll and just his overall football life? And will D'Amico Ryans be coaching at 74?
One thing I say about Pete Carroll, man, he's a legend in this game. He's done it for a long time at a high level. I have a ton of respect for Pete and what he's done to do it at the college level and win and go on, up in Seattle to do a great job there and win. He's always won games. He knows what it takes. He knows what winning football looks like, and he has an unmatchable energy be over 70 years old and have the energy that he has. To watch him like on the sideline, to watch him in all of his interviews or meetings, like it's always positive energy, and I love that about Pete. And I can see that team, it feeds off of what he brings. Like, he's a great leader. You feel the energy. Their team feels that energy, and they play that way. It's going to be a really tough unit because Pete is a great leader, and those guys haven't melded in or anything like that. We watch the film. We respect what this Raiders team put out there on the film. Like, they play tough. They play physical. It's going to be a really good matchup. All right. See you guys.
All right, that's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. Spoke on a lot of things ahead of this Raiders game. Talked about the jumbo package and what he likes there. That jumped out to me. A few other things as well. We'll react to a little bit of what he had to say on the other side as we continue right here live on a big day. C.J. Stroud coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. A little stock up, stock down as well, so stay with us right here live on The Drive.
Look, for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening now. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling like you've lost.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we get it back and going here on a busy Wednesday here on The Drive. We just heard from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, coming up at the bottom of the hour. We hope to hear from C.J. Stroud. And we hear that our guy, Brandon Scott, is there with the media, as we heard him talking to D'Amico there. He'll talk to us a little bit later on for his Texans report at 4:40. So a power-packed day today here on The Drive. And also, remember, in the 5 o'clock hour, we're doing this all week long. One of the best bowl games out there, the Kinder's Texas Bowl, right here at NRG Houston. David Fletcher and company, they all do a great job putting this thing together every year, and you got a chance to take you and 3 others. Or, as Clint said yesterday, hell, you can hook somebody up with 4 tickets as a Christmas gift if you want to. You got a chance to win 4 tickets to be in the building for the hometown Houston Cougars versus the LSU Tigers coming up December 27th. We'll be doing that in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win 5 tickets there, so stay tuned with us. All right, Clint, we heard from D'Amico. There are a few things. Even though they are playing, in a game in which they are heavily favored, they should win this game, and they're gonna win this game. But there were still some things that he talked about this team and about his crew here in his last session with the media. Anything jump out to you there?
Oh, yeah, I think a lot jumped out. I think it's the one guy. He talked about Max Crosby, the one guy that I think can make this game interesting. I mean, if he gets after the Texans, gets after C.J. Stroud early, he can cause problems and swing games and create defensive touchdowns. And so just not necessarily – D'Amico didn't say anything earth-shattering about him, but just keep an eye on him. He's the one guy on this defense that can turn the tide in a major way and put pressure, I think, on the Texans at any point in time in this game. The D-line rotation. I mean, the D-line rotation followed immediately up by, how they get guys up to speed when they sign guys, because they did sign an interior defensive lineman today. I don't know where he's going to slot or how he's going to slot. I do know they're going to have to move 2 guys up off the practice squad. 1, maybe 2 off the practice squad. But just we know in general that the interior defensive line is a problem right now from an injury perspective. So how the Texans address that, I think, is going to be something to watch. He talked about that. Hey, we're going to keep steady just like we are. We're not going to ask guys to do more. I was under the impression that you'd probably demand more snaps out of the 3 guys that are healthy, which is Sheldon Rankins, Danico Autry, and Tommy Togiai. Those 3 guys I would think would play more interior snaps, but D'Amico says not so fast. We're going to get guys in there. We're going to keep rotating as we have. And I thought it was interesting talking about acquiring a guy and getting him ready to rock and roll. Obviously, mentioning not specifically talking about, but obviously we're talking about a D lineman in that from that instance. So I think there's a lot. The jumbo package conversation. I was going to say disagree with you.
I was going to say that jumped out to me because I was going to say, Clint, it don't sound like that's going away.
It don't sound like it's going away, and I don't even like the thought. I don't even like D'Amico's response. We run jumbo the most in the NFL, and the reason I like it is because everybody knows we're going to run the ball. Like, I just don't think you're that team. Nor do I think that. I understand the dynamic. A lot of what we talked about yesterday, the matchup that you would typically get putting an additional tackle in the game that's more athletic, that can play a tight end position, that can move and do some of the tight end responsibilities. In theory, that's a really, really good idea. I would argue that what Fisher is bringing to the table from that perspective of, hey, we're going to run the ball, we're going to punch you in the mouth, we're going to dominate you, we're going to physically be more, we're going to impose our will, and we're going to move you physically. Like, I don't think Fisher's bringing that to the table. And so, I in theory, yes, but what I'm seeing, I don't think it's I don't think it's worth the view's not worth the climb for me.
I just wonder what their goal is with it, and they must be not only hitting their goal with it, but exceeding whatever their goal is. Now, maybe their goal is not what we look at it because, like, in my mind, Clint, I don't look at it and see, boy, man, when they bring him in, like, we see a real uptick. Like, I don't get that when I watch them. And they've been doing it often. As he said, I think we run jumbo more than anybody in the league. When I watch Buffalo, because they're the team that really started doing it a lot, when they bring in their sixth offensive lineman, they've done it for a couple of years now, they really eat. You can clearly see in their run game. I don't know that I feel that, but they must be hitting whatever it is that they are, what their goal is, because they keep doing it.
Well, Detroit's the one for me.
Detroit
that I
does it
always
too.
Go back to, and I know they're the best. They were physical, like they're putting a guy out there that just strikes fear in edge rushers, edge players when he's coming at post snap and he's kicking you out on the line. I mean, he just puts straight fear in the hearts of those guys. But we're not getting that. We're not getting that level of play or movement or physicality from him. So I disagree with D'Amico from a perspective of, I mean, we shouldn't. There's nothing about Blake Fisher that says, yeah, we're going to do this right here more than anybody in the league. Like that's interesting to me. And then also the Jawhar Jordan success coupled with Nick Chubb being back looks like he's ready to go. The question about does that mean that maybe Woody Marks gets a little rest, or what does the running back situation look like? And he basically said, hell, it don't matter. Our running backs, it's all about our offensive line and what our O-line can do. And so interesting response given that Woody Marks is clearly, with the exception of maybe CJ, the MVP of the damn offense this year.
No, and they've clearly gone to that direction with his usage rate and carry rate compared to anybody else. One other thing in regards to the game, I don't think it's going to be close at all, but I do like his comments about, Mason Crosby, because you got to look at certain things. Now, maybe their team's not good, but he is special, and he is somebody that has the ability to wreck a game, and he's going to go up against your tackles.
Yeah.
And even though I don't think he can go and make this game competitive or win it himself, but when you look down the line, when you face defensive lines and you face special players that you may run into in the postseason, we know Denver's got a pair. Their D-line in New England's been pretty good, right? When you run into those, this will be a good look. You got him, you got Khalil Mack the next week. This will be a good look to see, what your tackles do up against a premier pass rusher in Crosby. So I do like that thought because, I mean, we watch. Maybe the edge rushers hasn't really killed them a ton. Maybe since Denver hasn't really stuck out. But I know Chris Jones, when he slid out there, gave him some problems at times. So that to me, that's maybe one thing to watch in this game, just for down the line.
I mean, he's just one of a handful of guys that, like I always talk about, man. If you've got an inside presence, just put the pocket a little bit. You don't have to have Chris Jones, but if you can just push the pocket a little bit, then it makes the Max Crosbys of the world their job a lot easier. He's the one guy that can go out there and wreck the game without a whole lot of help. Like, there's a handful of guys. I'm talking about edge rushers. There's a handful of guys that can do it. Obviously, Myles Garrett. You got a couple of them here that can do it. More Will Anderson than Danielle Hunter, in my opinion, because the way Will plays the run, the relentless pursuit they both play with, but Will is an extreme. So, there's a handful of guys out there that can do it, but Max is definitely one of them. Even if they don't have that interior presence, man, he can still get home and change this game.
Yeah. What do I call him, Mason?
Yeah, you gave me a little Mason call.
Max Crosby. Sorry, text line, you're right. Who is Mason? Yeah, Max.
Mason's a hockey player, isn't he?
Yeah. Mason Crosby.
Isn't Mason Crosby the hockey player?
Is that a hockey player? I mean, I don't know where I got Mason.
Crosby.
Oh, Sidney's great.
Mason Crosby, or who'd you say?
That is somebody.
That's a kicker. Or was a kicker.
Yeah,
for the Green Bay Packers.
You're right. Yeah, Mason.
He's married to Molly Ackerman.
Really?
Is he really?
Yep. Mason Walker Crosby played with the Green Bay Packers back in the day.
I had that. I did not have his love affair.
Yeah, man. Just that Crosby made me go Mason for some reason. Max Max.
With 2 X's.
Yeah. He's from
Texas
Washington.
boy.
Tattooed up. Ooh, Max or
Max. I know, Mason.
If you're going 2 X's, why not just go 3 if you're the parents? Triple X.
Well, you don't want to do that. Yeah, you don't want to go porn.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be porn. It's just
when you think triple X, that's
Vin Diesel.
No one thinks Vin Diesel when you think triple X.
Snowboarding with explosions, baby.
Yeah. We had a friend. We called her nickname was Triple X Tina.
Ooh.
Now she's really turned the corner. She's running a chicken and pickle now, doing a great job.
She was a dirty girl though, huh?
Triple X Tina, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds naughty.
Yeah, she had some additions done. That's when that name really took off. She's really turned the corner.
Freaking naughty.
Boy, there was a day when that was funny. 2 daughters will put a wet blanket on that.
Triple X. So he called her Triple X. She went by it. It wasn't like behind her. She called it.
I mean, either way, I don't care who called it behind her back, or it's even worse if she was the one doing it.
I don't know if somebody may have called it behind her back. But anyway, as I say, man, you all should listen to Texans All Access, especially the nights Nick Caserio's on. He was on the other night, and he was talking about Dalton Schultz. I was hoping D'Amico would bring him up today, but he was talking about Dalton Schultz. And, I think there may be a bit of a conversation to be had around him. Here was Nick Caserio speaking about his tight end.
Dalton's a really good football player. He's very consistent. He's been very consistent over the course of his career. He's very smart, very instinctive. He's got good hands, and he makes himself available to the quarterback. He did that in Dallas for Dak, and he's done that for us here for CJ, and then when Davis has had to play. The big thing this year, too, he's been healthy, knock on wood. Last year, he probably really wasn't healthy. He was dealing with some things and didn't enable him to maybe play to his fullest potential, but he never complained. Right. He just went out there and he worked, but he's been a productive football player for a number of years, and he's been able to string them together consistently this season. He's been available, and he's really helped our offense for sure. Dude.
Hey, man, you think, dude, you think Dalton Schultz is a potential even longer-term guy here with the Texans?
Absolutely.
Dude. I'll be honest with you, after last year, like, I thought, well, he might, like, because they got an out after 26. I thought, well, maybe
might cut ties, huh?
It might cut that out after last year, as you called him, dubbed him the $12 million guy. But when you take the combination of what he's done this year, right now he's 70 catches, 650 yards, 2 touchdowns. The 70 catches puts him 4th amongst tight ends, and he's 6th in yards amongst tight ends. But then when you combine that with, most of it is due to injury, but Cade Stover has not taken the step. Like, there's nothing about Cade Stover where you're like, all right, hand it over. He's ready to be our guy. Brevin Jordan doesn't seem to be able to stay healthy as much as they love him. He has not stayed healthy. There's nothing about just say, oh, these two are ready. It feels like Dalton Schultz might be more of a long-term play past the time they can part ways with in this current contract. He's somebody it feels like it's hard to see what they would do if they had to move on from him.
Yeah, no, I don't even want to think about it at this point. I'll be honest with you. I've done a 180. Just the reality of it. I mean, he has been. It has nothing to do with what his specialty is, which is route running and pass catching. I'll be honest with you. Like, I mean, he's a smart, savvy tight end. That is dependable, and if he can stay healthy, is a guy that can produce in an impressive fashion at the tight end position. He's not creating mismatches. He's not doing what some of these matchup nightmare tight ends in the league are doing. He's never going to be that guy. The ceiling's not that high, but he's quarterback friendly. He's dependable, and if he can stay healthy, he can put up good numbers for you. And I would not be standing on the mountaintop yelling for Dalton Schultz if that were the end of the story. I mean, I just, I think he is a replaceable tight end if you just look at that part of his game. Like, I think you get an older, savvy, Zach Ertz type player that we saw him have a hell of a year in Washington's offense, but an older, savvy player that has that quarterback mindset could come in here and do what Dalton Schultz is doing in the pass game. That doesn't surprise me. The physicality and the willingness to block in the run game and the willingness to be physical, the willingness to set the tone, that has changed the game for me with Dalton Schultz. You couple that with the ability to stay healthy, with the ability to then go out and get you, 850 yards receiving, be real quarterback friendly. Now you're talking about a super valuable guy. If you don't bring anything to the table in the run game or the pass protection game, you get exposed. I mean, if you're not the guy that we played last week or the guy we're fixing to play this week at the tight end position, I mean, you've got to protect. You've got to be a big part of the run game. And what we saw last year, the last couple of years, left a lot to be desired last year.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought this was a great chance to be his last season.
I did too
with the Texans.
Done a
like a
180.
3 year. I didn't. In fact, if you'd have told me like Dalton Schultz, are they gonna extend him past this? No.
Yeah, no, that's the one.
No, but now you look at their tight end room. I mean, like not just right now, but moving forward. If
Absolutely.
I don't think there's no way right now.
No.
Even if you say like I'm going to attack that right now in the draft, I mean I just don't know that you're confident that you know what you're going to get.
Well,
right now.
to me, you've got to extend him, keep him, and then you've got to have somebody in that tight end room that's complementary to him. Brevin Jordan's just an explosive piece, an exotic, explosive, creative piece. It doesn't matter who the rest of the tight end room is. That's who he is, right? When you look at the tight end position, Cade Stover taking that next step, you hit the nail on the head. Him not taking that next step, which had a lot to do with the injury maybe, but him not taking that next step has made the dynamic in that room a little bit different. But you need a guy like that's a hand in the dirt type, attached to the tackle type, to complement Dalton Schultz, and you're in real business in the tight end position. Yeah. But yeah, he's got to be a guy that they try to keep around as long as they can.
Yep. Stock up, stock down. You can text in your stock up, stock down. Which Texans do you see moving up or moving down? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, Twin Peaks.
Sports Radio 610.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Damn right, Matthew. It is Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, every Wednesday right around this time. We take a look at these Texans, the state of things, give you our Stock Up and Stock Down. It is week 16 of the NFL season for your Houston Texans, and they are riding a 6-game winning streak into NRG on Sunday to take on the Raiders. Let's start with you, Ron, the show, Hughley. Get them negatives out of the way. Stock down for the Texans in your eyes, Ron.
I'm not going to lie. My stocks, both up and down, have a lot to do with others that put them in these positions. But if I start stock up, it's old EJ Speed. EJ Speed, who missed the game on Sunday, and, man, this was Christian Harris's opportunity. This was his opportunity to get in the game. And if you remember, I mean, you talk about a miss on what we thought Christian Harris was. I know for me, I thought he was going to be in a Pro Bowl level at least. I remember Indy Kalu thought even bigger thoughts than that. And he got in the game and he struggled. Right? He got in the game and there was a real need for a guy like EJ Speed to hurry up and get back with this team. And he misses a game, and his spot is even more secure right now. They got to have him on the field, and there was a real drop-off. And I can't believe I'm saying it from a couple of years ago, but Christian Harris just not at all the same guy, and it's a clear difference when EJ Speed is off the field for this team.
Stock up, EJ Speed?
Yeah. Did he say stock down?
Yeah. Stock up, EJ Speed. We'll stay with stock up.
We'll
stay,
We'll
stay.
All good. You said, damn it.
Well, I didn't know if it was Christian Harris down or EJ Speed up.
Yeah,
you could have went either way with
Speed
that
up.
spiel.
Yeah, I could have gone either way.
Well, I'm going to go with the guy we've talked a lot about, Dalton Schultz. I mean, for several reasons here. I mean, not only did he become or is he one catch away, he tied the record, the franchise record for catches for a tight end with that 70 number. The next catch, he'll be the season leader. He'll set the single season record for catches by a tight end. And so there's that. Number two, he is clearly a big-time option opposite Nico Collins in the pass game. And to be honest with you, he's the only consistent option that we've had all year long. And so he plays a major role, even bigger than you would think Dalton Schultz would play on an offense. He plays a major role given that the other guys seem to disappear a little bit. He's the one stable guy that just continues to put up good numbers, get targets, get catches across the board. And so there's that with Dalton Schultz. We talked about the physicality in the run game. Look, I just think when you look at what Dalton Schultz is bringing to this game right now, what he's bringing to this offense right now, it is clearly a 180. I'm with you in the last segment, Ron. I was trying to find ways of how we could part ways with, avenues to part ways with Dalton Schultz last year.
Not now.
I've done a 180. We got to find ways to keep the guy. And again, last week's, record tying, I think game or season. Along with what looks like, Ron, he's going to break his single season career best. He had 808 yards, I believe it was, 1 year in Dallas. He's probably going to break that, assuming he stays healthy. And so we're looking at a career year here for Dalton Schultz in a time when the Texans have never needed him more opposite Nico Collins. So I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz, stock up right now.
Other thing with him is it's not just like numbers that you can't like, oh, damn, Dalton has that. You can actually you can feel it in the game.
Yeah.
Like you can feel it in the importance. Like sometimes I look up and I'll be like, damn, Nico got 75 yards already. I don't feel like you can notice and feel the importance of Dalton Schultz in these games. And it's many times the key him getting involved early, then opening up Nico behind him or other guys back there. So, yeah, he's been –
Well, the third down and the third down, dependence, he's become not scored a bunch of touchdowns, but he is a guy that seems of late to be pretty active down in the red zone kind of deal. And so, Dalton Schultz, stock up.
There are your stock ups. You are tuned into The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday. Stock up, stock down. Today is a Week 16 edition. Raiders coming to Houston. Ron, back to you. Now we got to look at these negatives now. There hadn't been, the beginning of the season, we had plenty for the Texans. These stock downs, not so much stock up. Now it's kind of flipped on us. But stock down for you, Ron, the show heading into Week 16.
Okay, I'll try to follow directions this time. Stock down.
There's not many options left.
As I just went rogue and took it on my own. No, stock down to me, Nick Chubb, and good for him today. He got his ass up on the practice squad. Nick Chubb, who is already, I think it's clear, got his job kind of replaced by Woody Marks, and now with his injury, I mean, he may get Wally pipped for a second time this year because Jawhar Jordan, who not only showed the best rushing performance that we've seen from the Texans this year, then in the next couple of days he signs with the team and he is on the active roster, so he is going to be here the rest of the way. And if he's going to be here the rest of the way, there's no moving him up and down. Nick Chubb's got to be looking at this thinking, all right, I got to really get it together because, these two kids, I could be passed up by both of these kids, for him. So I think to me, Nick Chubb, stock down. He's already lost the starting spot. He potentially may lose the backup role as well.
A soft.
Look, you don't have to preach to me. Hell, I was hoping Nick Chubb would find that 2-3 year ago Nick Chubb and be the lead horse here. And now he's clearly lost that to Woody Marks, rightfully so. And now, to your point, his job may feel a little bit threatened by Jawhar Jordan. Need to get his ass on that practice field. So I like it, man. A little competition at that running back spot. But, yeah, Nick Chubb, I would agree. He's threatening. I think it's real.
Would have been nice if he could fill that void, that veteran running back void you just mentioned there, Clint. Where's Joe Mixon? Never mind. Clint, stock down for you for these Texans in Week 16.
I'm going to go Higgins. I'm not totally out on Higgins. It's been a slow 2 weeks. In a slow 2 weeks in a time with Nico Collins. What do you have, about one catch until the fourth quarter last week? And in Kansas City, the second half is one of those games where now there wasn't much of anything that happened, and he did have one of the bigger catches in that game. But you're talking about a couple of quiet games and some big-time opportunities for him to step up opposite Nico Collins. Would I say he had 3 or 4 catches over the last 2 games for 30-something, 38 yards or something? Not out on him, but definitely down on him. The last 2 weeks he's been quiet. I need him to step up. Right now would be probably a good time to buy some of that Higgins stock.
All right, there it is. Stock up, stock down. We do that every single Wednesday at this time. Coming up, let's head back to NRG. Let's hear from your starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as he talks to the media coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to take a minute to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors.
Eat like a pro.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
So you're really getting Christmassy right now, huh? This is where it started?
Yeah, man, 7 days.
I wasn't going to say anything after I heard that last bump in, then I thought, oh, okay, we'll see. Well, now he's feeling it now.
'Tis the season.
Excuse me. Yeah. Coming up here in just a bit, we'll hear from C.J. Stroud. Remember, today and the rest of the week, in the 5 o'clock hour, you will have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl at NRG December 27th between the hometown Houston Cougars and the LSU Tigers. So a lot of fans of those two schools in this city. You got a chance to get 4 tickets to head out to NRG December 27th. So stay tuned all week long in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win as a reminder. All right, let's head down to NRG to hear from the QB, the quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
From the concussion, we talked about kind of the benefit of the bird's eye view, having been away for the last few weeks. Now that you played the last couple of games, have you been able to see kind of that come into fruition? I'm curious if you notice anything that maybe you're doing better now or differently, or just any benefit from the time away.
I always say there's always, things that you always pick up on, while you're in it or away from it. So I think, we've gotten better in all phases. And I wouldn't say any specific area, but I do think in those specific areas that I touched on a couple weeks ago, we got better in and as an offense. And I think, our defense is still playing great. So, just putting up more points every week, I think, help. And, just trying to execute at the highest level.
You guys have talked a lot about your struggles in the red zone, but it seems to still be a problem. Is there anything you personally can do to make it better, or does it just have to be kind of everyone doing their part?
I always look internal to see what I can do better. And then from there, I think we look at it as a whole, what are we doing, as players, as coaches, schematically, so I think, it's another area we can get better in.
I chatted with Warren Moon earlier this week, and he said you guys have a better relationship, kind of relate to another. What do you enjoy about having Warren in your corner, and do you think he's helped your NFL transition these last few years?
My dad used to play Warren Moon highlights all the time, and he was always, telling me about, Warren and how great of a quarterback he was, and, to be able to, play in the same city he did is kind of cool, and to meet him a couple of times. And he's always very nice and, very respectful, and, instills a lot of confidence in me. So, it's really cool to see, me being a little kid, fan of this guy, and then now, he's supporting me. So, I'm really appreciative of him and, us having a relationship.
You've often talked about other quarterbacks that are, we'll say, legendary, the Tom Brady's or the Warren. How does it make you feel that you can have connections with some of those guys that you grew up watching, and they respect what you're doing, and you can still, be a fan of them, I guess?
Yeah, I think it's cool, I think, something that I've learned is they're just people, and when you're a kid, you just think they're just this crazy person, but it's kind of cool just to see them being down to earth and very respectful, and I think just for them to take time, to reach out or see us in person, and and I'm not the only young quarterback, they probably see a lot of other quarterbacks out in public, and they say hello and very respectful and nice and giving us feedback and tips and pointers here and there. So it's really cool, just to see the humanity side of them and just being able to pick their brains a little bit. So yeah, it's always cool whenever you get to run into one of those guys, but I don't like bothering anybody, so try not to reach out too much. But yeah, it's always really cool to see them.
On the subject of older quarterbacks, I think Phillip Rivers has a kid about your age. What did you think about him coming back after so long and playing last weekend?
Yeah, I thought he did amazing. I thought, to have that short week of prep and, to be able to, go out there and make some plays. I thought he did great. I thought he, took care of the football, made plays, got it out early. I thought, I think Shane Steichen's a heck of a coach, and, his scheme is great, and I think, the way they run the ball, helps out. So, I've been a big fan of Phillip for a long time too. So it's cool to see him, play and, get a good game under his belt. Yeah, brother.
I couldn't remember if you said banking time previously, but when it comes to Max Crosby, just being a fan of the game and watching him on tape, what type of threat does he buy for the Raiders?
Yeah, Max is a dog. He can wreck a whole game, and he's done it year in and year out. And I just think he's a heck of a player. Has a motor. Doesn't stop, doesn't quit. We gotta make sure we take care of that and try our best. Slow him down. It'll be a fist match up there. Or a fist fight. Up there every play, and I know he's ready, and we'll try to be ready as well.
What did you like best about what you all did last week, and what do you hope you all can take with you this week and moving forward?
I like the way we ran the ball. I thought we ran the ball really efficiently. I thought our quick pass game went really well. To where I was getting the ball in my hand and guys were open and running great routes. And I think the best thing is just to move on. And learn from our mistakes, which we did. And try this week to fix those things. And there'll be new things that'll come up this week. So every week it's always a battle to fix these things. But I think we're starting to roll at the right time. And December is where you want to play your best ball. And every game is important. And every game is hard. And they want to win. We want to win. And then around the league, guys, hoping you lose. And we're hoping to win every game. So that's always in the back of our mind. That, the next game is the most important. So being able to flush the failures, and learn, from them as well, and then go and try to get another dub.
Having said that, you talk about flushing the failures. How different is it as far as, I guess, enjoying playing football from the beginning of the season till now? You start off 0-3, and now you got a 6-game winning streak. It's got to feel different, right?
No, not really. I mean, I think people kind of lose their mind around the building. We know what we had. We knew what we had the whole year. My process hasn't changed. It's just we're starting to finish better, close games. So, I really never lost faith. I think we're a heck of a team, and just like everybody loves us now, they can hate us in a week. So who knows? It doesn't really matter. So we're just focused as a team. We're focused on what we can control, and that's how we play each week. So whatever that looks like. So we're going to continue to have faith in one another and trust in one another and keep playing hard.
What do you see overall from this Raiders defense when you look at the tape?
Yeah, they're good. They have a lot of good D linemen. Devin White, has been playing, high level, backer for a long time. Lanning is a great backer as well. And on the back end, they're figuring some things out, but I think, they're up in your face, and do really good in their spot drop zones and, their blitzes, and, they can press you at any time. I think, Pete Carroll has been a great coach and a great scheme for a long time. And if you look, man, they've had some close games, for some teams that are going to the playoffs, and some teams that we played against that are good. So this is not a team to slack off on one bit, just like last week. And we got to be able to establish the line of scrimmage early on, and then the passing when that comes. So, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge, and we got to be ready for it.
You've been working with Jawhar Johnson ever since you were a teenager, 2011. How's that relationship grown over the years, and what have you seen from him, his growth as a coach?
I think Jawhar is, me being a kid back then, being 16 years old, meeting him, and now being 24, it's crazy. It's almost 10 years ago. It's wild. But just to see, not only just my growth, but his and our relationship grow. He's somebody who, I consider a great friend and somebody I know I can call. But also, I've seen him grow as a coach, and see him, have his fingerprint in our system, finally after a couple years, he's able to put some input plays in, and, thought he's done a great job of that and coaching me, footwork. He's a mechanical genius. I feel, he's a guru when it comes to, footwork and, being centered in the ground and pronation with your wrist, all that good stuff. He's very, he's a fan of and good at coaching it. So, I'm very grateful and happy to have him as a coach.
Dalton had a big game on Sunday, and I think he's now up to his most yards as a Texan. Just what has his impact been on this offense this year?
It's been a lot. It's been felt by everybody. I think, Dalton is, week in and week out worked very hard. His leadership has gone to another notch. His run game blocking, and that just doesn't, it just helps more for, his route running ability, which I think he's one of the best in the league at. So I'm just super proud of him. Glad he's, a brother of mine, somebody I consider a great friend. And, it's just really cool to connect to him. I think, me and him have a chemistry that we could be looking at each other a certain way. We just know what we're going to do and make a play. So it's really cool to see. I hope I play with him for a very, very long time.
All right, there's Dalton Schultz again. As C.J. Stroud spoke to the media, finished it off, talking about his tight end that he said he hopes to play with for a long time. A lot there in there, Clint, and I think one of the big things, and that was early in it, was I think if anything people are looking at with this offense right now coming off of last week is the red zone stuff. And that was something that he did go into talking about. They got to look internal and hell, even they were better to be lucky than good at times with one of the touchdown snaps. But that looks like one of the clear things that this offense, with him leading it, can really improve upon.
Yeah, look, I think there's always, especially with a team that's not scoring as many points as they want to score, and especially a team that's afforded the luxury of not needing to be super aggressive, and you look at the formulas for this team to score 20 points and let the defense win the game. And so when you do get down there, you're not going to be real aggressive most of the time to get down there. So when you do, being efficient and giving yourself the best shot to get it done is important. And I still think – I don't think that the Texans' red zone offense right now is something to be concerned about personally. I do believe that they are still lost and don't really know exactly how they want to attack the goal-to-go situations particularly. It's almost like the closer they get to the goal line in the red zone, the more concerned you become. I still think they're lost. They're doing
like they're trying.
Well, they're just drawing. For crying out loud, we had Dare Ogunbowale two times in the Wildcat last week inside the 5-yard line. So or inside the 10. So clearly they're grasping at straws.
They were
and
having
trying to
some
get
success
creative.
when they started to get on the edge. They were doing that toss play a little bit, trying to get outside of the tackles.
Getting Woody Marks on the field more helps. Spreading out and not trying to bunch everybody up with a fullback and 3 tight ends and extra offensive linemen and try to tell everybody you're going to run downhill. I think that helps. Having the success from a creative standpoint, I know they weren't successful with the Xavier Hutchinson jet sweep, and I think even Jalen Noel may have got a jet sweep down there. I know they weren't overly successful, but those are plays that now defenses have to respect. And so I think it's starting to get better, but I'm not concerned. But I do think that there's a lack of an identity of when you get down there, how do you want to attack this joker? Do you want to put it in C.J. Stroud's hand, or do you want to waste 2 downs trying to run the football down there with Dare Ogunbowale and Wildcat? They're clearly still lost, but not overly. I'm not overly concerned. I think they're doing a good job of kind of piecing it together when they do get down there.
Yeah. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, the Texans. What do the Texans have to do, absolutely have to do over the next 3 weeks? We believe they're going to be in the playoffs, barring the wheels coming off. And whether they're a wild card team, they got to go on the road, or they win the division and they're at home. What is the one thing, the most important thing that the Texans have to do between now and the end of the season? And one would say, hell, even between now and the Chargers and the Colts game, their defenses are playing really well. I'll give you a tease. Tank Dell put a video out. Boy, how quickly we forget. We'll discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The blazing hot Texans are back at it on Sunday afternoon against the Raiders. Don't miss a minute of the action with pregame coverage starting right here at 12:25. Kickoffs at 3:25 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got foot.
boy Ron, and I'm going to protect my boy T.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Speaking of them boots, baby, today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Tecovas. Boots made in Texas. Got a location right over here in Rice Village. I bought several pair from over there. I believe that's where I got my pythons. I believe that's where I got them at. I do believe. I bought a couple more. I got a pair of goat that I wear all the time. It's really soft, really soft. I probably ought to get them shined up a bit, but boy, they're soft and they feel good on them feet, man. I recommend that's what you get, Ron.
I'll take your word for it.
I think it's what you ought to get. I think you'd rock the hell out of them. I think they don't even you could dress them down in more of a Rico Suave way. Yeah, I think you could do it. Yeah, I think you could do it. I think you could lean into it, man. Tecovas, made in Texas. Don't have their punchline, but they sell some other stuff too. They sell some other stuff too, Ron. They sell some slide-ons. They got options, man.
Okay.
Oh man, one of them places when you walk in, it just smells like leather. I want to do that to a room in my house. I don't want my whole house to smell like it. I don't want my house to look and smell like you walked into the Wild Wild West. But I do have a great appreciation for
fresh leather.
The fresh leather smell. When the barn whiskey bar down in Mont Bellevue in Baytown down there.
That spot.
I'm telling you, to this day, I thought it was because it was when it was brand new. It smelled like that damn leather. To this day, you walk in and it is an unbelievable smell.
Love that.
I mean, it is an unbelievable smell. I'd like to have a room in my house, maybe have that smell. You think we can accomplish that?
One room.
One room.
Yeah.
I don't think I have enough.
What do you think about Lowe's? Got that Lowe?
I'll be honest with you. I don't think the crib's big enough to have individual scent in one room and keep it there. I think I can talk my wife into it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do you got a room that would be available for it?
Oh, I've got some plans for my house that are gonna. Now I just need $200,000. But I got a plan for my house that's going to be
$200,000.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great, man. It's going to be great. We're going to add some square footage. I may have me a little tequila, bourbon, cigar room type deal. That would be the leather smell. Right?
So somebody sponsor this segment. So help him out.
Yeah,
get to that spot where he can get his leather smelling room.
Yeah, that would help me. Also, I want to let everybody know out there, U of H and LSU in the Kinder's Texas Bowl, December the 27th. Be listening in every day this week. Every day on the drive in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Kinder's Texas Bowl. There'll be a cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour. And, again, your chance to win that 4-pack to that Texas Bowl. We will be giving those away every day, so make sure you stay plugged in. Also, everybody out there, download the Odyssey app. If you already have, well done. If not, what the hell are you waiting on? AUDACY. We had Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Houston Texans, on this morning at 7:30 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast. And today on the drive, D'Amico Ryans was at 2:40. And C.J. Stroud was at 3:40. And never forget, we got our boy B. Scott coming up.
That's right.
At 4:40. Wednesday's a busy day for us. And I don't know if y'all saw this, boys, but this got me to thinking. Do y'all follow Tank Dell on social media?
Yes, I think so.
I do, but I haven't seen anything.
Did y'all watch? Well, if you hadn't seen anything, you answered the question already. There is a video. Go to my Twitter, at Clint Stoerner. I retweeted it. Tank Dell's out here teasing folks. Because I'm going to be honest with you, man. Watch that Tank Dell video for about 10 seconds and tell me that there's anybody not named Nico Collins on this team that's even remotely close to giving you that kind of opportunity to winning versus man or getting chunk plays, catching a screen and taking it to the house. I love what Jalen Noel brings to the table. I love his return game. But, hey, man, when something like Tank Dell's been gone for a year or damn near a year, you forget how good that sucker was. I'm going to tell you, man, I mean, he got me good and excited about hell. The 2026-25 season is just now getting cranked up, really, if you're a Texans fan. He's got me excited for 2026, man. I just hope that the young – not only do I love him to death, but hopefully
he can come back from that injury. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, just watch that video and bump some of these other cats up to it and go, ooh, boy, that's what we need right now. But that Tank Dell video that's out there, it got me to thinking, boys. The one thing that the Texans absolutely have to do over the next 3 games, and it's not going to be easy because if we're being honest, this week you got Max Crosby on a Raiders defense. Make of it what you will. You better take care of the better. You better plan. But then around the corner, you got a Chargers defense that is pretty damn good, and you've got an Indianapolis Colts defense that was really good last week against the Seattle Seahawks, who have been one of the better offenses in the league this year. So you've got 2 really good defenses coming down the pike here, and one that you better look out for with the Raiders. And the Texans, I believe, and I believe wholeheartedly, Ron, I believe this is like, can you make a playoff run or not type of take here. The Houston Texans have to get another pass catcher rolling, period. The way this offense is constructed, the way this offense is called, is planned, the way this offense is working right now, and what Nick Caley believes is the right way to go about playing offensive football, is he has no problem with a defense being able to press a corner on Nico Collins and rolling a safety over the top. And Nick Caley has no problem going, okay, well, that means I'm going to leave him over there and let y'all do that, and we're going to throw the ball elsewhere. And I believe that's exactly what good defenses are going to want you to do. I think they're going to gladly roll up coverage on Nico Collins as often as they possibly can, knowing that you're not going to do anything to force the issue, knowing that you're going to go, okay, I'm going to go to another receiver. And I love what Dalton Schultz has done this year, but I don't believe Dalton Schultz is going to be enough opposite Nico Collins for this football team to make a serious run in the playoffs. They absolutely have to get another pass catcher rolling. They absolutely have to. Here's Nick Caserio on Texans All Access. Nick Caserio talking about C.J. Stroud's quarterback play. And I want you to listen to this through the lens of, how do they want C.J. Stroud to play quarterback? How do they want the quarterback position to be played in this offense? And they think this is the winning formula for this offense.
Yeah, he's playing quarterback the right way. He's making good decisions. He's taking care of the football. He's making the smart play. There were a number of examples in the game where the play was designed to maybe possibly create a chunk, but because of the way they played the coverage, the decision was to go to the check down, to go to the outlet, and those turned into first down plays. So you throw the ball 4 yards, turns it into a 12-yard gain. That's a really good football play. So he's done a really good job of distributing the ball, understand what the defense is doing, and he has a unique ability to keep plays alive off schedule, outside of the pocket, which we saw some examples the other day, against Arizona, like we saw in Kansas City.
I really like in theory of how you play quarterback. Make the right decision. Check the football down. I think C.J. Stroud did a really good job last week. If you're just talking quarterback play of knowing, hey, they're belling deep, I'm going to let them run these guys off, then I'm going to check it down to Jawhar, I'm going to check it down to Woody Marks, and they go get chunk plays, right? We've seen that time and time again versus teams that are willing to just play soft and be a bend-don't-break team. But the reality of it is you're not winning and making a serious playoff run if that's how you approach offense. Now, you hope your quarterback plays that way, but if that's how you approach offense, then I think this team is going to be in trouble unless somebody opposite Nico Collins, not named Dalton Schultz, steps up and starts making plays.
So it's got, for you think it's got to be more than Nico and Dalton.
Yes, because here's what's going to happen, right, is teams are going to find ways to pressure you, and it's not going to be about being patient and taking care of the football and checking the football down and getting it to your outlet. Teams are going to find a way to create chaos and pressure you and take Nico Collins out of the game. And now, nobody else on this team outside of Nico Collins is a man beater. And that includes Nick Caley. Nick Caley doesn't do things schematically, formationally, and with motions and shit. He doesn't do things to defeat pressure, to defeat man.
Yeah.
And you don't like I always when I train young quarterbacks, I always say this. I mean, because I try to coach in a very similar way of doing radio, right? We're going to be because I don't know the offense that you're in, but the general thought process when you get a blitz look, you got to do one of two things, right? You got to find your man, the man on your team that is your dude that you know can win right now versus man-to-man coverage. Whatever route he's running, you know he can win. If you don't have that guy, or if the defense brings a safety down and a backer out wide, a corner down, backer out wide, and a safety over the top, and the defense schematically takes it away, then you got to have either another guy that can win versus man, or you got to have a concept that is a man concept. The pick routes if you're a defensive guy. They're called rub routes if you're an offensive guy, right? We've seen them a million times. You got to have a guy that can beat man, or you got to have a concept that can beat man. And I'm just going to tell you the Texans have done very little to convince anybody that they have that outside of Nico Collins, right? And so I think the Texans are going to be forced into those situations. And that's why I say another pass catcher has to get rolling. I don't believe Nick Caley's going to move Nico Collins.
Hasn't shown to do that he's going to do that yet.
I don't believe he's going to have great, exotic, creative, quick answers right now. I don't believe he's going to all of a sudden generate some kind of wild, exotic, creative screen game for us. And so I think literally the success of this offense, I believe, depends on another pass catcher getting rolling and getting rolling soon. Now, a lot of people out there listening may say, well, what about Higgins? I mean, Higgins has been good this year. Higgins had a good little run in the middle of the season.
Yeah, they haven't had a consistent third.
Yeah, no. Higgins.
It does have to be a wide receiver
yes,
for you.
Yeah, because the other guys are injured. I mean, you would like to think if a Brevin Jordan was playing enough, or if a Woody Marks was used exotically enough. Now I like the way they've used him.
That's the other part. You don't think they're going to line him up and explore.
I think they've done some decent things in the spring game. I think they played him 70+% of the snaps. I think they've handed him the football in critical situations, which was an upgrade. I still don't think they're overly creative in using him. So no, he's not. I don't think he's going to be the answer. But here's the deal: you got Higgins, who needs to re-emerge. Right, he had a good little run midseason. And I would argue that he was exactly what I'm talking about for a handful of games. The last two games, both games in which there were huge lulls across the board in offense, or there was a game, or last week's game against Arizona where it seemed like the offense was fine, but Nico had one catch for the majority of the game, right? Higgins had 4 catches, 38 yards. Right now, one of those in the Kansas City game was a monster catch in the second half that helped you win. That's kind of what I'm talking about, right? You need Higgins to reemerge, get better, and be a bigger part of this offense over the next 3 weeks. Or Christian Kirk has to find a way to show up and show out and earn the $18 million or $16 million or whatever the hell $1 million is. How many millions is it that Christian Kirk's making this year? It's a big. It's
16
double
or
digit.
17.
Yeah, I think that's a double. Yeah, Tyler looked up like I said something crazy.
1 year deal.
That is right.
16, 17. Yeah.
No, I thought I heard something.
Six.
Yeah, you heard
I'll tell you
something.
later.
Christian Kirk making $16 million, playing 24% of the snaps. You heard something.
6.
Hey, guess what? He played 16 snaps last week. He's getting paid $1 million for every snap he had against the Arizona Cardinals in a game when your team scored 40 points offensively. So Christian Kirk's got to find a way to show up and show out. 16 snaps, 24% of Sunday snaps. That ain't gonna get it. Or they got to find a way. Nick Caley, whoever, Ben McDaniel, Jalen Noel has to get involved. I don't know how they do it, guys. I don't know. I would bet on Higgins being the guy. If you look at, he's an outside player. He's done it before. He's a bigger-bodied player. He clearly has a clutch gene. The moment's not too big. CJ has some chemistry with him. I would bank on Higgins being that guy. But here's the deal. I don't want to wait until it's a playoff game and we're bumped up against a defense in a game we're having a hard time moving the ball. They're taking Nico out of the game. They're manning up on Schultz, and we're having problems getting Schultz separation with Schultz. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, all right, let's go find out if Higgins can get this done. I want to see something over the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
He's got to reemerge. And I'm telling you, Ron, this is legit a take of if the Texans don't get another pass, and I'm not talking about one of these games where 9 different guys have 1 catch.
So
right?
you just don't think that they spreading it around and just hitting the open man outside of Nico and Dalton is something that they can live on.
Bingo. I don't think you're making a serious playoff run. I mean, I can't remember who. I heard somebody talking about Tom Brady earlier. I think it was Sean Salisbury talking about Tom Brady. Tom Brady not only won 7 Super Bowls, the 6 in New England. I mean, he did more with less than anybody we've seen win Super Bowls consistently in football. I mean, that's what you're asking C.J. Stroud to do, right? Unless somebody steps up and somebody emerges as, all right, this guy can win versus man, this guy can go make plays, this guy, the 9 guys having a catch and 5 or 6 of them being 1 or 2 catch guys that just the ball happened. That's not winning that's not winning games and making a run in the playoffs. They got to have another pass catcher step up big time over the next 3 weeks so that you know what you have going into the playoffs.
All right, some news coming down with the Rockets and their head coach. We'll tell you what that is as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. The holiday season is here. Christmas is right around the corner, and there are legendary gifts, y'all, at undefeatable prices at Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can shop in-store. There's locations everywhere. I prefer
Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. B. Skeezy, B. Scott, Brandon Scott coming up here at 4:40 for his Texans report. Get his thoughts. We heard him talking to D'Amico and CJ earlier, so we'll get his thoughts of the feel of everything today. It's a big media day here at NRG with the Texans. They get ready to take on the Raiders. But to let you all know, we talked about it was a big story yesterday with the Rockets, and the thing that really jumped off was the post game from head coach Ime Udoka as he cut loose with the referees. Not just talked about how bad the game was officiated, but also went into some specifics about the three referees that were in the game. Yeah, he let them have it, and this is the latest reports from the NBA. The Rockets head coach Ime Udoka is fined $25,000 for public criticism of the officiating, announced by James Jones, Executive VP, Head of Basketball Operations. Udoka made his comments to the media following the Rockets' 128-125 overtime loss against the Nuggets on December 15th. So no major surprise there. I'll be honest. I know I talked with B. Scott earlier or yesterday, and we wondered how big the fine would be, and with how personal it was, if this potentially could maybe be in a suspension at all. But it looks like it's just going to be $25,000 for Ime Udoka, and I guess they'll keep it moving.
Yeah, that's actually a low number. I thought it'd be a lot bigger.
Did you think it'd be more? I thought it might be.
Look, I thought it'd be a lot bigger. Not that anybody involved gives a rip. I mean, the guys whose money it actually is, they make enough where they don't give a rip, and they knew when he knew when he opened his mouth it was going to cost him or the organization some money.
Yeah,
I think what we talked about yesterday with Ime Udoka and the Rockets is the bigger play here. Is what if you see these guys, this crew, and what if you get them in a meaningful game in the playoffs, or a meaningful game down the stretch that impacts seeding in the West, and all of a sudden you got to worry about these clowns making calls down the stretch, right? I mean, they're still going to be clowns, but the reality of it is you made them comments, and they're going. I wonder if they're going to have a short fuse. I wonder if they're going to call the game differently. So that obviously sucks, and that's the only part of it I give a rip about. $25,000. That seems like he got off cheap.
He got off light. I know for you, we talked about, because that was the big story in the game, but there was more for you after yesterday's game.
Yeah, I think one thing that we haven't really discussed, and I'll be honest with you, I mean, this is more kind of hearsay, kind of what B. Scott's is one of the big sources for the Rockets that I pay close attention to when he's talking and when he's tweeting and when he's on one about the Rockets. I typically stay pretty tied into him. But the Amen Thompson development or lack thereof, depending on how you look at it, I think has been something I know on this show that we discussed a lot about what we expected coming in was his development, and then we've never really revisited. I see B. Scott talking, texting and talking a little bit about, boy, Amen Thompson missing bunnies at the rim and not having the jumper, and I just wanted to circle back to that. I know you were pretty passionate about Amen Thompson and his development. Has it been a disappointment for you? Is it what you expected? Is it? What are you seeing from the Amen Thompson perspective?
Yeah, people, you can jump in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Has Amen Thompson been a disappointment thus far? And I can't go disappointment. At all for me. This guy is I think for me maybe your best all-around player when you take everything into account. I mean, he's third on the team in scoring with KD and Şengün, and in front of him, he's had to take on a different role. He's had to be more of a point guard facilitator in this thing with the injury to Fred. Obviously, they have more of a by committee type of a deal with everybody. Reed Shepard has got some in there. Sometimes the offense just flat out starts and runs through Şengün and Durant. But I think he has taken more of those responsibilities in a year where I don't think coming into it he thought he was going to have to take on. But, I mean, this is a guy who is, 17-plus a game, third on the team, second on the team in assists, second on the team in rebounds. He is their clear best defender and maybe the most versatile defender in basketball. So I can't go disappointed. I think there are some things that you would have hoped would have been further along, right? Like he misses bunnies. For me, with him, like he's missed some shots. If he gets those shots, right, you feel good. He's athletic enough. I think he makes most of those shots. The shooting, you like it if not shoot more than 18% from three, right? You would like it. I do like that he is taking open shots, but you would hope that was further along, but he's not hurting you at all, right? I think he is. We'll see how the rest of this thing goes. When you take his defense and everything that he does and just fills up the stat sheet for this team, hell, I think he's a fringe, probably won't make it, but a fringe guy that at least gets consideration for all NBA. So that's third team, something like that. So I can't go disappointed. There may be some things that you are disappointed in that hasn't come along.
Yeah, well, I was referring. Yeah, I mean, clearly not a disappointment. Just I mean, I still want him on my team, and he's obviously an integral part of it. I just know that we had conversations of him being more of a point guard and doing some of that stuff and shooting the ball better and kind of developing his game. And so when I was hearing those comments, I was like, I wonder if, because I mean, look, I see the same guy. I mean, I see the same guy from last year that is obviously, again, I want him on my squad and can do some crazy elite things athletically. But I just wondered from your perspective how much of that development have you seen, or is it more of, hey, man, this is just who he is. He's great as he is. There's not going to be a whole hell of a lot more development, or at least we shouldn't expect it. A lot more development. This is just who he is.
Yeah, to me, I see him right. Yeah, the
disappointment was
shooting,
probably a bit strong.
The shooting is not where you would want it to be. Someone texted in, I will say that it seems to have plateaued from last year. I think to me one of the big things that I noticed is his confidence throughout most of the year thus far. He just seems more confident to go and do what he does, right? And he's still putting up shots. Now maybe that shot hadn't got there's not as much confidence in there. But, like, to me, he feels like he is better. Like, there were moments last year, especially in that postseason, early part of that series against the Warriors, where it was like he looked unsure of himself. I don't get much of that, in his total game, that he looks unsure of himself. So, I like what he's done. It's just the shooting. The shooting you want him to get better with.
We talked a lot about it, though, Ron, early on. As I mean, if regardless of where it comes from, as long as you get it right, I mean, you're getting more run out of some other guys that are shooting it well, and obviously KD addition, and you'll get Tari Eason back who can shoot it, and so I mean, it's not like him not developing has killed the team. I mean, other guys have developing the shot. Other guys are stepping up
where he doesn't have to.
Where he doesn't have to
do it as much. Yeah, I like that he's still trying and not just going Ben Simmons. I mean, I look at it from the standpoint of he's had to maybe change and sacrifice, his game, shot attempts. When you bring in a Durant, when you see obviously Şengün offensively taking the next level, as an overall player. And then having to try to figure out a way of being more of a facilitator than he is used to being. Yeah, man, I love him in Thompson. I love what he does. We'll see if hopefully that jumper improves. He's still young.
I like that chip on his shoulder he plays.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The confidence looks like
the unassuming guy that'll get up in your ass a little bit.
Well, I appreciate it. He's certainly ready for it. He is not backing down. All right, B. Scott's going to join us with his Texans report. He was there talking to all the guys who spoke to the media today. We'll get his thoughts coming up next.
All right, the best I ever bought a vehicle, y'all, was at the end of the year. My birthday's December the 29th. It was literally the day before my birthday. So between right now and January 1 is the best time to buy a vehicle. And right
Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
Laying down nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive now gets its time for our Texans report, where Brandon Scott joins us every single Wednesday, 4:40, fresh off of being at NRG earlier today, talking with the folks, and this is one of these games, Brandon, where I mean this should be one that is an easy dub that they should take care of. When you're talking about the 32nd worst offense and the 32nd ranked team when it comes to scoring 14 a game, and they're playing out the string, just got shut out 31-0 last week in Philadelphia. This one should be a dub, but your feeling of what it felt like with D'Amico, CJ being around everybody up there as they get ready for a game that's really just feels like another step in their season to get to where they're trying to get to.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to give off the impression that no matter what game it is or what's behind the game or who the opponent is, it's a little bit of coach speak, but they're trying to give off the impression that they feel the same or view the game the same no matter who it is, no matter what the situation is, no matter who the opponent is, like that nothing has changed in their mentality and approach from 0-3, from 3-5, to now having won 6 straight. They were asked a couple of times, I think D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud specifically, and I know Dalton Schultz as well in the locker room, were all asked about, hey, how much fun is it now? How much fun are you having now? Now that you're winning games. And they're like, yeah, I mean, it's better to win than it is to lose, obviously, but we're approaching it and acting the same way that we did back when we were losing. And I think that there's probably something to that. There's also probably a little bit of overplay on that. I think that they got to be feeling a whole lot better about themselves now than they did when it looked like their season was going in the toilet. But to the point, the vibe around the place is very business-like, not too much, not stiff necessarily, but businessman-like, and kind of like we're going to have that same steady approach. But to your point about the game, though, like I don't think it can be overlooked that as easy as the game is, there's kind of twofold here. The idea that you're going up against an inferior opponent and the importance of winning the game to sort of solidify your playoff chances. I came in here a few weeks ago and was like, hey, it's a race to 4. They had 6 games left in the season, and I said it's a race to 4. They really need 4 to feel good about getting in. That was 3 games ago. They've gotten 3 of the 4. The 4th one be this one against the Raiders. So, there's really no excuse to not get that 4 now, right? Because now the 4th one is right here in front of you. That's the
magic number. You're right.
It was the magic number at the time. I think it still is. Now, that doesn't mean you want to just lose the last 2 games. And I think the last 2 games are functionally more important than this one. But on that race to 4, this one would be 4, so you want to go ahead and get it.
Hey, why did anything come from Will Anderson not talking to the media last week? I mean, did we get to the bottom of that? What the hell's going on, man?
So there's a bunch of different theory, and I actually saw Will on my way out. I did not interview him.
Was his eyeball hanging out of his forehead, of his head, or anything?
Eyeball wasn't hanging out of his forehead, but
pus, water, anything like that?
Nothing.
Okay.
He looked just fine, but the issue, I mean, he had his towel on. I don't really like to talk to him when they're naked like that.
Probably let him in.
I like to wait for them to put their drawers on before I get to talking to him. And I was on my way out when I saw Will, spoke to him. He looked just fine, looked like he was doing all right. But I do suspect there's a lot of theories on why he didn't talk or why he might not have talked on Sunday. I do suspect the one that I find most credible is that he got raked across the eye, and between whatever the injury was and his potential frustration behind it, and a feeling that it wasn't necessarily above board what happened to him, and not wanting to say the wrong thing and go get sideways with the media, or get sideways on a topic as the media is talking to him, so not get sideways in public. And the fact that he is so accessible, and we talk to him, probably over-talk to him. We talk to him several times a week. Now, some of us in the press corps disagree about some of this. You got some folks that think he should be available after every game because he's their best defensive player, and especially on a day when they don't have their best defensive game, that the best defensive players should talk on that day. And I can see that side of the argument, but I can also see the side of, hey, I'm available 2 to 3 days a week. I'll talk to you eventually. I've never run from you. And so that kind of being a part of it too. Will Anderson knows that he can't run from us. His locker is as soon as you walk into the locker room, right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like you got to go all the way to the back to go find him like some of the players. And so I think that was part of it.
Yeah.
Brandon Scott. Good. Yeah, Brandon Scott with this Texans report. Was the Jawhar Jordan game, was that in your mind just, hey, got an opportunity with Woody and Nick Chubb going down, or is this something that could actually play out as him getting more action on the field?
Yeah, I thought that in real time as we were watching it, and I think we sat next to each other in the press box watching this game. I was thinking that and feeling that in real time as he was performing. And I know not every run was a 50-yard run. Not every yard was a big run. But he seemed to just have a little bit more wiggle to him.
It
right?
did, but it don't sound like D'Amico feels like. Seems like he's been downplaying it, and obviously it could be just coach speak, but it sounds like he's been really downplaying, just like, oh, it was a good moment for him.
Oh yeah, but we speak D'Amico at this point, and I think I can read between the lines there. When he was first asked about this, it wasn't after. It had to have been Monday when we asked him about this. Somebody asked him about it. Has Jawhar Jordan created an opportunity for himself beyond what we just saw, beyond the necessity of what was Sunday? And his first words were, "We'll see." Instead of kind of shutting it down. Not to say that he would have necessarily, but there was a little bit of a smirk there. I get the sense that Jawhar Jordan, forget what they say, watch what they do. And they signed the man to the active roster for a reason, right? Yeah. And it's not like we've seen him be called up from the practice squad before a bunch of different times. Not like they couldn't just have called him up if they felt like they just needed him in a pinch. So just the mere action, the move of signing him to the active roster from the practice squad and securing his spot on the team, making sure that somebody can't go and get him, like watch that performance and say, we need running back help. They don't value the guy. They got their running backs. He's on their practice squad. Let's go sign him, and to keep him and bring him up, to me, says a lot about their intentions. Now, does that mean, where does he fall in the pecking order? Does that mean that he's running back 2? Does that mean that he's running back 3? Is he just a change of pace guy? I'm not 100% sure. We'll see how that plays out. But I definitely think that we saw something, the more so of the beginning of something as opposed to just a one-off or a flash in the pan.
Well, I tell you what I like before the 100 yards happened was the commitment to somebody not named Dare Ogunbowale. And I heard, and no disrespect to Dare, again, I heard Nick Caserio talking about it. And Nick Caserio said we decided to give Jawhar Jordan because we had seen a big enough sample size that we trusted him. So we decided to give Jawhar Jordan the run and leave Dare in his current role. That is what I greatly appreciate. Then then Jawhar goes out there and goes for over 100. And to your point, I wonder if somebody – now, I don't know when this could happen, but the game is if he's on the practice squad, just like the Miami Dolphins picked Jackson Woodard up off the practice squad, and so he goes to the active roster for the Miami Dolphins. Obviously, his pay skyrockets. He gets active roster money, and teams can do that. And so maybe they just didn't want to risk it all putting Jawhar Jordan after a 100-yard performance. An impressive 100-yard performance. Maybe they didn't want to play it all with jeopardizing him, as you said, being on that practice squad and being available.
Well, he proved that he can play for you, right? And I think that's
proved he can play for a lot of folks.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like I think that they have been trying to get the running back situation figured out ever since the mysterious Joe Mixon injury pops up, and then of course they think that they're going to get him back. Possibly get them back, and it just never really quite figures itself out.
How long ago you think they knew they weren't going to have Joe Mixon? When you bring that up?
No, I think that they were legitimately hopeful that by October or November, whenever they set that timeline, Nick Caserio, I think, did a while ago and said, hey, we'll see where we're at come October or November. I think that they were hopeful that come October that there would be a different story or that they would be singing a different tune, and they just are not. Like, you got to think about the fact that this injury did not happen under the Texans' watch, from what I understand. And so I don't think that they necessarily, not that they don't have a great sense for the injury, but it is a little bit more complicated than it is, say C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie get concussed during the game, or Brevin Jordan goes down with a knee injury in training camp. Like, this one has a little bit more nuance to it, and I think it's just something that a needle that they haven't been able to thread all year.
B. Scott in the building with us as they get ready to take on the Las Vegas Raiders with this thing. All right, man. Yeah, they get past this, man. This is a huge weekend because a lot of people had given up on this, but the division is really potentially in play right now, and I think this is potentially the big swing weekend.
Yeah, the division is in play, but you need help, right? You need the Broncos, and I think everybody in Houston or everybody that roots for the Texans is going to be a Broncos fan this weekend because when you look at the remainder of the Jaguars schedule, they're playing a reeling and depleted Colts team that just sent out Phillip Rivers.
In the free space.
Yeah, I mean, Phillip Rivers just went out there at 44 years old. That's how desperate they are. That's just not a good football team anymore like it was at the beginning of the year. And then they got that last game against the Titans. I think we're fully expecting them to win their – those, you could argue, are both free spaces. I understand that the Colts have a better team, but that's how desperate they are at quarterback. They went and got a dude that's got grandkids. So, like, that's where we're at with them. This is the only game that they could really – I mean, those last two games got to be similar to this one that the Texans are playing against the Raiders, where you look at them, man, look, if we're serious about having a season now, we cannot lose this game. And this Broncos one is the only one that they can. They need, obviously, the Broncos to win, and they got us here busy, and the division is still in play. It's still in play. But from the Texans standpoint, it's looking pretty good at just getting into the dance to begin with. And it's not like more than likely you're going to have to go to the Buffaloes, Baltimores, and Kansas Cities of the world, even if you do have to go on the road. So you got to feel good about that.
Do y'all think the division hosting is critical for the Texans?
Not as much as it would have been in previous years had those teams that I just mentioned been in the mix. Now, obviously, you would rather play at home than on the road. You'd rather play indoors than out in the cold. So I think to that degree it is important still. But in terms of who the opponent is, the exact environment that you're going into, I would say only really New England is one that I feel a little bit dicey about.
Denver's a tough place.
Denver is a tough place to play, but I've watched them at least play Denver, and I feel like they match up well against that team.
Yeah, I don't know how the bracket's going to lay out in terms of who's got who, but I mean the overall point, B. Scott, is if you end up having to go on the road to, Denver or Buffalo potentially, or New England, where it's a loud and ruckus place, because we've heard communication for whatever reason is damn near impossible for this group when it's loud and cold, right? And I think those places have the potential for the Texans. And so I'm trying to think who else is up there. Jacksonville doesn't scare me if you have to play them on the road, obviously. I'm trying to think who else is up there in that midst. Pittsburgh would be another one that would be cold and outdoors.
And if you didn't win the division,
but I'd feel fine about the Texans in a matchup against them. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the difference to me, is like the actual team that you're talking about. And I honestly think that the game against the Chiefs went a long way. I understand the Chiefs are not this year what they had been in previous years, but to go
it's
up
a tough place to play in a game that they needed, that they laid it all out to
very
win.
Much so.
And I mean, I don't mean to tell, but that dog, man, Andy Reid,
he helped him.
I mean, what the hell?
He definitely helped him. He definitely helped him.
Honestly, I can't even look at him the same.
It was weird.
It pissed me off, and I'm a Texans fan.
Didn't have a protractor.
It was weird. I mean, like you pissed the football guys
you can't
off.
Treat him like Belichick. You can't treat him like Belichick when
he ain't on Belichick. No, he ain't on Belichick. With me. I mean, I have to see. Like I lost respect for Belichick and what he did.
And not even with his girlfriend. You lost him.
Yeah,
with,
not
with
even. The girlfriend on the sideline, that doesn't even pales in comparison to hiring Matt Patricia as your offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
Kraft went down and fired his ass immediately.
Yeah, no, odd as it sounds, the girlfriend part actually makes more sense.
Yeah, but her on the sideline during games and stuff.
But it's undefeated, Clint. I mean,
well, no, it makes sense. You said makes sense. You're fair.
You see what I'm saying? If it's attacking them, it's undefeated,
untied.
You see what I'm saying?
This could get away quick. Coming up. 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. We'll be able to hook somebody up in the 5 o'clock hour. Injury report is out. We'll give you the official injury report. And for this show, somebody said goodbye. And for this show, we gotta we definitely got to address that. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look right here. In football, a winning team makes all the difference, y'all. The same goes for your legal team after an injury, right? That's why I trust Mokaram Injury Lawyers. I know them well, so I'm speaking from the heart. They know how to fight for you and how to get you the compensation that you deserve. Bottom line is this: don't settle for less. You need to go with the pros who know how to win big, right? Look, if you're injured, you know what to do. Call my friends over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. They'll take care of all the problems that come with an accident, whether it's you or a loved one, right? They're available 24/7, 365. They get you the help that you need when you need it. It's that easy. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they'll fight to get you the compensation that you deserve so you can take care of your family. That's the number one priority here in all this mumbo-jumbo is you need the money that you deserve, the compensation that you deserve for one reason. I know you might like it for several reasons, but for one reason.
can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets, take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements, promotions may vary by market. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is the 5 o'clock hour, and you have an opportunity at some point in this hour to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the hometown Houston Cougars take on the LSU Tigers. A lot of LSU alumni and fans here in this Houston area, and obviously a lot of U of H fans, and you have a chance to be in the building for the Kinder's Texas Bowl coming up December 27th. At some point, you will hear the cue to call, and Tyler will open up the phone lines, and you will have a chance to win 4 tickets to that game. So stay tuned in this hour. You got to be listening. You got to be listening for that cue to call. And by the way, we're doing it all week in the 5 o'clock hour. Not just today, but the next 2 days as well, all week. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, so stay tuned with us. All right, Clint, the injury report is out officially for both teams, and the did not practice portion of the things for the Texans is pretty long, but this is starting to feel a lot like a rest situation, Clint. Aziz, ankle, knee. Danico Autry, a knee. This has been something he's been doing for weeks now, not practicing on Wednesday. Trent Brown had that broken finger of the hand. He's been doing this for a couple of weeks. Kamari Lassiter hasn't had any practice in pad days for a couple of weeks, but has been able to play with the foot. He's out today. Running back Woody Marks out just like last week as well. Sheldon Rankins had a knee injury that caused him to miss some practice time last week. He was out today as well. E.J. Speed, the one that clearly got more serious as the week went on because he did not play in the game. He was out today. And then Derek Stingley, that's the one to me. You look at him and Woody, he did not practice with that oblique. If you remember, Derek Stingley Jr. and Woody Marks weren't able to finish the game. They did not return after those injuries, so they didn't go. By the way, Nick Chubb, he was a limited participant today, but he was back on the practice field. And Justin Watson, who has been on IR with that calf, he was a full participant today as well. But to me, this everybody else I feel pretty decent about. But Woody Marks and Derek Stingley are the two, to me, that I'm really going to be looking at to see if they practice tomorrow.
Yeah, look, I think from the game, Woody Marks and Derek Stingley Jr. are the two that you need to keep an eye on. Now, this may be a game where I know the Texans would never say it, but you feel like them getting very limited reps, if any reps at all, could be a possibility here. I think you can get by versus this team without both of those guys. And again, the Texans would never tell you that, but I do believe that is the case if they so choose to go the route of getting those guys rest. Now, also, one we didn't talk about earlier, Ron, but the Sheldon Rankins and Danico Autry both being on this list at a position where you really only have 3 of your original interior defensive linemen.
That's a big one, yeah.
I mean, that's just something to keep an eye on. I think this is more of old man luxury kind of deal for both of those guys, but we'll see. Keep an eye on that. E.J. Speed is another one. We didn't know what to make of it last week. Well, he ends up not being there. Christian Harris has to step in, and they clearly miss, I think, E.J. Speed. on that defense. And so he's another one to keep an eye on.
I didn't think he wasn't going to play last week.
Yeah, I didn't.
We got there and we saw he was inactive.
Yeah, I agree. So how bad is that? Clearly, I think this is a better defense with him on the field. I think it's noticeable. Some of the interior defensive line stuff you may be able to overcome with just some serviceable guys in there, as D'Amico Ryans would say. But E.J. Speed is one to keep an eye on. You mentioned the Nick Chubb thing. Justin Watson is interesting. Before Justin Watson went out,
they were using him,
Yeah, well, it's kind of like Dalton Schultz, and I'm not saying that Justin is this guy, but it would, when you find a receiver that's a little bit longer in the tooth, that has seen a lot of this stuff, a lot of what defenses can throw at you, he obviously feels comfortable in the offense. If there is a quarterback-friendly, C.J. Stroud-friendly vibe there, and you're going to play this spread it around the field kind of offense, that Watson return could be bigger than you would think, not only because he's playing a position where it seems like outside of Nico Collins, it's just take a pick who might get touches this week. Yeah. But also, you got to believe that he's bringing a lot to the table from a special teams perspective, given kind of the role that he's going to have to play. So Justin Watson, I know it's not a sexy one, but that is one that could – a name you could possibly see this week if he is active that make some plays.
Yeah, now with the Raiders side of things, Geno Smith was a full participant today, so maybe we're in line to see that Geno may play as he missed last week. Kenny Pickett played. And then the big one here, maybe this is rest. We'll see as the week goes on, but Max Crosby, not Mason, but Max Crosby, he is on the list and did not participate today with a knee issue. So that is one to watch there. Obviously, there are not a lot of Raiders out there that you really know a lot of, and he's clearly the best player that they have out there, him and Brock Bowers. I mean, he's not playing on that defense, my goodness. It's going to be rough. And he's going to be rough for them anyway.
Another 40-burger time over.
Yeah, might look like that Baltimore game. Might look like last week's game, too. So that's the latest there from an injury front with the Texans and the Raiders.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, it's official. Well, it's been official, but it's officially done now as Chaz Kane McCormick.
Is that really his middle name?
Yep. Chaz Kane McCormick. Well done. A message to the Houston fans. Houston, you took a chance on a kid 9 years ago, and that changed my life as a person and as a player. The 4 division titles, 2 American League pennants, and 1 World Series title passed by quickly. Damn, Chaz. I have nothing but love and admiration for the organization, for my teammates, and for the great fans of this city. Thank you for the memories. Chaz McCormick.
You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
It's officially over.
Crying ass shame it had to go this way.
Officially over.
This is when a bad relationship ends, man. It had legs. It had potential.
It really did.
I mean, there's no way his words right there from his heart.
I hope after he wrote that, he just dove into, like, the best bowl of banana pudding he's ever had, man.
Well, look here. You see that Dusty Baker nor Joe Espada got a mention in there.
Well, no, just all encompass. So, I got to
believe the organization.
The
organization is old buddy who writes a check, signs a check. Well, teammates are obviously teammates.
That man got him that pudding or whatever it is.
He might have got him some pudding, but I tell you what he didn't do was give him the run that he deserved. Joe Espada, you too didn't give him the run he deserved. Now. That take fell real flat because Chaz, you had opportunity this past year.
He had a part. He had a part in
the damn bed, but it never should have been that.
But he was already broken by then. They already broke him,
no doubt. I mean, I'm waiting. I mean, in today's world where every streaming service out there is doing documentaries, can we get a white boy Chaz? I just need a one episode. Tell it all.
I think that stupid-ass Chaz Chomp is to blame a little bit here, too.
Oh, no, don't do that to the fans.
Oh, no,
don't put this on the fans.
No, because I was telling these same fans at the time how stupid it was, and he had a nickname, and we didn't need no Chaz Chomp. And as soon as they started chomping, Chaz started sucking.
Stop it. Tasmania and Devil didn't hurt it either.
No, it was the nicknames, other than mine, the other ones were terrible.
Unless you're singing Baby Shark at Sunday school, I don't need no Chaz Chomp.
Listen.
All right?
In all seriousness, it is wild that Chaz's play and the decisions with Chaz McCormick went the way it did after the Astros won the World Series against the Phillies, and how much of a part of it he was.
That fall from
it is seriously, like, obviously at the end, like you spoke about, like Chaz. I mean, Chaz put him in a place like that, but he had that year with in the Phillies in the Philly season, and then he came back and couldn't get the start. Remember, they were hell on wheels with Jake, but then he had that next year where he was like second or third on the team in OPS, and
he
went
was top
off.
10 center fielders in Major League
Yeah,
Baseball.
they had. Yeah, MLB Network had center fielders top 10, and he made it.
That's when he became White
those
Boy
back-to-back seasons. That postseason, and like it's we found our center fielder. You would think, and they were like, yeah, we did. It just wait till Jake gets recovered.
It's a guy batting a $120
from that shoulder injury he had. Just wait. Like it is it is really strange how they were just like, no, we don't see it. All of them.
You
like
got
multiple
lucky.
regimes.
I mean,
like that was like
well,
that 2 year run should have at least got him 2 more years to start in center field when you also look at the other options.
Well, even if, how about, I mean, you act like, Ron, I mean, at this point in time, you act like left field wasn't an option. I mean, it didn't have to be center field. I mean, Tucker in right field was the only one that was spoken for, right? Left field and center field have been a turnstile. So it's like, what? Like, yeah, man, it's just, it should never have been that way. My man should have been, I got to believe he handled it poorly, Ron.
He'll forever live in Astros fans' hearts.
I know, but I'm just saying that
postseason
postseason did get him a start on opening day. It went to Jake, and Jake had done nothing.
But that imprint in the warning track, it's definitely going to be on his wall in a big poster form. It should be all over the Astros clubhouse and stuff like that. If Jake Myers, well, maybe not Jake, but if somebody in a World Series run that's contributing makes that play and that happens in that damn warning track, that is a top 5 photo of in Houston sports history. If that's anybody not named Chaz,
they were good.
I mean, if Kyle Tucker makes that play on that wall out there and falls in that, we think of Kyle Tucker different, and that picture is all over the city of Houston.
He wouldn't have, though. He's got weak ass shins.
He
broke a leg coming off the wall.
Shins weren't weak then.
I screwed it up.
I mean, could you imagine if Yordan Alvarez made a play like that off the wall? Could you imagine if Altuve made a play like that off the wall?
I just want Yordan to be DH.
Yeah, Yordan nearly flipped in Atlanta.
Don't get it started, Tom.
In the World Series.
5 o'clock fire.
He almost flipped and landed it.
I got to deal with soft baby poo poo at the house on a regular. I don't want to deal with it here.
Do you remember when Torrey Hunter flipped in that playoff game at Fenway?
You remember when
he ran?
And Kevin Johnson caught it barehanded?
Is it Kevin? Is it Kevin Mitchell?
Kevin Mitchell.
There we go. Yeah,
Johnson.
Kevin Mitchell. Yeah,
that barehanded catch in left field.
Francisco Giants. Yeah, it was
2 first names.
Yeah, that playoff
game.
You
remember that, Tyler? You old enough to remember that? Kevin Mitchell barehanded in left field.
What year was it?
Going to the wall. Well, I think it was well before
80s.
you were born.
Oh yeah, I wasn't existing.
Hey, look at that
highlight.
It was a Giants chief.
Giants, yeah.
He's in left field, going to the corner towards the foul pole,
and
bare hands that thing out there.
But go check one of my favorites in Detroit. He was playing in Detroit. Torrey Hunter against the Red Sox, and ran out there. I think it was Ortiz.
He was full speed,
and he flipped right over that thing. All right, this is news coming out earlier. Sources that the Dolphins, they're going to bench Tua. There was words that might happen. Old Longhorn, baby. Quinn Ewers is going to be the starter for the rest of the way until he can't, I guess, for the Dolphins. But Tua, he's a
before Tyler gets cranked up on the Longhorn aspect of it. This is interesting, boys, because I mean Tua's owed $99 million or something like that. It's some ridiculous number, depending on who you listen to. I've heard anything from 56 to 99, but nonetheless,
I'd take 56.
Nonetheless, I mean, this is one of those deals where, like, his future. I'm talking about his future in the NFL, by the way. his future in the NFL is literally dependent upon what Quinn Ewers does. If Quinn Ewers goes in there and messes the bed, and it's like, hey man, that just situation is just not quarterback friendly. The offense sucks. Mike McDaniel sucks. Then I think Tua is somewhat forgiven. If Quinn Ewers goes in there and lights it up and throws the ball significantly better, and all of a sudden now you got a guy that can throw the ball over the top of the defense and kind of move around a bit, Tua will be done.
I think he is. I mean, they're going to have to Russell Wilson this thing. Like, just eat it, do something where they – like Denver,
no, I agree with that. But I think if they just eat it and cut him and eat the money, I think he surfaces somewhere else and gets. But if Quinn goes out there and proves that, hey man, this was more of a Tua deal, like Tua shortcomings deal, I think he has a hard time getting another job.
He might. He very well might. He's not getting a starting job.
That dude's a shell of himself, man.
No,
Well, Justin Fields went out there got a starting job. I mean,
but if Mike can't get it, but I mean, you're looking at him though. I mean, you're just like, whoa. Do I want to do this? And everybody's starting to get younger guys. I don't know. The interesting thing is this is just open tanking. Like they just skipped over old Zach Wilson, who's been the backup all season long, who I think is probably better than Quinn, or maybe give him a better chance to potentially win than Quinn, and they just skipped right over him. So hey man, let's see what we got. Wink, wink with Quinn.
I want to see what I got. Wink, wink with Zach's mom.
Hey, and not win these games. God, dog.
Hey, really though, do y'all think Quinn Ewers is going to watch the Cheez-Its Bowl?
No, he's got to.
He's going to watch it.
He's got to work this thing up, man. He's got to play. He's got to prepare.
It's the only break he's going to take from his preparation there in Miami.
He's got to prepare, man.
The Cheez-It Bowl's in Florida, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's in Orlando.
Big game.
I mean, he's up to go, man.
Might drive up there.
He's up there and doing that sideline, man.
Coming up, is there a player that we've done a 180 on, and now, hell, I think we were talking about maybe getting rid of him. Now I think we're thinking, well, they can't get rid of him. We'll do that. And remember, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Stay tuned. Be listening for your chance to win. That's all coming up next.
All right, if you're selling a property, worst case scenario, 95 long, stressful days.
sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it. Caller number 5. Caller number 5 for Stafford High School's own. Jalen Petrie is having at the very least, a Pro Bowl level season. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. You have a chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Kinder's Texas Bowl between the hometown Houston Cougars and the LSU Tigers. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Tyler is opening up the phone lines, and he will take care of you. Well, if you heard earlier in the show, got away from me. I had a taste for some of the Daisy Dips, French onion dip, and some Ruffles, aka the HEB brand. And while I was in the middle of purchasing that, I have been yearning for those animal cookies that have the icing with the sprinkles on them, the circus. I think that's what they're called, the circus cookies. And I was relentless. I had great stick-to-itiveness, and it took me 3 different trips in that cookie aisle before I found it in over 20 minutes, but I was able to find it. And I felt like this is probably bad, as hard as I went looking for it, and then also hid it in the pantry. Well, apparently Courtney has found those cookies.
She must have been listening, Chief.
She found those cookies, and she took a photo of it and sent it to all 3 of us.
And I'm gonna tell you, it looks like a wild rabid dog opened the bag. I mean, it looks.
I told you, I had some struggles, man. I was in the dark. I was trying.
But I mean, at some point, you realize that doing it with your teeth isn't going to work, and you just go to a knife or scissors. You just said you just kept gnawing away.
You're not understanding. I had to have it
right then
in the car.
Oh, you were in the car driving.
So we're dark. We're dark in the car. I thought it was just going to be It was going to be an easy tear. And that tear, I couldn't get. It just didn't tear all the way across.
Yep. One hand on the wheel,
and
bag in the other.
And
teeth.
Dang! And so I'm like, man, what is going on? But I didn't want to get to the resealable part, so I had to start biting. And then, it took me a minute. I finally got to a stoplight, and I really was able to get after it to tear it open and get me some of them animal crackers. Were very, very good, but apparently she was able to find those in the pantry.
Well, now your hiding spot is
I have to go change it up.
Have to find a new one, man.
I should go higher. That's right. I should go higher. No one's gonna find it higher. Should have gone higher. That's all right. Caught it up. They probably over there eating the hell out of them.
They're gonna be gone when you get home now. Just stop on your way and get you another bag.
I can't, man.
Keep it in the car.
That was the last bag
under the driver's seat.
Remember, that was
cold out.
Was the last bag. It was the last bag. It was nothing else in there. That's why it took me so long. It was all the way to the back.
You want me to Amazon you some real quick?
Nah, man. I don't want to do that. I don't want to eat all of them.
That'd be my wife's goal. My wife would have them at the house before you got home.
That's right. Thank you, Jeff Bezos.
I mean, my wife is so conscious, by the way, boys.
I wish you could see me. I wish you could see me in that. You should see me in that aisle. Where are these cookies?
Oh, no, I can picture it. I don't need you to really. I can see it.
All they had was the box, and they had a 3-package one with like a fudge, an animal one, and another one. But I needed the bag by itself.
Now, if you ever watch Ron like walk to the bathroom or walk to the kitchen or walk to his car after work, I mean, it's a slow. Zero concern, zero worries, just cool to the other side of the pillow. I could see you strolling down that aisle in that grocery store, and it's just everything's cool, calm, collected. You get to the animal crackers, and as you realize, man, there's no icing, man, there's no sprinkles, man, there's not a big enough bag. It gradually got to where you got real fidgety, until you got bent over there with that crack hanging out.
I went up. Well, no, it was bad because I went through the first time and I walked through and I couldn't find it. All right, I gave up. Then I had to get some buttermilk, so I went, grabbed the buttermilk, and I said, well, let me come right through here one more time. And I went there. Maybe I just missed it because why would they not have it? It's holiday season. And I went through again. I said, damn, I didn't get it. And I walked to the next aisle, and I said, well, let me check it. Let me check HEB, see if they got them. What aisle? They generally tell you what aisle. Said aisle 10. I said, well, hell, let me swing back over there to aisle 10 again. And I got down in that. I got in that catcher's position to get down there to see the lower ones, and by God, it was meant to be. That one bag was down there. Thought he could hide from me. Not on show.
Got him.
See you ass. All right, Clint. We're looking at this thing and looking at the Texans as a whole, and I promise to God, fellas, I thought they can't get Dalton Schultz's ass out of here fast enough. I thought this year, obviously, they were going to have to. 2 years, they could get up out of this thing after 2 years, Clint, and they'll move on, and Cade Stover will take things over, and they'll do something. But that just Dalton Schultz, it doesn't fit what the hell they want to do, and it was so bad at times all around last year that this felt like there's no way this guy's pushing towards 30 that they're going to keep him beyond this year. They're going to get out of this as soon as they can. Clint, I don't know how he is not going to be a part of the long term. When I say long term, I'm talking the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's not a part of it. When you look at the season he's having, and then you look at, all right, you'd be all right to get, to move on if you had somebody else that you felt was going to be good enough to take over that. Well, the development due to injury for the most part with Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover behind him is not anywhere near where you would need it to be for a team that's still competing. Clint, I feel like we're going to see more Dalton Schultz moving forward. Now, I as somebody who thought he wasn't going to be on this team after this year, I don't know how he can.
Yeah, look, I'd be lying if I told you after last season I wasn't Googling his contract, seeing when the Texans had an out and seeing if they couldn't save a little bit of money. I'd be lying if I was of that group, no doubt about it. I think a lot of people were. But the reality of it is right now with Dalton Schultz, where he's at is, he's the ideal tight end to build around. There's been a 180 from last year to this year. The physicality's on a whole other level. The production is going to be a career production year for him, assuming he stays healthy. So the overall value of Dalton Schultz this year versus last year is legit a 180, in my opinion. Now, you look at the type of player that he is when he's playing like this. He is the never come off the field tight end. He's the tight end that you have to have in the room, and then you plug pieces around him. Now, if you stumble upon a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, you draft a guy that's one of these guys that jumps in on the scene and is a difference maker. We'll see one in Bowers this weekend. Yeah. There's Laporta out in Detroit's a really good one. If you come up on one of those guys, it's a different story. But if you look at just constructing a roster, if you've got a tight end that, yes, can put his hand in the dirt and is a willing and able blocker, Dalton Schultz checks that box. If he's a guy that's agile enough to move around and be kind of more of an H-back and then also obviously be an above-average pass catcher and sees the game through the quarterback's eyes, boom, check it. You got Dalton Schultz. Now you plug in the exotic Brevin Jordan type piece around him, and you can have Brevin Jordan do exotic creative things versus hand in the dirt tight end things. Boom, plug that in. You plug Cade Stover in. Cade Stover is a more physical player, bigger base. It will get his hands on you and wants to be physical at a different level, at an O-line level. You plug those pieces in, now you got a super complementary group. But that doesn't work if you don't have the every down tight end that is somebody you can rely on like Dalton Schultz. So I'm with you, man. I was looking for ways out. SportRack, however you pronounce it. I was looking at the contract going, man, when can we get up out of this thing? Do they have to see 36 million over 3? Do we have to see every bit of that? And right now I'm saying, hell, pay him more if you got to. Extend him. Do whatever you got to do to keep him in the building.
You're that way. It's a priority for you.
Yeah, without Dalton Schultz, your tight end room right now or moving forward is going to be super, super suspect. You have some pieces, right, that you could do some exotic things with, or you can have just a hand in the dirt, an extension of the offensive line. But you don't have a true tight end that can give you an advantage that an average tight end should give you. You don't have that right now. So it would be a huge gamble to move forward without him.
Imagine not having him a part of this team. That is because you would, if you didn't get him, Clint, I think you would have to go out and get a veteran anyway, like a veteran starting level tight end with what you have right now. Like and if you're gonna do that, he's got chemistry. He's a big part of this team. I mean, his numbers this year, man, he is fourth in the league in terms of tight ends for receptions, sixth in the league with 650 yards, 2 touchdowns, and mind you, this isn't one of the top flight offenses in the league. Like he's doing that through multiple quarterbacks and becoming a big part of this team. So it is a complete turnaround on where I think we are, and many people think about Dalton Schultz.
And he dropped an F-bomb on the post-game show last week. So, I mean, I'm even more fond of him. Yeah, apparently he's a good cusser.
Yeah. Oh, is he? Good for him. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bet. And I might have to break something to Clint, one of his favorite younger players. He said something I don't think Clint's going to be behind. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, I'm fixing to tell you something that all you're going to do is wish you'd started earlier. I guarantee it, man. As a man, you got to know your
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Feliz Navidad.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this one. This would be in my top 20.
We know Grandma got run over by a reindeer, wouldn't?
Nah, first timer.
That's wild.
First timer. First timer coming
What's
up.
the update on that? Is that have you validated that? I mean, obviously, Teresa, the root of the cause.
Mom
here.
didn't have it. Yeah, Mom didn't have it.
I mean, it's Teresa's fault. His mom didn't even have. Grandma got ran over by.
I would say I text a couple of the friend groups. I would say 70% hadn't heard it.
70?
I would say if it's about probably say 15 to 20 people. I'd say 70% of them hadn't heard it. Courtney hit up one of her good friends, and she said she didn't believe me.
Yeah.
That's what Patrick said last night.
I mean, what about the fellas? And your 15-person group text wasn't the fellas, right? That was family or something.
That was the
right?
fellas.
And
Yeah.
70% of them had
I'd
no
say
clue.
70%.
That should make you feel better.
Yeah, they're like, no, I ain't got it. And then some like, yeah, I heard it. Yeah, lower percentage. Yeah, made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there was about a 24-hour period. I was like, man,
I still think it's weird.
I haven't seen Titanic.
You're joking there. That was like a tongue-in-cheek thing there.
I'm saying it like that big of a like.
I
the way
had to
people
make
are
sure
acting.
though. That
Yeah.
would be something.
No, I've seen that. Congratulations to Felton at Montgomery, who will get those 4 tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl.
Felton wanted me to. I should have pried and asked more details, but he wanted me to specifically tell you, Ron, the show, Hughley, thanks so much. He's so pumped to go to this game and see the Cougs.
Well, congratulations, Felton.
Well, why the hell, Ron?
I don't know.
Listen,
I did bad
hey, man,
there. I
what are
should have
you-
pried, but I was trying to get
What
off.
are you doing? Hey.
Well, I mean, that sounds
No,
like
I
that
just
sounds
said
like
no.
he's got a problem with me.
No, it sounds like that. No, it doesn't
Maybe.
mean he's got a problem with you. He just
Possible.
wanted to be thankful towards me.
Because usually when people say stuff like that on the phone with me, it's, tell Clint Ron, blah, blah, but it was specifically tell Ron.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody
Felton, let me be clear. The radio station is giving those away, not Ron. Jim, let me be clear. And in the 4 o'clock hour, Dirty's Daily, I actually promoted them as well. So I don't know what I did to you, man, but
wow.
I mean, I
we
put
need to
the
get to the
information
bottom
in
of
the system.
This is very Ron of you right there.
Thanks, Ron, for the tickets.
He said,
Are you
hey,
kidding
hey, just sit back, man.
It's like you
You're
gave
the
him
damn
8
superhero
it's like you
on this
gave
show.
him 8 tickets
Okay?
to Kansas City Chiefs game or something in your suite.
No, calm down, man.
Oh, man.
You get all the
feel
praise
like
on this show from people all the time.
I feel
just
like
let
that's-
Felton express himself.
No, I can't. When it's something like that, that is.
Hey,
that's
Felton,
clear.
I got you a drink next time, baby.
Felton, it's going to have to be well, but
No, baby. Now there's a limit, but it ain't got to be well.
Taka
It's got-
vodka
hey,
only.
well or draft, no bottles, boys.
We're mid range on this, but Felton, I got you. Appreciate you.
I mean, I just want to know what happened.
I should have.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Right when I clicked the phone, I was like, man, I should have explored that.
Felton does not believe that you personally gave 4 tickets to him.
He just said thank you. Just tell Ron thank you. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Listen,
Specifically,
this
Tyler
this
said
time
specifically.
it wasn't about you.
No, it's about us. It should be about us.
Yeah, he thanked me. Then he said, make sure you thank Ron for me, but he never said anything about you, Dirty.
See how Tyler's painting the picture?
But he didn't sound angry or anything. He was very cheerful. He was excited for the tickets. Maybe he just forgotten it.
Well, it's even worse. It's even worse when they don't even acknowledge the fact that there's a problem. And
guys, here, text in YouTube and Twitch. Tell Clint that you're thankful of him.
No, I don't want
right,
anybody to
and
tell
tomorrow,
me. I want to know what Felton meant by that.
And tomorrow,
I don't want to know.
Tomorrow's
I don't
winner.
care.
Tomorrow's winner. Make sure you include Clint's name in that. Thank you.
No,
and Tyler's.
No, if you've got a reason, do not include my name. But I want to know. I want to know what the reason. I'm curious.
Right before we hung up, he said, T-Mill, thanks so much, man. So, yeah, I got thank you,
So
too.
he got 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's 66%.
Like, I listen, I could see how you could take that personal and feel like Felton is personally leaving you out, but I don't really think he took anything out.
Now you're coming around.
I don't know. I'm not coming around. I'm saying I can see it, right? Like I could see how Udoka lost it, but I mean,
I'm
it's
curious.
not personal,
I'm
man.
just curious.
Congratulations,
It feels
Felton,
like
man.
it's
And
probably
Felton, man,
personal.
Hey, and Felton, you're welcome, brother. I love you, man. I love you. Good for the people, man. Coming up behind us, and especially for you, Felton, Texans All Access, as Nick Caserio. He'll be live coming right up behind us, so stay tuned for the general manager on Texans All Access. Area 45 after that, 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and then T-Mill's Best Bets. We'll get to that here in just a bit. Real quick, Clint. Also, by the way, tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday. Where are we at? We're at LaPorte.
Washington.
No, it's Friday.
Oh,
we're in Washington
We're in Washington Avenue.
for
That's
Buffalo
right.
Wild Wings,
3939 Washington Avenue. I'm sorry.
That's right.
That's one of my favorite
LaPorte is that's Friday. It's Football Friday. Walk-ons in LaPorte.
That's
Thursday,
right.
Thursday is Buffalo Wild Wings right here on Washington Ave. We've been many a time.
Come through here. Text line coming in. I appreciate you, Clint. I got you. I don't know if that was Felton.
Was
but
that Felton?
Somebody just
I don't need no sympathy.
I'll
text.
check.
That's Ron looking for sympathy.
I'm not. Someone said congratulations. You're the one who has
I just want to know what felt.
A
what
Wikipedia
Felton
page. Yeah, I don't think he meant anything.
Clearly, he did.
He did. No, it's not clearly. Just because he didn't say your name.
Nobody calls a radio station, wins tickets, and go, "Hey, specifically thank one guy."
He
Nobody
didn't.
does that.
He thanked Tyler too.
Well, that's who he's talking to. He had to. He had no choice but thank Tyler's old pasty ass.
You think Felton and Tyler? I don't want to like Tyler's really pushing it.
I'm not. I know what you're doing.
I'm just saying. You think Felton? It was deliberate that he left you out. You think it was? You think he meant something? There's a reason.
It was either deliberate that he left me out, or he purposely pointed you out individually. This wasn't just
or he was careless.
Tyler, thanks. Hey, tell Show I appreciate it, and never mention your boy right here. No, he either really likes Ron, which is cool, and wanted to personally thank Ron, or he's got something against me.
But you could have just landed on the first one. You could have just landed on the first one. Man, he must really like Ron. Move on.
I can land.
But you
there.
want to know.
This is I have nowhere to land right now. That's my point. I'm just curious. I'm trying to land it. I don't need no sympathy text.
At least he didn't say like, "Hey, tell Ron thank you so much," and
but don't
tell
say
Clint to piss off.
Or don't say a damn thing to Clint.
I would rather you say, Ron, appreciate it, man. Hey, Clint, you kissed my ass. I'd rather you say that.
But he didn't say it. Now, if he'd have said something like, make sure you tell Ron I said thank, but not Clint, then maybe you have something against
Well, that's what he did say.
I think he just may be a real fan.
Possibly. And that would be, I don't know. I wouldn't blame him.
Of this guy.
Him. You're a likable guy for a couple folks.
We'll discuss this.
I wouldn't blame him.
We'll discuss this tomorrow. But Cam Ward wants it to be known that he wants to be involved in the Titans head coaching search.
Yeah, okay. All right, Cam.
I was gonna say, I know you love Cam Ward.
I love Cam.
But he wants to be involved.
I love Cam.
He said he wants to be in all the meetings.
No, look, wait, let's have a conversation. I'm gonna consider your skill set and who you are and what you need, and has that person built around a young
I want to meet them all, Cam said.
We're going to consider Cam Ward is going to be a big topic in our meetings and in our interviews.
He said,
but you ain't sitting in there.
Every coach who gets here, I want to have every coach that has an opportunity to come here, I want to have conversations throughout the process.
That kind of stuff's reserved for the Drew Brees. I mean, Drew Brees too, but the Tom Brady's of the world, cuz.
Damn, man.
Nah, I can't. I love you, bro. I'm the biggest fan. But nah.
All right, T Mill's Best Bets. What you got today? Not a lot of NBA games.